Chapter 81 I'm afraid I didn't encounter a fake Electabuzz. Open black lens bracket for automatic subscription. Close black lens bracket. Qingwei watched the battle and kept pointing. Charmeleon, dodge to the left. Yes, then give him a punch. Beautiful. Then fire right uppercut with left hand. Nice job. Jump back and dodge Macho's bottom kick. Qingwei's observation of the battle situation was much more detailed than Charmeleon's. Under his constant prompting and guidance, Charmeleon also began to slowly avoid the opponent's fist. Although he was still hit many times, he felt that the damage he suffered was not as great as he imagined. Watching the two Pokemon's bloody close combat on the field, Qingwei also felt a little excited. He suddenly understood why so many people in previous lives liked to watch boxing matches. That feeling of punching to the flesh is really so cool. But Qingwei didn't forget the mission he came here today. He didn't come here to let Charmeleon fight one by one, but to penetrate the entire dojo. Charmeleon, use your opponent's strength to distance yourself. Qingwei decided to accept the game from now on. Roar. Charmeleon immediately retreated quickly with the power of the opponent's punch. Want to use a ranged attack? Macho, post it. Apprentice number 1 said immediately. Cool. Charmeleon, air cutter. Charmeleon had just retreated to the edge of the battlefield with the help of the opponent's strength, and as soon as his feet stood still, he immediately mobilized the surrounding flight energy. Then, as Machoke pounces, Charmeleon's air cutter fired. Cool. The damage this time is not the scraping damage of Huomiao before. The not so low base damage and the double restrained fighting type Pokemon made Macho's movements a little slower. That's it. Charmeleon, keep using flamethrower. And then air cutter. Keep your distance. Qingwei looked at the situation on the field and calmly gave orders. Macho, hold on. Just get close to him and you've got a chance. Apprentice 1 shouted. Cool. Machoke gritted his teeth and approached Charmeleon, but was soon blocked by flamethrower. Then Machoke saw that Charmeleon took advantage of the fact that he was dodging flamethrower and pulled away some distance and was about to release the air cutter that restrained him. This time, the distance between the two sides is wider, which also means that Machoke has completely lost the chance to win this game. Next, Charmeleon relied on flamethrower to seal the position. Air cutter hit the damage routine and successfully defeated Machoke, who was stronger than close combat. In the first battle, the challenger Qingwei won. Qian announced the result of the battle in time, then looked at Apprentice 1 and said, please send the second Pokemon to the field. My second Pokemon, it's up to you, Electabuzz. Apprentice 1 retrieved the crippled Machoke, took out another Pokeball and threw it out. As a flash of light flashed, a main body was yellow. There was a black lightning symbol on the abdomen, and the body also had some black in, and a Pokemon like the stripes of a tiger appeared on the battlefield. Shouldn't this be a fighting dojo? What going on with your Electabuzz of electrical property? Qingwei looked at Electabuzz, who was bouncing around on the battlefield, a little confused. Type, Electabuzz. Senior. Gender. Category, Thundershock. Pokemon attribute, electric. Character, static character. Naughty. Qingwei was even more confused. Could it be that I met a fake Electabuzz? Or is he actually a Machoke wearing an Electabuzz skin? Tilde. Good electric Pokemon, but you told me that this Electabuzz's electric skills are only one trick. Thunder Punch. Thunder Shock. What about Shock Wave? What about Thunder Wave? Thunderbolt and Discharge. A good Electabuzz. The result is all fighting skills and moves. Qingwei is really speechless. Qingwei, do you need to replace the Pokemon? If you don't, the second game will begin. Qian asked when Qingwei stared at Electabuzz in a daze. Qingwei originally wanted Charmeleon to take a break, but after seeing this Electabuzz who could only fight face to face, he gave up the idea of changing Pokemon. I'm not going to change it. Charmeleon will play this game. Okay. Kei-yan nodded and started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. Charmeleon, direct flamethrower. Don't let him get close to you. Qingwei immediately ordered. In his opinion, this Electabuzz has been cultivated to be crooked, and even if it is against it, it will not be of much value. So when he comes up, he is ready to take the method of winning the previous battle. Height flow. Electabuzz, quick attack, beat up to dodge, and use Thunder Punch at the same time. Apprentice number 1 said. Roar. Hey. Charmeleon and Electabuzz got into action right away. I saw that when the giant pillar of flame sprayed by Charmeleon was about to hit Electabuzz, Electabuzz suddenly turned into a spark and started to accelerate, making 2 consecutive Z-shapes and approaching Charmeleon. And Charmeleon's flamethrower, all played behind Electabuzz. This speed. Qingwei was a little surprised. It seemed that he underestimated the apprentice number 1. His Electabuzz can be seen from this quick attack. Electabuzz takes a different path than Machoke. This is an Electabuzz that takes the dexterous fighting route. Charmeleon, don't worry. See the opponent's line of action clearly, and then make a prejudgment attack. Charmeleon's flamethrower failed to hit Electabuzz several times in a row, and seemed a little anxious. Qingwei said immediately. With Qingwei's comfort, Charmeleon gradually calmed down, his eyes staring at Electabuzz's forward line. Even if I use a Z-shaped position, as long as I predict your prediction, I can still hit you. It's now. Roar. Roar. Charmeleon seems to have found a pattern in the other party, and a flame is sprayed directly towards the open space in front of Electabuzz. However, in the next second, a yellow-black figure appeared in this light. Boom. Hey! Electabuzz let out a scream, and was knocked upside down by the impact of the giant flame. Nice job, Charmeleon! Qingwei exclaimed. Roar. Charmeleon roared, his confidence even more. Electabuzz, we still have a chance to continue using quick attack, this time with random move. Apprentice number 1 was unwilling to fail like this. You must know that his Electabuzz practiced quick attack for the longest time. The usual Z-shaped movement and the speed of Electabuzz are almost no disadvantage. Big somersault. Hey! Electabuzz quickly stood up and started to accelerate again, but this time, although his quick attack was unpredictable, too many useless moves also wasted Electabuzz's time. Charmeleon, keep flamethrower trying to block. If he gets near, use fire punch to attack. Roar. Charmeleon continued to try flamethrower, but the effect was very poor. Seeing this, Charmeleon simply stopped using it, and stayed in place and carefully watched the approach of this group of spark on the field. Electabuzz didn't rush into it directly, but kept running around Charmeleon, trying to distract him. But Charmeleon was unmoved at all, and his feet stood firmly on the spot, not showing the slightest flaw. Well, in fact, Charmeleon himself knows that his speed is simply not as fast as Electabuzz's current speed, so he can only stay here and adapt to the changes. If Charmeleon can also increase the speed, he will rush to chase. Electabuzz is up. Hey! In the end, Electabuzz's patience was exhausted first, and when he ran behind Charmeleon and he hadn't turned around, he directly attacked Charmeleon with a change of direction. Roar. Charmeleon's turn was a little late, but he managed to raise his fist, and fire punch collided with Electabuzz's thunder punch. Bang! This time, the sound of the two punches colliding was much smaller than when he punched Machoke before. Charmeleon was knocked back a step, swayed twice to stand up, and Electabuzz opposite him was knocked back a full 3 steps. It can be seen that this Electabuzz is really not good at strength. Charmeleon, don't worry about close combat next. Your strength is greater than his, and you must ensure that every punch hits. Qingwei said. Electabuzz, speed up and start showing off your dexterous attacking skills. Roar. Hey! Charmeleon and Electabuzz fight again. This time, Charmeleon has the experience of fighting Machoke before. When fighting against Electabuzz, he will pay attention to shaking his body and try his best to avoid the damage of the opponent's attack. And he also obeyed Qingwei's previous advice. He didn't rush to punch, and every time he attacked with his fist skills, he tried his best to ensure the hit rate. This made Electabuzz a little depressed, and he always felt as if he had returned to the scene of the duel with Big Brother Machoke. His speed is fast, but his strength is relatively weak, and Charmeleon is deliberately dodging, which makes the punches he hit on the opponent seem a little innocuous. On the contrary, Charmeleon finds the opportunity to counterattack with 2 punches, which really let him. He felt a little overwhelmed. Electabuzz didn't pay attention and got another Charmeleon fire punch. At this moment, Electabuzz even felt that this abominable Charmeleon in front of him was secretly trained by his Machoke brother to beat him. Roar. Charmeleon feels so good. Although he experienced a fairly fierce battle before, which consumed a lot of his physical strength, but through the battle with Electabuzz, he has found that his close combat has improved a lot, and this Electabuzz's fist is not as painful as Machoke at all. In addition, the opponent's speed is fast, and he needs to find the right opportunity to hit every punch. This is simply his perfect boxing target. Electabuzz, a million-ton punch. Fight him. Apprentice number 1 saw that Electabuzz didn't have the upper hand, and the fast movement he kept on was also a drain on Electabuzz's stamina. He wasn't going to drag on any longer. If he couldn't defeat the opponent, he would have to end the game early. Charmeleon, a million-ton punch. Qingwei saw the other party's intention, and he liked it. Bang! Charmeleon and Electabuzz have a solid punch. Charmeleon took a few steps backwards while gasping for breath, and Electabuzz was also knocked back a few steps, and finally one of them sat on the ground without standing still. Flamethrower, give him the final blow. Qingwei prepares to end the battle. No, Electabuzz lost this one. Koichi suddenly interrupted. Electabuzz has lost his combat effectiveness. You can see his leg. He can hardly stand up. There is no need for your Charmeleon to use flamethrower. After Koichi's reminder, everyone noticed that the legs and arms of Electabuzz sitting on the ground were slightly trembling. Hearing Koichi's word, Electabuzz struggled a few times and tried to stand up to prove himself, but in the end he failed. In this game, the challenger Qingwei won. The promise is good, he announced. Indigo roar. Charmeleon roared happily. Apprentice number 1 put away the Electabuzz and stepped back, and then another apprentice came out behind Koichi. I only have 1 Pokemon. Apprentice number 2 said very little, and he came up and released his Pokemon, a fighting Primi. Roar. Charmeleon still wanted to continue the fight, but was stopped by Qingwei. Come down and rest. Charmeleon, the gains from the 2 battles just now have been great. Now you need to digest the battle just now. Let your companions come this time. Qingwei said, took out a Pokeball, and summoned Gloom. I'm going to fight with Gloom this time. Hannah Tilda, who you? Charmeleon obediently walked to Qingwei's side, sat down and began to rest. He knew that he would have a chance to play in a while. At this time, he must seize the time to recover his strength and digest the battle experience just now. Gloom is different from Charmeleon. Her long-range skills, although there are no high-damage skills, but the 3 powders combined with the grass-type Pokemon's unique and strongest recovery effect, plus her own double resistance to fighting skill. This Primeape not even close to Gloom. Primeape's temper is not a joke. He was so suffocated in this fight. Gloom, who was using growth and scraping with Razor Leaf, lost his combat effectiveness a little bit. Poor Primeape, if you can change your temper, you won't be able to deal any damage. Right. Qingwei looked at Primeape, who fell to the ground with his eyes open. Deadly thought silently. Chapter 82_Battle. Poliwrath. Open black lens bracket seeking automatic subscription close black lens bracket. In the battle just now, Primeape actually had a chance to get close to Gloom and deal damage, but he was already controlled by his anger, and even his trainer didn't even listen to him much. Such failure is natural. After the apprentice number 2, the next apprentice number 3 and number 4 were only single fighting Pokemon. Qingwei did not change the Pokemon, so Gloom fought 3 games in a row and won all of them. Even after the 3rd game, Gloom's stamina didn't drain much. Synthesis combined with Mega Drain is a bit of a bully for this group of fighting Pokemon who can only fight in melee. Immediately afterward, Qingwei let Melodic play another game. Since Melodic has just started practicing, and he has never had any experience in battle before, this game is completely transformed into a tool man. What does Qingwei say? Just what she does. Although the process of the battle was a bit tortuous, but in the end, the water pulse was successfully used to deal damage, and the opponent's Hitmonlee fell into a state of chaos, and finally won the battle without any risk. Wu Tilda. Melodic, who won the first match of Yusheng, seemed very happy. Although she was overwhelmed by this match, she even used the skill of recover, but it didn't stop her at all. Seeing that Melodic had physical problems, Qingwei could only replace her. Continued to change Charmeleon, went up to fight another game and successfully won, and then commanded Gloom to win another game, and applied to the referee K-Yan for the first time out. Gloom used grassy terrain, helping hand everyone recover. Qingwei took some Pokeblocks out of his bag and fed them to 3 Pokemon. Gloom also released a grassy terrain the size of only 3 Pokemons and a green glow. Qingwei and his Pokemon rested for about 5 minutes before K-Yan spoke again. Challenger Qingwei, the rest time is over. The game starts now. As K-Yan's voice fell, another apprentice stood up. As a result, he dispatched a Graveler, and it's a superior Graveler. Qingwei looked at it and called him a good guy. Can this thing also train for fighting? Qingwei looked at Graveler's round body. Although it had 4 hands, but it has no leg. There are 2 very short feet under the spherical body, and most of the time when moving is through rollout. This is how 093 practice fighting. Melodic, this one is up to you. Qingwei looked at the other party and said in his mouth, Wu Tilda. Melodic appears directly. The battle started soon. Qingwei looked at Graveler's attack method of rolling out the past and then punching with 4 fists, and said in his heart that it was a great experience to come here today. The original fighting department, Electabuzz, has given him a lot of knowledge, but Electabuzz people have hands and feet, and the training direction of fighting is also biased towards the flexible type. Anyway, it can be justified. But now Qingwei is in front of this Graveler of rollout breakthrough plus standing output. Qingwei only tried to let Melodic use a track, but he didn't expect. Graveler was hit directly. His 2 eyes turned into a heart shape, and his forearms were directly in the position of bulk up. Taking advantage of the opponent's fascination, Melodic kept attacking. Although her strength is 1 level lower than that of Graveler, the difference in strength is made up for by the 4 times weaker water of the Graveler of the rock system and the ground system. So although Graveler recovered and got close to Melodic again, Melodic defeated Graveler with his powerful recovery ability. It seems that the suspension applied by Qingwei just now is a signal. The strength of these apprentices who appeared after the suspension was stronger than before. The Pokemons of the previous apprentices were seniors of Yishui, but although most of them are still seniors now, Pokemons of superior will occasionally appear. A superior level Hitmonchan. Qingwei let Gloom successfully win it with his own resistance to fighting and his recovery ability. However, when encountering the wonderful superior level Pokemon, Qingwei saw that his 3 Pokemon could not restrain each other in terms of attributes, so he could only send Sylveon to fight. Fortunately, this apprentice was already the last one to appear. Sylveon played. The result is needless to say. Without much effort, Sylveon successfully won the victory. As the last apprentice failed, Koichi stepped forward with a Pokeball in his hand and asked, "Do you need to take another break?" Chink Bjea Wei shook his head, seeing that these apprentices all had superior level Pokemon just now. The Pokemon sent by Koichi should be quasi-elite level. In this case, the 3 Pokemons that had consumed a lot of money in the previous hard battle had no chance to play, and Sylveon's battle just now now was equivalent to a warm-up, and there was no point in resting. Okay, I used 2 Pokemon to fight against you, but I watched your fight with Katsian before, and if I take out my Hitmonchan, I have no chance of winning, so I will use 1 Pokemon to fight this time. As long as you win this Pokemon of mine, you will succeed in the challenge. Come out, Koichi said, summoning his Pokemon. A blue Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. It had arms that looked extremely strong, 3 fingers on its hand, its eyes protruding from its head, and its eyes were half open and half closed. It looked very focused, and it has black mosquito coil-like patterns on its white belly and no toes on its 2 blue feet. Poliwrath. Xingwei looked at the Pokemon on the field, and immediately recognized its identity. Does the water type have a fighting type? Speaking of which, Poliwrath is indeed an excellent Pokemon for practicing fighting. The muscles on the limbs of the Poliwrath in front of him are obviously more developed than the general Poliwrath, which shows his fighting ability. Type: Poliwrath quasi-elite. Gender: category: tadpole. Pokemon attribute: water type. Fighting type characteristic: free and easy personality, brave. Skills: hell rolling, body slam, bubble beam, batu, heart eye, dynamic punch, water gun, pound, ice punch, brick break, drain punch, brute force, rain dance. Current status: Poliwrath with great freewheeling features. Xingwei is a little envious. This Poliwrath is simply perfect for a rainy day team. With its free roaming characteristic, its speed is doubled in rainy days. Coupled with its powerful melee combat capability, the combat effectiveness of this Poliwrath can be imagined. At present, in Xingwei's opinion, this Poliwrath has shortcoming. That is, he does not know the skill of belly drumming. Once he learns this, Sylveon, you continue to fight this time. No problem. Xingwei lowered his head and asked, Mia. Sylveon nodded, coming to the battlefield again. Challenger Xingwei vs. Fighting Dojo Karate King Koichi. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Sylveon, use charm. Hearing the start of the game, Xingwei immediately gave an order. Poliwrath, rain dance. As expected by Xingwei, Koichi asked Poliwrath to use the weather move as soon as he came up. Sylveon's charm managed to reduce Poliwrath's attack a bit, but at the same time, the sky over the battlefield was covered by dark clouds that appeared out of nowhere, and the light rain fell quickly. Sylveon, disarming voice. With Poliwrath speed doubled, Xingwei didn't dare to let Sylveon use moves such as Moonblast. The opponent's speed was extremely fast, and this move was easy to miss, so he chose disarming voice, an AoE-style sound attack. Poliwrath, get close and grab each other. Use hell roll. Sylveon, quick attack, dodge. Xingwei and Koichi ordered one after another. Mia, Yolubo. Poliwrath's speed reached an incredible state under the blessing of the rainy day. Although he was attacked by disarming voice in the middle, which made his spirit a little trance, he quickly broke free from the influence of disarming voice on his spirit. Close to Sylveon. After using disarming voice, Sylveon immediately used quick attack to move quickly according to Xingwei's request, trying to avoid Poliwrath's capture. But Poliwrath was able to keep up with Sylveon's speed. He followed Sylveon's spark like a gangrene. Even the distance between the two is still slowly pulling in. Sylveon, hit it. Use the Iron Tail. Xingwei saw that Sylveon could dodge the opponent's pursuit, so he could only change the neckland. Nice job, Poliwrath. Catch him and use the hell roll. Mia, Yolubo. Sylveon turned around and slammed into Poliwrath, who was on the way. At the same time, Sylveon's tail whipped toward Poliwrath, and Poliwrath's 2 sturdy big hands also grabbed toward Sylveon. Yolubo. Iron Tail successfully hit Poliwrath, causing him to scream in pain, but probably due to a lot of fighting training, this level of pain still didn't make Poliwrath retreat, and it didn't interrupt Poliwrath's grabbing action. Yolubo. Poliwrath managed to catch Sylveon, then used the hell roll. Poliwrath grabbed Sylveon and fell to the ground. Bang! As the two sides fell to the ground, the hard sand ground was abruptly smashed into a big pothole. Sylveon also felt a lot of pain. Double kick. Brick break. Although the dust has not yet cleared, Xingwei and Koichi still gave orders. Both of them knew that although the battle just now seemed tragic, in fact, the damage to both sides was half a catty. He was also injured when he was in it. Xingwei believes that his Sylveon can launch a counterattack with the advantage of attribute, and Koichi also believes in his Poliwrath's ability to fight. After all, he is the Pokemon who follows him every day for combat training. Bang, bang, bang. In the smoke, it could be heard from the sound that Poliwrath and Sylveon fought each other, and their skills hit each other. Xingwei activated his psychic and sensed the battle in the smoke, and Koichi could only be blinded. He could only judge based on the sound, but this judgment was extremely unreliable. Fortunately, the rainy weather at this time was still maintained, and the dust that was raised was quickly suppressed by the increasing rainfall, and everyone was able to see the situation inside. Sylveon's hind leg trembled slightly, and it seemed that he was hit in the leg by the opponent's brick break when he used double kick just now. Poliwrath was even more miserable than Sylveon. He was panting heavily and had a serious injury on his round stomach. Poliwrath, use the body slam. Koichi immediately issued an order after seeing it clearly, but Xingwei did not beat, which was also what he did deliberately. He had already sensed the current situation on the field through psychic, and now Sylveon has the upper hand, and now the distance between the two sides is close. Qingwei pretended that he didn't see the current situation clearly, and asked Koichi to give up Polyrath's speed advantage transformed into direct attack. In this way, he will have the opportunity to directly turn the advantage just now into a victory. Yolubo, Polyrath directly raised lash, and then pressed it towards Sylveon. Sylveon, protect, and draining kiss. However, just when he was about to touch Sylveon, he saw a light green shield emerging from the opponent's body, blocking the damage of the impact force generated by his downward pressure. At the same time, Sylveon's mouth opened slightly, and draining kiss launched. At such a close distance, Polyrath could not dodge the attack of draining kiss, only to see the green light representing his physical strength emerge from his body, pouring into Sylveon's body continuously. Helping hand, he recovered. Get physical. Polyrath, pull back and use the body slam again after the opponent's skill end. Koichi knows that the protect move can only be used once in a short period of time. As long as his Polyrath can survive this opponent's counterattack, there is still a last chance to come back. If he can't survive, the battle should be lost. Sylveon, don't give him a chance. Fairy wind, Qingwei said calmly. Mia. Sylveon, who had recovered a lot of physical strength, used the fairy wind directly. After the morning practice, the wind speed of his fairy wind was much faster than before. In addition, the skill move of fairy's wind itself belongs to a wide range of AoE moves. A Polyrath, who was suffering from pain and retreated, was caught. Yolubo, the retreating Polyrath screamed, and the speed was greatly affected. Chapter 83_Charmeleon practicing fighting. Bruno Elite arrived. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. That's it. Sylveon, use Moonblast. Give him the final blow. Mia, a moonlight falls from the sky, directly hit Polyrath, whose speed has been greatly reduced by the wind of fairy. Yolubo, Polyrath rolled his eyes, passed out, and fell to the ground incapacitated. Polyrath can't fight. Sylveon wins. The winner of this challenge is challenger Qingwei. Kayan announced loudly. Congratulations, Qingwei. Koichi put away Polyrath, stepped forward and said. Qingwei smiled. This challenge has brought me a lot. I didn't expect so many Pokemon to have the potential to practice fighting. Today, I have gained a lot. Koichi froze for a moment, then smiled and said, you mean the Electabuzz and Graveler, right? These two children were originally abandoned Pokemon around here, and my two apprentices brought them back for adoption, but it can only be cultivated in combat, so the usual practice is also biased towards this aspect, which makes you laugh. Quote, no. Qingwei waved his hand quickly and said, Electabuzz has inspired me a lot. He is very suitable for this kind of flexibility. If he can learn more skills with electrical attribute, it can be matched with this kind of fighting ability. It should be better. Quote, Qingwei is telling the truth. Through today's battle with Qingwei, I also discovered that this humanoid Pokemon that relies on 2 feet to stand can indeed be trained in some fighting aspect. If it is more power, you can take the power route. Pokemon like Electabuzz can also go the dexterous route, with some long-range offensive skills. If it can be well integrated to form a complete offensive and defensive system, it is indeed not to be underestimated. After all, a Pokemon who practices fighting knows best about himself, and whether he is attacked by long-range or melee. Even if he can't dodge, years of fighting experience can allow him to instinctively avoid the vital parts of his body, thereby reducing part of the damage received. Is also equivalent to increasing one's physical strength in disguise. Qingwei thought about it. His Charmeleon can do some of this training. Azumarill seems to be able to do it too, and the Ralt that are about to hatch. Ha. This is still the case. Qingwei doesn't want his Ralt to become a fighting Pokemon. Can my Charmeleon learn some fighting skills from you? My Charmeleon's skill moves are now more melee combat, and long-range moves won't improve much for a while, so I want him to practice more melee combat. It can be regarded as strengthening his advantages. Quote, Qingwei looked at Koichi and asked, Charmeleon. Koichi looked at Charmeleon, who was sitting next to gloom behind Qingwei. He also carefully watched the battle between Charmeleon and the apprentice just now. After learning a game, he could consciously control and use his body, indicating that there are indeed some fighting skills. Talent. No problem, just let him practice with my Pokemon, but all I can teach him is some experience. It's not enough for him to learn skills in a short time. It takes a long time to train. Koichi agreed immediately. I just want him to learn to better control his body. That's enough. Thank you, Master Koichi. Qingwei quickly thanked him. It's just a trivial matter. You should continue to practice. The battle just now should make you realize your own shortcomings. Right. Koichi waved his hand, then turned his head and said to his apprentices who were standing behind him. Yes. The apprentices agreed, and then spread out to start their hard training as usual. Koichi also took out another Pokeball, released a Hitmonchan, and said, Qingwei, let your Charmeleon practice with my Hitmonchan now. Hitmonchan, you teach Charmeleon fighting skills. Yeah. Hitmonchan nodded and looked at Charmeleon. Qingwei also nodded towards Charmeleon, motioning him him to follow Hitmonchan. Roar! Charmeleon followed Hitmonchan to a small, empty training ground and began his teaching. Come on, let's go over there and talk. Koichi pointed his finger at the rest area and said to Qingwei and Katsuhiko. The three came to the rest area. Koichi temporarily left for a while, and when he came back, he had 3 books and a Pokeball in his hand. This is a reward for the winner of the challenge. You can choose this Tyro, or you can choose one of the 3 skill movement training manuals that I have summarized, Koichi said, and put the Pokeball and skill moves in front of Qingwei. Qingwei didn't hesitate, and looked at the 3 skill movement training manuals in front of him, all of which were fighting skills, namely, Mach Punch, Power Up Punch, Brick Break. They all seem to be good skill moves. Mach Punch, as punches are fast and suitable for Pokemon practice in the dexterous route. Power Up Punch will continue to increase the power of the fist as the number of hits increases. Brick Break is a fighting skill with a wide range of adaptation. It can be said that as long as Pokemon has hand, it seems that this move can be practiced, and the power is quite good. Qingwei just thought for a moment, and then directly reached out to the training manual. Brick Break. I want this. Qingwei grabbed the Brick Break skill book and waved at Koichi. Brick Break. It's a good option. Both your Charmeleon and Azumarill can learn this move. Koichi nodded, and he understood that Qingwei did not choose Tyrogue but the skill training manual. He could see that Qingwei didn't seem to be so keen on fighting Pokemon. Instead, he regarded some fighting skills as a means to enhance his own Pokemon's abilities, rather than becoming a fighting master as a target. After the business was done, the 3 sat in the lounge area and started chatting. Speaking of small talk, in fact, it was mainly Koichi and Katsuyan who told Qingwei about some fighting training. They also knew that Qingwei would not stay here for a long time, so they taught Qingwei some simple training methods. They also made gestures with each other so that Qingwei could understand more quickly. Qingwei became a student of knowledge and worked hard to absorb the knowledge imparted by the 2 teachers. Okay, that's all we can teach you. These skills can be done in ordinary time. As for other aspects, you should try not to try it alone. Those methods are dangerous to a certain extent. Under supervision. Quote, Koichi and Katsuhiko talked for more than an hour before they finished talking about various training methods and techniques. I see. Thanks to the 2 masters. Qingwei is very grateful to the 2 of them. There is no relationship between the 2 of them. Even Kei Yan is only meeting for the 2nd time. Moreover, Qingwei can be regarded as a smasher, but even so, the other party they all told him all the trick. There's nothing to thank you. We are also selfish. We just want to pass on fighting. Today's young people are less and less interested in fighting. Today's children always yearn for those powerful Pokemon, but ignore them. Development of Pokemon itself. Quote, Kei Yan said with a wry smile. Qingwei heard the words and was a little puzzled. We Kanto's 4 elites have a fighting elite. Bruno elite should have appeal, right? You know that all young people and children now regard the 4 elites as their idols. Even if the fighting series it won't be very hot, it should be relatively popular, right? Bruno elite. Koichi smiled. Bruno elite certainly has appeal, but you know, there are only several types of fighting Pokemon in our Kanto region. I can give you a careful calculation. Not counting the fighting type Pokemon from the foreign regions, we have more Kantos, namely the Primeape family, the Machop family, and the Tyrogue family. In addition, only Poliwrath has fighting attribute. Even Bruno elite, he can't make up a complete team of fighting Pokemon, and he also has Pokemon like Onix and Golem in his team. And everyone knows the training method of Bruno elite, that is to go to all kinds of dangerous places to practice with your Pokemon. Although this method is admired by many people, not many people go to mimic and learn. Quote, having said this, Koichi smiled bitterly and continued. So although Bruno elite represents the pinnacle of our Kanto region fighting system, there are not many trainers who really yearn for fighting, and now young trainers like more the handsome and beautiful Pokemon, not the Machamp. Qingwei understood. In fact, after talking for a long time, the main reason is that the times are changing, and appearance has become an important factor for people to choose Pokemon. As for flowers, Zero thinking about the fighting Pokemon of Kanto region, it seems that the only thing that can be seen in terms of appearance is Hitmonchan. But how can there be so many Hitmonchan? That really, after learning about these things, Qingwei didn't know what words of comfort to say. In addition, in recent years, our dojo has failed to compete with Psychic Gym, which can be regarded as accelerating the process of decline. Now, in terms of fighting, only Bruno elite is supporting the arena, so we thought that we could defeat Sabrina and get the official certification back. Gym, this may revive the fighting system. He sighed, but he felt that the topic was a little heavy, so he changed the subject. Yesterday Bruno elite came to Saffron City, responsible for cleaning up the underground forces in Saffron City. Do you know about this? Qingwei nodded. He was one of the triggers for the coalition's determination to carry out a cleanup operation, of course. And Koichi was a little surprised when Katsuhiko said this. Bruno elite is here. Don't you know? I've been thinking about revitalizing the dojo all day, but I didn't pay attention to it at all. What happened? doing? Koichi asked. He knew that Saffron City had more underground forces. After all, it was the largest city in the Kanto region. Of course, the secret forces were not small, but after so many years, he also wondered why the Alliance suddenly made such a decision. Because, just as Kian was about to explain, he saw an apprentice who was guarding the door quickly running in, and said as he ran, "Zero. Master Koichi, Bruno Elite is here to see you." "Koichi, how are you doing?" As soon as the apprentice's voice fell, a thick voice came from the gate. Qingwei looked up and saw a tall man with gray-black hair standing at the door, nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a standard fighter's uniform. Exactly the Bruno Elite they just mentioned. Bruno Elite. Bruno Elite is good. Quote, many apprentices in training stopped and saluted Bruno Elite respectfully. "Hello, good training, keep training." Bruno Elite looked at the apprentices around, with a smile on his face. He said to them, and walked towards the rest area. "Why are you here? Didn't you hear that you are busy with the Alliance?" Koichi stood up to meet Shiba and asked at the same time. "Yesterday's first settlement has been completed. There is nothing to do now. I just came to see. It seems that there are many fewer people here." "Qingwei, are you here too?" Bruno Elite looked left and right, and found that there seemed to be no outsiders who came to the dojo except Qingwei, and couldn't help feeling a little strange. "Bruno Elite is good," Qingwei greeted. "It's the same. It's not because of the neck door," Koichi said. Bruno Elite understood, but said helplessly, "Old man, I can't help you with this matter. Everything depends on you. If you can defeat Sabrina Leader and win the Alliance certification, I can help you to promote it vigorously. Now, it's okay, I know, so I've been working hard recently, and I'm going to try again before next year's core conference. If I still fail, I'm going to temporarily close the gym and go out to practice for a while." "Going out to practice? That's a good idea. I'd say it's this dojo that limits your growth." Bruno seems to agree with Koichi's idea. "If you can go out for a period of penance like Katsuyan earlier, it will not be a problem to break through the elite level. You just care about it too much." Koichi smiled wryly and said, "This is a dojo that has been passed down by the master. How could I close it so easily? If it wasn't for this time, I couldn't help it, and I would not close the dojo." "You're a brainless person," Bruno said with some hatred of iron becoming steel. "If you are strong, you can revitalize gym at any time. Why should you care about the weakness at that time?" Okay, Koichi also figured it out. Next year's challenge can be the best, but it's not bad to go out to practice. Kian hurriedly rounded the ground. "By the way, why did you come to Saffron City? Did the Alliance make such a big move this time?" Koichi asked. Just when Katsuhiko was about to speak was interrupted by Bruno coming in, so he still doesn't know why. "Don't you know?" Bruno Elite looked at Qingwei and at Koichi with a strange expression on his face. Towel. Chapter 84_Psychic that is different from the world. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. "I don't know. I will definitely not ask if I know it." Just now, when Kian was about to say, "You came in," Koichi is even more stunned, saying it's strange that he doesn't know about this now. "If you ask Kian about this, it's better to let Qingwei say. He is one of the parties, and this is the case." Bruno Elite briefly recounted the Silk Company auction that was attacked by Team Rocket, and Koichi understood why the Alliance was so big this time. "Is the strength of Team Rocket so strong? It seems that I am really outdated." After listening to Bruno's remark, Koichi was a little emotional. When he was young, how could there be so many powerful people in Kanto region? Team Rockets was just a small organization for money, and the league didn't care much about it. Who would know that there are so many in Team Rockets now? What a master. Bruno did not continue to talk about these things, but was curious about why Qingwei was here. After getting an explanation, he looked at Charmeleon, who was studying with Hitmonchan, and also understood that Qingwei grew up so fast is not without reason. He is extremely talented in itself, plus he also pays attention to the details of Pokemon's growth. It is difficult for such a young man not to grow up. Bruno Elite made the apprentices in the dojo completely lose their minds of training, so Koichi recruited them all and asked Bruno Elite to tell some things he encountered during his penance. Qingwei also listened quietly. Although Bruno's narration is very bland, Qingwei can perceive that Bruno has encountered crises countless times in the past, and finally overcome these crises with his own effort. 097. Although Bruno's way of looking for difficult and dangerous ascetic practices is different from Qingwei's own, it also has a lot of reference. This also made Qingwei stay in the fighting dojo all afternoon, and it was not until dinner time that Qingwei took the initiative to bid farewell. Today's harvest is no less than what he was about to come 2 days ago, and now is the time to go back and digest today's harvest, so he declined Koichi's request to invite him to stay for dinner, put away Charmeleon after training, and brought Eevee. Walked out of the fighting dojo. Also leaving with Qingwei was Bruno Elite. As soon as the two walked out of the fighting dojo, Qingwei frowned slightly. Just now, was it a spiritual force, or did I sense it wrong? Qingwei wasn't quite sure, but the moment he walked out of the fighting dojo, he seemed to sense the presence of a spiritual for it. Is that her? Qingwei glanced at Psychic Jim not far away from the corner of his eyes calmly. Next to the fighting dojo is Sabrina's height. Qingwei can easily guess that it is very likely that Sabrina is sensing. What wrong? Bruno hesitated and asked. It's alright, my legs are a little uncomfortable after sitting for a long time. Just move around a bit. Qingwei said the reason casually, and continued. Bruno Elite, I'll go back first if it's alright. If you need it, you can contact me. Okay, slow down on the road. Bruno Elite nodded very simply. He would continue to go back to preside over the cleaning operation the next day, and now he didn't have much time to ink outside. After saying goodbye to Bruno Elite, Qingwei stepped up and walked towards the hotel where he was staying. Psychic Jim, leader Sabrina and her Alakazam were sitting side by side in calm mind. Suddenly, she opened her eyes with some doubts and confusion in her eyes. Qingwei just guessed right. The person who used Psychic to sense the door of the fighting dojo was Sabrina. Qingwei used Psychic in the battle between Sylveon and Polyrath to sense the situation of the battle when Qingwei held a challenge match in the fighting dojo. Although Qingwei used it for a short time, she was still sensed by Sabrina, a powerful psychic, but she only sensed that someone was using Psychic near the fighting dojo, but she didn't know who it was, so she spread her sensing ability. Go out and want to see who owns Psychic. Coincidentally, two people entered the fighting dojo in one afternoon, Qingwei and Bruno Elite, one of the four elite. When the two people came out, Sabrina noticed it immediately, so she immediately retracted her psychic induction. Two people, who are they? Why don't I sense any trace of Psychic from them? Sabrina, who is sitting cross-legged, is very puzzled. Among psychic people, high-level psychic people can easily sense the psychic particles that are emanating from the low-level psychic people unconsciously, and her psychic level is very high. However, in the glimpse just now, she did not feel any free psychic molecules in the two of them. Isn't it one of these two people? Or, Ta's psychic is stronger than mine. From Sabrina's point of view, there are only two explanations for this situation. The first is of course that the other party is an ordinary person, and the second means that there is a person in the other party who is stronger than her psychic. Bruno, it shouldn't be him. If it were him, it would be impossible for him to be silent. Qingwei. Sabrina thought about Qingwei's information carefully. There is no information that Qingwei has psychic. It shouldn't be him. Could it be that I sensed it wrong? Or is there a low-level psychic who is an apprentice in the fighting dojo? Sabrina is getting more and more uncertain. Forget it. It doesn't have much to do with me anyway. As long as you don't mess with me, you can do whatever you want. Sabrina shook her head, put those noisy thoughts behind her, closed her eyes and started calm mind again. Qingwei had no knowledge of this matter. If he had known about it, he would have thought of the reason very quickly. Monthly sign-in system. Although the psychic given to him by the system is mostly similar to the psychic of this world, there are still many places with different places. For example, the freeness without psychic particles around itself is one of them. The psychic given by the system is relatively more concealed. Only when it is activated, a powerful psychic nearby can be vaguely aware of it. If it is a psychic with average strength, it is almost impossible to detect it. Of course, this kind of psychic cannot be improved through the calm mind method in the Pokemon world. It can only be improved directly through the system check-in method or by obtaining the corresponding calm mind method. Qingwei has not officially contacted the psychic yet, and he still does not know these things. After Qingwei returned to the hotel and hurriedly ate the dinner served by the waiter, he began to summarize and record today's gain. Wallace didn't come to him today. He seemed to be very relieved about him, not worried that Qingwei would kidnap his melodic. The next day, Qingwei got up early like yesterday. After breakfast, he took the Pokemon to the Pokemon Center and rented a training ground, which was still the number 2 training ground yesterday. After the morning's training, Qingwei took the Pokemon to the Pokemon restaurant yesterday, and after his Pokemon had finished enjoying, he came to the fighting dojo, leaving Charmeleon there and letting him study with Hitmonchan and Koichi fighting skill. Qingwei was alone, with Eevee on his shoulders, and came to a battlefield closest to the fighting dojo. Qingwei had already heard about this kind of popular battle, but for various reasons, he didn't have time to come and see it. Now that he has time, he can come and experience it. Saffron City has many such battlegrounds, and it is because of the popularity of the ring competition that they attract countless people who come to watch or compete. Because their arena matches have high prize money for participating trainers and stake for ordinary spectators to make their blood boil. Although the bonus amount for each battle may be different, the more winning streak, the higher the bonus amount. The high bonus is a great captivate for some trainers who lack resources. When he came to the front of the opposite battlefield, Qingwei saw that there was a sign, Zhengguang, facing the battlefield, standing in front of the door of the opposite battlefield. The shape of the whole building was similar to a cuboid, and it looked rather unremarkable from the outside. Look, Qingwei walked in directly, and as soon as he entered, a staff member greeted him. Hello sir, are you here to watch the game or to participate in the competition? If you are watching the game, you need to pay 200 yen here. here. Entrance fee. If you want to participate in the ring match, you need to go there to register the Pokemon you will use and pay the 5,000 yen entry fee. Quote, I'm here to compete, Qingwei said. Then please go there. The rules of the competition are written on the sign there. You can go over and find out, said the staff. Qingwei came to the registration area according to his instructions. Sure enough, there was a sign in front of the bar in the registration area, which read the rewards and rules of the competition. 1. Due to the venue, this battle is only divided into senior level and superior level for the time being. 2. Group 2. The registration fee for each competition is 5,000 yen. 3. Participants need to prepare 2 Pokemon of the corresponding level to participate in the competition, and only one of them is allowed to be used in each competition. 4. After winning the first match, the trainer will become the leader of the arena and receive a bonus of 5,000 yen. After that, for each successful fight, the bonus will increase by an additional 50,000 yen. 5. Trainers who have won 10 consecutive victories will receive an additional bonus of 500,000 yen, and will be eligible to use the training grounds permanently for free on the battlefield. The rules are written in a simple and easy to understand way, similar to what Qingwei knows about the battlefield. The more you win, the higher the bonus. This family will get 50,000 more for every extra win. A bonus of 5,000 yen. That's quite a lot of money, especially for resource trainers. It's just that trying to win so many victories is almost impossible. After all, if you use 2 Pokemon to participate in 10 games, and there is no rest time during the period, it is very likely that you will face the situation of being restrained on the attributes one after another. In this case, on average, a Pokemon wins 5 games, and the difficulty can be imagined. Moreover, this is a battle of the same level, not the kind of simple cross-level abuse of vegetables. Except for a few trainers who have the idea of stealing chickens, most of the rest are confident in their Pokemon. However, as long as you win 1 game, you can get your money back. In fact, participating in the competition is not a loss at all. In Qingwei's opinion, if you can't beat this first game prepared, then it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. After understanding the rules and rewards, Qingwei came to the bar to sign up. The staff quickly gave Qingwei a registration form. There were only 2 vacancies for the trainer to fill in. The nickname used by the host to introduce the audience to the audience. It does not have to be the trainer's real name. A pseudonym is also acceptable. The participating group do not. Qingwei chose the word Qing as the nickname for his registration, and of course the group chose the senior group. He came here today without thinking of getting a high bonus. After all, among his senior level Pokemon, the strongest Charmeleon is currently undergoing special training in the fighting dojo. All he can use is the support-oriented Gloom, and the same support-oriented and only a few days into evolution. Melodic. With these 2 Pokemon, wanting 10 consecutive victories is almost a dream of 4.0. Qingwei is here just to add some combat experience to the inexperienced Melodic and Gloom. Maybe after a few days of Charmeleon training, you can come and try the reward for 10 consecutive victories. After filling out this registration form, Qingwei paid another entry fee of 5,000 yen, and the employee in charge of Qingwei's registration asked, Sir, do you need a mask to cover your face when you go out? If you don't want to let if the face is exposed to the audience, we can provide a mask for free here, and of course you can bring your own. Quote, can there be such a trick? Qingwei was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Get me one. And when will my game start? Okay. The staff heard the word, lowered their heads and took out a mask from the cabinet below. It was an ordinary mask, but the color of the mask was also cyan. If Qingwei was brought along, it would fit the idea of cyan. Your mask. Let me check your match time for you. The staff handed the mask to Qingwei, then checked it on the computer, and quickly replied, there are 2 challengers in front of you. The estimated game time is 20 minutes later. You can go to the waiting area over there to wait, and when it is your turn to play, the broadcast in the lounge will call your nickname to notify you. Quote, okay, thank you. Qingwei nodded, took the mask, put it on his head, and walked towards the lounge. Once he entered the lounge, Qingwei saw that it was divided into 2 areas, the senior area and the business area. But no matter which area it is, there are a lot of people sitting on the waiting seat. Chapter 85 _ hit the 10-game winning streak. Progress of Pokemon, and the vast majority of people wore masks on their faces, with only a small percentage of them not. Maybe these people want to be famous. Qingwei guessed, walked to the senior area, and found a place to sit down. The people who were sitting here and waiting didn't have any special reaction when they saw Qingwei coming. They seemed to be very accustomed to it. It's just that when he saw so many people waiting, Qingwei didn't understand how the battle was ranked. Please prepare for the Qing contestants to compete in the senior group. Sure enough, as the staff member said, Qingwei waited for about 20 minutes, and the radio here called his nickname to prepare him to appear. When Qingwei heard the word, he stood up and walked towards the entrance. As soon as he reached the entrance, he heard the host say the opening remarks in a loud voice. Congratulations to the scary-faced contestant for his 3rd consecutive victory. Successfully defending ended twice. Next, he has to face a rookie contestant. This rookie contestant is coming to the battlefield for the first time and his name is Ching. Let's look forward to his performance together. As the host said, Chingwei stepped onto the battle stage and looked at the man with the ghost mask on the opposite side. The scary face man didn't talk nonsense. He took out a Pokeball and threw it, and summoned the Pokemon he wanted to use. A classic Kanto Royal 3. Wartortle. Type: Wartortle. Veteran. Gender: early. Category: Turtle. Pokemon attribute: Water type. Trait: Torrent character. Bold skills: Tackle, Water Gun, Rapid Spin, Water Pulse, Bite, Withdraw, Brine. Till current status: General. R. Scary face. Player still chooses to play his Wartortle. Wartortle has already been helping hand and he has won 2 in a row. Just took a break. Do you feel like you've recovered? So, which Pokemon will the blue player choose? Chingwei looked at the opponent's Wartortle S19 state. As expected of the Royal 3 provided by the Alliance, this development seems to be nothing to say. Just listen to the host said. This Wartortle has gone through 2 battles, so the current physical state is relatively average. Go on. Gloom. Chingwei did not hesitate and chose to use Gloom to fight. He is not Ash. He can use Restraint attribute to fight with less effort, so why should he spend extra effort? The Ching player used Gloom. From the perspective of the scene, this seems to be very unfavorable for the scary face player. Then, let's look forward to the result of the game. 3, 2, 1. The game begins. Gloom, use the Razor Leaf. Chingwei ordered. Hannah. Gloom immediately began to act. The grass-type energy condensed, and the arrowroot-shaped flying knife flew towards the opposite Wartortle in the shape of scattered flower. This attack increases its own striking surface, although the power may be weakened, but the hit rate will be greatly improved. Wartortle, withdraw, block the opponent's attack. The scary face man looked at the somewhat scattered Razor Leaf, hesitated, and chose to let his Wartortle eat it hard through withdraw. Crack. Wartortle retracted all her limbs and head into the shell at the moment when the leaf knife flew, allowing her to escape Razor Leaf's attack. 3 throwing knives all hit the hard shell and did little damage to Wartortle. In that case, Gloom, Mega Drain. Seeing this, Chingwei, since the opponent's physical defense has improved, then use special attack skills to attack Hannah. Gloom immediately released the Mega Drain. Green light spots emerged from Gloom and flew towards Wartortle quickly. Just Chingwei noticed that this time the Mega Drain released by Gloom, these green light spots seem to be colored a little deeper. Wartortle, Rapid Spin, and Gloom versus Gloom. Kamai. Wartortle twirled quickly and kept getting closer to Gloom. However, during the period, the green light spot of Mega Drain submerged into Wartortle's body, which caused her some pain. The damage of Mega Drain is not right. It seems to be higher. Are you going to change from Mega Drain to Giga Drain? Chingwei watched Wartortle's reaction and guessed, but the instructions on his mouth did not stop. Gloom, acid attack. Attack when she get close. Hannah. Gloom got ready, and a cloud of acid was secreting from the stamen above her head, and when Wartortle got close, it went past her shell. Kamai. Wartortle went through the acid and the Rapid Spin didn't stop, but hit Gloom right on top of it. It's just that the state of Wartortle, which has been damaged twice in a row, is not very good, and the special effect of acid is triggered. Wartortle felt as if his special defense had dropped a bit. It may be that acid caused a lot of damage to her shell. Wartortle, Bite, Gloom, Mega Drain. According to the opponent's state, Chingwei estimates that after this move, Wartortle should lose its combat effectiveness. Sure enough, Wartortle bit Gloom's arm viciously, causing Gloom to take 2 steps back in pain, and slammed his arm twice without knocking him off. But at this time, her Mega Drain enhanced version also hit Wartortle. One by one green light spots entered Wartortle's body, and after a while, it became a group of lights that emerged from Wartortle's body, a steady stream of light. Back to Gloom, and Wartortle's bite force became weaker and weaker, and finally let go of his mouth, fell to the ground, and lost his ability to fight. In this game, the rookie player, Ching, won. Now, Ching has become the newest challenger. Scary Face lost the lead, but he can get a total of 155,000 prize money. Come down, we have the next player on the stage. The next player is Chingwei stood on the stage, waiting for the next player to take the stage. After the game just ended, he communicated with Gloom and confirmed that the damage of Mega Drain had indeed increased a little. In addition, Gloom recovered his physical strength through the opponent twice. There was almost no consumption in this battle, so Chingwei decided to keep her on the field to fight. The previous plan should be slightly changed. Chingwei originally planned to have Gloom and Melodic on stage today for battle training, but now, it seems that it is more appropriate to test where Gloom's limits are, and her Mega Drain has passed a lot of battles today, can progress faster. The second battle, the opponent used a normal type Pokemon, Lickitung. There was no restraint between the two sides, and it was an equal battle, but Chingwei successfully paralyzed the other party with the paralysis powder, and then a series of attacks took the other party away. In the third and fourth games that followed, the players who came up all used fire-type Pokemon, a Charmeleon and a Flareon. The third battle, Gloom had to use Growth to increase release his own attack, and he won the final victory. The recovery effect brought by Mega Drain was very weak. After this battle, Gloom's own consumption was not small. Immediately after the fourth match against Flareon, Gloom used Grassy Terrain and Synthesis to recover a lot, which restored Gloom's stamina a lot, but the recovery effect of Grassy Terrain also restored the opposing Flareon not a lot. Gloom tried her best to defeat the opponent in the end, and the stamina she had recovered before was almost exhausted. In the end, Gloom's winning streak stopped in the fifth game. In the fifth game, the opponent was a flying Pokemon, Pidgeotto, which made it difficult for Gloom's repowder attack to hit the opponent. Even if Chingwei finally let Gloom use his trump card skills, recovered all his physical strength, and finally lost to the opponent's Roost and Air Slash, who had eaten all over the world. Gloom still has the power to fight against the flightless fire-type Pokemon, but in the face of this kind of flying-type Pokemon that is extremely flexible and can fly and restrain her, it is extremely difficult to fight. Through this battle, Chingwei also discovered Gloom's existing weaknesses. To put it bluntly, it lacked the skills of fast flying, or the lack of powerful skills. If his Gloom could have skills like Solar Beam or Energy Ball, or a wide-ranging AoE skill like Petal Dance, he would have been able to defeat Pidgeotto just now. And this Pidgeotto is really ugly. It's completely different from Ash, who rushes up and fight close to you. This wretched Pidgeotto has been flying in the air and constantly releasing long-range attacks. This makes the use of growth to increase the size of the body. Gloom is really hard to avoid. However, winning 4 games in a row, fighting to the last minute in the 5th game, and winning 2 games in the last 3 games under restraint, Chingwei is still very satisfied with today's battle. Our champion, Ching, stopped at 4 consecutive victories. It's a pity just now. Would it be better if he played with another Pokemon? After all, Gloom's consumption is too high, but I believe that everyone has enjoyed watching these few games. Please continue to look forward to the next battle. Quote, contestant Ching won a prize of 305,000 yen this time. Let's congratulate him. Following the host curtain call, Chingwei put away Gloom and walked out of the battlefield. We got 300,000 in less than an hour, which is not bad. Chingwei came to the registration desk to collect the bonus, and thought as he walked out of the gate to the battlefield, this kind of high bonus is indeed an important reason for attracting many trainers to participate, and he just took the time to pay attention to the betting situation, and can only say 2 words. Crazy. The audience inside is so crazy. Some people start out with hundreds of bets, but once someone wins more in a row, some people want to give it a shot. However, this is really a Pokemon training. A good place. Not only can you train Pokemon's combat abilities for free, but you can also earn extra income. Not bad. Chingwei was walking down the street, and at the same time preparing to fight here every afternoon for the next few days. 6 days later, Zhengguang faces the battlefield. Congratulations to the Ching player for defeating the purple hair player. This is his 8th straight victory today. It looks like he is very hopeful to hit the 10th straight victory today. Next, let's invite the next player to the stage. As Chingwei defeated his opponent, Zhengguang cheered loudly to the audience on the battlefield. They haven't seen an 8-game winning streak for 3 or 4 months. The Ching player in front of them now appeared here for the first time less than a week ago. In the first battle, he won 4 consecutive victories with a Pokemon. After that, he would come to fight every afternoon. And, as viewers know, the player owns an extremely rare Melodic. This made them envious, especially after seeing Melodic's beauty in the Wallace Cup live on TV. They didn't expect to see a Melodic with the same beauty here. And today, instead of using Gloom and Melodic, he replaced Melodic with a Charmeleon they hadn't seen these days, and hit a wave of 8 consecutive victories. The 9th opponent on the stage was the Pidgeotto trainer who used the infinite long-range attack that Chingwei met on the first day. Hannah Tilda. Gloom obviously remembered the opponent's appearance, and when he saw the opponent playing, he immediately applied to play. Want to fight? Then you can continue to fight this one. Chingwei agreed. Pidgeotto, end your streak like you did a few days ago. The trainer opposite did release Pidgeotto. A familiar battle, but I don't know if the result this time will be the same as last time. Let's wait and see. I announce 3, 2, 1. The game begins. Same as last time. That's really overthinking it. Chingwei listened to the host's word, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Pidgeotto, fly high and use Air Slash. That trainer is still the same old way. It's a pity that now this Gloom doesn't say how much improved his combat skills have been compared to the previous days. Just how much better this Gloom's state is now than before. Gloom, growth, then use Giga Drain. Chingwei said slowly. Hannah. Gloom used growth in situ. The size has become larger, and the attack power has also increased a lot. Then, Pidgeotto's Air Slash hit Gloom, who was inconvenient to move, but Gloom ignored the damage, and a dead green dot appeared in the stamen, and quickly flew to Pidgeotto in the air. Pidgeotto tried to dodge most of them. Beep beep. Pidgeotto immediately started dodging according to the trainer's instruction. He thought that this time, like the last time, he could easily dodge most of the attack damage, but something was wrong with Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto, who had just waved his wings twice. How did these little green dots fly so much faster this time? Chapter 86 Charmeleon. Is this the Matador? Love. Pidgeotto didn't have the slightest bit of defense, and most of Giga Drain's green light spot poured into his body. Beep. Pidgeotto was in great pain and screamed, "This is so wrong. Is this the same skill as last time? Not to mention the speed is so much faster. How has the power become so strong? Nice job, Gloom. Use sweet scent to slow the opponent down even further." Chingwei raised the corner of his mouth and continued to speak calmly. Pidgeotto, use Gust. Blow these scents away, and attack Gloom. The trainer on the opposite side saw that his Pidgeotto could not dodge most of the damage like the previous one, and was a little stunned. After such a stunned moment, Chingwei gave another order, and he reacted quickly to do it. Make up. However, it is a bit late. The sweet aroma is getting stronger and stronger, and it spread throughout the battlefield. Although Pidgeotto used Gust in time, and used the wind to disperse some of the aroma, he still inhaled some, which made his spirit a little tranced. Gloom, acid. Hannah. Gloom spit out a lilac acid directly at Pidgeotto, whose flying speed has slowed down a lot in the air, and successfully hit the opponent. Beep. Damn, how did Gloom become so strong? The trainer's face is a bit ugly. He is a person who likes to take advantage of small things, and his favorite thing is to be in the limelight. In addition, he has something to do with the boss of the battlefield, and there are so many Pokemons in his hand, so every time he waits for someone to win a streak, taking advantage of the time when the opponent's Pokemon streak consumes a lot. Relying on the relationship with the boss of the battlefield, he is responsible for arranging the order of appearances. The personnel operate a little from it, let themselves appear and use the Pokemon that restrains the opponent to close the game so as to gain fame. He is the same today, seeing that Chingwei has been fighting for 8 consecutive games, although his Pokemon looked wrong, but whether it is Charmeleon or Gloom, he has a corresponding restraint Pokemon in his hand, so he thought, come on stage to end lose the opponent's 8-game winning streak. No matter what, you can make yourself a fire. As for why we don't wait for Chingwei's 9-game winning streak to come on stage, that's because this team has not had a 9-game winning streak for more than half a year. The last most winning streak was the 8-game winning streak 4 months ago. If Chingwei wins the 9-game winning streak, even if the last one fails, people will remember Chingwei more than him. So he chose to appear in this game, but he didn't expect that Gloom's progress would be so rapid. His Pidgeotto's previous advantage of being more flexible than Gloom is now completely out of play. He is a trainer who relies on a little money at home and has trained a few Pokemon with decent strength. His command ability and adaptability are much worse than those who have grown up through hard practice. Pidgeotto is now a trainer at a disadvantage. He has some. Won't play anymore. Pidgeotto, roost recover. The trainer said he now needs time to think about countermeasures. Gloom, after the opponent falls, use the toxic attack, and then use the razor leaf range attack. Chingwei saw that the other party actually let Pidgeotto land directly for roost recovery. Of course, he would not give him this chance. Since Pidgeotto has landed, don't fly up easily. Pidgeotto endured the pain caused by acid, fell to the ground, and began to recover his physical strength. A trace of green life energy appeared from the air, constantly restoring Pidgeotto's physical strength. Hannah, taking advantage of the time when the other party couldn't act, Gloom sprayed Pidgeotto with a mouthful of old poison, and called Pidgeotto directly. Pidgeotto, who can't move because of roost, has a lavender light on his body. Pidgeotto is poisoned, and as time goes by, the degree of his poisoning will become deeper and deeper, and the speed of his physical strength will also decrease faster and faster. After the recovery of Pidgeotto, roost was over and the flying ability was restored. The razor leaf followed by Gloom also attacked, and the distribution of these flying knives is more scattered. If Pidgeotto takes off directly, it will still take a few arrowroot pieces of damage. Pidgeotto, force it to fly, then use quick attack to hit it. The trainer yelled. Beep. Pidgeotto endured the pain of poisoning, suffered 2 more leaves, and took off forcibly. After stopping for a while in the air, he accelerated into a spark and slammed into Gloom. Gloom, get ready, Giga Drain. As soon as Chingwei finished speaking, Pidgeotto's quick attack hit Gloom. Gloom's body was knocked back a few steps, but Gloom still managed to release Giga Drain, successfully hit Pidgeotto that was stopped by tackle. Beep. Pidgeotto, keep using air slash. Pidgeotto struggled to fly, and threw the air slash toward Gloom with the last of his strength, but at this time, the constant damage brought by toxic made him fall from the low air, fell heavily to the ground, and lost his ability to fight. Gloom, play well, eat this last kill, and welcome the victory cheer. Chingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Only the last game left before the 10-game winning streak. Hannah. Gloom ate the air slash abruptly, but with the recovery effect brought by Giga Drain just now, his injuries were not that serious. In this game, the leader, Ching, won. This is his 9th winning streak. Next, can he win another game to reach the terrifying achievement of 10 consecutive victories? Next, let us welcome to the last opponent of the Ching contestant, Blackface. Presumably many old viewers universe should have heard of the name Blackface. It was him who won our 8-game winning streak on the battlefield 4 months ago. After that, he disappeared. It is said that he went to the field for special training, and now, he is back. I believe that the battle between an 8-game winning streak and a 9-game winning streak will be extremely exciting. Quote, after the host finished speaking, a person wearing a black mask appeared on stage. Judging from his figure and the skin exposed in the mask, the Blackface is not very old. I only have one Pokemon, and the rest have reached the superior level, and this one is coming soon, so this is my last battle in the senior group. I hope you can bring my Pokemon enough pressure to make him transform successfully. Blackface took the initiative to speak when he got up, and then threw the Pokeball first. Come out, Tauros. Moo. A sturdy bull appeared on the battlefield. It had a long mane on its neck, 3 tails, 3 gray dots and a pair of huge horns on its forehead. Xingwei immediately checked the information of this Tauros. Type, Tauros Senior. Gender, category, bull. Pokemon attribute, general trait, intimidating character, stubborn skill, tackle, work up, assurance, horn attack, zen headbutt, takedown, double edge, iron head, slender horn. Current status, excellent. Co-author. The way this Tauros plays is one word, bump. Xingwei looked at the Tauros who had learned all kinds of tackling postures in front of him, and was extremely speechless. Although the power of these various tackling skills was not bad, this kind of combination can only be said to be extremely strange. Charmeleon, go ahead, just use this game to thoroughly show your growth these days. Xingwei threw out a Pokeball, which was Charmeleon after 2 games. Roar. Charmeleon, who appeared on the field, looked at Tauros on the opposite side full of fighting intent. At this point, Tauros' intimidating feature activates itself. Charmeleon felt that his strength seemed to be weaker, so he looked at Tauros with more fighting intent. On the other hand, when Tauros saw a red Charmeleon appearing on the opposite side, his brain started to congested unconsciously. Just then, the host started the countdown to the game. 3, 2, 1. The game start. Tauros, use work up, then rush over, use takedown. Blackface gave the order as soon as the referee called out the start, which shows that his experience in battle is also very rich. Moo. Tauros' right front hoof was heavily planed on the ground a few times, ready to charge up and slam into Charmeleon. Charmeleon, vortex of flame. Roar. Charmeleon spews out a ball of flame at a very fast speed, which flies extremely fast, and changes from a spherical shape to a long strip during the flight, and finally turns into a flame whip when it reaches Tauros. Wrap it up. Moo. How could Tauros' violent temper endure such a simple beating? I saw that he came towards Charmeleon tackle regardless, even if he suffered the first damage caused by the vortex of flames on the way. Charmeleon, show off your recently practiced close combat fighting skills. Dodge to the left. Xingwei looked at Tauros, who was getting faster and faster, and continued to command. Tauros quickly approached Charmeleon, his head gradually lowered, and he used a pair of horns to face Charmeleon, who had just released the vortex of flame in front of him. Moo. Let you taste the taste of my old beef horn today. Just. Tauros didn't feel the sense of tackle he expected, and he had a horn attack. In the air. Whoa. The audience was in an uproar. They saw that after Charmeleon released the flame vortex on the field, Tauros on the opposite side had fully accelerated and was about to hit Charmeleon. They couldn't help but feel a little worried about Charmeleon. Go on, it won't be good for sure. However, next Charmeleon made a small sideways to the left and a small jump, as lightly as a matador dodged the Tauros' horn takedown, and Tauros, who bowed his head and slammed violently, rushed straight out from Charmeleon's side due to the acceleration too fast, and a horn attack was lonely. Nice job, Charmeleon, that's it. Xingwei laughed lightly. This is the result of his Charmeleon's recent special training. Not only has he mastered the skill of the flame vortex, but in close combat, his reaction ability and small area evasion ability have been greatly improved. Like Tauros, a straightforward Linkaching, it's not too easy to hide. Tauros, go on, this time with the iron head tackle. The Blackface was not in a hurry, and still gave orders calmly. Charmeleon, try to fight back with fire punch while dodging sideways this time. Roar. Charmeleon stood up, waiting for Tauros, who had turned around, to charge at him again. Moo. Roar. Once again, Charmeleon dodges Tauros' tackle lightly, and he used his right fist to punch Tauros hard. This caused Tauros to stumble a little while rushing over again. Tauros, horn attack, hide away, fire punch. Tauros, zen headbutt, hide away, fire punch. It was 2 more active attack, but they were all dodged by Charmeleon, the bullfighter, and they both gave Tauros a fire punch at the moment when the 2 sides passed by. Tauros, slow down a bit, use the slender horn. Blackface found that although the power of the acceleration collision is great, but if the rush is too strong, there is no time for Nuo Jiao to change direction, so Tauros can only slow down a little, hoping to cause some damage to Charmeleon. Charmeleon, dodge as much as you can, then fight back with a million-ton punch. Moo. Roar. Tauros, who obeyed the trainer's instructions, launched the attack again, but this time the speed was much slower, which also gave him more room to react. Charmeleon's eyes were fixed on Tauros rushing towards him. This time, time, the opponent slowed down and he couldn't dodge in advance. This would cause him to change direction in time and hit him more than one step up. Bang! In the end, Charmeleon turned sideways at the moment when the opponent's Lenderhorn's tackle, dodging the tackle of one of the horn. At the same time, Charmeleon's powerful punch also hit Toro's bull face with all his strength. Charmeleon was directly knocked out by the huge impact force brought by a bull horn, and Toros also stayed in place, suffering a heavy punch of 1,000,000 tons on the face. You can imagine the taste. Charmeleon and Toros both stared at each other, gasping for breath from their nostrils. But although Charmeleon was knocked out, his current state is much better than Toros. On the opposite side, Toros has eaten the full continuous damage of the vortex of flames plus the damage of several punches from Charmeleon's attack. No way! Toros' final blow, double edge. The black face also knew that Toros' state could not last long, so he decisively decided to let him use the strongest attack. Charmeleon, pay attention. Qingwei didn't command too much, just reminded Charmeleon to be careful. Move. Toro slowed down for a while, then accelerated again and slammed into Charmeleon violently, with fury in his eyes. Boom. Chapter 87_Qingwei. It's decided. I want Tyranitar's Pokemon Egg. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Toro's final attack, smackdown, was empty, and Charmeleon's deft dodge came into play again. And this time, the fire punch that Charmeleon swung out hit Toros, who stumbled and fell behind Charmeleon. After struggling several times, he couldn't stand up. He could only lie on the ground and pant unwillingly. Toros of the blackface player lost his fighting power. In the end, it was Charmeleon of the blue player who won. The host waited patiently for 10 seconds, but Toros couldn't stand up to continue the fight, so he announced loudly, "Let's congratulate the Qing contestant, becoming the first champion to win 10 consecutive victories this year. Let's all cheer for him." Blue, green, green. The audience stood up and cheered, shouting Qingwei's nickname. Since Qingwei's performance in the past few days is in the eyes of the organizers and the audience, even if he has been winning streak today, the odds of his game are not very high, especially in this critical game. Except for a small number of spectators in addition to wanting to fight, most of the other audiences are less pressure. Winning blood and losing is not a loss. And when Qingwei won the 10-game winning streak, some viewers who lost did not lose too much, so they congratulated together very friendly. Congratulations to the Qing player, who has won a bonus of up to 2.75 million yen provided by this battle. Great job. Quote, Qingwei touched Charmeleon, who came back to him and praised with a smile. Immediately afterward, he withdrew. The Charmeleon bowed to the surrounding audience and withdrew from the battlefield. The purpose of his coming to the battlefield has been successfully achieved. Worked out his gloom and melodic the other day, and today tested the results of his Pokemon battles and hard training since coming to Saffron City with a 10-game winning streak. Qingwei walked back to the backstage, and the players waiting in the senior area and the superior area nodded to him one after another. If he didn't attract the slightest attention when he came on the first day, but after so many days of battle, his combat effectiveness is early recognized by these people, especially after winning 10 consecutive victories today. No one thinks that they can be superior in front of Qingwei. Even the players in the superior area are the same. Qingwei also nodded to greet them, then passed through the waiting area for 100 meters and returned to the backstage settlement. Along the way, the staff he met greeted him one after another, and it seemed that they all learned the news of Qingwei's 10-game winning streak. Congratulations, sir. Here's your bonus, and a training card for permanent training on this pair of battlefield. When the staff in the background saw Qingwei coming, they took the initiative to hand over 2 cards, one with the logo of the Alliance printed on it. This is an anonymous fund card. You only need to go to the Pokemon Center to withdraw money. The other one is printed with the logo of this battlefield. In the future, Qingwei will be able to use the training ground here for free as long as he comes with this card. However, this reward may only have a strong appeal to trainers in Saffron City, and Qingwei does not really need it, because he's got tons of league points to rent the training grounds at the Pokemon Center. The training facilities there are better than here. Thank you. Qingwei thanked him again, took the 2 cards, lowered his hat with his left hand slightly, and walked towards the back door to the battlefield. He didn't dare to go to the main entrance, for fear that the audience just now would recognize him and waste time. The back door is much more convenient. Only the players participating in the battle are allowed to go out. Qingwei will leave here from the second day. On the way, Qingwei took off the mask and put it in the bag. Leaving the battlefield, he summoned Eevee to stay on his shoulders, and put on a trainer's clothes, like a rookie trainer who had just traveled. From an outsider's point of view, there is no connection between him and the rookie king, who had won 10 consecutive victories on the battlefield, and today's battle can be regarded as the final battle in Saffron City in Qingwei's mind. Tomorrow, he will leave Saffron City for the next journey. However, after leaving the battle, he did not return directly to the hotel, but went to Koichi's fighting dojo. In the past few days, Qingwei has been running here every every day, and he is already familiar with the apprentices of the fighting dojo. Today, the apprentices who were in charge of guarding the gate happened to be the two when he came on the first day. Seeing Qingwei coming, the two smiled and greeted Qingwei. After Qingwei responded with a smile, he walked directly into the fighting dojo. It's almost time for dinner. Qingwei is here to thank Koichi and goodbye. In any case, Koichi and his Hitmonchan and Polyrath can be regarded as half of his Charmeleon's masters, and the teaching these days is also dedicated, which can be clearly seen from the progress of Charmeleon. Qingwei, why did you come here at this time? Didn't you say yesterday that you would take Charmeleon to challenge the battlefield this afternoon? Koichi watched Qingwei come over at this time, a little puzzled. Just finished the challenge. 10 consecutive victory, Qingwei said with a smile. 10 winning 3. That's amazing. Congratulations. Koichi was also very happy. I'm here to say goodbye to you today. I'm leaving Saffron City tomorrow. Thank you for your helping hand to Charmeleon these days. Qingwei sincerely thanked. I'll invite everyone to Pokemon Restaurant for a meal in the evening. It's also my tuition fee these days. Leaving tomorrow. Not staying in Saffron City for 2 days. You haven't challenged Psychic Gym yet. Could it be that you don't want the badge? Koichi was a little puzzled. You don't need the badge. Participating in the court conference is not the only way to challenge Gym. Your apprentices should have completed their practice today. Right. Let go now. Qingwei said. Pokemon Restaurant. The consumption there is not low. Will it cost you too much? It's alright. It's just a meal. I haven't touched the league bonuses yet. Let go. Qingwei dispelled Koichi's concern. Then, well, I'll let you spend a fortune tonight. Koichi is also not a person of inking. Since he agreed, he immediately called his apprentices, and everyone went to the Pokemon Restaurant for dinner. During dinner, Qingwei and Koichi also chatted a lot about the next Charmeleon training, and about the recent situation of Saffron City. From Koichi's mouth, Qingwei also learned that this week cleaning operation is almost coming to an end. The underground forces in Saffron City have been cleaned up a lot, and the forces of Team Rockets have also arrested a lot of people, including many captains. But the materials lost by Sylph Company before were not found. According to the estimates of the Alliance, these materials may have been transported out of Saffron City by other means. However, this operation is not a failure. The personnel of the entire Saffron City underground organization, Bruno Elite, have captured nearly 200 people. It can be regarded as a big blow to the arrogance of the underground organization in Saffron City. Now no one dares to continue to emerge. One by one is like a shrinking turtle, and Bruno Elite is about to leave, and the Alliance has once again strengthened its monitoring of various cities, especially the attention to what Team Rockets is doing. These are almost all affected by Qingwei, but after Silver's failure in Saffron City, as cleanup, Team Rocket suffered a heavy loss this time. Qingwei felt that they should not continue with such a big fanfare. Action. After the meal, the guests were very happy. After the meal, Qingwei said goodbye to Koichi and his party, returned to the hotel, and knocked on Wallace's door. He returned the melodic that Wallace had kept with him, and also provided Wallace with BJEA Pokeblock for half a year, and told him that he was going to leave. Let go tomorrow. It's almost time to calculate. I will also leave here in 2 days to go to Celadon, Rainbow City to continue the promotion. Then I will not send you tomorrow. I wish you all the way to Tailwind. Wallace took the Pokeball and the package containing Pokeblock with a smile, and told Qingwei, well, then I won't say goodbye to you tomorrow, Mr. Wallace. Good night. Qingwei nodded, returned to his room, and washed rest early. The next day, Qingwei slept in after a long absence, and only got up at 9 o'clock. After having breakfast with the Pokemon, he left the hotel with Eevee, walked to the bus station in Saffron City, and bought a ticket to Vermilion City that departs at noon. The destination of the next stop in the Qingwei plan is Vermilion City. At noon, he got on the bus to Vermilion City, and after more than an hour, he came to Vermilion City. Vermilion City is a coastal port city located at the southern mouth of the Kanto region, with an important seaport serving several well-known cruise ships such as SSN. SSN took this port as one of its starting points, and the water flow made a round trip between Olivine City in the Johto region and Deadleaf Port. Tensei Rapida's land crossing sailed from Deadleaf Port to the Seven Island. Recently, Qingwei heard that the Dryleaf Port has also opened a ship to the Alola region. Vermilion City is divided into 2 areas as a whole, the central city and the harbor area, but no matter which area it is, most of it is covered by grass and coastal beaches, and in the central city, there is another one that is still in the Pokemon world, a well-known club, Pokemon Fan Club. This is an organization spread all over the Pokemon world. Almost every region has its branch building. The original intention of the Pokemon Fan Club was to provide a place for people who like Pokemon to communicate, and they will also show each other favorite, and there are even Pokemon swap conventions held regularly. It's just that the members here generally prefer the cute Pokemon that haven't evolved. They don't like fighting, but prefer gorgeous contests. It is a loyal supporter of the gorgeous contest and the Wallace type. up. Even the president of the club is the same. Mr. Sukizo, the president of the Pokemon fan club, often attends the glamour contest as a judge of the glamour contest. Vermilion City is in the central city, and Qingwei gets off here. After getting out of the car, Qingwei gently sniffed the air around him. The air of the whole city had a faint salty smell of the sea. Perhaps because it is a seaside city, Qingwei noticed that most of the residents of Vermilion City are the wheatish color that has been bathed in the beach, and the expressions of the pedestrians are more leisurely, which is similar to Celadon, Rainbow City and Saffron City, of city dwellers in stark contrast. The bus station is not far from the center of Pokemon. After getting off the bus, Qingwei came to the center of Pokemon to simply solve his lunch problem. After lunch, Qingwei took out the advanced Pokemon Pokédex and dialed the communication of the chairman of the Alliance. After a while, it was connected. A bald image of the chairman appeared on the small screen. It's Qingwei. Is it a good choice to contact me? Without waiting for Qingwei to speak, the chairman took the initiative to ask. Well, the first Pokemon egg I want to choose from Tyranitar's Pokemon egg. Qingwei said very simply. Is it Larvitar? No problem. Where are you now? Did you come to the Alliance to get it yourself or did I send someone to deliver it? The chairman didn't seem to be surprised by Qingwei's choice, and immediately asked after hearing Qingwei's choice. Qingwei said, can I trouble you to send it over? I'm in Vermilion City now and will be here for a while. Vermilion City. Okay, I'll let someone pick a good Pokemon egg and send it to you. What about cultivating resources? Do you want our Alliance to have ready-made raw materials or make them yourself? Raw materials, but in addition to the raw materials, we also need some high-quality ores from the Alliance. I wonder if it is possible. Qingwei thought about it and said, a small amount of high-quality ore is fine. You can list the list of materials and send it to me directly. The Alliance will provide raw materials for about half a year at a time. If you need it in the future, you can apply again. It will be delivered to the Pokemon in Vermilion City in about 3 days. Center, remember to pick it up when the time comes. Quote, the chairman agreed very simply. Thank you, chairman. Then, Qingwei thanked him. Just in time. You contacted me today, so I will find someone else to contact you, and I will tell you about the reward for your action in Sylph Company. The chairman waved his hand, motioned Qingwei to wait a bit longer, and continued. Saffron City, you have done a good job, so the Alliance has decided to reward you with a bonus of 5 million yen and 150,000 Alliance points. These things will hit you later. You can check it later. Quote, thank you, chairman. Don't be in a hurry to thank you. I have to remind you that your actions in Silver may attract the attention of Team Rocket, and you are very important to the Alliance now. Although Team Rockets has been hit a lot now, it should not be there's going to be too much action, but it's still possible to send a small crew against you. The chairman looked a little serious. I know that you will definitely refuse the Alliance to send you protection forces, so you must be careful on your travels in the future. In addition, we also found that in this cleanup incident, it is very likely that there are high-level officials in the Alliance on the side of Team Rocket, so if you contact the Alliance in the future, you can directly contact me or 4 Elite, or directly contact Professor Oak, and let him relay it. Chapter 88_# Shiny Roll. Open black lens bracket please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Is the situation so serious now? Qingwei asked. It's so serious that it's just that the Alliance is preparing for a thorough investigation, so there will be more actions recently. We are also afraid that the other party will jump over the wall, so be careful yourself. The chairman explained, but did not elaborate. Okay, I understand. Qingwei nodded. That good. If I have nothing to do, I will hang up first, and there will be a meeting to open later. Goodbye, chairman. Hanging up the communication, Qingwei thought silently. Do you need a mask or something to hide your identity? Or get a ditto? Hey, I'm still thinking too much. Sylph Company is a chance encounter. Even if Team Rockets notice themselves, according to Giovanni's character, they would not directly attack me, a trainer who has not yet grown up, and I have no value for kidnapping, nor am I Professor Oak. Just be more careful when you go out in the future. Qingwei shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. Standing up and walking out of the Pokemon Center, Qingwei started shopping in Vermilion City. In 3 days, he will have his first quasi-god Pokemon. Still a Pokemon egg though. However, this also prevented him from starting the special training plan directly for the past 3 days, so check it out at Thundershock Gym in Vermilion City tomorrow. Qingwei didn't want to waste these 3 good days. He had already tested his Pokemon's recent progress in yesterday's battle, and he didn't need to challenge Thundershock Gym again. Sunbathing on the beach for 3 days in a row requires some battle. As for today, take a good stroll around this seaside city. Qingwei took Eevee, 1 person and 1 bee strolling down the street. The moist and slightly salty air made him unconsciously relax. He had been living a tight period of time recently, and now it is rare to have time to relax. When Qingwei was wandering in the central city, he also saw a large mansion that looked quite old, with a large courtyard outside, but at this time there were many machoks that were being remodeled. Outside the gate of the mansion, two machokes are erecting a sign that reads Sakuragi Research Institute. It seems that this is the place that Sakuragi professor bought and converted into a research institute, but I don't know when it will be completed. Qingwei thought silently, and after seeing that there were no human beings near the building except Macho, he couldn't go forward to ask. In addition, Qingwei also visited the Pokemon fan club. When they came here, people outside watched Qingwei with Eevee and thought he was also one of the members who wanted to join the club, so they invited him in. However, Qingwei declined, and he was not particularly keen here. Then, continue to the west along the Pokemon fan club. Qingwei came to the beach area by the sea. At this time, it was just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were many tourists on the beach area. There were huge parasols standing there in rows. There were many adults and children with swimming rings on the sea playing in the water. There are also many children on the beach, stacking sand castles together, creating a relaxed and peaceful atmosphere. Since I came here, it is impossible not to enjoy a beach bath. Qingwei rented a parasol booth at the workbench near the beach, bought beach pants, slippers and other necessary equipment, and ordered a lot of drinks and fruit. After changing clothes in the dressing area, Qingwei went to the umbrellas and beach chairs he rented and released all his Pokemon. Luli. When we came to the beach, the Pokemons were very happy. Although Charmeleon was not used to the humid air, he still liked the sunshine here. After a while, a waiter brought Qingwei some fruits and drink. Qingwei lay comfortably on the beach chair and enjoyed a beautiful afternoon tea with his Pokemon. After eating the fruit, Azumarill and Melodic quickly ran to the sea after obtaining Qingwei's consent. They both preferred the feeling of the sea to the beach. The two Pokemon were swimming in the sea. This was the first time they came to the seaside in their Pokemon life, and the first time they saw the sea, so they seemed very excited. As for Qingwei's other Pokemon, Little Eevee and Sylveon lie on a slightly smaller beach chair next to Qingwei's beach chair, squinting a little drowsy. Gloom is standing on the edge of the umbrella so she can better exposure to the sun. She really liked this sunny and humid environment. Charmeleon also doesn't want to stay under the umbrella. He prefers the sun's rays, so he is alone on the beach outside the umbrella, playing with the sand with his tail from time to time, just like a dude. Qingwei, who was full and drank ice juice, quickly fell into a state of drowsiness while lying on the beach chair. Drop. Half asleep, Qingwei vaguely heard what seemed to be a sound near him. Drop. Moreover, the sound continued. Qingwei woke up in a daze, and his brain was down. What is ringing? Qingwei didn't remember for a while. Drop. At this time, the sound rang again, and Qingwei realized that the place where the sound was made was his backpack. Grass, it's the sound of the hatching device. Only then did Qingwei react, and quickly opened the backpack to check the hatching device of the two Pokemon eggs in the bag. It was the raw Pokemon egg hatching mechanism that made the noise. At this time, the color of the green light indicator that was always on in the hatching device has turned orange, and it makes a diddy sound every once in a while. This means that this Pokemon egg is about to hatch. Qingwei immediately took out the raw Pokemon egg hatching device, sat up, put the hatching device on the beach chair, opened the top transparent cover, and looked forward to watching the Pokemon eggs hatch. At the same time, he also took out the prepared moo milk from his backpack, just waiting for the raw to hatch. The sound of the incubator also attracted the attention of the surrounding Pokemon. Except for Melodic and Azumarill, who were still playing in the sea, other Pokemon gathered around, curiously waiting for the birth of a new life. After about 20 minutes, the Pokemon eggs that had been motionless suddenly began to shake. Then, the shaking became bigger and bigger, and crack began to appear on the Pokemon egg. The whole process lasted for about 10 minutes, and the crack became denser and denser, and then gradually spread to the bottom of the Pokemon egg. Then, the eggshell was completely shattered. Lulu. A humanoid Pokemon with a height of about 40 centimeters appeared in front of Qingwei. I saw that she had a white body, but her body and legs made her look like she was wearing too long clothes, and her light blue hair was too long like a bowl cover, covering most of her face. The hair is parted by two flat red horns that go down the middle, one larger towards the front and one smaller at the back. This hair. After seeing raw hair color, Qingwei was left with a deep surprise. Shiny raw. Qingwei immediately checked the information of raw. Type: raw, shiny, infancy, novice level. Gender: early classification. Mood: Pokemon attribute: psychic, fairy characteristic, telepathy. Current status: jaw. It seems that the parents of this Ralts are quite wrong. They have just been born with disarming voice and double team, and they also inherited her father's Ally Switch, a psychic type skill move. Lulu. Ralts also looked around curiously, because she was a Pokemon of the psychic system. She was still in the Pokemon egg before. In the last few days of hatching, she could vaguely sense some situations outside, and of course she sensed Qingwei, and his Pokemons also know that Qingwei, who has been in contact with her recently, has a very pure heart, so they have a great impression of Qingwei. Hannah. Ho-a-ho. Mia. Bye. The Pokemon surrounding Qingwei's beach chair greeted the newly born Ralt. Lulu. Ralts Ralts waved friendly to the surrounding Pokemon. Gollum. Just then, Ralt little belly groaned. She was just born, and now she's a little hungry. Ralt little head looked at the eggshells scattered around, a little distressed. She didn't want to eat these dry eggshells, although the eggshells were rich in nutrients. Come on, drink this moo moo milk. It's ready for you. For flowers. Seeing this, Zero Chingwei immediately took out a small bottle of moo moo milk that had been prepared for a long time. Lalu tilde. Ralt held the bottle in his small hand, thanked him, and drank happily. After a while, a small bottle of moo moo milk bottomed out. Ralt, my name is Chingwei. I will be your trainer from now on. Please give me more advice in the future. Chingwei watched Ralt finish drinking moo moo milk and said, Luru. Ralt hand touched Chingwei's arm lightly. Immediately, Chingwei felt a small voice speak in the bottom of his heart. Please, a lot, advice. Is this your telepathy ability? Chingwei easily noticed and asked, now, a little, sleepy, want, rest. It's clear that the newborn Ralt speaks human language in a jerky way, but she gets her point across. Chingwei immediately took out a small blanket and spread it on the beach chair. The beach chair is very large. If Chingwei lay on it alone, there would be a lot of space beside him. Chingwei put the blanket next to him, then picked up Ralt's and put them on. Lalu tilde. Ralt rubbed his eyes, which were covered by light blue hair, and greeted Chingwei and the surrounding Pokemon companions, then lay down and closed his eyes. Chingwei and the Pokemons also know that the newly hatched Pokemon will sleep after they are full. And Pokemon who are just a few days old basically eat and sleep. Looking at Ralts who was already asleep, Chingwei's mouth raised lightly. This Pokemon egg, he made a lot of money. Shiny Ralt. She, and also the Ralts with the hidden trait telepathy. She is born with a rare psychic skill such as Ally Switch, and it seems that her spatial talent is quite good. The words of confusion should be naturally mastered as Ralt grows. It seems that we need to find time to go to the Alliance to ask for a trick room training manual, but I don't know if the Alliance has it, or can I ask even for help? Chingwei began to plan the future of Ralt. After thinking about it for a long time, in the end he was going to take a look at the league first, pick a training manual or two, and then if there was a chance to see Steven again, he would have the cheek to let Ralt follow Steven's Metagrow study for a while. Since the space talent is very strong, it seems that a variant space team can be formed, or the Rain space team and the Sandstorm space team. The addition of Ralts is a great improvement for the Chingwei team. Although it is still in its infancy, it can't play a role. Once Ralt grows up, if the Pokemon in his team fight again, the flexibility of his team will be greatly improved. So delicious. Chingwei slowly leaned back on the reclining chair, thinking happily, and at the same time looking at the backpack. I wonder when Shuckle was born. What kind of surprises can Shuckle's birth bring to him? Chingwei's Pokemon saw that Ralt fell asleep. Sylveon and Eevee also returned to another reclining chair and continued to lie down. Gloom also continued to bask in the sun to perform synthesis. Charmeleon did not continue to move like Erha this time. Instead, he lay quietly outside the parasol, for fear that his movement would affect little Ralt's sleep. Even when Melodic and Azumarill, who were tired from playing in the sea, came back to say hello, Charmeleon offered to ask them to keep their voices low. Phew. Luli tilde. The two playing Pokemon heard the Ralts hatching, and curiously leaned over to look at the sweet Ralts who were curled up sleeping. The sun was not so hot in the afternoon, and the temperature on the beach became milder as time went by. Coupled with the humid sea breeze, Ralt slept very comfortably. Lalu tilde. Ralt, who woke up, hit yawn and sat up from the blanket. She looked around and found that there were two more Pokemons around Chingwei. One was Azumarill, who was holding a bottle of drink and drinking, and the other was Melodic, who was curled up on Chingwei's right hand. Azumarill, who was beside little Ralt, exuded bursts of coolness, which made her feel very comfortable. Towel. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 89_ Meet Gary and Challenge Vermilion Gym. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Luli tilde. Azumarill noticed that Ralts was awake, put down the drink, and whispered hello, feeling a little sorry that she wasn't around when Ralts was born. Lalu tilde. Ralt greeted Azumarill friendly. Chingwei also saw Ralts wake up. As if he had remembered something, he pulled over his backpack, took out various Pokeballs, and placed them in front of Ralt. Ralt, did you lose the Great Ball, Ultra Ball, Luxury Ball? Are these Friend Balls, Love Balls? Are these Heal Balls, Cherish Balls? Ralt, what kind of Pokeball would you like to live in? Chingwei asked, and introduced each type of Pokeball to Ralt, waiting for Ralt to choose. Lalu tilde. Ralts was confused as he looked at the variety of Pokeballs in front of him. After hesitating for a long time, her little hand touched the Heal Ball, which was pale pink and had a white ring around it. With the touch of her little hand, Ralts directly transformed into a light into the Pokeball, and soon, Chingwei let her out again. Luru. Ralts is very satisfied with the environment in Heal Ball. She feels that staying here will speed up her recovery. Chingwei put the other Pokeballs back into the backpack, pinned this Heal Ball belonging to Ralt to his waist, looked at the time, and it was almost time to leave from here. This afternoon, not only did Qingwei and his Pokemons get great relaxation, but they also received a surprise 100 inches like shiny roll. So Qingwei decided, then go have a good meal. To celebrate, Qingwei took out a high-end Pokédex and searched for a well-reputed Pokemon restaurant in Vermilion City. Soon, he found one. Let's go to the Pokemon restaurant for dinner, Qingwei said to the Pokemon. Food tilde who? The Pokemon cheered. They couldn't forget the delicious food they ate at noon every day for the past week, and now they can eat it again. Qingwei put away the Pokemon one by one, until it was Ralt's turn. Little Ralts was unwilling to enter the Pokeball. Lalu tilde. Ralt hugged Qingwei's arm. I want to. Outside. Look. Ralt's voice resounded in Qingwei's heart. Want to be outside? Well, then sit on my shoulder. Qingwei smiled, agreed to Ralt's request, picked up Ralt's and placed her on his left shoulder, and little Eevee also consciously climbed onto Qingwei's right shoulder, and very thoughtfully wrapped her long tail around Qingwei's back neck and stretched it towards Ralt's on Qingwei's left shoulder. Let Ralt's rest on her soft tail. Lalu tilde. Ralt thanked Eevee right away. Bye tilde. Little Eevee feels that she is no longer the youngest in Qingwei's team. Now that she has Ralt's younger than her, she should take up the responsibility of being a sister. After all, when she joined Qingwei, the other Pokemons were taking care of her, and now it's her turn to take care of others. Qingwei brought the two Pokemons sitting on their shoulders to communicate their feeling, and came to a Pokemon restaurant with a good reputation from Pokédex. It is almost the same as the previous business model of Saffron City, divided into three parts: self-service area, lobby area and private room area. Qingwei opened a private room and ordered a lot of food, including special food specially prepared for Pokemon in their infancy. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner with the Pokemon, Qingwei returned to the Pokemon Center and opened a house here. This time, the reason why he didn't stay at the hotel was because he had only been in Vermilion City for so few days, and he had to wait for the Alliance to deliver Larvitar's Pokemon egg to the Pokemon Center. It would be more convenient to live here directly for training in the morning. If you don't have to go too far, just go downstairs and you're done. Pokemon out of the room after breakfast, went to the lobby of the Pokemon Center, opened a training room to continue training, and Ralts had been sitting on Qingwei's shoulders dressed in moo bottles of fresh milk, curiously watching Pokemon's various training program. After a while, little Ralts looked sleepy, tilted his head, and fell asleep leaning on Qingwei. Seeing Ralt falling asleep, Qingwei found a relatively quiet place, gently lifted her off his shoulders, and placed her on a soft and comfortable cushion. Then, he returned to continue watching the training of the Pokemon, mainly on the little Eevee side. In the past week, little Eevee has been practicing flexibility and physical strength. After so many days of dodgeball training, she can now dodge the second gear with the highest speed more easily. Now, she is challenging the third gear, which is the highest grade serve. According to Qingwei's plan, Eevee needs to complete the dodgeball training before learning and practicing skills. As for the object of learning, almost all of his Pokemon can teach her a thing or two. After all, general skills, who can? After training, and having solved the problem of lunch, Qingwei left the Pokemon Center and walked towards the Thunder Shock Gym. Today, he is ready to take advantage of his free time in the afternoon to challenge the Thunder Shock Gym of Lieutenant Surge as the leader. The Thunder Shock Gym location in Vermilion City is located in the southwest of the city, on the coast, and there is a beautiful sandy beach not far from the gate of Thunder Shock Gym. Others are located at the intersection of the central city and the port area, and there is only one road to this place. Qingwei followed the navigation on the advanced Pokédex and came to the front of the Thunder Shock Gym building. The road leading to the gate of the gym is a sand road, and there are low grass and trees on both sides of the sand road. The whole gym looked like Qingwei. Like the stadiums in the previous life, compared to other gyms Qingwei has seen, Thunder Shock Gym is a bit unremarkable in terms of construction. However, this doesn't seem to fit Lieutenant Surge's character a bit, doesn't it? Qingwei looked at the gym in front of him, thinking silently. According to his understanding, Lieutenant Surge should belong to the kind of jumping kind of person. This ordinary gym seems to be a bit inconsistent. Qingwei. At this moment, a voice came from behind Qingwei. Qingwei turned his head to look. A young man wearing a black coat, khaki trousers, and dark brown hair came behind him. It was Qingwei who shouted out loud, "Gary, why are you here?" Appearing behind Qingwei is Professor Oak's grandson and Ash's rival, Gary. Of course Qingwei knew him. After all, Gary also attended the summer camp that year, and the grievance between the two of them began from that time. But, at this time, Gary should be in Rampart, right? According to the plot, Gary should still be carrying a large group of girlfriend cheerleaders at this time, and he should be driving a sport car when he goes out. But now, Gary in front of Qingwei is simply carrying a backpack and a few Pokeballs around his waist. He is completely dressed as a trainer. Look, also, I heard from Ash that you have a lot of girlfriend people. Qingwei was curious. That guy Ash. When Gary heard Qingwei say this, his face was a little wrong. wrong. Girlfriend, that's all from the past. Originally, I was going to go to Lampolchi to play after I challenged this gym, but I saw you in Celadon before the challenge, that beach in Rainbow City, and the final challenge. So I didn't challenge the gym, but went to practice near the 12th road in the east. Now that I come back from practice, I am going to use this gym to test how much my strength has improved. By the way, I will collect the orange badges here. After all, I want to the one who becomes the strongest trainer. As for girlfriend, they only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. So, Gary didn't say any more, but Qingwei has come to understand that the person who co-authored and influenced the plot is really him. If it weren't for that live broadcast, Gary's lifeline would be exactly the same as in the original play, but it was influenced by Qingwei, and the accident caused Gary to change in advance. This is also Gary's advantage. He can always quickly realize his shortcomings and make corrections in a timely manner. Although the changes have not been completely completed, they are slowly changing for the better. However, Qingwei felt that it would be a good thing for Gary to change sooner. Then let go in together. I'm going to challenge Thunder Shock Gym too. Qingwei took the initiative to invite. Okay, let's go in together, but I hope after Thunder Shock Gym, I can have a showdown with you. Gary agreed, and then he made another request of his own. A duel with me. Well, let's borrow the gym's venue for a while. Qingwei, of course, readily agreed to this kind of confrontation. Let go then. Qingwei and Gary walked into Thunder Shock Gym side by side. As soon as he entered the door, a staff member in uniform came over. Excuse me, are you here to challenge Ben Jim? Yes, we both have to challenge. Is it convenient now? Qingwei asked. There is no one now. You can challenge. Please come here to register first. And who of the two will challenge first? The staff led the two to the side, took out a registration form from the table, asked them to fill in the information, and asked at the same time. Hearing this, Qingwei and Gary looked at each other, and Gary finally said, you challenge first. After all, you came first. Okay. Qingwei nodded, quickly filled out the registration form, and handed it to the staff. When Gary also finished filling in, the staff led the two to the battlefield. Vermilion Gym's battlefield is also sand, and the most important thing in Vermilion City is sand, and Jim's leader, Lieutenant Surge, was already waiting on the other side of the battlefield. Qingwei glanced at Lieutenant Surge, pretending to take the registration form handed to him by the staff, and then raised his head to look at Qingwei and Gary opposite and said, because there were a lot of people came to challenge Jim. Many of my Pokemon were injured, and now they are recovering at the Pokemon Center, and today you two are here, so today's rule is 1 vs 1. Quote, if you win, you can take the orange badge from me. If you lose, I will decide whether to give you the orange badge based on your performance during the battle. Is it okay? 1-on-1. When Qingwei heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, so she could only train one Pokemon. But fortunately, you can still have a battle with Gary in a while. Even if it is 1-on-1, you can also train other Pokemon. Qingwei nodded and stepped onto the battlefield. Okay, the Pokemon I use is Raichu. Lieutenant Surge didn't smear any ink, and when Qingwei came to the stage, he threw a Pokeball directly. A bipedal rodent-shaped Pokemon appeared in the battlefield, with dark orange fur around Raichu and a white belly. Like Pikachu, Raichu has two brown stripes on his back. The long, thin black tail is spark-shaped, flat and yellow in color, but it doesn't have fingers like 4.0 Pikachu. Instead it has small round brown palm. Under the small black eyeball, there is a yellow electrical bag. Its feet are large and brown. Its bifurcated ears are brown on the outside and yellow on the inside, and have a curled portion at the end of the ear. Qingwei briefly looked at the information of this Raichu. Type, Raichu, senior level. Gender, category, mood __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ As far as I know, this Raichu pursued evolution too early in the Pikachu period so that it didn't learn those high-speed skill moves at all. Not even the most basic quick attack. In Qingwei's opinion, this Raichu has been cultivated crook by Lieutenant Surge. However, it seems that the concept of Lieutenant Surge is also to make Pokemon evolution. That fine. Gloom, this one is up to you. Qingwei also took out a Pokeball and summoned Gloom. This match, Gloom vs Raichu. 3, 2, 1. Start now. The staff acted as the referee and gave the order to start the game. According to the rules of the gym challenge, Qingwei has the right to attack first. Gloom, Sweet Scent, and release Leaf Powder. Qingwei knew that speed was the biggest weakness of this Raichu, so he would take advantage of his illness to kill him, grab the weakness and enlarge it infinitely, and finally defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Raichu, use Thunder Shock. Chapter 90_dinner begin. Charmeleon vs Arcanine. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Lieutenant Surge heard it. He immediately let Raichu fight back. At the same time that Qingwei gave the order, Gloom began to send out Sweet Scent. Along with the Sweet Scent, there was also Sleep Powder that was moving much faster. Soon, the entire battlefield was filled with this smell. In the face of this all-round skill move without dead end, Raichu could only stay in place, and the electrostatic bag on his cheek began to flash spark twice, releasing the electricity stored in it. In this way, Raichu chose to fight with gloom. His own speed is not fast, and his speed is affected by sweet scent. It is difficult to avoid the sleep powder flying towards him next, so he directly chooses to put Thunder Shock on the spot. Confront, and hope that you can burst out of character, and let the Thunder Shock hitting gloom have a paralyzing effect. Haikyuu. Raichu's Thunder Shock hit gloom, but gloom felt that the amount of electricity was not even electric therapy. At most it was a Thunder Shock massage. Anyway, gloom didn't feel any pain, but felt comfortable all over. The small probability paralysis effect didn't trigger either, and gloom was almost unscathed. And Raichu got hit with sleep powder, and soon after he finished Thunder Shock, he got hit with sleep powder. Although he tried his best, he didn't persist for long, so he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Sleeping Pokemon, unless they have moves like Leap Talk, are basically in an undefended state. They can only wake up if they suffer great pain or sleep for a while. The sleep time of each Pokemon is not necessarily the same. If it is the kind that has experience, professional training, their resistance to sleep state will be stronger, and they may be able to wake up when slightly exposed to external stimulation. But the Raichu in front of Qingwei obviously did not undergo this kind of training. Qingwei looked at the power of the Thunder Shock skills just now, and he even wondered if this Raichu was born less than a year ago. As a Pokemon's ultimate evolution body, it stands to reason that even if you use a weaker skill move, if you don't deliberately control its power, it won't be too weak. This Raichu clearly falls short of that. According to a Fantasy 19, this Raichu took drugs to force a breakthrough before the foundation was laid during the Pikachu period. Although the breakthrough was successful, it was like a crumbling building with an unsteady foundation. Gloom, use the toxic attack. Qingwei saw that Raichu was attacked, and continued to order just the first wave of attack. His advantage was already infinite. To be honest, this Raichu really disappointed him. Hana. Gloom's demons secreted venom and shot at Raichu, who was sleeping on the ground. Raichu, wake up with toxic pain. Then use Thunderbolt. Gloom's toxic attack successfully poisoned Raichu in a sleeping state, but when the toxin entered Raichu's body, his body trembled slightly, as if there was a sign of waking up. Then, the first burst of damage from the toxin caused Raichu to wake up. Raichu. Upon waking up, Raichu used Thunderbolt directly at Gloom. Gloom, use Giga Drain. Raichu, carry it over. Get close to the opponent. A million-ton punch. It may be due to the feeling of rage caused by the pain. Raichu's Thunderbolt is very powerful this time, and the speed of the current is extremely fast. I don't know if Lieutenant Surge has a special method for this or it's just an accident. Gloom, who was hit, took 2 steps back in pain. Her stomach had burn mark from Thunder Shock. This time, Gloom's injury was not small. She resisted the pain in her abdomen and released Giga Drain. At this time, Raichu was running toward Gloom while charging. Gloom, Razor Leaf, stop each other from coming. Qingwei is not in a hurry. This Raichu is not fast, and the Razor Leaf can also cause some blocking effect to the opponent, so that the toxic in Raichu can cause more damage to him. Hana. Countless blades flew towards Raichu. Raichu felt a little regretful in the process of running. Of course, why didn't he learn 1 or 2 acceleration skills and then evolution? If there is a quick attack, he should be close to Gloom by now. Even now, hiding a Razor Leaf is so troublesome. Raichu, forcibly hold on. The opponent doesn't have the ability to close combat. As long as you get close, there is still a chance. Lieutenant Surge cultivated Pokemon a little bit, but his vision still has nothing to say. Through the battle just now, he has discovered that the cultivation direction of this Gloom is biased towards the auxiliary type, and its own speed is not fast, otherwise it will be carried out in his own Raichu. When attacking from a distance, Qingwei should let Gloom dodge. Gloom, use Growth, and spray acid. Qingwei is very calm. Since the other party wants to eat kills, he will let the other party eat enough. Hana. Haikyuu. Gloom and Raichu strictly followed the instructions of the trainers on both sides. Gloom grew in place. After getting bigger, he sprayed acid towards Raichu, who was getting closer and closer. Raichu could hide if he could. After eating hard, in the end, he managed to get close to Gloom. It's just that Raichu, who has crossed the line of fire, is already scarred by this time, and the purple on his body is getting thicker and thicker. Boom. The scarred Raichu seemed to have been completely inspired by his ferocity, and punched Gloom fiercely. Gloom, hold on. Use Giga Drain and give him the final blow. Hana. Gloom released Giga Drain with all his strength, and countless green light spots emerged from her body, constantly pouring into Raichu's scarred body on the opposite side. Haikyuu. Raichu, who was about to throw a second punch, finally failed to attack. When his fist was halfway through, he lost all his physical strength and fell to the ground with a pop. Raichu is out of combat. This gym game is won by trainer Qingwei. The referee announced the results in a timely manner. Come back, Raichu. Lieutenant Surge withdrew Raichu expressionlessly and looked at Qingwei. Congratulations, the challenge is successful. This orange badge belongs to you. After finishing speaking, he took out an octagonal badge with an orange gem in the center from his pocket. pocket and handed it to the staff next to him, asking him to give the badge to Qingwei. And he continued to stay on the battlefield, waiting for Gary to come to power. It's my turn. Gary didn't ink any ink and walked directly to Qingwei's side. Come on. The moment Qingwei, who had stepped down, and Gary, who had come on stage, passed by, Qingwei said softly, "Don't worry, if it's just this level, it's trivial for me now." Gary is very confident, and his vision is not bad. Raichu, who had just played against Qingwei, also found out that the opponent's evolution was too early, but it looked wrong, but in fact it was just a pretend. The Pokemon I used this time was the Thunderbolt Electro Ball. Lieutenant Surge took out another Pokeball and released the Thunderbolt Electro Ball. Qingwei glanced at it briefly. The strength of this Thunderbolt Electro Ball seems to be a little worse than that of the Raichu just now. Although the strength is also a senior level, its own skills are really lacking. Thunderbolt, Swift, Light Green, Sonic Boom, Thunder Shock, Tackle. That's all the skill set of this Thunderbolt Electro Ball. How come there are so few skills? Is it new? Or as he said before, a lot of Pokemon got injured 2 days ago so they don't have any available. Qingwei looked at the Thunderbolt Electro Ball and frowned. It seemed that Lieutenant Surge didn't pay attention to cultivating these Pokemon at all. Basically just let them hurry up to evolution, and then they wouldn't care much after the evolution. This is extremely irresponsible behavior for a gym leader. Has he been so perfunctory? Qingwei thought silently, but he also seemed to know why the Pokemon that Lieutenant Surge used for gym was not very strong. But why did so many challengers who came to succumb to it? Other challengers don't have Qingwei's system. They don't know that many of these Pokemon are actually pretentious. They just look powerful but actually don't have many skills. But when they are fighting, they are the ultimate. If you are physically challenged, your confidence in challenging yourself will be affected in some way, which in turn may affect your performance. Originally, a trainer's style may be biased towards attacking, but when he sees Raichu, he may have the idea of, the opponent looks a little strong, if not, I will defend first, which makes him timid. It may make Raichu take advantage of it. It's up to you, Nidorino. Gary thought for a moment and threw a Pokeball. A four-legged Pokemon with a purple body, some dark purple patches, and a sharp horn on its head appeared on the battlefield. Type, Nidorino. Senior. Gender. Category, Poison Sting underscore 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 excellent. Is this the one that evolution turned into Nidoking? Qingwei looked at the Nidorino on the field. Although it was not the final evolution body at this time, the cultivation of this Nidorino showed Gary's ability to cultivate Pokemon. It can only be said that it is indeed the grandson of Professor Oak. While Gary also liked to take a lot of Pokemon, he does it in battle. And after he is captured, he will not leave it alone, but will cultivate it. Although the large number of Pokemon make him more and more unable to take care of it, he still maintains the status of checking each Pokemon regularly, and formulates the next stage according to the status quo training plan. Then store it in the backyard of my grandfather, and let a special person cultivate it every day. It's not like some people who take Pokemon and forget about it at all. Seeing that Gary was ready, the staff who acted as referees quickly gave the order to start the game. At first, Gary's tactics were similar to Qingwei. They were all long-range poison-based skill attack, hoping to cause some damage while causing the opponent to fall into an abnormal state of poisoning. However, the speed of this Thunderbolt Electro Ball is much faster than the previous Raichu, which makes it easier for him to dodge. At the same time, Thunderbolt Electro Ball also releases Thunder Shock to attack Nidorino. Nidorino is also faster than Gloom, so both sides are doing a dodge performance at the beginning. However, Nidorino's more powerful skill library allowed him to take advantage of it, and successfully made the Thunderbolt Electro Ball into a poison state. Lieutenant Surge followed, and let the Thunderbolt Electro Ball launch swift to slam into it. Who knows that Nidorino is also not bad in melee combat. With a single blow, the slender horn almost pierced through the Thunder Electro Ball that couldn't stop the car. Then another Shadow Claw shot the Thunder Electro Ball out. Finally, with a Sludge Bomb, the Thunder Electro Ball was completely eliminated and the match was won. Congratulations, Gary from Pallet Town. This is your orange badge. Lieutenant Surge's face was a little unsightly. After taking out another badge from his pocket and handing it to the staff, he turned around and left. 2. Congratulations on your successful challenge. Leader should be ready to rest. Please come back. The staff brought Gary's badge and said, wait a minute, can we still borrow this battleground? Gary took the badge and asked aloud, borrowed on the battlefield? Yes, because I still want to have a duel with him. Gary pointed to Qingwei next to him and said to the staff. Qingwei nodded in agreement. Then, well, let you use this venue for the time being, but be quicker. The staff hesitated for a while, but nodded and agreed. Excuse me, Gary said to the staff, then turned his head to face Qingwei. Although I really want to fight with you, but now it seems that time does not allow it. Then, we will be the same as the previous battle, one-on-one, a showdown, right? Quote, okay, what about the other rule? Qingwei asked. I'll count 321, and then we'll release the Pokemon together. If you go first, flip a coin. Heads I hit, tails you hit. Okay, Gary said, pulling a coin from his pocket. No problem. Then I'll throw it away. Gary flipped the coin high and lets it fall freely. Tail. Qingwei take the lead. Qingwei walked to the battle stage where Lieutenant Surge stood before, took out a Pokeball from his waist, and got ready. I'm counting down. 3, 2, 1, start. Gary also took out the Pokeball and shouted. As the countdown ended, the two threw the Pokeball out of their hands at the same time. Go, Charmeleon. Go, Arcanine. P.S. I have to go to the hospital to see my teeth in the morning, and the update should be late. Chapter 91_win. Tyranitar Pokemon eggs are here. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Of course, Qingwei chose Charmeleon, the current strongest Pokemon in his second tier, and Charmeleon's opponent was a Pokemon resembling a large dog. It has fluffy flaxen hair that covers its face. The eyes have turned brown. The body has black and orange stripes like a tiger. The feet are surrounded by hair, and the tail has a long tail. Arcanine. This is a type of Pokemon that is extremely rare in the wild. Arcanine and Growlithe are almost firmly controlled by the Jenny family, and they have almost become the standard Pokemon of every region. Officer Jenny. In the wild, the number of Arcanine and Growlithe is very small. Coupled with their highly developed sense of smell and hearing, they can be used in many regions. Trainers can be found far away. It is very difficult for trainers to encounter Arcanine or Growlithe in the wild if they want to dodge. Gary was able to conquer one, and Qingwei had to sigh about his good luck. Type: Arcanine. Senior. Gender. Classification. Legendary Pokemon attribute. Fire trait. Intimidating character. Party skill. Takedown. Flame vortex. Flame wheel. Ember. Revenge. Bite. Fire fang. Extreme speed. Iron tail. Gary face current status. Extreme. The best Arcanine from far and near. It seems that although Growlithe was conquered and he succeeded in evolution at this time, he still didn't learn that signature Fire Blast. Qingwei looked at this Arcanine's move and thought. Qingwei remembered that Gary's Arcanine would finally be able to use the Fire Blast move, but it seems that he has only recently been in the evolution, and his strength has not yet reached the peak of his challenge. Giovanni. Both sides are pure fire-type Pokemon, which made Qingwei a little distressed. This kind of battle between the same type is the most annoying. Charmeleon was also affected by Arcanine's characteristic intimidation at this time, and its own attack power was somewhat affected. Fire-type skill moves are twice resistant to each other, so you need to rely on other attributes of skill moves to decide the outcome. Of course, Qingwei knows the strength of his Charmeleon, and the Arcanine in front of him is not bad at all in terms of other attributes. Charmeleon. Air Cutter. Qingwei said that the biggest advantage of his Charmeleon against the opponent is that he has a long-range skill of the flight department, and the other party won't. Indigo. Charmeleon skillfully and quickly condensed the Air Knight, ready to hit Arcanine. Arcanine. Extreme speed. Go straight to close combat. Gary also has an understanding of the battle between the same family. At this time, what Flame Vortex and what Ember are used to make fun. If you choose to use these skills to fight against the Air Cutter played by Charmeleon at this time, you will be a real fool. Ooh. Arcanine's limbs exerted force, and the startup acceleration was completed in an instant. Arcanine using extreme speed sprints on the battlefield so fast that it is almost invisible to the naked eye. Charmeleon's Air Cutter has also been issued at this time, but unfortunately, it did not affect its speed. The wind speed and flexible limbs allow him to easily dodge in the straight line agility without reducing any speed. In the end, in the face of a large number of Air Cutter, it only took one shot and hit the Charmeleon. Ooh. Roar. Charmeleon, who has undergone special training in fighting, is now extremely confident. He knows that he can't dodge Arcanine extreme speed's tackle with his speed, but he can't let Arcanine prostitute this time for nothing. Charmeleon used the method that Koichi and Hitmonchan taught him before, facing a speed-type opponent. Since he can't dodge the opponent's attack, then eat it to slow him down and fight back. So when Charmeleon hit Arcanine, he waved his claws and grabbed Arcanine. Arcanine, use takedown. Since the confrontation just now was just a moment, as an ordinary person, Gary could not fully see Charmeleon's movement. He thought that Charmeleon was just a subconscious counterattack trained by Qingwei, so he chose to continue the melee attack now. Charmeleon, get your chance. Brick break tilde tilde. Qingwei said. After Arcanine fell behind Charmeleon, she immediately turned around and rammed her head towards Charmeleon. However, he suffered a brutal hand knife from Charmeleon in the head. Charmeleon didn't forget to dodge Arcanine's takedown attack in a small area while Brick break, Mega Punch, knock him out, and then the Air Cutter attack. Qingwei's eyes lit up at this Charmeleon's evasion action, and when he found an opportunity, he immediately ordered, "No, Arcanine, don't turn around, just attack with Iron Tail." Gary knew that this Charmeleon's fighting skills were so high. Although Arcanine's tackle did not increase to the highest speed this time, Charmeleon was able to evade autonomously with only a small range of dodging, which shows its range. scoring. If he lets Arcanine use other skills at this time, Arcanine needs to turn around to complete it. Once this opportunity is seized by Charmeleon, the consequences will be disastrous. Ow! Arcanine obediently didn't turn around, and flicked her tail with the feeling. Want to try to stop Charmeleon's million-ton iron fist. But Charmeleon, is that so easy to pass up? I saw Charmeleon squat down slightly, his fist clenched, and with a bottom-up, uppercut style million-ton punch, he hit Arcanine's off stomach heavily. Roar! This punch directly hit Arcanine's weakness, and hit it high into the air. Arcanine! Out! Arcanine groaned in pain. Immediately, Arcanine, who was falling and could not fully control her body, was hurt by Air Cutter, who was following Charmeleon. Ooh, this is a complete disadvantage. Arcanine, drop the bite Charmeleon and slap him hard with the iron tail, Gary said immediately when he saw Arcanine was about to land. Charmeleon, aim for Arcanine's belly. Go ahead and use the Megaton punch. Qingwei's side is much easier. Obviously, Charmeleon's melee advantage is much greater than Arcanine's. Now he just needs to find a chance to hit a million-ton punch from dire hit, and he should be able to win this game. Arcanine landed. He kicked his hind legs and pounced towards Charmeleon. He opened his mouth to bite Charmeleon's left arm, and at the same time his tail was drawn towards Charmeleon's stomach. Charmeleon had already responded, and when Arcanine landed, he squatted down again, reducing the area of his beaten to a certain extent. When he was hit by Arcanine bite's left arm again, Charmeleon worked hard to support his left arm, endured the pain from his left arm, and patiently looked for and waited for the last chance to strike. Arcanine's iron tail slaps Charmeleon twice, and Qingwei sees a great opportunity. Charmeleon, right now, give him the final blow. Mega punch. Who? Qingwei's instructions and Charmeleon's movements are almost in sync. Charmeleon took advantage of the moment Arcanine iron tail hit him to slow down, and punched around Arcanine's tail, hitting Arcanine's off stomach again. Woo! Arcanine let out a pained cry, let go of the sharp teeth she had bitten before, and fell to the ground on her back with her eyes rolled over. Arcanine, hold on. Gary encouraged Arcanine loudly from the opposite side, but Arcanine still couldn't stand up again. You won this game. Congratulations. Watching Arcanine fail to get up, Gary admits his failure. He quickly ran off the battle stage, ran to the battlefield, checked Arcanine's status, and found that he had only received 2 dire hits. He only needed to send it to the Pokemon Center for a simple treatment from Nurse Joy's Chansey, and he couldn't help but relax. Breathe. Touching Arcanine's smooth hair, Gary took out the Pokeball. You did a great job. Next time we continue to work on it, come back and rest first, and I'll take you to the Pokemon Center. After taking back the Pokeball, he looked at Qingwei. I'm going to the Pokemon Center to treat my Arcanine, so I'll go first. Wait a minute. Qingwei stopped Gary. I'll go with you. I happen to live there. With that, Qingwei also put away Charmeleon. Alright. Gary nodded, and together with Qingwei, after greeting the staff, they left under Shock Gym. Returning to the Pokemon Center, Gary and Qingwei said goodbye to go to Nurse Joy alone for treatment, and Qingwei returned to his room. 2 days later, at noon, Qingwei, who had just finished daily training with the Pokemon, left the training ground. For the past 2 days, he trained at the Pokemon Center every morning, and then went out to the beach after lunch to sunbathe with the Pokemon. Now Qingwei, her skin is no longer as white as it was when she left home, but a layer of light wheat color. Qingwei came to the front desk of the Pokemon Center and found Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, do you have my package? It's Qingwei. I'm waiting for you to come over. I have your package more than an hour ago. Just here. Nurse Joy saw Qingwei, knew his intention, took out a backpack from his side and handed it to Qingwei. Qingwei took the backpack and opened it to see that an incubator with Pokemon eggs was lying quietly in it. There were all kinds of raw materials in the other compartments of the backpack, and there was a box with the rare or such a special identification. Exactly Larvitar's Pokemon egg and the resources it needs to grow. Quote. Thank you Nurse Joy. Quote. Qingwei thanked Nurse Joy, and then returned to the room to integrate the items in this bag with the items in his backpack. After cleaning up, Qingwei took the Pokemons to eat again, and came to the beach for the last time. Today is his last day in Vermilion City. Tomorrow morning, he will set off and head towards the east of Vermilion City. There is a large forest there, and there is a path in the forest, which is called Route 11, and many trainers use this as a place to train their own Pokemon. Gary was practicing here before, and Qingwei's plan was the same. He was going to go deep into the forest to practice in the next 2 or 3 weeks. The next day, Qingwei got up early. After having a simple breakfast, he put on his backpack and walked out of the room with Eevee and Rolf. After walking east for more than an hour, Qingwei came to the edge of the city to the east of Vermilion City, which is the connection between Vermilion City and Route 11. 11 is an east-west road as a whole. The west end is connected to the east of Vermilion City, and the east end of the road is connected to the north-south Road 12. Route 12 is very famous throughout Kanto. It is also known as the Silent Bridge. It is famous for fishing, and it is also a trestle where anglers gather. Standing at the entrance of Road 11, Qingwei saw that not far north of the road there was a stone-built fort-like building, which was the famous Diglet Cave in Kanto region. At this time, there are many people walking from Vermilion City to Route 11. Basically, they are all people wearing trainer clothes. Many trainers are also following their Pokemon. It seems that they all come here early for special training. Qingwei walked in it, and it was not very conspicuous. A group of people walked along the number 11 road and came to a large lawn. There are many simple houses here, which are the temporary repair places for the trainers on the number 11 road. When I came here, after some trainers greeted each other, they formed a team or dispersed into the nearby forest, and some came to the middle of the grass. There is a simple battlefield. It looks like they are going for battle training. Qingwei took a look here, and then continued along the road. He was going to walk forward again. When approaching Road 12, he entered the forest to the north and began to practice. This is because there is no particularly powerful Pokemon in the forest near the camp, which is suitable for most trainers who are not very strong. This is why the camp chose to build here, and where Qingwei chose to enter. What is there this kind of Pokemon is hard to say. After walking along the road for about 10 minutes, Qingwei stopped and stood at the edge of the forest. Finally, he checked his backpack and made sure that he didn't bring any supplies. He took out the Pokeball and summoned Sylveon, and then, before stepping into the forest. At this time, the sun has just risen. Since it has not yet reached the highest point, the entire forest is still a little dark under the group of huge trees in the forest, and there are no flying Pokemon on the edge of the forest, which is very quiet. Sylveon, this is the wild, be careful, Qingwei reminded Sylveon, who was in charge of clearing the road ahead, in a low voice. Sylveon has the experience of the previous special training in the forest. Although he has lived in the city for more than a month recently, his vigilance has not disappeared. Laulu Tilda. Raul sat on Qingwei's left shoulder, and her small hand grabbed the clothes on Qingwei's shoulder. This was the first time she had been in the wild since she was born. Not far away, the darker forest seemed to be lurking in the depths of the forest. The giant beast that opened its mouth and waited for its prey to take the initiative to come to the door made her a little scared. Don't be afraid, the sun hasn't fully risen yet, and it will light up in the forest after a while, Qingwei comforted softly. Chapter 92_Qingwei, who was targeted by things subscribed by Tilda. Evie on Qingwei's right shoulder also swept Raul's head lightly with her tail to show comfort, and then she jumped off Qingwei's shoulder. In this special training, she also needs to officially start learning skills and practicing skills, so during the special training she didn't want to stay on Qingwei's shoulders like before. Her special training started from the moment she entered the forest. Today is the first day of entering the forest. Qingwei's goal is to explore the surroundings as much as possible to find out which ethnic groups are in the nearby forest so as to choose a relatively safe place as a station. And if you go all the way north through the forest, you will reach Lavender Town. Because there has been a rumor on the internet there will be ghost-type Pokemon in the forest near Lavender Town at night. Qingwei didn't know if the news was true or if people made it up, so he wouldn't choose a place that was too deep for his camp at the beginning, otherwise it would be a little troublesome if he encountered a ghost-type Pokemon at night. You know, although most of the ghost-type Pokemon are not very powerful, their prank-like nature and strange methods are hard to guard against. Qingwei is worried that if he falls asleep, a ghost-type Pokemon enters his dream, which caused a beautiful dream to turn into a nightmare because of the ghost-type Pokemon, which also affect sleep too much. As Qingwei gradually went deeper into the forest, light gradually became richer. Qingwei saw a few sandshrews who had just woken up and were playing next to a sand/couple looking after their children. It seems that they should be a small family living here, not a large group, and their strength is not very strong. Qingwei did not disturb the warm family, but continued to walk inside with the Pokemon. It is said that there are traces of drowsy life in many places in this forest, but no one knows whether it is a few scattered drowsies or a small drowsy group. Psychic Pokemon in the wild are hard to be caught by ordinary people, and only a few lucky people have the chance to meet them. Continuing to walk inside for a while, Sylveon, who was in charge of opening the way, suddenly stopped, constantly observing the surroundings, and at the same time warning Qingwei. He felt something nearby watching them. 100 Qingwei took out another Pokeball with his backhand, and kept looking at the gap between the surrounding trees, but he never found it. Since it's not on the ground, it's probably on a tree, Qingwei thought, looked up at the surrounding trees, and sure enough, he saw a purple figure on a tree not far in front of his left. It's a giant purple cobra that looks like it. It has black thin stripes on its body, and the pattern on its relatively broad neck resembles a rage face. The triangular eyes and the mouth full of fangs spit out letters from time to time, all of which show its danger. Arbok, of the most dangerous types of Pokemon in the wilds of the Kanto region. The strength in front of Qingwei has reached the senior level, but from the various scars on its body, it can be seen that this Arbok must have experienced countless battles. Just cool. Arbok, who was originally curled up on the tree, was about to look for an opportunity to sneak attack, but since he was discovered, let's attack directly. Charmeleon, this battle is up to you. Qingwei backhanded out another Pokeball and released Charmeleon. Charmeleon, vortex of flame. At the same time as Qingwei issued the order, Arbok on the tree launched an attack first. Sucker punch move. Arbok burst out with great strength from his curled body, swooped down, and instantly came to Charmeleon and slammed into him. Just cool. Roar. Charmeleon was knocked back a few steps, and the opponent's sudden attack made him too late to release the vortex of flame, so he could only throw a fist in counterattack. The two Pokemon were fighting together like this. The fighting was very loud, and it attracted more and more attention from all around. Qingwei did not command Charmeleon anymore, but kept observing the surrounding. Many Pokemon heard the movement here and approached, hiding behind a tree or on a tree to watch the battle between the two sides. However, after seeing that the specific battle was the Arbok, which was famous for its belligerence, they dispersed one by one, and finally the surroundings returned to peace. Only a small dark green figure remained, hiding in the shadow of a big tree, watching curiously. Qingwei didn't notice that it was being watched BJEA, although he could feel that he seemed to be being watched, but since there were indeed many Pokemon around before, he just assumed that there were still Pokemon who liked to watch the fun and didn't leave. Moreover, now that Sylveon is guarding himself by his side, even if there is any danger, he can react immediately, not to mention that he does not feel malice in the eyes being watched. So he's now turning his attention back to the battle of Charmeleon and Arbok. The battle between the two sides was very fierce. Arbok tried to wrap Charmeleon through his body several times, but was repelled by Charmeleon's fist, and even suffered a fireball. This Arbok does not have many skills, mainly the skills of close combat such as Crunch, Sucker Punch, and Bite. It tried to breathe acid, but it was directly vaporized by a fireball from Charmeleon, who responded quickly. In the end, Charmeleon, a flamethrower, resolved the fight, knocking Arbok out of combat. Nice job Charmeleon, let's go and keep going. Qingwei praised Charmeleon. This battle was clean and neat. Charmeleon did not release any superfluous skill move, and every skill he released had a good effect. Saying that, Qingwei also took out Pokemon candy and fed it to Charmeleon. As everyone knows, Qingwei's actions are all seen by a small figure in the dark. Qingwei's figure was reflected in its red pupils. When Qingwei took out the Pokemon candy, its eyes were placed on it. It could feel that this thing seemed delicious and nutritious. Qingwei walked in the forest until it was almost noon, and found a relatively large open space. He also explored the surrounding area. There were no large Pokemon group, but there were a few small Pokemon family. Knitter and Malesine family. There are several Parasect living near the river in the west. This open space is suitable for camping, but unfortunately, there are no particularly huge trees or boulders nearby. Otherwise, Qingwei would allow Gloom to use the power of secrets to open up a more secure and comfortable secret base for camping. In the past few days, he is going to be temporarily stationed here, and then he will take Pokemon around for training and exploration every day. Qingwei released all his Pokemon, and Azumarill ran to the river with a small bucket to fetch water. He took out the camping tent from his bag again, and skillfully operated it. After a while, he set up a tent, got in and made a simple arrangement inside. When he got out of the tent, Azumarill just came back with water. Fire, boil water, instant noodles. A few minutes later, Qingwei sat at the door of the tent, holding a box of instant noodles in his left hand, and a fork in his right hand, picking the noodles in the box boredly. I'm used to the delicious food in restaurants in the city, but when I suddenly eat instant noodles, it's really hard to eat. Pokemons are much better. Pokeball tastes good, and they are used to it, so there is nothing uncomfortable about it. Qingwei stared at the instant noodles in his hand for a long time, and finally, when he gritted his teeth, he picked up the instant noodles with his right hand and sent it to his mouth. After a meal, it was light suffering. After the meal, Qingwei rested for a while, and after leaving Azumarill to look after the house, he took the other Pokemons to the neighborhood for training. Not long after Qingwei left, a small dark green figure emerged from behind a tree next to the clearing, approached Qingwei's camp silently, and quietly got into Qingwei's camp. Inside the tent, into the shadows. All this action did not make a sound. Let Azumarill, who has excellent hearing, not find it at all. A few hours later, Qingwei returned from training with the Pokemon, returned to the tent, and took out the food to be cooked for a while from the bag. Qingwei frowned slightly. Immediately, he returned to normal, took his things and walked out, after making a rich dinner. After tugging at Sylveon's ribbon, leaving Ralts and Eevee to play outside, Qingwei returned alone. In the tent, sitting on the soft mattress in the tent, Qingwei took out the advanced Pokédex and began to formulate a daily training plan. Gradually, he felt a sense of drowsiness. Qingwei's movement of operating the advanced Pokédex gradually slowed down. After a while, he fell asleep on the pillow. The dark green figure hidden in the tent appeared. Seeing Qingwei falling asleep, it smiled proudly, and saw the red beads around its neck glow, as if absorbed had left something, the luster of the red beads looking better. Then, Then, it quietly approached Qingwei's backpack next to the mattress. At this moment, Qingwei suddenly opened his eyes. Sylvian outside the tent also got in at the same time. Qingwei looked at the small figure floating in front of him. He saw that most of his body was dark green, with a hairstyle like will-o-wisp. On the tip of the burning hair of will-o-wisp, it is a touch of red. The iris in its eyes is red, and there is a string of conspicuous red beads hanging around its neck. Now this red bead is absorbed, and the color is extremely bright. It's a ghost-type Pokemon, Mischievous. When he returned to the camp and returned to the tent before, he was keenly aware that something was wrong. There seemed to be something hidden in his tent. The first thing Qingwei thought of was the ghost-type Pokemon, but most of these Pokemon can be hidden in shadows, and ordinary attack cannot force them to appear. Qingwei came up with the idea of using himself as a bait to eat after the meal. I went back to the tent alone. If it was a ghost-type Pokemon who liked to play trick, it should not miss this opportunity. So he also told Sylvian in a special way to get him and the rest of the Pokemon ready. Sure enough, he just opened the advanced Pokédex and played for a while, and he felt abnormal sleepiness, but his mental strength with psychic is not weak, and the sleepiness is far from enough for him to sleep directly, so he will count and pretend to sleep by himself. In the past, sure enough, the other party showed up proudly after seeing Qingwei falling asleep. Qingwei looked at the information of the Mischievous in front of him. Type, Mischievous Senior. Gender, early classification, Night Cry Pokemon attribute, Ghost trait, floating personality, restrained ____ or ghost-type Pokemon. So outrageous. Qingwei was shocked, not to mention the strength of the senior level. So many skill moves alone are enough to see Qingwei drooling. These skills are not used to make up the number. In addition to Growl, the most common skill, the rest are either ghost skills or psychic skills. The only two general skills, Pain Split and Double Team, are both life-saving and offensive skills. Tell me, what's the point of getting into my tent? Qingwei looked at Mischievous in front of him and said, yeah. Mischievous obviously didn't know Qingwei's ability. He didn't expect him to wake up so quickly. As a ghost-type Pokemon who loves to scare people, she can actually be scared by humans. Mischievous wanted revenge to fool around, but seeing Sylvian staring at him, she was a little cowardly, and her small figure drifted back slowly. Wait, do you want this? Qingwei stopped Mischievous, who wanted to escape when he saw that the situation was not right, took out a Pokeblock from his backpack, and asked, well, Tilda. Mischievous saw the Pokeblock, stopped his step back, stared at the Pokeblocks in Qingwei's hand, and then looked at the master holding the Pokeblock, Qingwei, and nodded slowly. Here, eat. Qingwei handed out the hand holding the Pokeblock. Mischievous hesitated a bit, but thought that he had not had enough to eat, and finally floated over slowly, took the Pokeblocks and ate it. She hasn't had a full meal for days. I'm starving now. Looking at her gobbling up, Qingwei probably understood that the Pokeblocks he made contained more or less life energy, and the usual food of ghost-type Pokemon was this kind of energy. Of course, they also feed on fear, but the energy of fear is relatively snack. In fact, except for a few evil ghost-type Pokemon that will directly absorb the life energy of human being, that is, the soul, most of the other Pokemon will only absorb the life energy scattered around humans, such as Kanto region, as famous Ghastly, the family of Haunter and Gengar. A big reason they like to haunt humans isn't for life energy, but for play. Then, while playing, they will absorb some free life energy and eat some fear energy snack that they made. Chapter 93 Mischievous. What should I do if I am too scared to sleep? By Ghost Story. Wait online. The Mischievous in front of Qingwei is also the same, but the emotional energy of fear is more important to Mischievous because the beads hanging around their neck can be absorbed and preserved. Pokemon like Mischievous like to tease others very much. Wild Mischievous will often make fun of astonished passers-by in Pokemon, which is one of the reasons why this Mischievous keeps up with Qingwei in the first place. As for another reason, of course, he was attracted by the Pokeblocks and Pokemon candies with life energy in Qingwei's hand. She has been wandering in this forest for a while, but after she left the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town, she hadn't had a good meal. In the Pokemon she met in this forest, she couldn't beat the powerful one. She has no sense of accomplishment when bullied by the weak, and she has not seen any trace of human beings for a long time. This time, she was attracted by the fighting between Charmeleon and Arbok. She found that the Arbok that scared her was finally beaten by Charmeleon. Order food to eat. As a result, the apprenticeship was discovered. Qingwei looked at Mischievous, who was eating Pokeblock in front of him, and asked, would you like to follow me? After following me, you will have an endless supply of Pokeblock. I will also make special Pokeblock for you at that time. Pokemon candy, quote, Qingwei said, and took out a few pieces of candy from his pocket. Mischievous saw that Qingwei took out the delicious food again, and quickly ate the Pokeblocks in his hand, and then took the Pokemon candy, unpacked it, put it in his mouth and ate it. Tilda. Hey, you said you like to scare people. Can you do a show for me? When Mischievous heard the word, he immediately put down candy, and suddenly got into Qingwei's shadow. Qingwei looked at the shadow curiously. seriously. It was normal now, and there was no ghost-type Pokemon in the shadow at all. Hey! Then, Misdreavus suddenly appeared in front of Qingwei again. The expression on his face pretended to be fierce, and he shouted loudly, trying to scare Qingwei. But Qingwei looked at Misdreavus, who thought that Astonish had succeeded and was about to start celebrating, and said with a question mark, "That's it. Is this what you use to scare people?" Huh. Misdreavus nodded, a proud expression on his face. Qingwei didn't know what to say, and it took him a long time to say, "If it's just this level, then it's no wonder you're starving." Huh. Misdreavus was puzzled, and then reacted with a little angry face. Huh. Don't be convinced. Your scary level is really a little weak. You didn't see me and didn't get scared. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. There must be no fearful emotional energy around me, right? Huh. Misdreavus was stunned for a moment, and carefully felt the surrounding energy. There was indeed no fear energy appeared. In other words, this human being was not frightened by her at all just now. The method you used is really too low level. So, if you follow me, I will not only give you delicious food and drink, but also teach you better tricks and scary methods. Qingwei rolling his eyes. He had an idea. Huh. What? Don't you believe it? I can teach you a little trick right now. Qingwei looked at Misdreavus and said, "You should have hallucinations, right?" "Well, Tilda," Misdreavus nodded, "that would be much simpler. When you suddenly appear in front of humans in the future, you can look like this." Qingwei briefly described an image, which is the classic ghost shape in horror films in previous lives. In any case, the effect will definitely be much more scary than her original appearance. Not to mention that people in this world don't know anything about horror movies or haunted houses. Misdreavus turned into a petite, blue-colored child, and the expression on his face made people feel a little scary at first glance. "Yes, you will become scary in the future. The effect will definitely be better," Qingwei said, and took out a mirror from the backpack and placed it in front of Misdreavus. "Hey!" Misdreavus looked at the image in the mirror and floated back in fright. "Who is that in the mirror? What a scary feeling. Is this the ghost Pokemon?" Qingwei was speechless and could be frightened by himself. Misdreavus was the only one. "Well, Tilda," Misdreavus also reacted at this time, "isn't this what she transformed into according to Qingwei's description? If you use this image to scare people, that must be great." Misdreavus feels like he can do it again. "How's it going? Isn't this a good trick? I still have countless images here, and various ways to scare people. You know, you can scare people once or twice when you suddenly appear in front of people. The effect will not be strong. Quote, as long as you follow me, I will teach you everything slowly. Just don't go too far when you play pranks in the future." "Ha Tilda." This time, Misdreavus nodded neatly and agreed, and he could learn to scare people with Qingwei. "There are so many delicious food." "Not a lot." "Then, pick a Pokeball you like." Qingwei immediately took out a row of Pokeballs for Misdreavus to pick. Misdreavus chose an Ultra Ball at random and entered it actively. Qingwei picked up the Ultra Ball and released Misdreavus. "Well, Tilda." Misdreavus floated beside Qingwei as soon as he came out, and asked him to talk about how to scare people. "I'll tell you in a minute, Sylveon. It's all right here. You call everyone in and meet new friend, Mia." Sylveon gave Misdreavus a friendly cry, and the ribbon around his neck touched the little Misdreavus lightly in a friendly gesture, then walked out of the tent and called to his companions. Soon, everyone gathered outside the tent. Qingwei took Misdreavus out and introduced Misdreavus to everyone. After the Pokemons were all familiar with each other, Qingwei took Misdreavus back to the tent. "Before I teach you how to play prank, let me tell you a few stories. The first story is like this." Qingwei changed some of the ghost stories he remembered slightly according to the Pokemon world and told Misdreavus. As time passed, Qingwei became more and more sleepy, while the audience Misdreavus more and more awake. In the end, Qingwei was talking about falling asleep while Misdreavus, "She is insomnia. Yeah, the ghosts in this story are so scary. What should I do if I can't sleep? Online waiting is very urgent." Misdreavus shivered in a corner of the tent, staring at the shadows around him, the kettle on the ground and so on. She was afraid that something would slowly emerge from the shadow, or that the kettle would suddenly begin to bleed automatically. Lalu, by Ralts and Eevee, who had had enough fun outside, came in, and they were puzzled to see Misdreavus being so frightened and terrified. "Isn't this a ghost Pokemon? Ghost-type Pokemon will also be scared." "Hey, Lalu Tilda." "Bye Tilda." Misdreavus whispered to the two Pokemons what Qingwei had just told, but the story that came out of her mouth was not that flavorful. Ralts and Eevee heard it. They didn't have much reaction. Instead, they felt like, "This is it. It's a bit scary, but that's it. Don't be scared like this." Ralts and Eevee felt this way, and they just laid outside for a long time, and they went back to the tent to prepare for rest, and now they feel more sleepy after listening to a bedtime story. "Lalu Tilda." "Booyee Tilda." Ralts and Eevee whispered goodnight to Misdreavus before running to Qingwei's side to sleep. "Huh, how fat for? You were wrong. The story just now is so scary. How can you fall asleep?" Misdreavus was messed up alone. Qingwei woke up early the next morning. He slept well last night. He was a little tired from exercising in the afternoon afternoon because he had been walking for a day. So sleep soundly, stretching comfortably. Qingwei looked around. In the tent, only Sylveon was resting on a small cushion beside Qingwei's mattress, while Qingwei lay little Evie and Ralts beside him, and Mischievous, now in a dazed state, squinting in midair, floating up and down. As for flowers, 0 inches LaRue Tilda. At this time, Ralts also woke up, sat up, rubbed his eyes, and greeted Qingwei beside him. Good morning. Qingwei smiled, got off the mattress, picked up the towel and cup, and prepared to wash outside. Soon, after washing up, all the Pokemons woke up when Qingwei returned to the tent, except for little Mischievous, who was still dazed and sleepy. Ha Tilda, what the matter? Didn't you sleep last night? Qingwei prepared food for the Pokemon and asked. Ha Tilda, this. After listening to Mischievous' explanation, Qingwei couldn't help laughing and laughing. Could co-author be frightened by his ghost story? Then I'm going to take the other Pokemons out for training. You and Azumarill should stay at the camp. You continue to rest, and I'll put the food in the tent. Qingwei thought for a moment and said, well Tilda. Mischievous swayed listlessly, then fell directly onto Qingwei's mattress, and fell asleep. And Qingwei, after having just cooked breakfast, took the Pokemon out for training. Viridian City, Viridian Gym. In Giovanni's office, a huge man, a thin man, and a thin and tall woman stood side by side on the opposite side of the desk, with their heads lowered slightly. Two of them are Sachi and Oka, who attacked Elf Company. Before 0, sitting in front of them at the desk is their boss, Giovanni. Boss, what's the matter with you gathering the three of us? The emaciated man asked aloud. Come and look at this. Giovanni took out an oval-shaped orange stone with a hint of red and placed it on the desk. With a slight push of his right hand, the stone slid across the desk to the other side. This is... The emaciated man looked at the strange stone in front of him, puzzled. We call it Old Amber, and it was found in Diglett Cave, Giovanni said, looking at the three people in front of him. He continued, my researchers found that the ancient Pokemon's genetic genes are sealed in this amber. If there are a large number of these old ambers, genetic research and repair can be carried out, finally resurrecting Pokemon. Giovanni said this, and the three of them raised their heads and looked carefully at the old amber on the table. What does this Pokemon look like? The skinny man asked. According to the existing gene, it should look like this. Since a lot of genes are missing, the shape is not very certain, but it is certain that it should be a powerful ancient Pokemon. Giovanni pushed another sheet of paper with a picture on it. The three gathered around, looking at the image of the Pokemon on the paper. The Pokemon in the image has huge wings, 4 sharp claws, and appears to be... This is a pterosaur. Is it a dragon-type Pokemon? The three beasts looked at the Pokemon in the picture in front of them. In terms of appearance, they were somewhat similar to Pokemons like Charizard and Dragonite. It's not clear for the time being, and we'll have to wait until the genes are completed to find out, and that's your mission. Giovanni said, you have to take a few men and some miners to Diglett Cave to dig these stones. Your task is to keep the miners safe. If there are enough old ambers, we can resurrect a group of them. A mighty ancient Pokemon. Sage and Oka, haven't you made up for the strength you lost in Saffron City before? Just take this opportunity to recover and adjust. Chakra, you are responsible for this matter. Sage and Oka, both of you obey the investigation. Clark's order. Giovanni looked at the thin man in front of him and said, yes. The three of Chakra bowed their heads and responded, okay, let's go down and prepare more materials for living underground. This time, the researchers estimate that the time will not be too short. When you are ready, take people out and enter from the entrance of Diglett Cave in Pewter City. Try to go inside and start digging. There may be traces of trainers on the periphery of the cave, so try to avoid them if you can. Quote, now the Alliance is investigating more closely. Do a good job of disguising it, and remember not to expose it. Yes, the three of Chakra responded and slowly exited the office. Howl. Chapter 94. Celebi actually knows me. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Walking out of Giovanni's office, Chakra, Sachi and Oka looked at each other. Boss, Giovanni really told us to dig for rock. Oka still couldn't believe it. He was an elite level trainer. Although the strength is greatly damaged, it will not be sent to the ground. And this task, other than facing a large number of Diglett in the cave, is not dangerous, right? Will it work for them? Shish. Sachi hurriedly motioned Oka to keep silent. She pointed to the door of Giovanni's office quietly with her hand, which meant that the boss was still sitting inside, so be careful when you speak. Use your brain before you speak. Chakra didn't lift his head, walked directly outside the gym, and said as he walked, you guys are ready to train the Pokemon. We'll start the day after tomorrow. The last time you two failed, I won't say anything. If this mission happens again, if there is any accident, we will be called Free Beast. At that time, hehe. When Oka and Sage heard what Chakra said, they immediately stopped talking, and followed Chakra out. Chakra is right. Giovanni's move is not necessarily a bad thing for them, just to use a lot of Diglett to train their second echelon Pokemon. If there is no progress until they come out of Diglett Cave, maybe the three beasts will be replaced. People, at the very least, Sachi and Oka may be replaced. No one knows what happened at Viridian Gym. Viridian Gym gym is currently closed, and it is claimed that leader Giovanni is temporarily closed for a few days when he has something to do. A week later, in the forest north of Route 11, Qingwei is packing up the tent and the various materials for 103 inches before. Today, the first stage of the special training for him and the Pokémons has been completed. After a week of precipitation and digestion, Charmeleon took the lead in raising his strength to the superior level, and comprehended Scary Face, a general type change move, and Inferno, a powerful fire type special move. Gloom's strength has also reached the edge of advance, and it is expected that the improvement can be completed during this special training. Now that the first stage of special training is completed, Qingwei is going to take the Pokémon to the deeper part of the forest, where the Pokémon are stronger and more suitable for Sylveon and Azumarill to train. In the process of advancing this time, Qingwei only put away Melodic, the largest Pokémon. Melodic's slender body made it very inconvenient for her to walk through the jungle while the other Pokémons were outside. Everyone, let go deep together. It just. Qingwei has one more pendant. He now has Ralts on his left shoulder, Eevee on his right, and Misdreavus on his hat. Today's forest seems a little extra quiet. Although it's only in the morning, Qingwei usually sees a lot of grass-type Pokémon coming out to exercise or absorb nutrients at this time, but now, I haven't seen a single one. Hannah. Gloom gently tugged at Qingwei's trouser leg, and kept saying something. You mean, the grass-type energy deep in the forest is more active today? More active than usual? Qingwei slowed down, lowered his head and asked. Hannah. Gloom nodded affirmatively. She was a grass-type Pokémon, and she was most familiar with the grass-type energy that allowed them to grow. Is this phenomenon normal in this forest? Qingwei stopped, stood in the same place, and thought silently. Generally speaking, a large forest will not have this abnormal phenomenon on its own. There are basically two reasons for the abnormal phenomenon. First, there are grass-type treasures deep in the forest. This item can periodically absorb the grass-type energy around it, and now is the time for it to release the grass-type energy. The second is the Pokémon, and it has to be a powerful Pokémon, or use the power of the entire group to hold some ritual. For example, in Bulbasaur's Incredible Garden, Venusaur uses the power of the group to release that more perfect light of evolution brings the newborn of the clan to evolution. Can you feel the direction? Qingwei asked. Hannah. Gloom nodded and reached out to point out a direction that was slightly offset from where Qingwei expected to go, but it was close. Sylveon, can you feel the danger over there? Qingwei looked at Sylveon again. Sylveon closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Then let go and see. Gloom, you lead the way. Be careful. Qingwei thought for a while and decided to go there to have a look. Even if he didn't get close, he had to know the reason for this phenomenon and whether it would pose a threat to him. The group followed Gloom's instructions and walked towards the depths of the forest. There are more and more abnormal phenomena around, and more various Pokémon are encountered, but it is strange that even if they are of different races, some of them are even enemies, but at this time they are still in peace. The hordes of Pokémon are heading towards the depths of the forest, and it looks like the goal is likely to be the same as Qingwei. Finally, they came to the vicinity of a huge tree. This towering giant tree is surrounded by various grass-type Pokémon, and in the outer circle, there are various Pokémon of other attributes living in this forest. Among them, even the extremely rare ones, Drowsy has several. All the Pokémon around are quiet, even the warlike races are no exception. They together form a circle around the giant tree, and quietly enjoy the gentle energy around them with their eyes closed. And in the middle of the giant tree, a light green light group floated there. Hannah. Gloom snorted softly, sniffing the gentle energy that made her extremely comfortable. You mean, grass-type energy is emitted by that light group? Gloom nodded. Qingwei narrowed his eyes and looked at the light green light group floating in the air. He vaguely saw that there was something inside this light green light. Looked like a Pokémon. In order to see more clearly, Qingwei used his psychic. This time, Qingwei saw it clearly. Inside the light cluster is a green creature. It has a rounded head that converges in an arc at the back of its head, green tentacles with blue tips on its forehead, rounded toeless feet and three-fingered hand. At this time, it was floating in the air with its eyes closed, and its body was constantly emitting a light green light, which should be grass-type energy. Is this Celebi? Qingwei, who saw clearly the face of the other party, was shocked. This is the legendary Pokémon, possessing the ability to travel through time and bring life to the places he arrived. The Pokémon Celebi with the ability to purify, known by the world as Celebi, the guardian of the forest. How could it be here? Qingwei looked at Celebi, who was purifying the forest in the air, and thought carefully. He thought about the information about this forest that he had seen on the internet before. Indeed, no one had mentioned that there was a trace of Celebi in this forest. At least this kind of vision has never been seen before. Could it be because of the existence of ghost-type Pokémon? Some people regard these as pranks or dreams of ghost-type Pokémon. Qingwei guessed there is another possibility. That is, this Celebi just came here. Thinking of this, Qingwei was also a little excited. This is the first time he has met a real Pokémon. Pokemon. This shows what? This shows that he also has the life of the protagonist. Originally, after traveling for so long, all he saw were relatively ordinary Pokemon. These legendary Pokemons had only been heard and never seen, and Ash, on the first day of the trip, was able to see the real Pokemon, Ho-Oh, and what he met a few days before the trip was low-end version of Ho-Oh, Shiny Fearow. At that time, he thought that he might be insulated from these legendary Pokemon, but he did not expect to meet Celebi here. Hannah Tilda. Gloom sent out a happy growl at this time. Qingwei looked at it and found that her strength had risen to the superior level. Is it because of these energies? Hannah Tilda. Gloom nodded, then closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy. Qingwei only noticed at this time that the other Pokemons around here, even if their own strength has not improved, their own state has improved a lot. Some Pokemon with injuries, after absorbing these energy, the wounds on their bodies also disappear, begin to heal, disappear. Many newborn Pokemon were brought by their parent, and after absorbing this energy, they gained a lot of growth. Among them, the grass-type Pokemon gained the most benefit. Qingwei saw that many grass-type Pokemon were sucking in the evolution. Cella Tilda. At this time, a voice came from the green light group, and Qingwei saw that Celebi, who had closed his eyes and concentrated on releasing energy, slowly opened his eyes. It has a pair of light blue eyes, but there are thick black eye circles around the eyes. These black eye circles will not make Celebi look decadent, but make its eyes more agile. As Celebi opened its eyes, it gradually restrained its own ability, and the green light of the light group continued to weaken, and finally all poured into Celebi's body and disappeared. Cella Tilda. Celebi felt the situation in the forest, nodded his head in satisfaction, and then looked at the Pokemon around it. Hannah Tilda. Oka Tilda. Pokemon opened their eyes one by one and thanked Celebi in midair, because Celebi not only improved their physical condition, but also helped the forest. In the future, the output of fruit and food in the forest will be greatly improved, and the environment of the forest will be more beautiful, and their home will become better under Celebi's helping hand. Cella Tilda. Celebi let out a cry, as if to say don't mind. Then, the Pokemon thanked Celebi with their own etiquette, and then dispersed one by one, but in front of Celebi, the Pokemon who were enemies of each other also restrained themselves well and did not fight directly here. Sheila. Celebi saw Qingwei standing a little further away. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately flew towards Qingwei. Cella Tilda. Celebi flew in front of Qingwei and sniffed carefully with its small nose, as if confirming its identity. Then Qingwei nodded with satisfaction and flew around Qingwei happily. This, Qingwei is a little confused. Co-authoring with me is not as simple as encountering the Pokemon of Phantom. Can you give off a domineering air to Pokemon? Why am I so arrogant? The more Qingwei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he remembered Celebi's ability, so he asked tentatively, that Celebi. Cella Tilda. Celebi heard Qingwei calling it, so she stopped flying and floated in front of Qingwei. Do I know you? No. Should you know me? Celebi. Celebi's little head nodded, and she simply admitted it. Have we met in the future? Qingwei continued to ask. Celebi has the ability to travel through time. If he meets Celebi in the future and has 4.0 acquaintances with it, it is normal for Celebi to know him now. Cella Tilda. Celebi nodded first, then shook her head. What does this mean? Qingwei is even more confused. Time is the easiest thing to theoretically create paradoxes. When Qingwei thinks about time, he will feel a big headache. Now Celebi first nodded and then shook his head, meaning it should be have seen it in the future, but didn't know it in the future. Not the future. Then could it be past? Have we met before? Cella Tilda. Celebi nodded. Then why don't I have any impression at all? Could it be a previous life? Could this be the reason for my time travel? Qingwei frowned and pondered, and found that there was indeed no impression of the Celebi in front of him in his memory. Cella Tilda. Celebi didn't bother, but took the initiative to find Qingwei's Pokemon, greeted them friendly, and flew around them happily. Seeing that Celebi seemed to be very familiar with the Pokemons, Qingwei understood. Celebi's past, my future. Thinking of this, Qingwei fully understands that at some point in the future, he may travel through time and space and return to the past to meet this Celebi. Is this Celebi the one I'll see in the future? Qingwei was a little confused again, and then he shook his head vigorously, throwing these thoughts out of his mind. If you can't figure it out, you don't have to think about it. When the moment in the future, everything will be clear. However, Qingwei is very satisfied with getting to know a Celebi. Chapter 95_outrageous. Celebi is actually my Pokemon. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Qingwei looked at Celebi. At this time, Celebi was constantly flying next to Gloom, and at the same time, she was still shouting, Cella, Sheila. He suddenly found that Celebi's growl seemed to be incomprehensible to him. Through the psychic given by the system, Qingwei can roughly understand the meaning of Pokemon's growl, but in the conversation between him and Celebi just now, Celebi's growl did not understand very well, and the other party's meaning was very incoherent. And in growl, it seems to contain more modal particles. Is it because there is little little contact with humans, so there will be problems with aggression. Qingwei thought of this. The groups of ordinary Pokemons have basically come into contact with humans, so their growls are slowly changing, and it is more and more convenient for humans to understand. But Celebi is a fantasy Pokemon, almost never been in contact with humans and have an almost infinite lifespan, and the real number of Celebi may not even be known to Celebi himself. Even if Celebi has contacted other humans, it should not be the one in front of him, so its growl is still biased towards the ancient period to understand. Qingwei saw that Celebi was emitting bursts of green light, which kept pouring into the bodies of Qingwei's Pokemon. As this, Celebi is giving them a small stove. Qingwei suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the Celebi's information carefully, and he was shocked when he visited it before. So, he checked the information. Type: Celebi, Elite Champion. Due to the huge consumption, it is Elite level strength at this time. Gender: no gender classification. Time travel Pokemon attributes: Psychic, Grass Rate, Natural Healing Personality, Law Skills, Confusion, Heal Bell, Ancient Power, Life Dew, Leech Seed, Recover, Pre-Future Sight, Healing Wish, Light Screen, Reflect, Rest, Protect, Trick Room, Wonder Room, Magic Room, Spirit Blade, Substitute, Leaf Storm, Solar Beam, Sun Blade, Seed Bomb, Magical Leaf. Current status: can this be called wild in general? Is introduction the power of 19 Pokemon? Qingwei looked at these various high-level skills, and then looked at Celebi's petite body. This cute look. If anyone doesn't have eyes to provoke, it's so dead that I don't know how to die. Maybe it learned so many skills from other Pokemon or from its own clan. But seeing Celebi's current state, Qingwei also understood that its gift to the forest just now was not without a price, but the price was a temporary drop in strength, which was equivalent to giving the energy stored in its body to the forest. The status is generally said to have passed. Seeing this, Qingwei took out the grass-type Pokeblock that Gloom ate from his bag, crouched down and handed them to Celebi. Celebi seemed to know this kind of Pokeblock, and when Qingwei took it out, he grabbed it and ate it. After eating more than 10 pieces in a row, Celebi touched her belly, which had not changed, and burped. Celebi thanked Qingwei. Qingwei also took the opportunity to continue to ask, why are you here? Is there something wrong with this forest? Sheila. Celebi thought about it for a while, and told Qingwei. It took a lot of effort for Qingwei to understand a little. You mean, you passed by here, but when you predicted the future, you found that this forest was beginning to wither. Celebi nodded, then continued to bark a few more times. Did the forest wither from the west? Qingwei's gaze unconsciously turned to the west, but all the trees could be seen. West. Should it be close to Vermilion City? Could it be that the future expansion of Vermilion City to the east has caused problems with the forest? But that's not right either. Vermilion City's environmental protection is quite good, and there are no factories with heavy pollution sources in the city. Even if it is expanded, it shouldn't cause such a big damage, right? You know, this is a whole forest. Celebi, do you see what caused the forest to wither? Qingwei looked at Celebi again. Celebi nodded, pointed at Qingwei, and then shook her head again. A human. Celebi affirmed. Human. Qingwei's expression was a bit complicated. Humans in the previous life were like this. After crossing the road, he had seen all kinds of beautiful natural scenery. If it is human, it is most likely caused by the expansion of Vermilion City or the relocation of some factories here. It seems that we have to pay attention to the development of Vermilion City in the future. At least we have to find out the reason. Qingwei thought silently. Celebi, did your actions just now work? Celebi nodded proudly. Its behavior just now gave the trees here a great deal of nutrition, which can make these trees grow better, and they will not wither so quickly in the face of disasters in the future. As for the rest, it's up to humans. Are you saying you're going to be here for the next few days to release your energy once a day? You still want to stay with me these days? Well, I can make some Pokeblock for you alone, so that you can rest and recover better with the helping hand. Let me make a little more. Is it because you will continue to walk through the various forests? It turns out that recently it was your turn to observe and treat the sick forest. You mean, come to me after your mission is over, and let me be your trainer? Celebi nodded. Is it your agreement with me in the past? Will you come to me after your mission is over? Qingwei was dumbfounded. Co-authoring this, Celebi actually has an owner. The key is the owner or himself. I met my own phantom Pokemon scattered N years ago in the wild. Why is this plot so magical? Qingwei suddenly became enlightened and understood. It turned out that he was the real master of liberation. A fake release master like act. After capturing Pokemon, he will release it for the sake of Pokemon. The real master of free life. Pokemon has been released before he was born, and he has also agreed with him that he will take the initiative to find him after he is born. Qingwei suddenly thought of something. Co-authored. I released a champion level Pokemon before I was born, so why am I a champion before I was born? Immediately, Qingwei felt that he was terrific. Qingwei's mood suddenly became very good. Even if he has infinite salted fish neck, he can have a Pokemon of illusion. However, during this special training day, it seems that his Pokémons can learn something from Celebi. 3 weeks later, in the forest north of Route 11, a teenager in a trainer's uniform, with a hat with a lowered brim on his head, a shiny Roll sitting on his left shoulder, and Eevee sitting on his right shoulder, following behind a Sylveon, is walking slowly. Go to the south of the forest. It was Qingwei who had 3 weeks of special training here. The 3-week special training allowed Qingwei's Pokémons to completely digest the massive accumulation of the previous period. During the first week, Qingwei stayed in the camp established in the open space at the beginning, taking Pokémons to do various trainings every day. A week later, Charmeleon's strength reached the superior level first, and in the next 2 weeks, Qingwei took the Pokémon to a deeper part of the forest. During this period, he even saw his future Pokémon Celebi. Moreover, in the next 2 weeks of special training, Qingwei saw the place where Celebi cast the spell, the incomparably huge tree, which allowed Gloom to exert its secret power and opened up a large space inside the tree. Live in comfortably, and because Qingwei has Misdreavus by her side, there are no other ghost-type Pokémon to harass at night, and little Misdreavus has also learned a lot of top-level scare moves with Qingwei, and is now gearing up to go out to find someone try it out. Celebi and Qingwei spent 5 days in the forest together, releasing their own energy in the morning to supply the entire forest. Every day, a large number of Pokémon came. During this period, Qingwei also got to know those drowsy, and successfully reached a PY transaction with the other party. That is, Qingwei used some Pokéblock for the other party to eat, and Drowsy was responsible for teaching the application of some skills and moves to Ralts who had just passed the infancy and entered the growth period. Because Celebi and Qingwei are very close, these Pokémons are also very friendly to Qingwei, even the grumpy Pokémon. This made Qingwei's special training smoother. Every morning when he took the Pokémon for a morning run in the forest, there were a lot of Pokémon who followed them and followed suit. After the morning run, everyone gathered under the big tree to absorb some of the energy released by Celebi. After the end, Qingwei's Pokémon would choose some of them to fight against to exercise themselves. Qingwei's daily quest mainly changed to making various Pokéblock from the fruit that the Pokémons gave him, and then giving them to Pokémon as tuition. Even after Celebi left, everyone just omitted the process of daily absorb energy. In 2 weeks, Gloom's strength not only reached the superior level on the first day, but also took a solid step forward in the later time. He also learned Solar Beam and Bullet Seed from Celebi and some grass-type Pokémon. 2 grass-type attack move. It greatly enriches its own long-range attack method, and Solar Beam can be regarded as the ultimate move of grass-type skills, and it is extremely powerful. It's all well taught by Celebi. Qingwei didn't expect that he asked Celebi to watch and teach Gloom some skills before. Celebi taught Solar Beam directly, and Gloom actually learned it in 5 days. Is introduction the power of Pokémon. The current Gloom only needs to accumulate and grow for a period of time, and Qingwei can use Sunstone to make Gloom's successful evolution into a complete Blossom. Charmeleon's progress is also fast, and now it's time for an evolution. Melodic has few water-type Pokémon in this forest. There is no good teacher to teach, and his strength has not grown too much, but based on what she learned from Wallace's Melodic before, she continued to practice every day, and her growth was huge. She learned 2 skill moves, Surf and Aqua Ring, and they have mastered them proficiently, and their power is also very good. Little Eevee has also officially started training in skills, and his strength has easily reached the ordinary level from the original weak novice level, and will soon be promoted to the senior level. When 103 Rawl came to the forest in the second week, the successful Lance crossing passed his infancy and reached the growth period. Under the guidance of Drowsy and Celebi, he learned the application of Psychic, especially Confusion. Of course, she also learned new skills, and through her own understanding, she has learned a total of 4 skill moves: Confusion, Hypnosis, Teleport, and Psybeam. Later, she also participated in a small part of the training, although not much, but the improvement of herself is still great, and her strength has reached the ordinary level, and she is considered a little master in the ordinary level. Shuckle also successfully hatched shortly after Celebi left, and the qualifications are good. Type: Shuckle, novice level. Gender: early classification. Fermented Pokemon attribute: Insect. Raw trait: strong personality. Leisure skills: Withdraw, Rollout, Insect resistance. Acupuncture current status: excellent. Once a Shuckle is born, it will be a genetic skill of acupuncture. This made Qingwei very happy. Because of the acupuncture points in this world, as long as you practice more and are familiar with your teammate, you can use them for your teammate. At that time, a group fight will start, and Shuckle will give his teammates acupoints and buff one by one. That's it. Now, Shuckle has also spent the first 2 days of her infancy, but she can't catch up with the special field training this time. Qingwei can only continue to think of a way later. Larvitar's Pokemon egg. According to the indicator light on the incubator, it is time to hatch, but the exact time is still uncertain. As for Qingwei's strongest Sylveon and Azumarill, the progress is also obvious. Sylveon, which was originally upgraded to the quasi-elite level due to evolution, has now taken 2 steps forward in the quasi-elite level, and has also learned the 3 skills of Auto-Suggestion, Baton Pass, and Magical Leap. Among them, Auto-Suggestion and Baton Pass can also play a small cooperation. When the opponent Pokemon uses powerful buff skills, Sylveon can use Auto-Suggestion to strengthen himself, and then a Baton Pass. This buff can be passed on to the next Pokemon to play. Not to mention Azumarill, she is stronger than Sylveon in actual combat. And under Sylveon's helping hand, I learned the fairy skill of Draining Kiss, and because every fight is constantly splash, I learned Bounce by myself. Flying skill. Why is Bounce considered a flying skill? Qingwei really didn't understand. The rest of the little Misdreavus just started to follow Qingwei, and they didn't encounter other ghost-type Pokemon. Qingwei just let Misdreavus exercise his existing skills every day, looking forward to improving his power by meticulously developing these skills, even by analogy to comprehend other skills. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 96 Larvitar Hatching. Dragon Dance Larvitar. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. The Qingwei 3 weeks ago and the current Qingwei have undergone tremendous changes in strength. He now owns 2 near elite Pokemon, Sylveon and Azumarill, 2 superior level Pokemon, Charmeleon and Gloom, both of which have reached the edge of evolution. Once evolution's strength is likely to be upgraded to the quasi-elite level. There is also a senior Melodic and a senior Misdreavus, 2 regular Eevee and Ralt, and a novice Shuckle, and the quasi-god Larvitar, who is about to hatch. Qingwei walked slowly while looking at the specific data of his Pokemon recorded on the advanced Pokédex in his hand. Sylveon quasi-elite Covet, Tackle, Helping Hand, Heal Bell, Iron Tail, Last Resort, Charm, Protect, Quick Attack, Double Kick, Return, Sunny Day, Draining Kiss, Misty Terrain, Moonblast, Fairy Wind, Disarming Voice, Auto-Suggestion, Baton Pass, Magical Leaf, Azumarill quasi-elite Flash, Tail Whip, Abdominal Drum, Bubble Beam, Aqua Tail, Rain Dance, Ice Punch, Protect, Iron Tail, Helping Hand, Aqua Ring, Substitute, Whirlpool, Play Rough, Slam, Draining Kiss, Bounce, Charmeleon Superior, Air Cutter, Grab, Growl, Ember, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Megaton Punch, Fire Fang, Flame Vortex, Brick Break, Inferno, Scary Face, Gloom Superior, Giga Drain, Growth, Acid, Sweet Scent, Razor Leaf, Rest, Poison Powder, Paralysis Powder, Sleep Powder, Toxic, Secret Power, Grassy Terrain, Sunny Day, Synthesis, Solar Beam, Bullet Seed, Melodic Senior, Body of Attract, Flash, Tackle, Water Pulse, Disarming Voice, Attract, Life Dew, Safeguard, Recover, Aqua Tail, Water Gun, Flail, Aqua Ring, Surf, Misdreavus Senior, Growl, Shadow Sneak, Bite, Astonish, Confuse Ray, Hack, Psywave, Pain Split, Psybeam, Double Team, Eevee Normal Tackle, Endure, Wish, Inheritance, Growl, Quick Attack, Swift, Substitute, Iron Tail, Ralts Normal, Disarming Voice, Growl, Double Team, Ally Switch, Confusion, Hypnosis, Teleport, Psybeam, Shuckle Novice, Withdraw, Rollout, Insect Resistance, Acupuncture, Full Strength in Hand. After Charmeleon and Gloom's successful evolution, they should be able to successfully reach the quasi-elite level, and he will be a legitimate quasi-elite by then. A 15-year-old quasi-elite. Although there are as many as 9 Pokemons in hand, and even 10 Larvitars that are about to hatch, Qingwei is not too tired to cultivate, and Sylveon and Azumarill will save him a lot of worry. After Charmeleon and Gloom complete the evolution, Qingwei will be more worry-free. Therefore, Qingwei needs to focus on the newly born Pokemon such as Eevee, Ralts and Shuckle, plus the support of Pokeblocks and Pokemon candies. Please go back to now. It is still easy to cultivate. On the way back, Qingwei walked very easily because he had passed through places on the way, and most of the Pokemon in life had been seen before because of Celebi, and they had a good relationship with Qingwei, so you don't need to pay attention when you walk here. Even if there are a few Arboks on the road that don't deal with Qingwei, they will now be beaten by Qingwei's Pokemon and they will go around the next city. Where to go? Qingwei thought about this while walking. Drop, 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 drop. Suddenly, the backpack behind him made another noise. Qingwei is now very familiar with the sound of the hatching device and immediately reacted after hearing it. Larvitar is about to hatch. Wait a minute, your new partner is about to hatch. Qingwei immediately stopped and talked to the Pokemon who were walking and playing in front of him. At the same time, he opened his backpack and took out the hatching device. Sure enough, the light on the incubator turned orange. Qingwei opened the transparent cover above, and the Pokemons also gathered around, ready to witness the birth of a new life. Click, click. After less than 5 minutes, crack began to appear on the top of the Pokemon egg. Unlike Ralts and Shuckle, slow-growing cracks when they hatch, Larvitar's Pokemon egg crack spread extremely quickly. In no time, the Pokemon eggs are all over the place. Crack, crack. Then, it suddenly shattered, and a gray-green long blunt horn drill came out. Qingwei can clearly see that there is still some liquid that has not completely absorbed on the slightly dark green head. After the corner of the head broke out of the eggshell, the crack further expanded, and finally, after After a stalemate for 2 or 3 minutes, the eggshell was completely broken. A gray-green Pokemon appeared in front of Qingwei. It has rock-like gray-green skin, a long obtuse angle on the top of its head, and its inverted triangle-shaped eye sockets look quite imposing with its red eyes, but the red eyes are staring at Qingwei. Looking curiously, there is intimacy in his eyes. All of a sudden it destroyed its momentum. Larvitar's exposed belly is red, and it seems to be covered with a diamond-shaped red scale armor. There are several diamond-shaped dark green patches next to the belly. The tail looks like a small flower, and the center of the tail is tapered, surrounded by a ring of plate-like structures. At this moment, its tail twitched, and its red eyes look curiously and affectionately at Qingwei and the Pokemon surrounding it. Yo tilde 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 tilde. Little Larvitar opened his mouth and called out softly, "Hello." Qingwei smiled and gently touched the obtuse corner of Larvitar's head with his hand, and there was a wet and smooth touch in his hand. Larvitar has just been born, and there is still some liquid on his body at this time, which is very comfortable to touch. Larvitar couldn't help squinting, enjoying Qingwei's touch. Qingwei touched it for a while, then took out a bottle of moo milk from the bag, opened the bottle cap and handed it to Larvitar. "Drink. You must be very hungry when you were just born." Larvitar was immediately attracted by the smell of fresh milk, picked up the bottle and started pouring it. After drinking half the bottle in one go, Larvitar stopped, thinking that he should just order something for a snack. Then, its eyes fixed on the broken eggshells around it. It seems delicious. Larvitar's little hand picked up a broken eggshell and threw it directly into his mouth. Quack, quack. Larvitar's teeth are excellent, and these hard shells are about the same as peanut for him, and they taste crunchy, and it tastes good. So, Larvitar drank moo milk while eating eggshells, quickly replenishing the lack of physical strength due to birth. When he was happy, Larvitar sat on the ground. Boom. The ground suddenly made a muffled sound. Qingwei and the Pokemons were taken aback, and then Qingwei remembered that even a newly born Larvitar's weight is a very terrifying weight. 150 pounds of body weight is concentrated in a small body of 0.6 meters, which shows how huge its density is. Taking advantage of Larvitar to eat, Qingwei checked the data of Larvitar. Type: Larvitar, novice level. Gender: category: rockin underscore. Larvitar who inherited Dragon Dance. Qingwei looked at the list of skills of this little thing in front of him, quite shocked. It seems that the parent of this little thing has a story. Yo. Larvitar, who was eating a lot, saw Qingwei staring at him without blinking, thinking that Qingwei was also hungry. So, Qingwei saw that little Larvitar handed a eggshell fragment. Yo, you eat. I'm not hungry, and besides, I can't bite this thing. Qingwei reacted and said to Larvitar with a smile. At the same time, he took out 2 Pokeblocks that were prepared and mixed with rare ore. Eat. It's not enough. I still have it here, until you're full. Yo tilde. Larvitar also withdrew his short hand, and threw the eggshell into his mouth and ate it. After a while, he ate all the eggshells scattered all over the floor. He grabbed the Pokeblocks that Qingwei handed him, and ate them in a few bites. Yo tilde. Larvitar, who was full of food and drink, was obviously a little sleepy, but he ignored it and crawled up to Qingwei's feet, curled up and fell asleep. You little guy, just like Ralts. You know you've had enough to eat and sleep. Qingwei laughed. Luru. Ralts wasn't too happy, and tugged Qingwei's hair behind his hat with his little hand. Qingwei squatted down, using her arms hard. Rise. What the hell? Qingwei almost missed his weight. The weight of more than 70 kilograms of Larvitar mentioned on Pokédex is not reliable at all. This is just born. Qingwei estimates that the weight is almost 90 kilograms. Right. If you continue to eat this, it should be easy to break through the weight of 100 kilograms. Right. Qingwei was holding the incomparably heavy Larvitar, plus Eevee and Ralts sitting on his body, and the backpack on his back. The extra weight on the whole body added up to more than 200 kilograms. Even if he has the physique of a real rookie mega, he feels a little bit exhausted now. It seems that we need to continue to strengthen physical exercise. We have to fully develop the potential of this physique. Otherwise, when Larvitar is gaining weight, he will really not be able to hold him. Qingwei hugged Larvitar. I walked slowly, thinking to myself while walking. After walking for about an hour, Larvitar woke up in Qingwei's arms. Yo tilde. Larvitar rubbed his eyes and woke up. By the way, he arched Qingwei's arms with an obtuse angle. Fortunately the horn is blunt. If it were a little sharper, Qingwei couldn't imagine it. He put Larvitar on the ground. Now that Larvitar was full of food and sleep, he was full of energy, and he began to cheer as soon as his feet touched the ground. But he also knew that Qingwei seemed to be on his way, so he was also jumping forward under the care of a few Pokemon. Larvitar, wait a minute. Qingwei suddenly remembered a prop that seemed to be suitable for Larvitar, and hurriedly rummaged through the backpack. After a while, he dug out what looked like a gray-white stone. This stone looked unremarkable. Just put it into an ordinary stone on the side of the road, but it doesn't feel the slightest weight in the hand. Float stone, an item that can have an effect on Pokemon. Pokemon will lose about half of its weight when it is carried, especially especially suitable for very heavy Pokemon like Larvitar. Not only in normal time but even in battles it may play an unexpected role, because in the Pokemon world the effect of some Pokemon skills is the heavier the opponent's weight, the greater the power of the skill move. But if Tyranitar carries a float stone, the weight will be greatly reduced and the skill damage received will also be greatly reduced. Well done. Also, the float stone won't have any effect on Pokemon's development. Once the float stone is taken, the Pokemon will return to its original weight, but it will take some time to get used to the body. Qingwei took out another necklace-shaped accessory. The front of the necklace had a buckle, just enough to hold the float stone in it. Come here, I'll bring you this float stone. Remember, this stone must not be eaten. Qingwei called Larvitar. Looking at the other party's interest in the stone, he couldn't help but remind him road. Yo, Larvitar felt a little regretful, but he nodded and agreed. Then, Qingwei fixed the stone again and put it on Larvitar's neck. Yo tilde. Wearing the float stone necklace, Larvitar felt surprised that he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. He tried jumping and found that he did lose weight. This is the float stone. You can lose weight with it, but you can't wear it all day. You have to take it off every day to adjust to your real weight. Qingwei introduced Larvitar. Yo tilde wa. This novel feeling made Larvitar very excited, and he didn't know if he had listened to Qingwei's words. Seeing this, Qingwei smiled helplessly. After all, he was just born, so it's normal to feel novel about all kinds of things. Larvitar, let go. Today we have to leave this forest. Qingwei stood up and said to the bouncing Larvitar. Yo tilde. Larvitar responded with a sound, and followed not far from Qingwei's feet. Who? Yo tilde. Charmeleon seemed to be interested in the newly born Larvitar, so he leaned over to him, and the two of them whispered something. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. From Fiction Group 9 euros 802 0 feet 5.85 feet 6 1 by 1 daily update 1 by 1 from Novel Group 9 80 20 feet 5 8 inches 56 chapter 97 Alliance urgent mission recruitment open black lens bracket for subscription close black lens bracket. At noon, Qingwei made a temporary camp and made a lunch. After having lunch with the Pokemons and resting for a while, he started to travel again. Larvitar, who had had another big meal at noon, fell asleep in Qingwei's arms again, but this time Qingwei felt much more relaxed in his arm. More than 80 kilograms have been halved, and now there are only more than 80 kilograms left. This weight is completely irrelevant to Qingwei, because there is no little short-legged Larvitar's hind leg. The speed of the afternoon is much faster. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingwei completely walked out of the forest, and not far ahead is the avenue of Route 11. Qingwei put away the other Pokemon, hugged Larvitar and led Eevee and Rawl to Route 11. Next, he will continue to return to Vermilion City to repair for a day, and then prepare to walk to the south of Vermilion City. Fuchsia City. That's right, this time Qingwei chose to walk. Mainly starting from Vermilion City, there are only two ways to reach Fuchsia City: walking, biking or boating. Although the speed of the boat is very fast, it will miss a lot of scenery on the way. Qingwei chooses to walk so that he can cross Road 11 to Road 12, and then go south along Road 12, which is the Silent Bridge. When you reach the end, turn west and cross Road 13, then go south through Road 14, and then continue westward and pass Road 15 to reach Fuchsia City. There are many scenery along the way Qingwei does not want to miss. Moreover, after traveling for so long, he has not really relied on his own foot strength to walk through. In the past, in addition to the bus, it was still a bus. Qingwei walked along the road while thinking about the next itinerary, and soon came to the trainers' camp on Route 11. At this time, there were still many people here, except for the few trainers who were still fighting and those who were going to camp here at night. Everyone else was packing up their belongings, and it seemed that they were preparing to return to Vermilion City together. No one was surprised to see Qingwei coming from the east of number 11 road, mainly because this time, because Qingwei found a place to use the secret power, he mainly lived indoors, and he was far away from the river, not far from the edge. Compared to the inexperienced field training for the first time, Qingwei is much cleaner this time, at least not like a refugee. The current Qingwei looks like an ordinary trainer who went into the forest for 103 days of special training. The trouser legs and cuffs are stained with a small amount of soil, and the rest of the clothes are relatively clean. Qingwei glanced at them and did not choose to act with the large army, but continued to move forward alone. Finally, before sunset, Qingwei successfully returned to Vermilion City and arrived at the gate of the Pokemon Center. Just what the matter? At this time, a large number of people surrounded the entrance to the right of the Pokemon Center. A group of people pointed at a sign, not knowing what they were talking about. Qingwei couldn't squeeze in by himself, and could only hear some news from the people who came out. What alliances have released big quest? What elite will come to Vermilion City or something like that? Could it be? What happened to Vermilion City during the 3 weeks I was away? Qingwei stopped a young man who was squeezed out of the crowd at the door and asked, "Hello, may I ask what was written on the notice?" notice. Why are there so many people? The young man glanced at Qingwei, and when he saw his dusty appearance, he seemed to understand and explained. You must have just come to Vermilion City, right? 2 weeks ago, a trainer reported that the Diglett cave was inside. There was a riot in Diglett. People didn't take it seriously at first. Some people were still training their Pokemon on the outskirts of Diglett cave, but suddenly there was a massive riot 2 days ago. It is said that the leaders of the Digletts have appeared, but they are very ill-tempered. They don't listen to the communication from the trainers at all, and they even hurt a lot of trainers. So starting from the day before yesterday, the Alliance has simultaneously released a large-scale survey mission in Vermilion City and Pewter City, the 2 entrance cities of Diglett cave. The content is to cooperate and protect the researchers of the Alliance to investigate Diglett cave, and every entrance will be led by an elite. It is said that we at Vermilion City are led by Lorelei Elite. Quote, the announcement says that there are a lot of Alliance points for reward. As long as you don't run away from battle, you can get 10,000 Alliance points for completing the mission. It's just that the announcement also says that the danger of this mission is not small. Now Diglett in Diglett cave, they are all extremely violent, and they will attack the trainer directly when they see it. Quote, so it is not recommended for rookie trainers and weaker trainers to participate. It's a pity that I only have one senior Pokemon. So annoying. I really don't want to miss this mission. This is a great opportunity to get in touch with Lorelei Elite. Damn. As he spoke, the rookie trainer began to complain. Qingwei also roughly understood the whole thing through the other party's narration. Digletts of Diglett cave riot. Qingwei had never heard of it. There was no similar plot in the previous life, and after traveling through this world for so many years, I have never heard of a riot in the history of Diglett cave. Generally speaking, Pokemon such as Diglett and Dugtrio, even if you enter the Diglett cave, as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke them, they generally won't pay attention to human trainers. On the periphery of Diglett cave, there are basically some more belligerent Diglett. They are relatively keen to fight. After all, fighting can not only satisfy their own wishes but also get some delicious food from time to time. Besides, Diglett cave has existed for so many years, and the area is expanding unknowingly every year. After so many years, it can be regarded as peaceful coexistence with human beings. Why did it suddenly riot? And even the leader of Diglett was dispatched. Judging from the response of the Alliance to dispatch Elite, the strength of the leader of Diglett should be Elite level strength. Otherwise, even if it is to defend the researchers, it will not let the Elite of the Alliance's top combat power be dispatched. The Diglett Cavern riot. Wait, Qingwei suddenly remembered what happened in the forest on Route 11 not long ago. Celebi learned through pre-future sight that the forest near Route 11 will wither in a large area from west to east in the future. Diglett cave. Isn't it just west of Route 11? Could it be that Celebi is talking about this? But it also said that the root of all this is human. Human word. Could it be that someone is doing some secret experiment in Diglett cave? Qingwei suddenly thought of a possibility. When I said that, I was wrong before. I thought it was Vermilion City that caused the forest wither, but now it seems that it should be the problem of Diglett's cave. Unfortunately, Celebi left. I should have asked more clearly at that time. Qingwei did not expect that Celebi's prediction time would be so close. At that time, he thought that according to the current scale and planning of Vermilion City, it would take at least 10 years to affect the forest on Route 11, so he did not ask in detail after learning the general information. Who would have thought that Celebi's pre-future sight could be a few weeks from now? Then I have to take a look, since it may affect the entire forest. This is not a small matter. If it is indeed the cause here, it must be reported to the Alliance in time. Qingwei thought and made a decision. Decide. Brother, thank you for the news. Qingwei thanked the rookie trainer who told him the information, then raised his legs and walked to the Pokemon Center, where he found Nurse Joy directly. Nurse Joy, please help me to check the health of my Pokemon. By the way, I want to ask you something about this league call-up. It's Qingwei. Long time no see. Why are you back in BJEA Market? I'm a little busy here. You can go there and ask, and if you want to participate in the survey, you can register directly on Pokédex, etc. Assemble tomorrow when Elite arrive. Quote, Nurse Joy took the various Pokeballs that Qingwei handed over, pointed to a place for Qingwei by the way, and said apologetically, ah, it's fine, then you're busy, I'll find out for myself. Qingwei waved his hand quickly, indicating that he didn't mind. After Nurse Joy left, Qingwei took out the Pokédex and logged into the Alliance's official website. In the taskbar on the homepage of the official website, the top is the signs of the Diglett Cave in Pewter City and Vermilion City. Open black lens bracket urgent. Large-scale investigation mission. Close black lens bracket. Mission location. Pewter City, Vermilion City. Choose one. Task time. November 8th, that is, tomorrow. Mission goal. Protect the researchers from the 2 cities to the Diglett Cave. Investigate the cause of the Diglett riot. Follow the command of the leading team Elite, and try to pacify the riot. Registration requirement. At least 1 superior level or 3 senior level Pokemon can be registered. This mission is dangerous. The trainers should consider it carefully. Close black lens lens bracket. Task reward. After completing the task, you will get 10,000 alliance points and 100,000 yen bonus. Click to open this page. The most convenient page is these requirement, and the following is an option of sign up. Qingwei directly clicked to participate, and then began to fill in his Pokemon and strength as required. These things are basically recorded in the alliance. After signing up, the alliance will verify it. If it does not match, the trainer will personally arrive at the local Pokemon Center revalidate. Qingwei also filled in his name and contact information. As for the Pokemon column, he only wrote Sylveon and Azumarill, both of which were quasi-elite, and then click submit. After the reading circle made 2 turns, it jumped to the page of successful registration. After a while, the alliance sent a message saying that the verification was successful and the registration was successful. Mount Silver, Union Headquarters. Chairman. A secretary knocked on the chairman's door. What wrong? Is there another riot in Digla Cave? The chairman sat on the chair with a headache, staring straight at the computer screen in front of him. The recent events made him very annoyed. Just because of the discovery of the ferry system, Kanto region's alliance was in the limelight all over the world, but within 2 days of being happy, Team Rockets turned a fool and went to openly rob Elf Company. Then in the past few weeks, they began to clean up each city one by one, but except for the initial action, the rest had little success, and then, Diglet Cave broke out inexplicably. Originally thought it was a trivial matter, but who would have known that the Diglet leader and his wife, who were said to be elite level strength, had taken action, and they had also injured a lot of people. Most of their alliance's manpower is now used to clean up the underground organizations in various cities, and now the remaining forces have to allocate some manpower to defend the important Pokemon reserve such as MT Silver. After all, only rely on the few rangers, it is difficult to guard so many regions. Then the alliance headquarters also needs a certain amount of strength to guard. Now there are really not many people who can use it. That's why there is a sign of helplessness this time. It is precisely because the trainers who accept the task have not undergone training, and lack of tacit understanding, so they sent 2 elites to lead the team at once. Chairman, it's fine at Digla Cave. When I was sorting out the registration list for this mission, I found out that Qingwei also signed up for the investigation mission in Vermilion City. You asked me to pay more attention to Qingwei's movements before. Secretary, speak up. Qingwei. The chairman was taken aback. This little guy is in Vermilion City again. Where is he co-authored? He signed up mainly to train his Pokemon. Vermilion City is led by Lorelei. You go and tell Lorelei Elite that Qingwei joined her team and let her pay attention when she is on the mission. I don't care. Qingwei's strength is not bad, and he has an elite, so there should be no problem. Right, yes. Just when the secretary wanted to leave, the door of the chairman's office was pushed open again. This time, a mother-in-law with a dark purple dress and gray hair walked in. Agatha Elite. When the secretary saw the person coming, he hurriedly bowed and said hello. It's Sister Agatha. What's the matter with me? The chairman said with a smile when he saw the person who came. Don't be a sister. I'm not familiar with you. Granny Agatha seemed to be in a bad mood today, and her tone of voice was very irritable. What going on? Who in the alliance made you angry again? Say it, and I'll teach him a lesson. The chairman of the board, sensing that something was wrong, hurriedly asked with a dignified aura. It's just that the few remaining strands of hair on the top of his head are lying softly on his head, completely inconsistent with his majestic expression. Who messed with me? Isn't that just you? Agatha was so rude. She said directly to the chairman, I'm so old, why don't you hurry up to find a new elite to replace me, and let me handle all of land's affairs alone. The alliance is unreasonable. Boom. Granny Agatha said, and the crutches in her hands slammed the pestle on the ground. Chapter 98 _ The script is wrong. What about Lorelei Elite? Subscribe. The chairman and the secretary, who had not had time to leave, were taken aback by the rage of Agatha's mother-in-law. That chairman, if I'm fine, I'll go first, and I'm going to find Lorelei Elite. The secretary looked at the chairman nervously. This place is just horrible. Especially the secretary, who bowed his head, found that when Agatha Elite was angry, her shadow was constantly shaking, and Agatha mother-in-law was originally a ghost-type elite tilde, so it is not difficult to guess what is in Agatha's mother-in-law's shadow. That, a ghost. The secretary doesn't want to stay for a moment now, and can only ask for help. Looking at the chairman originally wanted to keep the secretary to help him share the firepower and die together, but looking at the secretary's cowardly appearance, he couldn't bear it in the end, and Granny Agatha let herself take the firepower. Sacrifice me one. Thousands of happy family. Thinking about it, the chairman waved his hand towards the secretary. You go down first, and the task entrusted to you will be completed as soon as possible. Yes. The secretary hurriedly agreed, then bowed his head and saluted Agatha Elite again, not daring to look at Agatha's mother-in-law's shadow at all, then quickly exited the office and closed the door of the chairman's office intimately. Only then did he pat his chest with lingering fears at the door, and heaved a sigh of relief. Too terrifying. Angry Agatha mother mother-in-law is so scary. Agatha herself has that cold smell because she has been with ghost-type Pokemon all the year round. In addition, mother-in-law Agatha was also a grumpy old lady when she was young. Although she is old now, her temper has not changed much. In the office, the chairman was left alone to face the angry mother-in-law Agatha. "Tell me, when is the league going to find someone to take my place?" Granny Agatha snorted coldly and asked. "In fact, there is already a candidate. You know, that Qingwei." The chairman immediately spoke, and at the same time wiped the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead with his hand. "Qingwei, I know, he is a young man with potential, but how long does it take for such a young man to grow up?" Granny Agatha glanced at the chairman. "It take time for Qingwei to grow up, and it take time to grow up to take over the affairs of the Alliance, and you guys now I still adopt the strategy of stalking. Can I afford to wait?" The chairman was speechless. "Well, I saw that Qingwei also signed up for this mission. Don't let Lorelei go to Vermilion City. I will lead the team there. I just happen to see what my future successor will look like. You don't train me. I personally cultivated," Granny Agatha said. Hearing this, the chairman was stunned for a moment, and then asked worriedly, "Sister Agatha, can your body hold up? It's very likely that the investigation to Diglett Cave this time will take a long time, and the environment in that place is not good." Quote, "Why don't you ask if my body can hold up when I'm alone with the tasks of the other elite?" Granny Agatha gets angry when she talks about this. "I leave you alone, that's it. I'll go to Vermilion City to lead the team tomorrow, and I'll have no big problem in completing this task with my old bone. Then, well, let me tell Lorelei." What else can the chairman do if he doesn't agree? He can only agree. After Qingwei successfully signed up, Nurse Joy didn't let Qingwei wait too long, and together with Chansey, they sent back all Qingwei's Pokeballs. "Your Pokemons are all in good condition, and you don't have any hidden injuries. If everyone were raising Pokemon like you did, my job would be a lot easier." Lucky Tilda. "Thanks Nurse Joy, but I don't think any trainer wants to see their Pokemon injured." Qingwei took the Pokeballs with a smile, and put them on his waist one by one. "I just came out of the forest on the 11th road, so I went to rest first so as not to disturb Nurse Joy's work." "Okay, bye Tilda." Saying goodbye to Nurse Joy, Qingwei directly opened a room in the Pokemon Center and lived in it. Tomorrow is the task of investigating Diglett's cave, and they will gather at 8 o'clock in the morning, so Qingwei living directly in the Pokemon Center is the most convenient choice. Back in the room, Qingwei immediately took the change of clothes into the bathroom, took a good shower, washed himself clean, and then changed into a clean clothes and walked out. After blowing his hair, Qingwei took the Pokemons to the Pokemon restaurant for a feast. He hadn't eaten Pokemon food for 3 weeks, and his Pokemons missed the taste of food. Qingwei, of course, wants to satisfy his Pokemon while he has time. The happiest is the newly born Larvitar. Although Larvitar has just been born, his diamond-chewing mouth and a powerful stomach that can digest anything make him completely different from other infant Pokemon. Not only can he eat baby Pokemon food, he can eat other food too. Moreover, the food in front of me, although it is not as chewy as ore, it is much more delicious. Larvitar was happy to eat, and Qingwei was also very happy to watch it, but at the checkout, the number on the bill clearly read 470,000 yen. Some are not happy. Larvitar alone eats more than the other Pokemons combined. One of his childhood Pokemon successfully doubled Qingwei's cost with these. This is the Alliance reimbursed. After Qingwei paid the payment with some heartache, he began to worry about the financial problem that he had never lacked since the trip. Even if he eats one meal a week on average in the future, that month will cost 2 million yen. And when Larvitar gradually grows, his appetite should continue to increase. If evolution reaches Tyranitar, Qingwei can't imagine. If this Nima doesn't have mines at home, can she afford it? Impossible. Well, Qingwei looked at Larvitar, who was happily carrying out the Operation Disc, and thought secretly in his heart, "When I can't support you, I will throw you into the battlefield, and I won't be able to eat if I don't earn enough money. Just do it." Yo Tilda. The happy Larvitar didn't realize this at all. He saw Qingwei looking at him, thinking that Qingwei was asking him if the food was good, so he hugged the food and narrowed his eyes happily to signal to Qingwei. The food is hugely delicious. After dinner, Qingwei and the Pokemon went directly back to the Pokemon Center to rest. The 3-week special training was still quite a burden on the body. Next morning, Pokédex's alarm clock rang around 7 o'clock, waking Qingwei up from her sleep. Qingwei sat up, rubbed his eyes, slowed down for a while, and completely woke up. Looking at the time, it was already 7:20, and there were still 40 minutes before the gathering time. After washing up in a hurry, I took out the breakfast I had prepared a long time ago. After eating, it was almost time. Putting away the other Pokemon, Qingwei walked out of the room with Eevee and Rolf, and went downstairs to gather in the central hall of Pokemon. Misdreavus didn't lie on his head this time, but chose to get into his shadow. According to her, she was looking for a chance to start scaring people. In fact, when Qingwei was taking a shower in the morning, Misdreavus turned into a Sadako and suddenly appeared behind Qingwei so that Qingwei, who was brushing her teeth, saw her through the mirror. But Qingwei's expression did not change at all, which made her very happy. Disappointed, she even felt that Qingwei was even more terrifying than her. This man will not be afraid. Too terrifying. Qingwei didn't know that mischievous inner drama in his shadow was so rich. He came to the lobby of the Pokemon Center. At this time, a lot of people had gathered here. Qingwei probably counted them, and there were more than 30 trainers. Some trainers take their Pokemon with them just like Qingwei. Qingwei observed that most of these Pokemon's strengths are superior level strength. It seems that the strength of the trainers who signed up for this mission is quite good. As soon as Qingwei entered the hall, it attracted the attention of these trainers, mainly because the Ralt sitting on Qingwei's left shoulder was too conspicuous. This is a Pokemon from the Psychic Department. It is difficult to conquer them without their approval. As for Ralt, pale blue hair, they thought Qingwei had dyed his Ralt hair. This kind of thing is very common in the Pokemon world, and many people will choose to dye their Pokemon different colors to show their uniqueness. Ralt and beautiful Pokemon like Ralt, if they had it, they would have dyed Ralts a different hair color too. Among these trainers, there was no one Qingwei knew. Qingwei stood alone at the edge of the crowd, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Alliance personnel, while listening to the surrounding trainers talking about what might happen for a while. Lorelei Elite and the others should be here soon. Right, I can't wait. It should be soon. It's already 8 o'clock. Since the League asked us to gather at this time, they won't let us wait too long. Look at the door. Someone is coming in. Is it Lorelei Elite? A group of trainers whispered while looking at the door of the Pokemon Center. It was indeed a team of people in Alliance uniforms who came in, followed by some people in researcher costumes just taking the lead. As for Flowers, Zero is not the red-haired and beautiful Lorelei Elite. It is an old woman in a dark purple dress. This is Agatha Elite. The plot is wrong. The boss changes the disc. The plot is not written like this. What about Lorelei Elite? I signed up for Lorelei Elite. Seeing that it was not the Lorelei Elite who had come to lead the team, the voices of these people's whispers grew louder. Qingwei was also a little surprised. Didn't it say that Lorelei led the team? It turned out to be Granny Agatha. Cough. Granny Agatha walked in front of the crowd, coughed softly, and at the same time slammed the floor with the crutches in her hand. The whispering trainers immediately quieted down. Although Granny Agatha was old, she still looked majestic, and as an elite, they did not dare to offend. Lorelei Elite has to deal with the lead, so this time, Vermilion City will be led by the old man. I'm Agatha. Granny Agatha said slowly. Agatha Elite is good. The trainers greeted each other loudly. Is everyone here? Agatha's mother-in-law looked back and forth in the crowd, and asked the staff around her at the same time. Report Agatha Elite. Everyone has arrived. A total of 35 people have arrived. Granny Agatha had already discovered Qingwei's position at this time, and looked at Eevee and Ralts on Qingwei's shoulder. Granny Agatha's eyes were a little surprised, and then she looked at Qingwei's shadow. Zero. After being stunned for a moment, Granny Agatha showed a sudden realization, and then looked at Qingwei with an expression of appreciation. Agatha Elite. The staff found that mother-in-law Agatha seemed a little distracted, and asked involuntarily. Granny Agatha waved her hand, then waved towards the place where Qingwei was standing, and said gently with a smile, Qingwei, come to my side. Everyone present looked at Qingwei. Granny Agatha supposed to be a grumpy old lady. Why are you still smiling softly? Qingwei looked confused. He didn't know what Granny Agatha was calling him, but he walked out of the crowd and came to Granny Agatha's side, greeting him politely. Good morning Agatha Elite. Good. What a good boy. Don't call it Elite in the future. Just call it my mother-in-law. Granny Agatha said softly. The more she looked at Qingwei, the more satisfied she became. But the mother-in-law Agatha, whose expression and tone were very gentle, shocked everyone else present for 10,000 years. Is this really Agatha Elite? What about the good-tempered and extremely difficult to get along with? Are you sure this isn't an old granny necked or just pulled from somewhere? Agatha Elite. The staff couldn't help but reminded him that he even began to wonder if Agatha Elite had some dementia. Just now I asked the question of the number of people, but the next moment, it seems to have completely forgotten about it. Qingwei, stay with me first, and talk later. I'll take care of things. Granny Agatha spoke to Qingwei in front of her in a pleasant manner, then turned her head and looked at the other trainers in the hall. It was just a turn of her head, and the expression on Grandma Agatha's face turned into a cold expression with a hint of gloom. Since everyone is here, I'll just say a few words. The danger of this mission is not small. Even if I'm here, I might not be able to take care of you if something happens, so you have to think carefully and quit now. It's still too late. Granny Agatha said sternly, and after she finished speaking, she nodded slightly after she found that no one chose to quit, and continued to say, this time, the old man will command, although I don't ask you to cooperate in any subtle and tacit understanding, but once there is a grouping in this situation, your team must cooperate sincerely. Everything follows the command. Can it be done? Quote, yes, the trainers answered loudly. Very well, then we will set off now, and when we reach the door of Digla Cave, we will assign you your own task. Yes, the crowd responded. Qingwei, let go too, Granny Agatha said and walked out first. Seeing this, Qingwei followed Granny Agatha's side. The Alliance staff and trainers behind them were stunned. Why did Agatha Ali treat them differently? Why do you have such a violent, gloomy, and terrifying image when facing them, but when you are facing Qingwei, you have the image of the grandma next door? Could it be Qingwei is the long-lost grandson of Agatha's mother-in-law? Howl. Chapter 99 _ Do you think that even if I take over the 4 elite, I will work well? Seeking automatic subscription. Some people thought with some wicked taste, and they whispered at the back of the entire group. The shock to them today is too much. The original Lorelei elite who was leading the team didn't come and didn't say it. It was the Agatha mother-in-law who didn't even need a second to change her fate. Just from the stern expressions Agatha elite faced with them, they knew that this mission would not be so easy. Qingwei was also a little confused when she followed Granny Agatha's side. Granny Agatha be so nice to him. Could it be because of Professional Oak? The only one Qingwei can think of who has a relationship with Agatha's mother-in-law is Professional Oak. He has a good relationship with Professor Oak, but shouldn't Agatha's mother-in-law be extremely unhappy with Professor Oak now? Could it be that the rumor is wrong? That's not right. Qingwei got the news from various channels that she didn't want to see Professional Oak. What the matter? What are you thinking? Agatha's mother-in-law is old, but her eyes are not full. She noticed Qingwei's absent-minded appearance, and couldn't help asking. Nothing. You. Qingwei thought for a while. I don't know how to ask this question, so I can't ask it directly. You're wondering why Lorelei Elite was supposed to lead the team, but it turned out to be me. Granny Agatha misunderstood what Qingwei meant, and only listened to her own explanation. You should also know about the recent situation of the Alliance, and Elite is responsible for the cleanup operation, and now it is Lance who is in charge of this matter, and Diglett is out. The cave thing needs 2 Elite to lead the team. I was originally supposed to be in the lead, but those daily affairs are piled up on me alone, and I think he is annoying. That's why I applied to lead the team, just to move my muscles and bone, and I can come and see you. Look at me. Qingwei was even more puzzled about 107 inches. What's so good about him? You're considered the future elite heir, and I'm not allowed to see for myself what the heir looks like. Granny Agatha said it is a matter of course, and then smiled again. Now that I see it, I am very satisfied. After all, what kind of bad thought can you have with a Pokemon trainer? Ah, Qingwei listened to this wonderful explanation and was a little dumbfounded. He wasn't surprised that Granny Agatha would find Mischievous in his shadow. After all, Granny Agatha was a ghost-type elite, so it wasn't surprising to find Mischievous. Just having a ghost-type Pokemon has nothing to do with having a bad mind at all. Agatha mother-in-law, this is a typical love house in Uganda, because she like ghost-type Pokemon herself. She thinks that trainers with ghost-type Pokemon are good trainers. Let the little guy in your shadow come out and let me see. Granny Agatha continued. Okay, Mischievous, come out. Qingwei nodded and gestured toward the shadow. Mischievous obediently emerged from Qingwei's shadow, floated above Qingwei's head, and looked at Granny Agatha in front of him. She could feel that Granny Agatha had the breath of her own kind. Oh, it's a Mischievous. I thought it was Ghastly or Haunter. After all, Mischievous is more common in Johto region, and there are still very few in Kanto. Agatha looked at Mischievous on Qingwei's head and said in surprise, well, she was captured by me in the forest north of Route 11 recently. Qingwei nodded and said, it's over there. It's very close to Lavender Town. Granny Agatha knew. Well, I was training in the forest over there, and this little guy came to the door. Qingwei explained briefly. Agatha listened to Qingwei's explanation, looked at Mischievous and smiled. What a gluttonous little thing, just like my family. Silicon. At this time, a round dark purple head also appeared in the shadow of Granny Agatha. Granny Agatha saw the figure emerging from her shadow, and said angrily, I didn't say you, but you are not far behind, just as greedy. Silicon. The dark purple Pokemon completely drilled out of the shadow of Agatha's mother-in-law, revealing a complete figure, which is also a round-shaped Pokemon. Its hands are connected to the rest of its body, and has a pair of legs and a short and the pointed tail. The eyes are red, with some thorn-like protrusions on the back, and the corners of its mouth are curved, with a faint smile. Agatha's signature Pokemon, Gengar. The expression on his face was a little dissatisfied, and it was like Granny Agatha complaining that she didn't have the Mischievous at home to eat. Although he is so fat, he still eats it. Mischievous above Qingwei looked curiously at Gengar, who emerged from the shadow of Agatha's mother-in-law. Gengar is extremely rare in the wild. Due to its special evolution, the degenerates of Gengar, Haunter and Ghastly, are more seen in the wild. GC. Gengar looked at the junior Mischievous in front of him, and immediately put away his naive expression, pretending to be a majestic elder to greet Mischievous. Okay, stop pretending. I've been pretending for so many years. Granny Agatha said involuntarily when she saw that Gengar started pretending to be an adult again. Gengar, who was ruthlessly exposed by Agatha's mother-in-law, seemed to be discouraged, and returned to his original expression. Silicon tilde. There are juniors in front of me. Can you give me some faith? It's been like this for so many years. Qingwei also took this opportunity to curiously take a look at the state of the Gengar from Granny Agatha. Type: Gengar. Champion level. Gender. Category: Shadow Pokemon. Attribute: Ghost. Poison characteristic: Curse. Body character: Impatient. Skill: Confuse Ray. Nightshade. Toxic. Dream Eater. Hypnosis. Psychic. Lick. Substitute. Mega Drain. Shadow Punch. Nightmare. Sludge Bomb. Sucker Punch. Will-O-Wisp. Mean Look. Payback. Destiny Bond. Shadow Ball. Ally Switch. Haze. Current status: Excellent. Champion level Gengar. It can only be called elite. Look at it this way. Come on, it's very likely that other elite signature Pokemon have also reached this level, otherwise the elite battle would not be like this. It's just, if I remember correctly, Granny Agatha should have 2 Gengars. I don't know how powerful that one Gengar is. Qingwei thought silently. Originally he thought that the elites in this world were just elite, but today he learned that elites are more than just elite level strength. Otherwise, Lance will not be directly transferred to Johto region as champion in the future. If he doesn't have champion level combat power, can others accept it? Moreover, although Granny Agatha is a connoisseur of ghost attribute, the Pokemon used by Granny Agatha in any situation has a poison attribute that exceeds the ghost attribute. Granny Agatha suddenly spoke again. By the way, Qingwei, the Alliance values you so much. Do you feel the pressure? Qingwei scratched his neck and replied, Pressure? It's okay, no pressure. Then won't you be dissatisfied with the League strategy of docking with you? According to your potential, the League should at least send a good teacher for good coaching, but you haven't. Granny Agatha asked again. Dissatisfied? No, I think it's pretty good. If I develop and grow by myself, although I may experience more setbacks and difficulties, it will be easier for me to walk out of my own path. I like it very much. Qingwei said what was on his mind. Is that so? When Granny Agatha heard the words, she also felt that she was wrong before. The 4 elites like them actually grew up after a lot of training and exercise, and they all developed their own style. But now that life has changed for the better, she also unconsciously develops a kind of doting on the younger generation. A feeling of. But when she heard Qingwei say this, she felt that she was a little impatient. Originally, she wanted to take Qingwei by her side after this mission, cultivate it all the time, and then wait until Qingwei's strength is achieved to pick up her class. Now that idea is gone, but if you cultivate it. Agatha looked at the little mischievous lying on Qingwei's head. Then take advantage of the mission to concentrate on cultivating this one. The younger generation of the ghost family, Agatha's mother-in-law, is still worried about Qingwei's cultivation. I have to say that as people get older, their emotions are a lot richer, and it is difficult to let go of many things. Kid, did you see that mischievous? You are responsible for teaching her during this mission. Granny Agatha turned to Gengar, who was standing beside her. Qingwei was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect that Granny Agatha's thinking jump was so big. 1 second she was still asking about him, and the next second she directly asked her Gengar to be a teacher to her mischievous. However, this was exactly what Qingwei thought. When he saw Granny Agatha, he had the idea of letting him learn mischievous, and now it's just right. He doesn't have to come up with it himself. Thank you so much. Qingwei immediately thanked Granny Agatha. Small things. The better growth of the younger generation of the Helping Hand Alliance is what we old people should do, and I just do what I should do. If you really thank me, it's better to improve your strength quickly and pick up early. My class allowed me to retire and rest, and that's the biggest thank you. Granny Agatha said indifferently. It turns out, I don't want to work, but even if I take over and become the 4th elite, do you think I'll do a good job? I think too much. Qingwei couldn't help laughing. Just a daily chore in the league. Mischievous, during the next mission, you should study hard with Gengar. Qingwei reached out and patted the hat lightly. Well, tilde. Mischievous obediently floated off Qingwei's head and came to Gengar's side. Silicon. Gengar turned to look at the shadow of Granny Agatha. My safety. Don't worry, your daughter-in-law will take care of my safety net. Agatha understands what Gengar means. He means that she is the strongest force in Granny Agatha's hand. She used to stay in her shadow to protect her. Now, if she leaves the shadow for a long time, Granny Agatha may not be safe. To guarantee. Silicon. When Gengar heard that mother-in-law Agatha had asked his daughter-in-law to protect him, he immediately screamed. Okay, isn't it just a conflict? It's not you who is at fault. As long as you apologize to her, well, she will forgive you. Silicon tilde. Gengar's voice suddenly minimized a lot, but Granny Agatha had already made a decision, and he could only face the coming storm. Didn't I just see a beautiful Gengar sister at that time? Couldn't help but go up and say 2 more words. Silicon tilde. Gengar sighed. It was really tough. However, Gengar looked at the little mischievous in front of him again. It seemed that he hadn't taught anyone for a long time, and he didn't know if he could teach him well. Silicon tilde. Well, tilde. Gengar began to communicate with mischievous. He needed to understand understand the specific strength of little mischievous now. Saw Gengar's expression change. Co-authoring this, Gengar still has gossip to listen to, and this Gengar seems to be a wife-carrying goat. Qingwei and Granny Agatha were walking at the front of the team. Granny Agatha followed Gengar, walking beside Gengar, and a little mischievous floated beside Gengar. No floating Gengar. It does look so happy. At the back are several Alliance Guard members and researchers, and at the end of the team are the registered trainers. The group thus arrived at the east of Vermilion City, at the entrance of Route 11. A short walk to the north will take you to Diglett Cave. Now the outside of Diglett Cave is completely different from before. When Qingwei's special training set out, there was a bare earth bag over Diglett Cave, like a soil, like a cave. Now, outside this earth cave, 3 rows of tents are set up, and in the center of these tents, there is the most conspicuous and largest tent. Before the group came to the tent surface 4.0, after Agatha and Qingwei nodded, they took Gengar and Little Mischievous to the central tent. Then, the staff member of the previous alliance stood up and began to introduce and assign tasks to everyone. Today, we will be temporarily stationed here. I will divide 7 teams in a while, and each team will be led by a captain. Your task today is to explore Diglett Cave separately, map it out, and put the map together when you come out. Diglett Cave in the Pokemon world is not what Qingwei has seen in the game before. There is only a simple way to reach Pewter City. In the real Diglett Cave, there are many forked roads. The Diglett don't know what to dig. They just dig a road. They all want to dig. The Alliance has also sent people to fully explore the Diglett Cave before, but after so many years, the specific conditions of the cave have changed a lot, and because the Diglett Cave has always been very peaceful, and the Alliance is also short of manpower, it is impossible to be frequent. Sent people over to explore on a large scale. So now the map in the hands of the Alliance has been out of date for a long time. If they just go straight to the old map, something will go wrong. They can only choose to let the trainers explore the latest map first, and then explore it a little bit. Just after this mission is over, the Alliance can also update a new topographic map of Diglett Cave. Then what do we do when we meet the Diglett? After a brief introduction by the staff of the Alliance, a trainer asked a question. Chapter 100 _ How could someone choose to take on a Pokemon like Dunsparce? Open black lens bracket for subscription, close black lens bracket. On this issue, the Alliance has already decided. Although the Digletts are gregarious Pokemon, they will still live in small family. If you meet a small family in the process of exploration, if you can communicate, try to communicate first, and don't conflict easily. If the communication fails, then let's knock them out together and try not to hurt these Diglett. Our mission is to investigate the cause of the Diglett riots in the cave, not to destroy the Diglett. Any other question? The staff looked around and asked. The trainers shook their heads one after another, indicating that there was no problem. Then, let's start grouping. The first group is Yansong. The staff took out a piece of paper and read it according to the list above. This group was divided by the Alliance after the registration was completed yesterday, according to the information when the trainer signed up, so as to ensure that the strength of each group is relatively balanced. For teams with relatively weak strength, the Alliance will send relatively strong guards to lead the team to ensure the safety of these team members to the greatest extent. The trainers whose names were read gathered together, and Qingwei was divided into the 5th group. In addition to him, the 5th group had 4 trainers, 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom looked in their 20s. After being divided into groups, each group walked over to a member of the Alliance Guard and a researcher in a white coat. My name is Hong, and I am the leader of the 5th team. This is Ling Ji. He is in charge of map drawing and research. Our task today is to explore and protect Ling Ji's safety. Qingwei and the others came to 2 tall men. One of them wearing a guard uniform said, "Didn't Agatha Elite enter Diglett Cave today?" A man next to Qingwei asked. Agatha Elite and the rest of the crew will stay in the central tent, which is a temporary command post. They are not responsible for exploration for 19 days, but for rescue. Everyone will be given a walkie-talkie in a while. The walkie-talkie has a positioning function. Once the team encounters a problem that cannot be handled, Agatha Elite will bring someone to rescue. Hong explained, and then he looked at the time on his watch and said, "Are you all ready?" "Okay." The crowd nodded. "Okay, now I'll go to the command post to pick up the walkie-talkie and some supplies, and then we'll start today's mission." Hong led the team towards the central tent. The situation of the other teams is similar to Qingwei's side. Everyone is now gathered outside the central tent, queuing up to receive everyone's walkie-talkie. Qingwei saw that several staff members were assembling an unknown electronic device in the tent at this time. It looks like this should be the positioning system, right? Qingwei watched the assembly of these people curiously. Soon, it was Qingwei's 5th group's turn to receive the walkie-talkie. Qingwei and the others handed out a walkie-talkie slightly larger than a matchbox and a flashlight. They looked at the matchbox-sized device in their hand. This was the Alliance's walkie-talkie. It was small and easy to hold. Affect mobility. Qingwei. Just as Qingwei was about to leave with the team, Granny Agatha, who had been standing in the tent watching people move suddenly stopped Qingwei. Huh. Qingwei turned to look at Granny Agatha, and found that she was waving at him, motioning him to go over. Qingwei glanced at their team leader Hong again. Come over, we'll be waiting for you at the door of Diglett's cave. Hong nodded, and he dared not stop the person who Agatha Elite shouted. Qingwei walked quickly to Agatha's side. Mother Agatha, is there anything else? So, for today's mission, let Gengar follow you. Just stay in your shadow, just where he can teach your mischievous. Granny Agatha said, don't rush to refuse, it's also for your safety. Gengar is only responsible for protecting your safety. He won't take action in the Pokemon battle. You can rest assured. He won't until the time of crisis. Shot. Well then, thank you Mother-in-law Agatha. Qingwei did not reject Mother-in-law Agatha's kindness. Gengar, remember your mission. Go ahead. Granny Agatha looked at Gengar. Silicon. Gengar nodded and merged into Qingwei's shadow without anyone noticing. Hot tilde. Qingwei nodded towards Mischievous, and Mischievous also returned to Qingwei's shadow. I saw Qingwei's shadow swayed slightly, and then calmed down as usual. Mother Agatha, then I'll go first. Qingwei said, go ahead, be careful when doing the task. This time the task is not so simple. Don't be careless. Granny Agatha urged. I know. After saying goodbye to Agatha, Qingwei quickly ran to the entrance of Diglett's cave. The other members of the fifth group were waiting here, and seeing Qingwei coming, Hong nodded friendly towards him, and then looked at the others. Come on, let go down. After that, he took the lead and walked into the Diglett cave. Entering the small earthen bag in the shape of a kiln, the ground is flat at the beginning, but as it goes deeper, the ground shows a downward slope, and the slope is not small. This is also the only way to enter Diglett cave from Vermilion City. Along this narrow path, everyone finally entered Diglett cave completely. The location to enter the Diglett cave is an underground hall, which is generally square in shape and large in size, but there are 5 paths all around. Don't know where to go. At this time, there were several miners' lamps lit in the hall of Diglett's cave. Looking at the mottled traces on the miner's lamp, the alliance should have been established here a long time ago. Many of the trainers who came to Diglett cave to train in the past also relied on these lights for lighting. Usually, some belligerent Diglett will be active nearby, and the trainers don't need to run too far at all, and most of them can conduct battle training in the hall. And now, there is no other sound in the hall except for those who came down. The Diglett didn't know where they ran or hid. Qingwei and the others came together, and the captains of several other squads and 5 additional guard members came over. How is it? Are specific tasks assigned? Hong took the initiative to ask. Yeah. One of the leaders nodded, then turned and pointed to a dark entrance in the underground hall. There was the entrance to Pewter City when the Alliance was exploring, so number 1, 2, and 3 the group will enter there. The 4th group will go to the fork on the left to explore. Your 5th group will go to the right one. The 6th group will be over there. The 7th group will be this way. The 5 of us will stay in this hall, and we can contact directly if there is anything. Then, let's start each other. Yeah, several captains who led the team responded. Hong directly turned his head to look at the people behind him. Let's go. Let's explore the fork in the road over there. I hope the road will be smoother. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked over there. When we just entered the fork in the road, there were still a few miners' lamp glowing outside, but the whole passage seemed to be very quiet, except for the footsteps of Qingwei and the others. There was no other sound. Take out the flashlight and be ready to illuminate in a moment. Hong walked at the front of the line, took out his flashlight, and released 2 of his Pokemons at the same time, a Vaporeon and a Dunsparce. I saw that this Dunsparce's body is mainly yellow, with blue stripes at the same time, and there are small white wings on the body, but such small wings make it impossible to fly at all, and the tail is like a drill. Qingwei checked the data of the 2 Pokemon. Vaporeon's strength reached the quasi-elite level, while Dunsparce's strength was superior. The gender of this Dunsparce is actually female. Dunsparce watched the surroundings vigilantly. At the same time, his own sensory organs also exerted their function to the maximum extent, sensing the situation on the ground at all times. Although Dunsparce is a normal type of Pokemon of this race are very timid by nature. Wild Dunsparce will run away when they are in danger, and they basically only live in places deep in caves where light cannot reach. So for the current environment of Diglett Cave, she is very used to it. Obviously, Honghei's Dunsparce can play a very good role in exploring and leading the way in the environment of Diglett Cave. Qingwei did not expect that Dunsparce, which almost no one would choose, could play a huge role in this specific environment. It seems that the members of the guards that the Alliance chose to send are all selective. Hong alone has Vaporeon who can restrain the Diglett. This is the main battle, and Dunsparce is suitable for this environment and can be used for a Pokemon to explore. Presumably other teams have similar configuration. Qingwei looked at Dunsparce on the ground in front of him, who was constantly poking his head and looking around, and couldn't help thinking, Azumarill, come out. Qingwei also released his Pokemon. Facing the unknown situation ahead, it is a good choice to have Pokemon accompany him by his side, and he can respond in time into a crisis situation. Considering the area here, Melodic is not suitable for summoning now. After all, his size is too big. If Melodic comes out, their actions will be greatly affected. The same goes for the other trainers who have released their own Pokemon. Without exception, all of them are not very big Pokemon. Dunsparce, you lead the way. We will follow you. Don't be afraid. Hong crouched down and comforted Dunsparce, who seemed to be a little scared. Comprehensive, inclusive, tilde. Dunsparce agreed, and then he came to the front of the team, moving forward cautiously. Dunsparce lives in a similar environment all year round, so their night vision ability is very good, and they can see the road and the situation in front of them accurately without the need for light. In this way, if Dunsparce is exploring the road ahead, Qingwei and the others don't have to worry that the light of their flashlights will affect the Diglets who may be hiding there. Qingwei took a flashlight and walked in the middle of the team with Azumarill. But unlike other trainers and Hong, Qingwei's hand 107 flashlight did not shine on the ground in front, but like the researcher beside him, the flashlight in his hand shined on the walls around them. With Dunsparce exploring the way ahead, Qingwei still trusts him, so he no longer worries about the situation ahead, but observes the walls on both sides as he walks. The walls are all mud walls. Judging from the traces of these mud, it seems that it has not been excavated for a long time, and even some places are still wet with mud. Watch out for the top of your head. At this moment, a male trainer beside Qingwei suddenly pushed Qingwei lightly. Only then did Qingwei notice that there was a pointed stone hanging upside down in front of him. If he hadn't been reminded by the people around him just now, he only looked at the surrounding walls, and he would definitely bump into it if he continued to walk. Thank you. Qingwei thanked the trainer who reminded him. No thank, my name is Shigeru, and I'm a water-type Pokemon trainer. The trainer smiled and introduced himself. My name is Qingwei, a new human trainer. Qingwei also said, Qingwei, I know you, and I think everyone here should know you. I think everyone watched the live broadcast more than a month ago. Yeah, it's amazing to make such a big discovery at such a young age. Get to know me. My name is Yuki. The only girl walking in front of the team also turned her head and said, my name is Donghu. He is Winter Leopard, my half-brother. What half-brothers? Don't talk nonsense. We just grew up together and grew up together. It's a pleasure to meet you, Qingwei. The other two boys also interjected. Hello. Qingwei also took this opportunity to get acquainted with all the members of the team. Qingwei will have to get along with them for a long time, and there is no harm in starting a good relationship now. The leader, Hong, saw that Dunsparce did not find any danger, so he let the team members in the rear chat in a low voice. The researcher who accompanied the team has been observing the surrounding walls, whispering something from time to time, and did not participate in the conversation on Qingwei's side. Everyone got to know each other briefly and didn't talk much. After all, they were in a situation where they might encounter danger. At this time, their carelessness was not only irresponsible to others but also irresponsible for themselves. Gradually, the team fell into a quiet environment again. In the long tunnel, only the slight footsteps of everyone and Pokemon and a few small lights were left. Until Chapter 101_Soul Painter Dunsparce. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Until Dunsparce suddenly returned to Honghei's side. Breakthrough tilde. She touched Honghei's legs with her tiny wing, and whispered at the same time. Qingwei, who was observing the wall, noticed Dunsparce's movement, and immediately turned his gaze back to the position where Hong was at the front of the team. During the journey just now, although Qingwei did not understand the knowledge of geology, as he went deeper, Qingwei found that the traces of the surrounding soil became newer, and there were more and more moist soils, which showed that it was very important. Maybe this tunnel was newly dug by the Diglett. That said, there may be a lot of Diglett ahead. You mean Diglett was spotted earlier? Are there many? Hong squatted down, looked at Dunsparce with some anxious gestures, and asked tentatively. Dunsparce saw that the gesture was unclear, so he twisted and drew on the ground with his tail. Qingwei brought Azumarill forward and looked at Dunsparce's description. After a while, Dunsparce drew a bunch of circles on the ground. It's just that some circles are just a single circle, while others are 3 circles nested together. Qingwei understood that a single circle represented a Diglett, and 3 circles nested together represented a Dugtrio. This is the most real soul drawing method, easy to understand. After a simple count, there are a total of 4 Dugtrios plus 8 Diglett, a total of 12 Pokemon. This number is not small, and it is likely to be one of the Diglett families living in Diglett Cave. Dunsparce finished drawing. He drew a few question marks next to it. You mean, you've only found these, but there might be more Digletts out there? Hong asked. But Dunsparce nodded. Okay, I understand. You've worked hard. Let's rest here first. Hong patted Dunsparce's head, then stood up and looked at Qingwei. Qingwei, do you have any ideas? Me. Qingwei, who was looking at the circle on the ground and thinking, didn't expect Hong to ask him, was stunned for a moment, and then said, my guess is that it should be a family of Diglett ahead, and Pokemons like Diglett are often based on small families. There are group, but but obviously this Diglett family in front of us is no longer a small family size. Quote, as I thought, according to Dunsparce's reaction, they shouldn't be a big threat to us. My personal idea is to take this opportunity to try to communicate with the Digletts to understand the specific situation, but I still have to ask Lingji, researcher's opinion. Hong nodded, walked to Lingji, the researcher who was protected by the trainer, and told Lingji exactly what they had predicted. At least 4 Dugtrios and 8 Diglett. Hearing this, Lingji looked at the Pokemon around the crowd, and continued to ask, if that's all, can you guys deal with it? There's nothing wrong with just talking about strength, it's just, Hong said and looked around. The tunnel they are in is not very wide now. If so many Pokemon are fighting at the same time, the cooperation between Pokemon will be very demanding, otherwise a Pokemon who does not pay attention to the skills released by Pokemon may hurt his companion. Is it the terrain reason? Lingji also discovered this problem. Yes, but there is still no problem. We can send a few powerful Pokemon so that even if the cooperation is not good, it will not cause any negative effect. Hong said. Okay, then be careful. Let's go get in touch with the Diglett family. Lingji made a decision. Come on, there are a total of 12 Digletts in front of you, but there may be others. Be careful next, and prepare your best Pokemon for battle. Once a battle occurs, my Vaporeon and Chingwee's Azumarill will be as the main attacker. Your Pokemon will be your support, and the rest will be kept by your side for your own protection. Understand? Now that the decision has been made, Hong immediately issued an order. Understood. The 4 trainers nodded, and now each of them had a Pokemon standing beside them, and in addition to the flashlight, they each took out a Pokeball, and it seemed that they were not ready to release it directly. Chingwei looked at the Pokemon, and in addition to Vaporeon, Dunsparce, and his Azumarill, there was a Wartortle, 2 Ivysaurs, and a Magmar. These 4 Pokemon are all superior level strength. Among them, Wartortle belongs to Shigeru, who reminded Chingwei at the beginning. Magmar belongs to the only young lady among them, Yuki, and the 2 Ivysaur belong to the 2 different Pokemon half-brother. It seems that the relationship between these 2 small hair is really good, and even Earl Dervish Pokemon chooses the same asshole. What Hong just said was to use these 4 Pokemon as assistant, and he and Chingwee's Pokemon as the main attackers. Of course, this is a situation of fighting, and of course it is the best situation if we can communicate peacefully. Chingwei, the 2 of us go ahead. Hong greeted Chingwei. Chingwei immediately followed him, and the 2 of them opened the way, illuminating the road ahead with a flashlight, and walked cautiously forward. Chingwei estimated that after walking about 200 meters, they encountered a turning point. After turning the corner, the group walked more than 100 meters, and Chingwei found that the space ahead suddenly opened up a lot. The space in front of them now is an inverted trapezoid passage. The entrance, where Chingwei and the others stand, is relatively narrow, and the further they go, the wider it becomes. Breakthrough. Dunsparce beside Hong suddenly issued growl. Be careful, Dunsparce says it's here. Hearing Dunsparce's reminder, Honghei's tone became solemn. Click. Suddenly, there was a very slight sound from the position in front of Chingwei's right. Chingwei immediately shone the light of the flashlight. I saw 2 Dugtrios and 2 Digletts in that position, and the movement just now was the sound made by a Diglett who might be more active. Moved a little. Dugtrio also saw the people coming. It was a group of humans with Pokemon, so he immediately called out raid. At the same time, he covered Diglett behind him, and stared at Chingwei and the others. It seemed that once the humans made any move, they would immediately attack. With the birth of Dugtrio, voices also came from the other 2 directions. After a while, the remaining 2 Dugtrios and the rest of Diglett also showed up. A total of 12 Pokemon gathered together, and 4 Dugtrios came together. At the beginning, Diglett followed behind them and confronted the Chingwei people. Just as Hong was about to take 2 steps forward to speak, Lingji behind him grabbed the corner of his cloak, only to hear Lingji whisper, I'll do the communication, you're not familiar with it. Be careful. Hong didn't refuse, and gave up a position for Lingji to stop. Cough cough. Lingji stepped forward, coughed dryly, and said to the Digletts in a gentle tone, we are human trainers, don't be angry. We don't have any malice. We just want to ask why you rioted for no reason. Hurting human trainers. Da na. Tumbling. The Dugtrio next to the leading Dugtrio called twice, and the Diglett behind them also made a sound of rage. At the same time, these Diglett faces looked even more angry. Why are you angry? Hong didn't understand very much. He didn't quite understand what the Digletts meant by growl just now, but Chingwei, relying on psychic, seemed to understand a little bit. They just seemed to say it was all because of human. What Chingwei understood from the Diglett growls was probably like this, and then he whispered to Hong and the 2 beside him, because of human, we didn't do anything. The Alliance had left Diglett's cave alone before. The 2 of them were even more stunned. In the end, researcher Lingji said, we humans have never persecuted the Diglett, have we? Before his word fell, the Diglett started to rage even more, and the Digletts behind Dugtrio even used the mud slap kill move directly at Chingwei. Azumarill, stop. Chingwei ordered ordered immediately. Luli. Azumarill jumped up and punched one by one, knocking all the mud thrown at them to the ground. Seeing Qingwei's actions, the Diglets who have been bad-tempered recently became furious. As the leading Diglets shouted, they collectively launched an attack. Damn it, Vaporeon, use the water gun to attack the lead Diglett. Lingzi, you step back and come back when the battle is over. Seeing the other party's direct attack, Hong cursed in a low voice, and then quickly ordered, and said to Lingji who had no fighting ability beside him, okay, be careful. Lingji didn't write any ink. He already knew that the Diglets could hardly communicate now, so he could only wait to beat them all to see if they could communicate friendly. Hong Hei's words, on Qingwei's side, are equivalent to an order to fire. Azumarill, Whirlpool attacking the Dugtrio on the far left, Qingwei said, and at the same time took out a Pokeball and released Sylveon. Sylveon, use the Wind of Fairy, blow hard towards Diglett. He also briefly observed the strength of this small Diglett family. The leading Dugtrio is a quasi-elite level, while the remaining 3 Diglets are all superior level strength, and the 8 Diglets behind them have one reached the superior level, and the remaining 5 are senior level strength. 2 are just ordinary strength. With the opponent's strength, Qingwei didn't feel too much pressure, and he didn't even need these teammates around him. His Pokemons alone could face the opponent's lineup, but now that he has a helper, Qingwei also decided to fight quickly, so he also recruited his other absolute main force, Sylveon. Now they have 3 quasi-elite level Pokemon plus 5 superior level Pokemon, and they are more than enough to face each other. Ivysaur, Vine attack. Magmar, use fire. Wartortle, water gun, attack the lead Dugtrio. Qingwei and Hong behind Shigeru and the others also let their Pokemons take action. Remember, make a quick decision. If it's too late, I'm afraid that they will escape, and it will be very unfavorable for us if the rescue soldiers come in for support. Looking at the situation on the field, Hong said in a very fast tone. After Hong Hei's reminder, Qingwei also reacted and said immediately, Azumarill, rush to solve them with Aqua Tail. Sylveon, Moonblast Bitcoin right. Shigeru, don't use low power move, and knock them out first. You can't let any of them go. Okay. Shigemasa's response was not slow. In that case, Wartortle, use Rain Dance. Let S make the water type Pokemon more advantageous. I'm sorry, Yuki, this is not for your Magmar. I know, come back. Magmar, come out. Golda. Yuki immediately took back Magmar, and then released Golda, who was also a superior. She was thinking of using these Diglets to train Magmar, but now that she wants a quick fix, it's better to let the water-type Pokemon Golduck of the Diglets who are more restrained in the ground attribute appear. Ivysaur, use the Magical Leaf. Ivysaur, use the Magical Leaf. Donghu and Winter Leopard, the 2 brothers, said in unison. Even the instructions were given by the same Magical Leaf. These 2 people, shouldn't they be given? Qingwei suddenly felt a little chilly. It's okay to grow up together and grow up together. It's okay to choose the same Roll Dervish Pokemon. It's okay to have the same skills as Pokemon. However, the tone and speed of the instructions given by the 2 are exactly the same. It's kind of like that. The Pokemons on Qingwei's side burst into a huge battle in an instant. Sylveon's fairy wind has taken shape and is rapidly blowing towards Diglett, while Azumarill is rushing towards it, ready for a 1v12 close combat. At this time, a dark cloud suddenly appeared out of thin air in the dark crypt, and then a light rain began to fall slowly. With the acceleration effect brought by Tailwind, the Wind of Fairy, more than a dozen Magical Leaf quickly attacked towards Diglett, and the Vaporeon's power after a long time was obviously much stronger than the ordinary water gun attack. And Dunsparce, who was shivering at Hong Hei's feet. In other words, Dunsparce is really timid like this. There are so many big brothers and big sisters around her who are protecting her, and they don't know how to take advantage of the opportunity to fake a wave of prestige, but they are even more cowardly, really. From the corner of Qingwei's eyes, he looked at Dunsparce, who was shivering. He really didn't know what to say. Middle. Chapter 102 _ The power of the group. The Dunsparce of the sky. Cough. My Dunsparce is usually the helping hand team to explore the way, and she does not participate in battle. During the battle, Hong seemed to notice Qingwei's eyes, and quickly coughed twice to explain in a low voice. Understand, it's Dunsparce after all. Yeah. No way, Dunsparce is such an amazing Pokemon. At this time, the attack from Diglett's side has also hit Qingwei and the others. I saw Diglett, who had not yet evolved, collectively use the Mud Slap skill move, and the lumps of mud flew towards them as fast as a machine gun, especially the leading superior Diglett. That Mud Slap was simply another fast and accurate. A cloud of mud snorted directly on Vaporeon, who was attacking with the water gun. The powerful impact interrupted the water gun's jet, and Vaporeon couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but the damage was very small. Then behind this large mud, there are a large number of small mud balls flying. Although the damage is not high for these Pokemon, but it still makes them feel very annoying. And the skills used by the 4 Dugtrios are not as simple as Mud Slap. 4 Dugtrios collectively use the Stomp. The whole ground was shaken by Dugtrio's Stomp, as if it were earthquake. Xingwei's trainers and Pokemon have been greatly affected. In order to maintain their balance on the shaking ground, the Pokemon had to interrupt their skill release and concentrate on maintaining their body shape. Only Dunsparce screamed as soon as the Dugtrios released their heavy pedals, and her tail like a drill quickly spun. In just an instant, a small hole large enough to accommodate her size was dug in the ground, and she went straight into it. Xingwei and the others were also swaying from side to side by the shaking ground, and had to hold on to the earth walls on both sides with their hands to barely stand firm. The heavy step used by the 4 Dugtrios in combination has an effect comparable to Earthquake, the strongest ground-based skill move. Even Azumarill, who was charging by jumping alone, was greatly affected. Although she could keep her balance in midair by constantly jumping, her speed was still greatly weakened. Is this the power of the swarm? You can't underestimate it. Xingwei held the wall on the right with her right hand, and she held a flashlight in her left hand to illuminate Azumarill's path forward. 110. Helping hand guided her, thinking silently in her heart. The power of the heavy step is medium, but it is affected by the weight of Pokemon to a certain extent. For example, a Tyranitar's heavy step is inherently more powerful than Dugtrio's heavy step. It's just that these 4 Dugtrios hit the pedals at the same time, and the rhythm frequency is the same. This is not as simple as the superposition of 4 heavy pedals. Instead, it produced a chemical reaction, which completely transformed the skill move of heavy step. Such is the power of the Pokemon clan. Since they are all of the same type of Pokemon, and living together for a long time, there will naturally be a tacit understanding. When releasing the same skill together, the effect is often not superimposed but multiplied. Fortunately, these 4 Dugtrios could only release such a round of stomping attack, and then Xingwei's Pokemon's attack came to them, and they had to interrupt the second round of stomping release and turn instead. Start responding and dodging incoming attack. The first attack to arrive is the Water Gun attack, a powerful version of the Vaporeon Jet. Water Gun's rate of fire is extremely fast, and Pokemon, the quasi-elite leader on Dugtrio's side, was hit by the Water Gun just after releasing his stomp. The leader screamed in agony, and his body was constantly being beaten backward, making heavy mark backwards in the soil. Even with this kind of attack, Dugtrio was not knocked out of the ground. Xingwei still doesn't know what Dugtrio's whole body looked like. This is followed by 2 Ivysaur's magical leaf attack. With the acceleration of the Wind of Fairy, the speed of the magical leaf, which was not flying very fast, has increased a lot. Although the Dugtrio still reacted and avoided a lot in time, the Diglets behind them were still carrying out a Mud Slap attack and failed to dodge in time, and were hit by a lot of magical leaf. Then, the Wind of Fairy also blew through all Diglett, causing AoE damage to the opposing collective. Then, Azumarill, whose speed was affected by the stomping attack, also rushed to the battlefield. Azumarill went straight to the latest learned skill, Bound. This is from Splash, a non-damaging jumping skill, Evolution BJEA, which not only increases the damage of a lot of skills but even turns it into a flying skill. Azumarill used Bounce for the last leap, and at the moment of falling, a large amount of water attribute energy wrapped her tail. Aqua Tail. With the help of the impact of Bound, the power of Aqua Tail was greatly increased, and he slammed the Dugtrio that Xingwei said. Bang! Da-na! The superior Dugtrio, which had been damaged by 1 or 2 pieces of magical leaf and fairy's wind, sighed and closed his 6 eyes after suffering double damage from the Aqua Tail, which was boosted by rainy weather, and Bound passed out in a coma. With 1 hit, Azumarill takes out a Dugtrio. Nice job, Azumarill, keep attacking, Xingwei said loudly, and at the same time indicated the next target for Azumarill with the flashlight in his hand, the Dugtrio with a quasi-elite level. At this time, the energy of the water attribute in the environment is getting stronger and stronger. The original light rain has also turned into a heavy rain at this time, and the effect of the rain dance skill has reached the highest point. Vaporeon, this environment is just right for Sir. Hong saw that Azumarill's one-on-one single point killing Pokemon was enough, so he let his Vaporeon give up the single move and turn into a group attack, which could maximize the damage. Golduck, with Vaporeon, user, noisy, come on. With the help of the moisture brought by the rainy day, and with Vaporeon and Golduck together, it only took a few seconds to raise a huge wave in front of Vaporeon and Golduck. Then, the 2 Pokemon jumped and stepped directly on the top of the wave. Noisy, come on. The 2 Pokemons are working together to control the wave, charging towards the Diglett. Good cooperation. Xingwei could see clearly from the back that the 2 Pokemon made full use of the surrounding moisture, and Vaporeon and Golduck did not release their own surf, but chose to work together to release a huge wave, so that the time for the huge wave to take shape much shorter. In a group battle environment, of course, the shorter the skill release time, the greater the advantage. And now the home field advantage here has been reversed. The cave that was originally beneficial to the ground attribute has now been filled with water-type energy and has become the home ground of water-type Pokemon. It's just that this doesn't seem to be so friendly to grass-type Ivysaur. The half-brothers looked at each other and once again ordered their Pokemon in unison. Ivysaur, use the cover of the huge wave. Rush over and use takedown. Under this relatively narrow terrain, the water-type Pokemon on the field have already rushed over. If you continue to choose to release grass-type skills from a distance, it is very likely that you will hit allies, and skills such as 3 powders are here. It is easy to be damaged by rain in this environment. It's better to give up the grass-type skills and rush directly to melee combat. Anyway, the opponent's strongest Dugtrio has been eyed by Chingwee's Azumarill, and their Pokemon will not suffer even if it is close combat. Dunsparce, don't hide, it's alright. You use Dig to go straight over now. If Diglett or Dugtrio escapes with Dig, you are responsible for stopping them. Hong looked at the little earth bag at his feet again and said. Then, Chingwei and the others saw the earth bag shaking reluctantly. Hong immediately showed a helpless expression, and continued to persuade. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. The most powerful Dugtrio has been entangled by Azumarill, and there will be no chance of Dig. You say yes, Chingwei. Well, Azumarill won't let it run away. Chingwei also nodded. Hearing Chingwei's assurance, the small dirt bag beside Honghei's feet shook again, and after a while, Dunsparce got out of it and glanced at Chingwei, as if to confirm again. Chingwei nodded to Dunsparce. Breakthrough. Dunsparce, who was guaranteed, finally felt relieved, and then drilled back again. Chingwei and the others saw the small dirt bag Dunsparce had burrowed into and quickly moved toward Diglett. Only then did Hong breathe a sigh of relief. Let's make you laugh. This Dunsparce of mine is extremely sensitive to danger by nature, so it is very suitable for road finding work in this environment, but it is precisely because it is too sensitive that it makes him extremely sensitive. She's less courageous than the average Dunsparce. It's really hard to get her to shoot. What a magical Pokemon, Miss Yuki said while holding back a smile. Is your Dunsparce female? Shigeru Jung noticed Honghei's words and couldn't help asking. Yeah, it's a female. Hong nodded and admitted. What do you call Dunsparce? Female. Don't you give her another name? When Hong heard the word, it was a little strange. Name. How troublesome to name her. After I subdued her, I wanted to call her Tulong Sister, but she refused. Sister Tulong. The way you named it. It's a. Everyone couldn't help being speechless, and they all started to complain. In this battle, the relationship between everyone has also been drawn into the invisible, and now everyone can talk and laugh. Chingwei didn't interrupt. Although his ears were listening to the conversation between Hong and them, his attention was still on the battlefield on Azumarill's side. You know, Azumarill was the first to rush into the crowd alone. She is also under the greatest pressure. Although the senior Diglets are not a threat to her, but the ticks are ticklish, and Azumarill's offense has also been blocked by these Diglets. Azumarill's path was blocked, which gave the quasi-elite Dugtrio who was repelled by the water gun a little breathing time, and it also had time to continue to release skill. The quasi-elite Dugtrio unleashed earth power directly at Azumarill, charging at it. A wave of earth attribute energy swirled around Azumarill, who was dodging the surrounding mud attacks and charging towards the quasi-elite Dugtrio. Azumarill felt that the ground under her feet suddenly became much softer, making her unable to exert her strength. At the same time, the surrounding attribute energy made her uncomfortable. Earth power not only caused some damage to Azumarill, but also lowered her own special defense a lot. This is also equivalent to increasing the damage of mud slap attacks in disguise. Sylveon, use Moonblast on that Dugtrio, and give Azumarill a helping hand. Chingwei noticed that Azumarill was in trouble, and immediately spoke up. Mia. Sylveon immediately released Moonblast, but in this underground environment without moonlight, the power of Moonblast depends entirely on Sylveon's own ability. Fortunately, Sylveon is in good condition at this time, and his physical strength is sufficient. Coupled with a lot of daily practice, Moonblast's release speed is very fast. Although he can't use the power of moonlight, its power cannot be underestimated. A moonlight descended out of nowhere and directly hit Dugtrio, who had just released earth power. Da-na. Seeing that the head of the family was constantly being hurt, the remaining two Dugtrios did not care about their own safety, and started Rage's shot at Azumarill. No way. Now Vaporeon and Golduck are above the huge wave. It is difficult for them to attack. The remaining Pokemon are blocked by the huge wave. They can't see each other's position, and the air is overflowing with the water attribute. The energy has reduced their ability to sense the ground a lot. For a while, they couldn't find the movements of the two Ivysaurs, and they could only attack the Azumarill, who seemed to be the biggest threat in front of them. The two Dugtrios use the Sucker Punch skill at the same time. This is the fastest skill move that they can shoot, the most suitable for use in this situation. I saw that the two Dugtrios, who were not very fast at first, instantly increased their speed and charged towards Azumarill with rage on their faces. And Azumarill, who is affected by earth power, can't dodge at all. Azumarill, use Protect. At this time, Chingwei's voice came from afar. Luli. Azumarill stopped directly after landing. A pale green light covered her whole body, and she just stood there and waited for the opponent's attack. Chapter 103. Dunsparce. My sneak attack is too old. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Bang, bang. Two Dugtrios who use Sucker Punch. Tackle in tandem on Azumaral's shield. Dim the light green a lot. However, it still successfully blocked the successive Sucker Punch skill. Aqua Tail. Attack one of the Dugtrios directly. At this time, Qingwei also gave up the idea of letting Azumaral continue to rush forward. Since the other party has two Dugtrios taking the initiative to come to the door, there is definitely no reason to leave it alone. Moreover, Vaporeon and Golda, who are riding the huge wave, are also here. The existence of Vaporeon is enough to deal with that quasi-elite Dugtrio. Luli. Azumaral turned around and pulled his tail towards the Dugtrio that was closest to her. Dugtrio, who was attacked by the shot force just now, couldn't dodge, and was directly pulled back out. At this time, the huge wave also rushed over. Vaporeon and Golda stepped on top of the waves and manipulated the waves to wrap all the Diglets in. Of course, Azumaral was also swept by the wave, and poor Azumaral doesn't know Surf's skill move. Fortunately, she is also a water-type Pokemon. She was swept away by the huge waves and quickly emerged from the water. Due to the impact of the huge wave, the earth power that originally wrapped her was also swept away by a large amount of water attribute energy swept by the huge wave. Now she is completely free from the bondage. After being attacked by Surf, the senior and ordinary Diglett couldn't hold on at first. Starting from the two ordinary Diglett, they fell unconscious one by one in the huge wave. Then, there is the superior level Diglett and the Dugtrio who was attacked by the Azumaral Aquatail. These two Pokemons also fell into a coma. As for the quasi-elite Dugtrio, due to the serious injury, he was unable to move and could not escape the attack of the huge wave. Vaporeon jumped from the top of the wave at the moment of approaching it and launched towards the Dugtrio. Attack. Only the remaining Dugtrio had only been injured by the Wind of Fairy. Although it was not small, it was not fatal. In addition, it also avoided almost all magical leaf attacks, so when the huge wave swept over, he immediately used Dig, drilled into the ground, and successfully avoided the damage. Dugtrio, who successfully drilled into the ground, has found that they are bound to fail, and they are not ready to come out to attack, but quickly dig holes in other directions, ready to find the leader of Diglett. That is, the pair-elite Dugtrios report the situation. Their small family was attacked by human trainers. However, Dugtrio, who was digging a hole and retreating, didn't feel right. He was very familiar with the mud here, but now he felt that the mud seemed a little unusually soft. Dugtrio was a little puzzled. The situation was urgent at this time, and it didn't have time to think so much. It just continued to move forward and continued to dig until, after it dug through a distance, it actually bored another hole. Looking at the unfamiliar tunnel in front of him, several question marks appeared on Dugtrio's head. When did we dig this tunnel? How come I don't remember at all? Damn, couldn't I have amnesia caused by the strange wind just now? I have to report to the boss immediately. Dugtrio didn't continue to think about it, but came to this unfamiliar tunnel and continued to dig towards the original route. It's just that Dugtrio, who was digging the soil, didn't notice at all that in a corner of this unfamiliar tunnel, a pair of big eyes appeared in an inconspicuous little dirt bag, staring at Dugtrio digging the dirt without blinking. It was the Dunsparce that came over the ground with the huge wave. Because of her familiarity with the soil and her incomparably rich escape experience, the speed of her dig under the ground is even faster than the speed of the huge waves on the ground. When the huge wave hit, she had dug a passage leading to Diglett's side, and was very cowardly hiding under the passage, and then sensed the surrounding soil. She had already noticed it when she was in this Dugtrio dig, but out of steadiness she didn't immediately go up to attack, but after judging the opponent travel route, she waited here secretly. Sure enough, let her wait for Dugtrio, who hurried dig. After observing Dugtrio, who looked dazed for a while, she found that the other party was also injured a bit, and his strength was similar to hers. This vote can do it. Dunsparce waited for a while, didn't notice the other Diglett dig coming, so the courage immediately became fat. Breakthrough. Dunsparce's body began to spin as fast as a steel drill, and then drilled towards Dugtrio. This is the drill run skill. Dugtrio, who was only focusing on digging, obviously did not expect that there is another Pokemon hidden in this tunnel, and now, when he found out, it was too late to make other reaction. Boom! The Dunsparce with drill run collided directly with the unsuspecting Dugtrio. The huge impact directly pushed Dugtrio out of this tunnel, and together with Dunsparce, his head emerged from the ground. Dugtrio, who was attacked by Dunsparce, returned to the ground. Although he didn't suffer too much damage, he was even more stunned because he was not sober. Who am I and where am I? Why am I back on the ground? Which old Yinbi just attacked me? No, I have to keep running away and report to the big boss. Dugtrio's 3 heads shook, ready to continue Dig's retreat. Just following the huge wave, Ivysaur, who was moving relatively slowly, just saw a Dugtrio appearing in front of him. The two of them unanimously launched a takedown attack on this Dugtrio. Bang, bang. 2 loud bangs came came again. Dugtrio was attacked by two Ivysaur's takedown after Dunsparce's drill run attack. This time, it couldn't hold on any longer. Its three heads drooped down one by one, and it passed out completely in a coma. At this point, there was only the quasi-elite Dugtrio that was shaky under the siege of Vaporeon and Azumarill. It was attacked in melee by two Pokemon, and it had to guard against the moonblast that could fall from the sky at any time, so there was no chance of retreat. After a while, it completely lost its combat effectiveness and fell to the ground under the attack of the various skills of the two Pokemons that restrained it. The fifth team's first large-scale battle was successfully won. The battle is over. Let's go take a look. Try to treat one of the Dugtrios if possible, and then ask what's going on, Hong said with a flashlight on the battlefield ahead. Qingwei and the others nodded, and together with Hong, walked towards the place where the Diglets were unconscious. Wartortle also stopped the release of rain dance skills at this time, and actively dispelled the dark clouds above the cave. After a rainy day, coupled with the swept of surf, the ground made of mud at this time is very muddy, and it is not so easy to walk. Woo! When Miss Yuki took a step, she didn't stand firm. Her foot slipped, and she almost fell. Be careful, pay more attention to your feet. The road is not so easy now. Shigeru Masaru next to Yuki helped Yuki in time, not letting her fall into the mud, and reminded her, I see, thank you. Yuki thanked him. Everyone cautiously approached the place where the Diglett fell to the ground. Qingwei and their Pokemon stayed here, looking around vigilantly to prevent any Pokemon from waking up early. On the road, Hong also called to Dunsparce, who was about to continue drilling. Dunsparce, please go ahead and continue to explore the road. The fighting on our side was not small just now. If there are other Diglett coming to explore, please notify us in time. Breakthrough. Dunsparce nodded helplessly, then got into the ground and turned into a small dirt bag and walked silently toward the depths of this passage. Qingwei and the others came to the owner of the Diglett family, the comatose quasi-elite Dugtrio. Qingwei squatted down and checked the injury on the Dugtrio. At this time, it was seriously injured. It had just been attacked by various Pokemon, and because of the rage at the beginning, it did not make any defensive actions at all. Let's treat him first and ask him when he wakes up. As Qingwei said that, he took out the healing spray and potion from the bag on the back and began to use it on the injured Dugtrio. Alright, this leader Dugtrio should know more, but he still needs to be prepared to attack directly when he wakes up. Vaporeon, come and watch. If he wakes up and has an attack, just directly stun it again. Ask for flowers. Ohong called for Vaporeon, who was wandering back and forth beside him. Qingwei took a look. At this time, it was enough for Sylveon and Vaporeon to stay here and watch them. Qingwei did not ask Azumarill to come over, but let her continue to patrol the audience. Soon, Qingwei's treatment was completed. After a while, the Dugtrio woke up leisurely. When Dugtrio woke up, he saw the human trainers surrounding him, and the expression on his face immediately changed to rage, ready to attack again. Noisy, Mia, Vaporeon and Sylveon, who noticed Dugtrio's movement, immediately sounded a warning. Dugtrio also discovered Vaporeon, who restrained it, and Sylveon with similar strength. Knowing that the result of his shot would not be so good, he could only give up his plan to continue attacking. Calm down, we have no ill intentions towards you. We are here to investigate the cause of the Diglett Cave riot. We will not hurt you. Qingwei saw Dugtrio calm down and took out a few more pieces from his bag. The block of Pokeblock placed in front of Dugtrio said at the same time, Dugtrio looked at Qingwei. He noticed that Qingwei did not have that kind of aggression, and looked at the Pokeblocks in front of him. He had just experienced this battle. Although his injuries were treated a lot, the loss of the stamina still can't be recovered. So, it simply ate the Pokeblock that Qingwei gave it. Seeing Dugtrio's actions, everyone in Qingwei breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that they can communicate now. We are now starting to treat your family members. I hope you can persuade them after they wake up. Don't let them attack directly. Let's have a good chat. Okay. Lingji, who was standing behind Qingwei, also said, This Dugtrio nodded, and now it is also worried about the safety of its family members, and they themselves can't beat each other. Now they are fish on the sticky board. Even if they resist, they will only be beaten again. That good. Let's disperse and treat them now, Lingji said to the people around him. Okay. Qingwei and the others took the treatment supplies and treated the other Diglets under the gaze of this Dugtrio. The little Diglets didn't take much damage, and the healing was done quickly. Only the poor Dugtrio, who was attacked by Dunsparce and then set on fire by two Ivysaurs, was still in a coma. However, his injuries were not serious. As the Diglets woke up and saw the surrounding Pokemon and trainers, there were signs of a riot. At this time, the leader Dugtrio suddenly opened his mouth to stop them. The leader, Dugtrio, checked the injuries on their bodies one by one and found that they were all well treated before turning around and coming to Qingwei and the others. Dugtrio exclaimed, We want to know what caused you to hate and attack our human trainers. Hong gasped. Dugtrio immediately shouted loudly. loudly. What does this mean? Do you understand? Hong seemed very confused. He didn't understand what Dugtrio's growl meant at all, and he couldn't infer from Dugtrio's expression, because the three heads of this Dugtrio were all rage's expression. It seems that we humans have aggressively attacked their clan. Lingji is a researcher who specializes in ground-based Pokemon, and he knows a little bit about Dugtrio. Well, that's what it means. Qingwei also nodded to confirm. Humans attack the Diglett. Shouldn't we have done these things? After hearing this, Shigeru said immediately. Hong also nodded, indicating that the Alliance did not know that someone was attacking the Diglett. As far as we know, no one should have done this kind of thing. It was a battle between our trainers on the outskirts of Diglett's cave and your tribe hurt the Diglett. Dugtrio shook his head. Not on the outskirts of Diglett cave. Qingwei asked, is that something in the depth? Dugtrio nodded and continued. Rage's word. You mean, someone in the depths of Diglett's cave was wanton, killing your clansmen who appeared. Jin. Chapter 104 _ The prophecy is clear. The Battle of the Main Road. Subscribe. What? Someone slaughtered in the depths of Diglett's cave? It's impossible. When Hong and Lingji heard the word, they immediately refuted. Dugtrio's expression became more rage, and he shouted loudly. Qingwei quickly understood Dugtrio's meaning. You mean, a group of humans entered the depths of Diglett's cave and attacked directly when they saw Diglett. Then you had to notify the leader, but the leader's shot also failed. Then attacked the trainers on the outskirts of Diglett cave under raid. You think they're all a gang? Dugtrio nodded. You said that you couldn't stay in the center of Diglett cave anymore, so this new tunnel was dug up, and you are going to continue digging to the east. You want to change the living environment. There are also a group of Digletts who are constantly moving towards Diglett. Humans in the middle of the cave attack. Who are those humans in the middle of Diglett cave? Hong seemed a little dignified at this time, and the information he got now obviously exceeded the prediction of the Alliance. But Qingwei was thinking of something else at this time. If the Digletts dig to the east, they will most likely destroy the soil in the forest north of Route 11. After the soil under the forest is hollowed out, the roots of the trees in the entire forest may be affected for a long time, and even soil erosion will occur, which will eventually lead to the withering of the entire forest. And this is exactly the same situation that Celebi told him about the pre-future site before. Celebi said at the time that it was because of humans that the forest started to wither in the end. And now, in the case of 110 inches, it is precisely because some people slaughtered the Digletts in the Diglett cave that Diglett had to migrate eastward, and eventually the forest withered. The culprit of all this, it's the humans in the heart of Diglett cave. Understood. Completely understood. Now the question remained, who are the humans in the middle of Diglett cave? For a while, everyone fell silent, thinking about this matter one by one. Although we don't know who did this, we will investigate. Please believe us, our human trainers have no ill will towards you Diglett, and we will catch the humans who did evil in the center of Diglett cave. Lingji looked at Dugtrio and said decisively, word by word. Dugtrio let out a cry, expressing that he temporarily believed in Qingwei and the others. At this moment, everyone's walkie-talkies vibrated. Someone contact them. Hong took out the walkie-talkie and opened the call. This is the 5th team. I'm Hong. Please tell me if you have anything. The 5th team. How is the situation on your side? A male voice came from the walkie-talkie, but the voice seemed a little anxious. Just ran into some Diglett. Had a fight. We got the win. And we. Hong was about to report the details on his side, but was interrupted by the other party's opening. Can you all evacuate that fork now? If you can, evacuate as soon as possible, and then go to the main road to support the 1st, 2nd and 3rd squad. Lots of Diglett raid. Agatha Elite and the emergency team have already moved. If you can, go to pick up the 3 retreating teams. They suffered heavy losses. In the quiet cave environment, the voice of the walkie-talkie was extremely clear, and everyone heard the anxiety of the voice in the walkie-talkie. After hearing this, Hong immediately became serious. Yes, the 5th team will go to support. Okay, beat up. Contact me directly if you encounter any situation, said on the walkie-talkie, and then hung up the communication. Qingwei immediately looked at the Diglett leader on their side. Do you know those Digletts on the main road? They just attacked our companion. Can you follow us to persuade them? Quote. Dugtrio shook his head and explained something. Are you saying they're the Digletts who fought the main battle? Are they not listening in their rage now? Qingwei understood the meaning of the other party. These Digletts are those who advocate migration, while the Digletts in the main road are the main battle. There are differences between them. Now that the other party is in a state of rage, it will be considered it is useless to explain. There's no other way. Let go quickly. The situation over there doesn't seem to be optimistic. After hearing this, Hong was a little disappointed, but he cheered up and urged everyone to prepare for departure. Qingwei also called Azumarill over, and before leaving, he turned his head and asked, then if the other party calms down, can you communicate with the other party? Our goal is the same as yours, and the punishment is on Diglett. those who do evil in the middle of the cave. Dugtrio hesitated, then nodded. That good. After Qingwei left some Pokeblock for the Diglett, he took Pokemon and quickly followed up with Hong and his group who had already set off. Seeing Qingwei and the others leave, the Diglett got together again, and the other Dugtrio called out twice. Do we really want helping hand them? Nah. I can feel that these people are different from those people, and these people really want to help hand us. Nah. So are we going to keep digging? Dugtrio shook his head. No need to continue digging. We are waiting here now. Maybe these humans can really handle this matter. Then we don't have to move. And these food, you can share it. Qingwei and his party who had returned from the original path did not need to carefully explore and grope their way as before. They directly turned on their flashlights and walked quickly outside under the leadership of Vaporeon. In order to speed up, Donghu and Dongbao also put away the slower Ivysaur. Qingwei also put away Azumarill, leaving the more flexible Sylveon by his side to be responsible for protection. After a while, they walked out of this fork and came to the location of the entrance underground hall. The 5-person emergency team that originally stayed here has disappeared, and now there are 2 staff members of the Alliance. Seeing Hong and Qingwei coming out, one of them immediately greeted them. Please go to support as soon as possible. Agatha Elite has just entered. If there is a battle, you must remember to stop Diglett using earthquake ills first. Otherwise, this tunnel is very likely there will be a collapse. Hong nodded without ink. Then we will set off. Ling Ji, you should return to the ground first, and you will also. I know, I won't hold you back. Come on. Ling Ji is also someone who understands the overall situation. At this time, he, a researcher who has no combat ability, has no effect. It is better to return to the ground and make a map of the road they explored before. Then let go and pick up the other squads and Agatha Elite. Dunsparce, you're underground. Help us find out if there are other Diglett as support or approach. Qingwei and I lead the way. Then East Tiger, Winter Leopard, Shigeru, Masaru and Yuki, you are responsible for the break. Let go. Hong simply assigned the formation, and then took the lead into the main road with Vaporeon. The tunnel width of the main road is much wider than the fork road that Qingwei and the others entered before, and the surrounding soil walls are already very hard, and it will not easily collapse. However, in the main road, as Qingwei and the others gradually deepened, there were also fork roads that were not in the original map, and these forks are no different in terms of the surrounding wall soil or the width of the fork. With Qingwei's eyesight, they couldn't tell which way the other teams were going. Fortunately, there is an expert among them. Dunsparce. Qingwei and the others immediately looked at Hong, who shouted Dunsparce's name loudly. After a while, a small dirt bag came over, and Dunsparce's head emerged from it. What is the result of your investigation? Which fork in the road or the others? Hong asked. Dunsparce heard the word, got under the ground again, and after a while of feeling carefully, he got out and pointed to a road to the left with his small wing. Breakthrough. Let go. Hong immediately walked towards this road. Qingwei and the others followed. After walking along this road for about 5 minutes, Qingwei heard a movement ahead. Attention, they should be not far ahead. Release all the Pokemons and prepare to fight. Qingwei immediately reminded. Everyone released the Pokemon they had just fought, and Qingwei also took out Azumarill's Pokeball, ready to summon. Walking forward again, the sound from the front is getting louder and louder, and there are also explosions from time to time, and I can also hear the voice of a trainer giving instructions to his Pokemon. At this time, a full-fledged female voice came. Gengar, hypnosis, stop them. It was the voice of Agatha's mother-in-law. Qingwei and the others quickened their pace again, and soon came to the periphery of the battlefield. At this time, the tunnel was already full of people, with a total of 21 people in the 3 teams, plus 5 people from the emergency team, as well as Granny Agatha and the 2 alliance fighters she brought. Nearly 30 people, plus their Pokemon, packed the tunnel to the brim. Fortunately, this is the main road, and the width is much wider. If it was on the fork in the road before, not only would so many people not cooperate, but it would cause confusion on their own side. At the forefront of the battlefield is the battle group of the Pokemon. At this time, a Gengar is standing at the forefront of the human side, and there are all kinds of Pokemon standing beside it. Qingwei briefly glanced at these guards of the Alliance. Soldiers use water-type Pokemon, while the Pokemon used by the quest trainers are a lot more mixed. There are all kinds of attributes, and Qingwei even saw a Pokemon like Sudowoodo that was absolutely restrained by the Diglett. Qingwei briefly looked at the strength of these Pokemon. In addition to Granny Agatha's elite-level Gengar, there was also an elite-level Crobat flying in midair with limited mobility. There are only 3 quasi-elite Kinglers, Starmie and Octillery around Gengar. Of the other Pokemon, there are only 2 superior level ones left, and the others are senior level strength. You must know that when starting a team, the strength of each team is similar. Although the 5th team has Qingwei and may be stronger, it is impossible for these other trainers to not even have a Pokemon with superior strength. And now, these Pokemon have disappeared, so the biggest possibility is that it has been severely wounded and incapacitated. In that case, voice, Azumarill, Gloom, come out. Qingwei directly released 2 Pokemon. Azumarill, you and Sylveon go to the battlefield to help. Gloom, you are responsible for treating these injured Pokemon. Use the grassy terrain in a large area. Vaporeon, go help. Honk also said, and then he raised his voice. I am Honk from the 5th team. Let your weaker Pokemon withdraw directly. We will fill the position. Come to my side if a Pokemon get hurt, and my Gloom can heal. Qingwei also said loudly. Vaporeon, Sylveon, and Azumarill quickly passed through the crowd in front of them and came to the battlefield of the Pokemon. The addition of 3 quasi-elite Pokemon to 4.0 greatly eased the Diglett's offensive. Agatha also noticed Qingwei and the others, and immediately said, Gengar, come out and help. You all start to retreat in an orderly manner. After the quasi-elite level Pokemon and the trainers stay behind, the others leave. Silicon. Hearing Granny Agatha's word, Qingwei's shadow swayed, and a fat Gengar came out, and then came to the forefront of the battlefield in an instant. At Qingwei's side, an injured Raticate appeared. Ally Switch. Gengar appeared. He used the Ally Switch on the Raticate in front of him to achieve the effect of teleport. Hannah. Gloom saw the wounded coming, and immediately released grassy terrain. Bursts of life energy emerged, constantly healing Raticate's wound. The 1st team, you all retreat directly. Hurry up. 2nd team, retreat. The 3rd team, pay attention to order. Put away the injured Pokemon. Don't crowd. Withdraw. With the order of Granny Agatha, the 3 teams began to prepare to retreat. Qingwei and I stay and break with Agatha Elite. You follow them to retreat. Remember to protect them on the road. Dunsparce, follow them, and remind them in time if there is any danger. Honk also said to the 4 trainers of his team. Okay, then I'll take the lead. You all follow me. Donghu Dongbao, you 2 are responsible for breaking the queen. Shigemasa nodded, and together with Yuki, returned the same way with the trainers of the other teams that had been withdrawn. As the crowds and Pokemon in front became less and less, Qingwei also thoroughly saw the situation on the battlefield. Chapter 105_understood. Diglett Tiunk Secret Fear Patience Open Black Lens Bracket Subscription Close Black Lens Bracket. At this time, the 2 Gengars of Agatha's mother-in-law stood side by side, constantly resisting the onslaught of the Dugtrios on the opposite side. The 3 new Sylveons and the other 3 quasi-elite Pokemon stayed behind the Gengars, facing the Dugtrio on the opposite side. They released long-range skills, and on the opposite side of them, at a glance, densely packed with Diglett's head. Qingwei's eyes are dizzy. If he is a patient with intensive phobia, he may faint directly when he sees the scene in front of him. Qingwei made a brief observation, and the Dugtrios at the beginning were all of quasi-elite level strength, and there were 9 Dugtrios in total. Even among them, there is an elite level Dugtrio. It looks like it should be the leader of these Diglett. Qingwei also saw through these Diglett gap that behind these Dugtrios, a large number of Digletts and Dugtrios fainted. There is no shortage of quasi-elite Dugtrios. It is conceivable what kind of battle has been experienced here before. With the champion level Gengar's helping hand, plus Sylveon, the 3 raw powers, and a large number of weaker Pokemon and trainers have retreated. The elite level Gengar and Crobat, who were the main defense, have also completely released all of them. Combat power. Granny Agatha saw that the staff had already evacuated, and she no longer kept her hand. Crobat, use the Shadow Ball. Attack that elite Dugtrio. Gengar, unleash the haze, and make the field chaotic. Qingwei, let your Sylveon use the Wind of Fairy to speed up the spread of haze. Qingwei nodded. Sylveon, the Wind of Fairy. Crobat has threw the Shadow Ball towards the elite Dugtrio at this time, and behind the Shadow Ball, a large number of haze appeared. Sylveon also blew the Wind of Fairy, speeding up the spread of haze, and it all spread towards Diglett. A large amount of haze enveloped these Dugtrios, causing them to completely lose sight of their eyes and cough continuously. Qingwei could see that Granny Agatha didn't want to hurt these Diglett, and now the relationship between the humans and Diglett is already bad enough. Granny Agatha should not know the reason for Diglett's riot by now. The hatred will only get bigger and bigger, eventually reaching the point of being irreparable. Go, we are also preparing to retreat. After Gengar break, Crobat, go ahead and open the way. Granny Agatha saw that haze was working and turned around immediately. Go. Under the cover of Gengar and Crobat, the group retreated along the original path. Qingwei could still hear Gengar behind him attacking from time to time, blocking the Digletts who wanted to rush out to continue the attack. The retreat went smoothly. Qingwei supported Granny Agatha and followed the rest of the guards back to the underground hall. At this time, there were only a few capable supporters left, including the 5th team. 4 other trainers. Go up and talk. Granny Agatha saw that the other party was approaching. She waved her hand directly, and motioned for everyone to return to the ground together. When she was about to leave the Diglett cave, Granny Agatha said to the champion-level Gengar who was in charge of the break behind her, Gengar, you return to the Diglett cave, monitor the movements of the Diglett, and notify immediately if there is any sign of rushing out. Quote, Gengar in the back responded, and then completely lost his voice. A few minutes later, the captains of the various squads, along with Qingwei and Granny Granny Agatha were sitting in the center tent of the camp outside Diglett Cave. The Alliance staff member who had been in charge of the speech before stood up again, looked around at the people around him, and said, "In this exploration operation, the first, second and third squad suffered heavy losses, and almost all of the trainers' main Pokemon lost their combat effectiveness. Only a handful of senior-level Pokemon remain in combat. Fortunately, our support was timely and only a few trainers were slightly injured. The fifth team responded the fastest when contacted at the time, so only this team responded. The other three teams also encountered the Diglett's block in the fort, and there was a fight. Some Pokemon were injured, so they have already returned to the ground ahead of schedule. Now ask the captains of your respective squads to report the results of your exploration." The leaders of Squad 123, which suffered the most losses, looked at each other, and finally the leader of Squad 1 stood up and said, "We entered the main road together with the three squads as planned, and then separated when we reached a fork in the road. The first team was on the main road where the battle took place, and was attacked by the Digletts shortly after entering, and the number of Pokemon on the other side continued to increase. Quote, as a last resort, we first contacted the nearby second and third squad, and then when they came to support, there was a big battle. As for exploration," after speaking, the captain of the first squad lowered his head, "we didn't any harvest." Immediately afterward, the captain of the fourth team also stood up. "We received a notification to withdraw before the battle was over, so we withdrew directly, but during the process of moving forward, we found that the fork in the road we took seemed to be it was just recently unearthed. Quote, we found the same thing, and these Digletts are difficult to communicate. They are very aggressive." The captain of the sick team also got up and said. Hong glanced at Qingwei, then stood up. "We have found something." Hong Hei's words attracted the attention of everyone present. "The fork that we took was dug up not long ago, and we met a Diglett family inside, and after the victory in the battle, we successfully communicated with them. The leader of the family told us that it was in the middle of Diglett Cave." Hong told them exactly what they encountered. "You mean that there were people in the middle of the cave massacred the Diglett, which led to the riots of the Diglett, and some of the Digletts are preparing to dig eastward for migration?" Granny Agatha listened to Hong Hei's story quietly, and said, "That right?" Hong nodded affirmatively. "Understood. It seems that those people are the ones who did it. Don't let the old lady know who they are." Agatha's face was a little unsightly. "I didn't expect that in the end. It was still the problem of human being. Let go down first. Let your team members get treatment quickly, and the Pokemon Center in Vermilion City is fully operational. I'm going to inform the Alliance here. Qingwei, stay here, and everyone else can go out and organize." "Yes." Agatha Elite spoke, and everyone withdrew from the tent. "Mother Agatha, I made a deal with the Diglett we encountered before. It can help us communicate with the Digletts in the main road, but we just need the other party to calm down." Qingwei said. "Well, I'll contact the chairman first." Agatha's mother-in-law directly used the computer to contact the chairman, and soon, the video call was connected. "Agatha Elite, what happened to the Diglett Cave in Vermilion City?" The chairman who was connected to the communication looked at Granny Agatha's ugly face, and immediately realized that something had happened, and his expression became serious. "Qingwei and the others have discovered it's like this," Granny Agatha briefly explained. "That is to say, the resistance we are investigating now is not only the Diglett, but also those humans in the central area." The chairman said to himself after listening. "Yes, but Qingwei can let a Dugtrio communicate with other Diglett. If it goes well, the Digletts should not attack our people. It will be convenient then. Since this is the case, I will notify Bruno Elite in Pewter City to let them suspend operations today. After you bring Qingwei in and communicate with the Diglett, both sides will act together and go deeper into the central area," said the chairman. Granny Agatha nodded. "My losses are a bit big today. The Pokemons are injured a lot, and they can't act until tomorrow. Also, send all my other Pokemon over here, so that it will be easier to communicate with the Diglett leader." "I understand. Your Pokemon will be sent quickly. Pay attention to receiving it, and notify us as soon as the operation is successful tomorrow." "I know." Granny Agatha nodded, hung up the communication, and then looked at Qingwei. "The two of us will enter Diglett Cave again tomorrow, and try to solve this problem directly." "What if the Digletts don't want to communicate?" Qingwei asked. Granny Agatha smiled and didn't answer directly, but said, "Didn't you listen to what I just said? Tomorrow I will bring all my main Pokemon. If I hadn't been protecting those trainers today, I would have." Qingwei understood in seconds. Agatha meant that if the language cannot communicate, then use the general physical communication method. Granny Agatha's main Pokemon, at least one champion Gengar plus 5 elite Pokemon. This kind of strength should be more than enough to sweep the entire Diglett Cave, not to mention that at another exit of the cave there is a Bruno Elite with similar strength. "Okay, let's rest early today. I'm going to pick up the Pokemon sent over, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning." Granny Agatha stood up and said with a cane, "Understood, then I'll go back first." Qingwei nodded and walked out of the tent. After finding the tent area of the fifth team and greeting the other members of the team, team, Qingwei went straight into his tent. It was past noon now, and when Qingwei returned to the tent, he prepared lunch for his Pokémons first. As for his own food, someone would deliver it later. Diglett Cave Central. This is where Diglett Cave first made his fortune. It is a huge, underground square, not only huge in size but also much higher than those tunnels. 2 men and 1 woman in mountaineering clothes were sitting in a makeshift tent, and around the tent bright miners' lamps were lit. Around the square, there were more than a dozen people in miners' clothing carrying mining pick for excavation work, and beside them, a few people in mountain climbing clothes were patrolling back and forth with Pokemon. Why didn't the Diglets attack today? Didn't they attack us every day at this time? Could it be that they are all modified? In the tent, the tallest man opened a can of beer, and after a suffocation, he felt a little bit suffocated. Depressed Ed, I don't know, maybe you're killing too much these days. Maybe let them retreat. Really? They've all told you to keep your hand, or you killed so many Diglett. The only woman heard Brawny 110 somewhat dissatisfied. Hey, be reasonable. I kill a lot. You kill a lot too. Besides, if it weren't for so many fights, would our 2 backup Pokemon improve so fast? He retorted. Okay, don't say a word. Our mission here is to dig rock. Do you understand? Dig rock. You training Pokemon is only secondary. The thin man who had been holding the water glass and said nothing. Got it, Chakra. Don't remind us once a day. Aren't these miners and researchers digging? Besides, if it wasn't for our previous shot, would these Diglets run? We can't have the stability we have now. The environment is good. Quote, the strong man, Orca, one of the 3 beastmen of Team Rocket, said, but then again, we've been here for so long, and we don't know how many old ambers we have to dig. This environment is really uncomfortable. Still comfortable in the city. Quote, come on, stick with it for 2 more days. Now we've dug more than 30 bucks. At most another week before we can go out. What the matter? Feel like your Pokemon is working out. Chakra glanced at Oka. Hey, although it hasn't returned to its heyday, it's no longer a problem to deal with my opponent. You should be almost there. Sachi, well, my 2 backup Pokemon that are about to be elite level have already broken through to the elite level. Next, I just need to slowly cultivate and prepare a few more backup Pokemon. Thatch nodded in the same way. Hey, after I went out, I was expecting those old enemies to come to the door. Oka said maliciously that before Saffron City, his strength lost the most, with only 1 elite level Pokemon left, but now, after 2 weeks of training in Diglett's cave, he has 2 quasi-elite level Pokemon in reserve. It has become an elite level strength. Sachi has also recovered to the strength of the original 4 elite Pokemon. These results were achieved when they fought and killed an unknown number of Diglett. Crazy battles will indeed increase the strength of Pokemons rapidly, but a large number of battles will damage Pokemon's body. For Pokemon, long-term battles are not beneficial to their own growth. But how could Oka and the others care about this? Pokemon. The most important thing is to restore your strength now. Even if the potential of these Pokemon is exhausted in advance, it doesn't matter. If you continue to cultivate it in the future, it will be over. This is their philosophy. Pokemon, just a tool. As long as you can keep your current status and cultivate powerful Pokemon, it's only a matter of time. Chapter 106 Selling cute snack. Larvitar, subscribe. Viridian City, Viridian Gym. Giovanni was sitting in the office with Archer standing opposite him. At this moment, Giovanni's expression was a little angry. What the hell did those idiots in Oka do in Diglett Cave? Did Diglett riot? Didn't they tell them to be careful? A bunch of rubbish. Of course, he knew about the release of the Alliance's urgent mission, and when the Alliance just released the mission, he had already sent someone to Diglett Cave, but the people who were sent were beaten back by the Diglett. It's impossible to reach the depths of Diglett's cave at all, and inform the 3 beasts inside. After Giovanni received the news that the notification failed, it was too late to send other people. The Alliance had blocked the Diglett Cave and prohibited anyone from entering, but you can't give up the 3 beasts directly. In desperation, Giovanni could only send a few Team Rocket's members who had the status of official trainers in the Alliance to participate in the Alliance's task hall. This was already one of his whole cards buried in the Alliance. As a result, the team members who joined the Pewter City exploration team, not long after they entered today, received a notice from the Alliance that the plan had changed, and then retreated the same way and stood by outside the Diglett Cave. Boss, what should we do now? Archer, who was standing at the bottom, asked aloud. Giovanni urgently summoned him yesterday. It must be about the Diglett Cave. He had brought all his Pokemon before coming and was ready. You go to Pewter City and pay attention to the movements of the Alliance. I have asked Lieutenant Surge to act in Vermilion City. If a few chakras break out of Pewter City in a few days, you are responsible for receiving them outside. Be careful not to let it expose himself. Giovanni said slowly. Then, what if they didn't break out? Archer couldn't help but ask, and as soon as he said it, he immediately regretted it. Failed to break through, then give up. 3 ways, something that is more than enough to fail. Okay, you are ready to go. I will give you the contact information of several members of the expedition team mixed in Pewter City city. Remember, be careful when making contact. Don't get noticed by that Bruno guy. Yes, Archer nodded and backed out. This time, since it was Vermilion City who had an emergency, and the people who held the meeting later were all members of the Alliance, and there was no ghost inside, Agatha Elite only reported it to the chairman. That is to say, now only the top leaders of the three alliances, Agatha, the chairman and Bruno, are fully informed. Apart from that, only the captains of those teams and the members of the fifth team know about it, but they are also aware of the matter. Kept confidential. Giovanni didn't know the reason for Diglett's riot. Otherwise, if he knew, he might even have torn the hearts of the 3Bs. You know, before the 3B set off, Giovanni deliberately told the other party to keep a low profile. As a result, the 3Bs understood that the low key is to hide from the trainer and do it when Diglett goes up. This reading comprehension ability is really. Qingwei and the others didn't know what happened in the Viridian Gym and the central area of Diglett Cave. He didn't know that it was because of their declaration that the Digletts who had assembled to attack the 3Bs turned to attack them. It can be said that the time they entered this time was very unfortunate. It happened to be when the Digletts assembled and prepared to attack. If they were a little later, they might have successfully penetrated into the Diglett Cave, and they might have obtained more information. After resting in the tent for a while, Qingwei ate the lunch sent by the Alliance, and then walked to the camp with his Pokemon. The helping hand therapist treated the injured Pokemon today. Qingwei noticed that most of these Pokemon's wounds were smashed by Rothro, and the injuries of some of the more powerful quasi-elite Pokemon were more serious. How could it be so badly injured? Qingwei watched Melodic use life dew to treat a seriously injured quasi-elite Vaporeon, and asked the Vaporeon's trainer, "It's a water-type Pokemon. Shouldn't it be reasonable to restrain those Diglett?" Hearing this, the trainer smiled bitterly. "Restraint is indeed restraint. My Vaporeon was to stop the two Dugtrios from using Earthquake, and rushed directly to interrupt the other party's skill release, and then was besieged by the remaining Diglett. In this way, even if it is restrained, it is difficult to persist under the opponent's number. So that's how it is." Qingwei understood. Then the other Pokemon. Well, the situation of other powerful Pokemon and my Vaporeon is similar. In the middle of the battle, the opponent has a lot of Dugtrios ready to use Earthquake. As a last resort, we can only let the Pokemon rush to interrupt the opponent, which is a heavy loss. Luckily they didn't make it out of Earthquake. If the tunnel collapsed, it wouldn't be as simple as an injury. Vaporeon's trainer said helplessly, "Thank you very much for your support. If it hadn't been timely support, it would have been really hard for us to last any longer." "It's really hard for you today," Qingwei said with emotion. "But with Nurse Joy's superb medical skills, plus your Pokemons who can heal, they should recover quickly. And the great fortune in this misfortune is that although the Pokemons were seriously injured, none of them were life-threatening. Otherwise, this mission is really a blood loss." Qingwei smiled. "The Alliance should have compensation. This situation is obviously beyond the scope of the Alliance's estimate. Hope it." Qingwei spent the afternoon with these trainers and saw their respective Pokemon. Sure enough, the trainers selected by the Alliance to sign up for the mission are carefully selected. Each of them has a Pokemon with superior level strength, and several of them also have a Pokemon of the quasi-elite level. Taking advantage of the great opportunity of healing, Qingwei also exchanged a lot of experience in cultivating Pokemon with these powerful trainers. And because of the excellent medical skills of Gloom and Melodic, and Qingwei's own reputation, these trainers are also very friendly to Qingwei, and the communication between the two sides is very smooth. Qingwei also took this opportunity to get to know these trainers from all over the world. Some of them are not local trainers in Kanto region, but from places such as Johto and Hoenn. Qingwei even met someone who was relatively far away from them, far from the trainer of Sinnoh region. These training set from other regions introduced Qingwei to various local characteristics such as special beautiful scenery, unique Pokemon, special delicious food, and so on. This also allows Qingwei to have a deeper understanding of other regions. If you travel to other regions to practice in the future, the suggestions of these people will play a lot of role. At dinner time, Qingwei sat around a small table with the four trainers and Captain Hong of his team. They chatted about what happened in the Diglett Cave today and ate dinner slowly. They have received a message that tomorrow morning will be temporarily closed and will not enter Diglett Cave, and then the afternoon task will be notified at noon. Of course, the rest did not include Qingwei, but Qingwei didn't say what he was going to do tomorrow. It seems that the Alliance should be preparing to communicate with the Diglett. Now this situation obviously seems to be the ghost of the people in the Central Zone. If the Alliance is not stupid, it will not continue to fight with the Diglett. Shigeru clearly knew more about the Alliance, and he said vaguely while pulling the curry rice into his mouth, "Huh, it looks like you know the League very well." Hong was a little surprised. After the announcement in the afternoon, the trainers here began to discuss the intention of the Alliance. "You must know that the plan for this kind of action must have been made in advance, but now, it is obvious that the Alliance has temporarily changed its mind. If it's just because a lot of Pokemon got injured, injured and needed to rest a day. It obviously doesn't make sense. And Maojung can see the intention of the alliance at a glance. It is really. Hearing Honghei's somewhat surprised tone, Shigeru swallowed the food in his mouth, smiled, and said plainly, my parents are both members of the alliance, so they can barely be regarded as middle class. I usually add more. I often listen to them talk about the league, and the more I listen, the more I understand. Quote, a mid-level league. No wonder. Everyone suddenly realized that this seemingly low-key Maojung was actually an inside staff. Qingwei didn't interrupt but quietly listened to other people's discussions, and other trainers also regarded him as the kind of child with strict eating and not talking family education. After dinner, Qingwei returned to his tent under the pretext of resting and began to prepare dinner for his Pokemon. Qingwei's Pokemon can't wait in the tent. Yo tilde. Seeing Qingwei entering the tent, Larvitar, who had been whispering to Charmeleon, ran over immediately with short leg. Boom, boom, boom. Even though Larvitar had the float stone around his neck, his movement made the ground thump, thump, thump. Little Larvitar, who ran to Qingwei, clutched his stomach and screamed at Qingwei, I know you're hungry. You're really a snack. Qingwei said angrily, looking at Larvitar, who was selling cute food in front of him. Why do other people's Larvitar's eyes look domineering, and his Larvitar seems to know nothing but cuteness now? Although Larvitar is still in its infancy, shouldn't this domineering be inherited? Could this Larvitar's father be a Dragonite? So can you inherit this cute look? That's not right either. Dragonite's egg group and Tyranitar's egg group are completely different, and no eggs can be laid between the two Pokemon. So what is going on with this look? Could it be that I raised it crookedly? No, I have to train Larvitar well in the future. Qingwei looked at Larvitar, who was screaming with his stomach covered in front of him, and instantly made countless training plans for him in his heart. The poor Larvitar still doesn't know that the training that will make him complain in the future is actually caused by his malicious behavior in his childhood. Qingwei began to flip the backpack and took out the prepared Pokeblock, among which the Pokeblock for Larvitar were as much as 10 pieces. You must know that a box of Pokeblocks sold in the market contains 20 pieces, which can often make a Pokemon eat for several days. The Pokeblocks made by Qingwei are of higher quality, and if they are eaten by ordinary Pokemon, they will last longer. However, a young Larvitar only needs 10 block or meal, which are special Pokeblocks mixed with precious ore powder. When he passes his infancy, his appetite will continue to increase. Even if you only eat 2 meals a day, that's the rate of 1 box a day. In exchange for money, Qingwei can't imagine it. If it wasn't for the resources provided by the Alliance, even if Qingwei had a mine at home, he would not dare to raise such a Larvitar. Horrible. Lalu tilde. Well tilde. Ralts and little Misdreavus, who were playing together, also floated over. Now Ralts has learned to use confusion and can control his body to float freely in midair. Don't worry, this is your Pokeblock. Qingwei gently rubbed Ralts' smooth pale blue hair that was floating on his shoulders. I came down to eat, and then sat up. Well, after eating. Lalu tilde. Ralts landed on the ground obediently. Qingwei took out Ralts' exclusive Pokeblock, took out a large bottle of Moo Moo milk, poured her a glass. This was her dinner. Although Ralts has passed the infantile stage of land crossing, she liked to drink Moo Moo milk, so Qingwei will prepare a cup for her every meal. Then, Qingwei put the big bottle of Moo Moo milk directly in front of Larvitar. That's right, Larvitar has more than 10 Pokeblock per meal, and will drink such a large bottle of Moo Moo milk. As for Qingwei's other Pokemon, they are not very interested in Moo Moo milk. They seem to prefer drinking berry juice. The eyes of the Pokemons turned to Shuckle behind the Pokemon. Hey tilde. Shuckle understood what everyone meant, and immediately poured his own berry juice into the cup. This is her innate skill, and it can even be regarded as a racially inherited talent of Shuckle. After every Shuckle is born, it knows how to brew delicious berry juice, and after they have passed their infancy, they can officially start brewing. Qingwei's Shuckle is like this. When Shuckle lands crossing past the juvenile stage, they took the initiative to ask Qingwei to ask for some fruit and began to brew berry juice. Such green Pokemons are very happy, because even in the wild, as long as there is Shuckle, they can drink delicious and refreshing berry juice. Phew tilde. Roar. Pokemons are expressing their gratitude to Shuckle. Hey tilde. Facing the enthusiasm of the Pokemon, Shuckle seemed a little shy, and finally Qingwei said, okay, everyone, let's eat quickly. Shuckle, I'll give you some fruit after dinner. Hey tilde. Noon. Chapter 107 _ Can this be tolerated? He was actually fed a mouthful of dog food by Gengar. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Shuckle let out a happy cry, and then ate his own food. Although he was a little shy about the enthusiasm of the Pokemon, Shuckle was very happy to be able to help everyone. After the Pokemons had dinner, Qingwei played with Ralts, Larvitar, Shuckle, Misdreavus, the little Pokemon for a while, and then lay on the mattress to rest, silent all night. Early the next morning, when the sky was slightly bright, Qingwei finished dressing, put all the Pokemon in the Pokeball, walked out of the tent, and quietly came to the outside of the central tent. This was the time he had agreed with Granny Agnes Agatha yesterday. As soon as Qingwei arrived outside the tent, he heard a voice from inside. GC tilde. It Gengar's growl. It seems that Gengar had spotted Qingwei before he came and is now informing Granny Agatha. Is Qingwei here? Come in. Agatha's voice came after Gengar's growl. After Qingwei heard it, he opened the tent's curtain and walked in, and suddenly felt that the temperature around him seemed to have dropped a lot. At this moment, Agatha's mother-in-law was sitting at the table at the temporary meeting yesterday, watching a Gengar beside her eating breakfast. In addition to this Gengar, Qingwei also saw a mischievous eating a crowbat hanging upside down on the top of the tent, and watching him as he walked into the tent. Then, not far behind Granny Agatha, an Arbok and a Weezing were also eating quietly. In the air, there was also a haunter floating around in boredom. This scene, if you set up this tent a little bit, it's not an exaggeration to call it a haunted house, right? Whether it's crowbat hanging upside down silently at the top, or Arbok who is born evil, plus the ghostly mischievous haunter and Gengar, this is simply a natural haunted house. Qingwei even felt that even if Agatha's mother-in-law is not an elite in the future, she can make a lot of money by directly opening a haunted house. This is just Granny Agatha who is not a ghost elite, if it is the ghost elite from other regions. However, although there are very few types of ghost-type Pokemon in the hands of Agatha, their strength should not be underestimated. Needless to say about that champion Gengar, now this Gengar is also elite. Haunter, who floats around, and Mischievous, who doesn't lift his head when he eats, are also elite. Plus the same 113 are elite level Crobat, Arbok and Weezing. 1 champion and 6 elite. Is this the strength of the Kanto 4 elite? Qingwei, who finally got to see the true strength of elite, was very shocked. Since Granny Agatha told him yesterday that she would bring all the main Pokemon with her, Qingwei also believed that Granny Agatha did not keep her hand. Now these Pokemon should be the Pokemon of the first echelon owned by Granny Agatha. In this way, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the true strength of elite. From what we know, Lance, Lorelei, and Bruno's Pokemon must be similar, and Lance's should be stronger. Is it elite? Even if this Nima won the champion of the core conference and got the opportunity to challenge the 4 elite, if the other party did not intend to give up, would he take the lead? Granny Agatha saw Qingwei's eyes constantly shifting among the Pokemon in the tent, smiled and said, "These are my main Pokemon. Don't envy them. Your Pokemon will soon have them too. Such strength. These old guys have been by my side since I started on the trainer path." At that time, the development of the Alliance was not as good as it is now. We trainers did not have the excellent Pokemon options provided by the Alliance. The only way to get on the trainer path is to conquer Pokemon yourself. Quote, Granny Agatha spoke. She recalled the youthful past when she was a trainer when she was young, and then reacted, "When I'm older, I just like to recall the past and make you laugh." Qingwei shook his head, said, "I also hope that when I am old, my Pokemons can live together like this every day. Relax. Yes, depending on your attitude toward Pokemon, Pokemon will not abandon you." Agatha said, then stood up on crutches. "Mischievous, don't eat. We're ready to go." "Yeah." Mischievous let out a reluctant cry, then shoved the rest of the food into his mouth very quickly, and floated beside Granny Agatha with his mouth bulging. Haunter was the fastest, and when he heard the word, he floated directly to the table and took the initiative to get into a Pokeball. The other Pokemons also stopped when they heard the words of Granny Agatha, and got into the Pokeball one by one. Among them, only Gengar and Mischievous remained outside. "This is my Mischievous. You can also call your Mischievous out. Let my Mischievous teach in your shadow, just to protect your safety." Granny Agatha turned her head and said to Qingwei, "Okay, thank you mother-in-law Agatha." Qingwei released her Mischievous. Mischievous, who had just entered the Pokeball and was about to fall asleep, was suddenly released, with a little bit of getting up and floating to the top of Qingwei's hat, ready to tug at Qingwei's hair. Then, she saw the same kind beside Granny Agatha. "This is the real one. Little Mischievous, don't make trouble. Your task today is to follow the senior in front of you in my shadow to learn." Qingwei stretched out his hand to stop Mischievous's gas-bending behavior. Mischievous, who was beside Granny Agatha, nodded toward Granny Agatha, swallowed the food in her mouth hard, then floated to Qingwei's side and looked at Mischievous on top of Qingwei's head. After observing for a while, the Mischievous nodded with satisfaction. You mean she has grown up well recently, right?" Qingwei asked. Mischievous nodded, then called out to the little Mischievous above Qingwei's head. "Ma, ma, ma." The two Mischievous briefly communicated for a while, and then got into Qingwei's shadow together. Silicon tilde. At this time, Gengar next to Granny Agatha also gave a soft cry, and then took the initiative to merge into the shadow of Granny Agatha to protect her safety. "Okay, let go. Try to communicate with the Diglets for half a day." "Okay." Qingwei supported Granny Agatha, and the two quietly left the tent and walked towards the Diglet cave. Entering Diglet cave, everything is as it was yesterday. Nothing changed. The two followed the downhill road to the entrance hall. At this time, the 5 members of the emergency emergency team had already been waiting here yesterday. When they saw the arrival of Agatha Elite, they immediately said hello. Agatha Elite, we are ready and ready to act. Granny Agatha nodded, looked around, and asked, is there anything going on here last night? The leader of the emergency team said, no, your Gengar has been monitoring the movements of the Diglets nearby. After evacuating yesterday, they chased after a distance and then returned, and then there was no movement. Silicon tilde. While the captain was talking, a fat Gengar emerged from the shadow of a section of the earth wall, and then came to Granny Agatha's side. I have worked hard for you without a night's rest, and I have to trouble you again today, Granny Agatha said. Silicon tilde. Gengar shook his head, saying that not taking a day off didn't matter to him at all. Then you continue to monitor the situation on the main road here first. I and Qingwei will go to the fork in the road they entered yesterday to have a look. When we come back, we will go to the main road together. You guys too, wait here first. Wait for us to come back and then decide the next move. Granny Agatha thought for a while and said, according to what Qingwei said yesterday, there should be only one family, and their relationship with Qingwei is not bad. There is no danger in this trip. If there are too many people, there may even be some. The reaction made BJEA, the settled Diglets, even more nervous. Yes, the emergency team responded. Qingwei, let go. Well, this way. We went to this fork in the road yesterday. Qingwei nodded and took Granny Agatha to the fork in the road that their team explored yesterday. Soon after entering the fork in the road, Qingwei turned on the flashlight and at the same time recruited Charmeleon in order to let him carry a miner's lamp to illuminate the neighborhood. That's right. For today's mission, Qingwei specially asked the Alliance for a miner's lamp, which can make up for the inadequacy of the flashlight's illumination range to a certain extent. If you just illuminate the distance, you still need this kind of strong flashlight. Since both of them are guarding an elite-level Pokemon in their shadows, Qingwei doesn't have to worry about safety issues along the way. Not long after, they came to the place where they met the Diglets yesterday and fought. The flashlight in Qingwei's hand caught the attention of the Diglets who were resting, and the Diglets woke up from their dormant state. After seeing that it was Qingwei, the quasi-elite Diglet homeowner greeted him yesterday. Dana, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. We came to you to ask you to follow us and communicate with your leader. Our alliance also wants to solve this matter as soon as possible. Qingwei bent down and looked at the person in front of him. Diglet said, Dana. You mean we're ready? It's easy for the other side to attack us. Qingwei understood what Dugtrio meant, turned her head to look at Granny Agatha, then turned her head and said, don't worry, we have made all the preparations. Just ask you to help us and communicate with the leader when the time comes. Dana. Dugtrio nodded, agreeing, and then it returned to its own group, whispered a few words to its family, and then returned to Qingwei. Ready. Well, let go. Seeing that things were going well so far, Qingwei felt a little more relaxed, stood up and said to Granny Agatha, this Dugtrio has promised to go with us, and if we see the leader of Diglet, he will help us, but the opponent it said might attack. Don't worry, I'll release all my Pokemons when I get to the main road. I want to see who dares to attack. Granny Agatha didn't care about this at all, but said in a domineering manner, then let go back. Qingwei didn't say more, and set foot on the way back with his mother-in-law Agatha, but this time, he followed a Dugtrio by his side. Back in the underground hall, the emergency team saw Dugtrio following the two of them, and they knew that the first step of the plan had been successful, and the next step was the highlight. But who knows, Agatha's mother-in-law directly refused to follow them. This time to communicate with the leader of Diglet, Qingwei and I are enough. If there are too many people, it is more likely to cause the opponent's rage, and I don't need your protection. If there is a fight, I have to protect you. It's too much trouble. Granny Agatha's outspoken words embarrassed the five. What nonsense are you talking about? It's okay not to tear people apart. Even if you are elite, you have to take care of the glass hearts of our little brothers. In the end, the team leader of the emergency team nodded. We understand. Then we will continue to stay here. Agatha Elite, please be sure to bring the walkie-talkie. If there is any unexpected situation, please notify us immediately. Got it. We're off now. Gengar, come with me in. Agatha nodded and called out Gengar, who was hiding in the shadows. The appearance of Gengar startled Dugtrio next to Qingwei. Namely, the strong aura emanating from Gengar's body is too strong. This kind of strength, even his own leader seems to have not achieved it. Dugtrio couldn't help comparing the Gengar in front of him with the leader of his own clan, and finally found that if the leader of his own clan really fought with Gengar, he should be beaten badly. No wonder these two human beings are fearless. Dugtrio seemed to understand something, but it also gave him a little confidence in the net communication between the two sides. If there is such a powerful Pokemon, those warlike clansmen should be calm. Right. Silicon tilde. Gengar appeared. He came to Granny Agatha's side, ready to get into the shadow of Granny Agatha, but Granny Agatha's shadow shook for a while, and then she stretched out a short, dark purple hand and pushed away Gengar who wanted to get in. Immediately afterward, appeared. Gengar's daughter-in-law, who had been in the shadow of Agatha's mother-in-law, appeared, pointed her right hand at Gengar, and kept shouting, "Silicon, Silica." Gengar, who was outside, immediately put on a pleasing expression and called out twice, "Hey, see Tilda." Then Qingwei saw him spread his short arms, as if he was going to go up to hug his wife. Just Gengar's wife pushed him away in disgust. "Silicon, Tilda." Gengar, who was rejected by his daughter-in-law, lowered his eyebrows and leaned close to his daughter-in-law, constantly shouting to please her. Qingwei didn't quite understand what it meant, but he could probably tell that this Gengar was coaxing his daughter-in-law. "What am I? Come to Diglett Cave and do a mission to get a mouthful of dog food." Qingwei felt that he had suffered a crit. The same is true for the 5 members of the emergency team. They looked at the 2 Gengars, looked at their noses, and pretended not to see them, but the dog food had unknowingly eaten a mouthful. So angry. "Gengars can have wives. Pity I'm still single in my 30s. This world is not fair." Chapter 108. Gengar, this ghost is champion. Ning understand. However, Gengar's sweet words seemed to have played a role. Qingwei obviously saw that Gengar's wife was not as angry as before, but the anger had not completely subsided. "Silicon." Therefore, she still did not let Gengar enter the shadow, and pointed to the position beside Granny Agatha, and after a cry, she reintegrated into the shadow of Granny Agatha. "Silicon, Tilda." Gengar seemed a little lost. "You guy, didn't you realize that your daughter-in-law has forgiven you? Just stay by my side this time. It just so happens that this mission also requires you to continue to come forward to shock you, Tilda," Granny Agatha said. Hearing mother-in-law Agatha saying that his daughter-in-law had forgiven him, Gengar's expression immediately became happy, and he came to mother-in-law Agatha's side in 2 steps. Quote, Granny Agatha told Qingwei, and took the lead in walking towards the main road tunnel. Qingwei immediately followed and released Azumarill at the same time. Azumarill's hearing can be maximized in this environment. In this quiet tunnel, even a little movement from far away or even underground can be captured by Azumarill's big ear. To a certain extent, in this environment, Azumarill's hearing is much better than Sylveon's hazard perception ability. 2 people, 4 Pokemon, with miner's lamps and flashlights, slowly entered the main road. The further he went inside, Qingwei found that there were some pits on the surrounding wall. It seemed that after they retreated yesterday, the Diglett seemed to chase after them. Some of the Diglett got angry here, destroying the original surrounding wall. Continued to go deeper, and soon, Qingwei and Agatha mother-in-law came to the fork in the main road. "Where does your leader usually rest?" Qingwei asked Dugtrio next to him. "Da-na, da-na." Dugtrio came to the intersection in front of the crowd, turned his head to look at them, and signaled that their leader was in this fork. "Isn't that the main road yesterday?" Qingwei found out that the path Dugtrio chose was not the path that they had fought on yesterday, and immediately thought deeply. Did Chief Diglett get the message to support yesterday, or did they just meet at the right time? "Come on, Qingwei, let's follow this Dugtrio," Granny Agatha said softly. "Okay." Qingwei nodded and temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Together with Granny Agatha, they followed this Dugtrio into the dark fork in the road. After a short walk into the fork, Qingwei found that the width of this tunnel was not much narrower than the one yesterday, and looking at the soil on the surrounding walls, it all showed that this fork was a few years old, and it was not newly excavated by the Digletts recently. The group and Pokemon walked for about 20 minutes. Dugtrio, who was in charge of leading the way, suddenly stopped, then turned around and called Qingwei and the others twice. "Da-na, da-na. As the front where your leader usually lives. Then please go and communicate first. We will be waiting for you here." Qingwei listened to Dugtrio's growl and said, "Da-na." Dugtrio nodded, then turned and walked on by himself. Qingwei and Agatha's mother-in-law waited here quietly. Qingwei also put away the flashlight that was shining on the road ahead, and only relied on the miner's lamp in Charmeleon's hand and the flames burning on his tail to illuminate their neighborhood. As Dugtrio went away, the voice that Qingwei could hear became smaller and smaller, and then Qingwei heard Dugtrio's growl. As Dugtrio's growl sounded, the voices of other Diglett came from the depth of the tunnel, and the tone sounded intense. It sounds like Dugtrio and his leader reported on Qingwei and their side, and that these humans came to Helping Hand and the Diglett, but the leader didn't seem to believe it very much, and some other Digletts were also constantly against what. Then, the Dugtrio who came with Qingwei and the others was also shouting loudly, and he should be trying his best to explain. The Digletts uproared for a while, and then the sound gradually decreased, and then gradually disappeared. After a while, Qingwei heard movement from the tunnel ahead. He picked up the flashlight and pointed it forward, only to see that the Dugtrio who came with them came back just behind him. Also followed a full 5 Dugtrio. Among them, the elite-level Diglett leader who fought with them yesterday was among them, and in addition to it, Ithaus, another elite-level Diglett. The remaining 3 Digletts are all quasi-elite. The leader of Diglett obviously remembers Granny Agatha and her powerful Gengar. After all, it was Gengar and Crobat's defense yesterday which made it impossible for them to move forward. Apparently, the other 3 quasi-elite Dugtrios also participated in yesterday's battle. They also knew Granny Agatha and her Gengar, and when they saw that they were coming, rage screamed. One of them even made an attacking stand, ready to attack at any time. Dugtrio's leader was very calm at this time. It stopped the movements of his subordinate, and then looked at Dugtrio, who came to communicate. Dugtrio, who came with Qingwei, nodded and walked towards Qingwei. You mean, the Dugtrio in the back is your leader? Is it willing to communicate with us? Qingwei asked. Dugtrio nodded. Qingwei and Granny Agatha looked at each other, and were about to speak, but she heard Granny Agatha speak first. This time you have discovered the Diglett cave and calmed them down, so the communication with the Diglett leader is still done by come on, just treat this as a workout. Don't worry, I'll support you later. Then, okay. Qingwei nodded, but did not refuse. Gengar, you go with Qingwei, Granny Agatha said to Gengar beside her. Silicon Tilda. Gengar nodded, came to Qingwei's side, and walked towards the Diglett leader with Qingwei. Seeing Gengar coming, the Dugtrios became a little restless again, but after being glared by the Dugtrio leader, they became quiet again. Hello, leader of the Diglett, I'm a trainer from the Alliance, Qingwei. Qingwei stepped forward and introduced himself to the leader of Diglett. You're saying we are with the humans in the middle? No, we're not with them. Our purpose is to investigate and arrest them, Qingwei said, and explained the matter to the leader of Diglett in detail. Our alliance received news not long ago that you had inexplicably rioted and attacked the trainers who came to Diglett Cave for training. That's why we sent us to investigate. Yesterday was our first time entering Diglett Cave. Attacked by you. I took another fork in the road, and I happened to meet it. Qingwei pointed to Dugtrio behind him, and continued. From its mouth we learned that it was humans who were killing you. The League is also very rage. Quote, the purpose of our visit today is to tell you that the human beings in the Alliance have no ill will towards you, and we will enter the central area to arrest those humans who harm you, and will give you an explanation. I hope our people will not come in. When they come in, will be attacked by you again. Quote, after listening to Qingwei's explanation, the leader of Diglett fell into thinking, and looked at Qingwei with a calm expression from time to time. At this time, Dugtrio, who came with Qingwei, also came over and explained something to the leader in a low voice. After thinking for a while, the leader of Diglett should have believed Qingwei's word, and then continued to speak. After Qingwei heard this, he was stunned for a moment, a little incredulous. You mean, how many Pokemons are very powerful among the humans in the central area? How many are even stronger than you? Chief Diglett nodded. If we still have the same power as yesterday, can't we deal with them? What about you? Qingwei asked. Leader Diglett was stunned for a moment, then carefully estimated the gap between the two sides, and then shook his head a little frustratedly. It still doesn't work, isn't it? I know, but our current strength is stronger than yesterday. Be strong. Diglett glanced at the Gengar beside Qingwei, shook his head, and said that although this Gengar is very strong, maybe even stronger than the others Pokemon, but there are a lot of them. If they were besieged, the 2 Gengars plus Crobat plus their couple yesterday would still be unable to deal with each other. As for flowers, 0 inches Silicon. Hearing what the leader of Diglett said, Gengar was a little dissatisfied. This ghost is champion level strength. Champion level, you know. Silicon. Then, the leader of Diglett and Gengar argued, and finally, the leader of Diglett looked at Qingwei. You mean, if we prove that we have stronger strength, you will helping hand? Did we find each other? Chief Diglett nodded. Then, Qingwei looked at Granny Agatha not far behind. Mother-in-law Agatha heard the communication between Qingwei and the leader of Diglett just now. After knowing the strength of the other party, she also had doubts about the other party's identity. Such a strong strength is not something that a solo trainer can achieve, not even an ordinary underground organization. In Kanto region, there is only one organization with such strength. Team Rocket. Agatha, who was thinking, noticed that Qingwei was looking at her, and she took the initiative to say, proving your strength is very simple. Come out, Pokemon. Misdreavus, who was in the shadow of Qingwei, also got out. The sudden appearance of Misdreavus startled the leader of Diglett. It didn't expect that there is a Pokemon that is comparable to it hidden in the shadow of the human in front of it, and it didn't notice it at all. Then, it looked at the new Pokemon around it. Arbok, Weezing, Haunter, plus 2 Gengars and Crobat, who I saw yesterday, and Misdreavus, who startled it. Each one is no weaker than it. Even several of them have a much stronger aura than it. Leader Diglett hesitated and nodded, acknowledging their strength. Seeing that the leader of Diglett still seemed to be hesitant, Granny Agatha continued to take a strong medicine. Besides me, there is also a human trainer who will be involved in the operation at that time, and his strength is not weaker than me. It's just that he entered from another entrance of your Diglett cave. We marched on both sides at the same time to attack the central area. Should you be relieved now? Diglett heard that there was such a powerful trainer. He was relieved. If there were a dozen or 3 such powerful Pokemon, Pokemon plus their couples, it would be a good idea to punish or drive away those evildoers in the central area. Yes, Mother Agatha, when are we going to start? Granny Agatha thought for a while and continued, we will return to the ground to inform the Alliance now, and we can act in the afternoon if there is no accident. Chief Diglett was delighted to hear that he would be leaving soon. It just, those who came down yesterday will also come down. Leader Diglett shouted, disdain for the strength of those people yesterday. Don't send those weak chickens to die. Don't worry, they will not follow us. Except for a few people, the rest will be divided into small groups to explore the fork in your Diglett cave. Our Alliance wants to take this opportunity to draw a map of all Diglett caves so that if there is a future, whatever happens, we can get there as soon as possible. Quote, Dana. Diglett heard this. He hesitated a little, but quickly nodded in agreement. As long as you can help them drive away the villains in the central area, you can explore and explore. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt us. Diglett and the former trainers are indeed quite friendly to them. Boss Diglett's perception of those trainers wasn't bad either. That's settled. We'll go back to making plans now. When we come in the afternoon, I'll ask you to help lead the way. There's another exit there. If anyone enters in the afternoon, please don't block it. Chief Diglett nodded and agreed. Then, seeing it turn around and exhort his spouse nodded and disappeared into the depths of the fork in the road. When Qingwei heard that it was letting its spouse rush to the other side of the cave to preside over the overall situation, he asked again, how can we contact you in the afternoon? You'll be waiting for us in the underground hall at the entrance. Understood. Then we'll see you in the afternoon. Towel. Chapter 109. When did Giovanni lose his mind? Open black lens bracket seeking automatic subscription close black lens bracket. Qingwei, who said goodbye to the leader of Diglett, and Agatha, who had put away the Pokemon, returned the same way. Is it Team Rocket? Qingwei suddenly opened his mouth and asked. This time is very unusual. Hearing the leader of Diglett talking about the opponent's rank, Qingwei immediately thought of what happened in Saffron City. In Kanto, should only Team Rockets have this kind of power? If it's another organization, don't say he doesn't believe it. The Alliance shouldn't believe it. It's almost end. I don't know what the plans of Team Rockets are. The Alliance is cleaning them up, and the result is still restless. This is so daring. Granny Agatha's tone was a little cold. Obviously, Team Rocket's actions completely angered her. Yeah, that's too bold, Qingwei said with emotion, and then it was a little strange. Giovanni's ability is very strong. Qingwei didn't think Giovanni could do such a crime against the wind. If Giovanni's ability was that much, Team Rockets would have been uprooted by the Alliance long ago. It won't be delayed at all and still let them feel at ease. And, in Diglett's cave, what is there for Giovanni to care about? On the way back, Qingwei has been thinking about this matter. Giovanni has a strong purpose in everything he does, and according to this battle, there may be 2 or 3 Team Rocket cadres who will lead the team. This shows that there is something important enough for Giovanni in the Diglett cave. Qingwei has always thought of returning to the underground hall, but never thought of what the Diglett cave had produced that could attract people. Diglett's cave. Except for the Diglett, the only thing left is the Zubat with the number 113. And then, all kinds of soil and rock. Fossil. Qingwei suddenly thought of this. Although Diglett cave has existed for so many years, some ore and other stones should have been eaten by the Diglett, but Diglett cave itself is deep underground. According to geology, the soil here is likely to be hundreds or even thousands of years ago. And what is left of thousands of years ago? Fossil Pokemon. But, the strength of these fossil Pokemons is just that, and if Kanto region is concerned, Aerodactyl is justified. Or, Giovanni is for these Pokemon. Jean. Just as Qingwei was thinking, he and Agatha had returned to the underground hall at the entrance. Agatha Elite. The emergency team immediately greeted them, and their voices also interrupted Qingwei's thinking. Only then did he notice that they had already returned. Things are going well. Chief Diglett will come here in the afternoon. You leave the 2 of you here and wait. The rest of you will go up with me, prepare supplies, and start operations in the afternoon. Granny Agatha said. Dugtrio, sorry for your troubles today. Thank you very much for helping us communicate with your leader. Qingwei also bent down and said to Dugtrio, who was beside him. At the same time, he took out a lot of Pokeblock from his backpack and gave them to Dugtrio. Dana. Dugtrio called out twice, said goodbye to Qingwei, then picked up the Pokeblocks and returned to the fork in the road where he was. Qingwei, let go back. You have a good rest for the rest of the time. We will go deep into Diglett cave in the afternoon, and it may take a long time to get there. Granny Agatha said. According to the previous experience of the Alliance's exploration, it takes nearly 2 days to cross the entire Diglett cave, so if we set out in the afternoon to walk half the distance, it will take nearly a day. Tonight, we need to spend the night in Diglett cave, and trust me, you won't sleep comfortably in it, so take the time to rest when you go back now. I understand. Qingwei nodded and returned to the ground with Granny Agatha and 3 members of the emergency team. Qingwei went directly back back to his tent and began to rest, while Agatha went to report to the chairman about the communication situation today, and the staff of the Alliance also started to take action. At lunchtime, Qingwei, who had fallen asleep, was woken up by the staff outside the tent. Mr. Qingwei, Agatha Elite asked me to inform you of a temporary command post. As soon as Qingwei opened the tent's curtain, the staff standing at the door immediately said, I see, thank you. Qingwei nodded and returned to the tent. After a brief tidy up, he rushed to the central tent. As soon as she entered, Qingwei saw that the temporary meeting table was full of people. Granny Agatha was sitting at the top, and Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy were sitting at the left and right of her and Nurse Joy. While Granny Agatha was assigning tasks, Qingwei quietly found a chair and sat down, listening to the tasks in the afternoon. The original 7 teams have become 4, and the leaders of the 4th, 5th, and 6th teams have been selected to join our main task team. The remaining team leaders remain unchanged. The trainers of the 4th, 5th, and 6th teams are the same. Divide evenly among the other 4 teams. The task of the 4 teams is to explore all the side roads in Diglett Cave and draw a map. The emergency team and your 3 leaders, plus Qingwei, enter the main road with me. At the entrance of Diglett's cave, I will trouble Officer Jenny and your police force. Anyone who comes out of it who is not on this mission will be arrested directly. I see. Officer Jenny nodded solemnly. Nurse Joy, please follow us with your medical team. This time the journey is longer, and it is expected that there will be fierce resistance from the other side. You need to provide treatment for the Pokemon. Okay. Nurse Joy nodded in agreement. Then, the person in charge of the exploration mission should go out first, notify the trainers outside to regroup, and the rest will stay here. Granny Agatha looked around and whispered. Yes. The 4 team leaders stood up and walked out, and then Granny Agatha began to talk about the details of the mission. This mission, we will enter at the same time as Bruno Elite from Pewter City. We will travel for a long time first, and at night we will take a break. Wait until the next day to get to the central area together, and flank those people. When the time comes, Bruno Elite and I will take over the opponent's masters, and the others need to be distributed by you, so don't let any of them run away. Granny Agatha told everyone about the various ideas and distribution methods during the battle for more than half a month. The following is the detailed assignment of the Alliance for this mission. You must remember your own mission. This time our opponent is very likely to be Team Rocket, and I don't know if any of you were bought by Team Rocket. So, before the mission starts, let's all stay in this tent together. Agatha said very directly, except for a few people present. The mother-in-law Agatha did not really believe the identity of the other party. Is it Team Rocket? Only then did everyone know the culprit, and they looked at each other in dismay. Isn't the Alliance now the main target of cleaning or Team Rocket? Why are you still doing things here? Agatha said this heavy news. She watched the facial expressions of everyone present from the corner of her eye. The disclosure of this key information was prepared by Agatha's mother-in-law for a long time, in order to initially investigate whether there is an undercover of Team Rockets among the people who participated in the mission. If there is, it needs to be cleared as soon as possible, otherwise once the fight starts, it will not feel good to encounter a backstab in the back. Qingwei didn't understand why Agatha's mother-in-law wanted to tell this at first, but after seeing the shocked expressions of these people after hearing the news, she understood. However, according to his observations, the reactions of the people present were normal, and it seemed that there should be no undercover team from Team Rocket. Okay, there's no need to make such a fuss. It's just a Team Rocket. You have to remember that this matter must be kept strictly confidential. Let's start lunch now. Granny Agatha gestured to a staff member, and soon, a sumptuous lunch was served. Not long after everyone had lunch, the communicator in front of Granny Agatha rang, and after Granny Agatha connected, a loud voice came from inside. Agatha Elite, it's time. Let's start now. Bruno Elite has led the team off. I see, Chairman. Good luck. Lend your auspicious word. A brief conversation made it clear to everyone that the mission began. Granny Agatha stood up on crutches. Come on, let go now. Everyone got up one after another, followed behind Granny Agatha, walked out of the tent, and walked towards the entrance of Diglett's cave. In the underground hall, Qingwei saw that the leader of Dugtrio was waiting here with 5 Huazai elite Dugtrio. Da-na. Seeing Qingwei and the others coming down, the Dugtrio leader called out twice. Then, everything is going according to plan. Let go first, and after we get in, the expedition team will set off. Officer Jenny, I'll trouble you here. Leave it to us. Don't worry, we won't let any strangers go. Agatha Elite. Officer Jenny saluted Granny Agatha solemnly. Okay, let go. Everyone took the lighting equipment and followed the Dugtrio leader into the main road. This time, they didn't worry about Diglett's attack when they were on their way. They moved much faster, but in this dim crypt environment, it was easy for people to forget the time. Qingwei felt like they had gone for a long time, but took out the Pokédex and looked at the time, and found that they had only left for more than 3 hours. Hong, who was beside Qingwei, saw Qingwei's actions, smiled and said, do you feel a little unaccustomed to it? After all, it took a long time to go to the Diglett Diglet Cave to fight, and then to return. Now the boring journey is really very boring. It is easy to feel depressed and bored. Quote, well, a little. Is there any good way? Qingwei nodded and admitted that the tunnel was surrounded by the same earthen walls. Coupled with the dark and depressing environment, it was really uncomfortable to stay for a long time. There is no good way. I can only get used to it. After staying in this environment for a long time, I will get used to it. I still remember that I used to go on a mission and lived in an underground ruin for 4 days and 4 nights. Almost suffocated me. Hong began to whisper his previous experience to Qingwei. But it was also that time I met this Dunsparce in the ruins and subdued her. In this case, all you need to do is try to distract yourself. Don't focus on the road. It will be much better. Quote, according to Hong Hei's experience, Qingwei began to think about other things, such as the issue of training after Larvitar. As for the expectations for the next journey, etc., he really felt a lot better, and he was not very sensitive to the passage of time. It was not until the leading mother-in-law Agatha communicated with the Diglet leader for a while, turned and said to everyone, it's getting late. Everyone is camping here and resting. After 7 hours, we will move on. Qingwei took out the Pokédex and glanced at it, and found that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Now, let's allocate the vigil. Divide into 3 teams of 4.0, and each team will rotate every 2 hours. The first team is Granny Agatha gave it a simple assignment, and then sat on the moisture-proof mat. Others also put moisture-proof mats on the ground, took out food such as bread and milk, and began to eat them. In the cave environment, oxygen itself is relatively deficient. If a fire is used to cook, it will lead to a large amount of oxygen consumption. Therefore, in this environment, everyone only eats some food such as bread and sandwiches. Qingwei was assigned to the last group to watch the night, so he hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of bread and drank a few mouthfuls of milk before falling asleep with his backpack leaning on the mat. Diglet Cave. In the tent in the middle, Chakra sat bored with Oka and Sage. The Diglet still didn't attack today. It looks like they were really scared by us. It's just what I do with the remaining Pokemon. Oka has been brooding about this, and since yesterday, the Diglets have stopped attacking, making it impossible for them to continue training their Pokemon. It's good that there is no attack. The province still has to protect these miners. In the first few days, if the Diglets attacked a lot and injured some people, our mission should have been completed by now. Yaokris said indifferently. It's so frustrating to stay in this damn place. It's easy to go crazy without a fight. Can you bear it? But hold it for me now. You know, mother-in-law is like a woman. Chapter 110 Mischievous. The prank is successful. This is a normal person. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Team Rockets don't know anything about the outside environment. They thought they were so powerful that these Diglets were scared to flee. They didn't know that Agatha Elite and Bruno Elite had led the team into the Diglet Cave from both ends. They don't even know that Giovanni was almost out of high blood pressure by them. Qingwei, who was in a daze, noticed that someone shook his shoulder, and at the same time whispered his name, opened his eyes and saw that it was Hong. Wake up, it's time for us to keep watch. Seeing Qingwei getting up, Hong immediately said, oh, I see. Qingwei rubbed his eyes, picked up a bottle of water beside him, poured it into his hands and rubbed his face randomly. The cool water temperature made him awake a lot, and then he stood up with his backpack and came to the front of the team with Hong not far away, where the night watchman stayed. At this time, a man was already sitting here, and Qingwei also had some impressions of him. He was the captain of the original sick team. The captain saw Hong and Qingwei coming, and whispered towards Hong, Qingwei is still a child. We can just come here for the night watch. Qingwei, go back to sleep. Qingwei waved his hand and rejected the other party's kindness. No need. Since the task was assigned to me, I have to complete it properly. Since I participated in this task, then you don't have to treat me as a child. Seeing that Qingwei was very determined, the captain didn't say much. In that case, let's stay here together. If you are sleepy, you can rest against the wall for a while. Qingwei nodded, sat next to the captain with Hong, took out some bread from his backpack, and distributed it to the two of them. Then, Qingwei took out 3 more cups and summoned Shuckle. Shuckle, have some berry juice. Hey Tilda. Shuckle obediently filled 3 glasses with brewed berry juice. Qingwei also handed the cup to the two of them. Drink some juice. Shuckle's juice is delicious. Huh, you still have a Shuckle. I didn't expect to drink delicious berry juice in such a hole. What a treat. Hong took the cup of 19 that Qingwei handed over. Mei took a big sip, and laughed softly. Yeah, it's a pity that there is no wine. It would be better if there was wine. The captain also said, come on, you still dare to drink during the mission. Aren't you afraid that Agatha Elite will rip your skin off? Hey, just a sip. You know, my only hobby is to drink some wine. Let me think about it. Okay, after this mission is completed, I invite you to have a good drink. Qingwei finished drinking the berry juice in the cup, and while preparing breakfast for his Pokemon, he listened to the two chatting. When there is something to do, time will pass quickly. After Qingwei prepares food for the Pokemon, he summons the Pokemon in batches to start eating. By the time Larvitar, who had had eaten the most. It was almost half of the time. Hong and the captain also fed their respective Pokemon at this time, and at the same time, they watched Qingwei possess so many Pokemon, as well as the extremely rare melodic Rolf, and the future powerful quasi-god Larvitar. There was a strong look of envy in his eyes, but there was no jealous look, and they also knew that Qingwei had these Pokemons entirely within their own abilities. They know that Qingwei is relying on his own strength and potential to make the alliance attach so much important, not the playboys who go through the back door. Qingwei, who was cleaning up the mess, didn't notice at this time. The shadow behind him swayed slightly, and a small figure emerged from it. It is Misdreavus. Misdreavus got out and wanted to scare Qingwei, but when he saw Hong and the two not far from Qingwei, his eyes lit up, then quietly approached each other. At this time, Hong and the captain were still chatting about where the wine is better. Let me tell you, Lavender Town knows. Right, the wine in a small restaurant in that town is particularly mellow. It's the wine made by the shop's own. That taste. The captain seemed to recall very good memories, narrowed his eyes, and whispered to Hong, Lavender Town. Don't you feel very eerie when you go there? There is a place where Pokemon sleep. I have been there once, and it was still at night. When I was walking on the road, I unconsciously remembered those legends and was frightened. Can't get it. Hong is obviously not very interested in Lavender Town. Hey, I went there just to drink. Besides, don't you know that wine is so cowardly? Let me tell you, that time I was walking on the street alone after drinking, and I even saw myself under the street lamp. The shadow seemed to be dancing, but I didn't panic at all, and even pointed at the shadow and laughed loudly. The captain said about his own experience. So, if you go to Lavender Town for a drink, you won't be afraid of anything. That. Hong suddenly had a strange expression, and his originally calm tone also trembled. The shadow dance you said. Is it like this now? Hong said tremblingly, and at the same time stretched out his finger to the shadow behind the captain. I said, you're such an old man. Don't play these pranks with me. The captain looked at Hong and said amusingly, and turned to look at his shadow at the same time. These things are not our childhood. What the fuck? The captain looked at his shadow and saw that his shadow was shaking abnormally with his arm, and his head was shaking, as if he was dancing. This is PFF. At this moment, the captain's shadow made a soft sound, and then, an arm with extremely pale skin stretched out from the shadow's chest. Caught the captain. Ghost. The captain was taken aback by the sudden arm. The whole person fell to the side. Shit, shouldn't we be where people were buried thousands of years ago? Hong was also frightened by the sight in front of him, sitting on the ground, rubbing his legs and moving backward. By the way, it was staring at you when you were in Lavender Town. I don't know wow either. Quote, at this time, Qingwei's slightly helpless voice came from beside them. Okay, Misdreavus, it's almost done. Hearing Qingwei's voice, the pale arm grabbed the captain for a while, and after a while, it turned into a little Misdreavus. The red beads on little Misdreavus' neck glowed brightly, and she was satisfied floating around the captain and Hong twice. After the red beads absorbed the fear energy generated by the two, they floated to Qingwei's side. Qingwei stretched out his hand, grabbed Misdreavus, who was floating around, and put her on his hat. Then he looked at the frightened Hong and the two, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm so sorry, this one of mine. Misdreavus liked to play prank, and doesn't care about the surrounding environment. I just scared you guys. It's okay, Hong said with a dry smile. How could we be frightened? We already knew that Pokemon of the ghost type was playing a prank, and just cooperated with her just now. You say yes, Hong, the captain also said with a dry smile. Yes, that's it. Hong immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. If Misdreavus hadn't just collected fear energy from you, I would have believed it. Qingwei thought to himself, but did not say it, but smiled with them. It's almost time. It's time to wake them up. It's time for us to go. In order not to be embarrassed, the captain immediately figured out a way to divert his attention, picked up his watch and looked at the time, and said, I'll call them. You can just wait here. Hearing this, Hong immediately got up and said, wait, I'm going to. The captain also got up quickly. Then let's wake them up. Qingwei, wait here for a while, Hong said towards Qingwei. Okay. Misdreavus' prank was just a small episode, but Misdreavus was very happy about it. She was lying on Qingwei's hat and kept screaming, Ma, until Qingwei's shadow swayed again. Agatha's Misdreavus drilled after she came out to call her. She reluctantly returned to Qingwei's shadow with Misdreavus of Agatha's mother-in-law. The happy hour has passed, and it's time to listen to the lecture of Senior Misdreavus. Hong and the captain moved very quickly, and the resting people were all experienced Alliance Guard, and they quickly woke up after being woken up to sort out their equipment and supplies. Granny Agatha was old and didn't sleep deeply, so she woke up easily. The group simply ate breakfast and continued to walk forward under the leadership of Chief Diglett. Qingwei did the math. They started at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and it wasn't until after 12 o'clock that Granny Agatha stopped. Now rest in place for half an hour to eat, and then we will walk for a short distance. Arrived at the central area. From now on, my vigilance is the highest for me. me. When everyone heard the word, no one was talking nonsense, and they all started to take out their food and started to gulp down. For a time, there was a slight sound of everyone chewing food around. After half an hour, the rested people set off again. Sure enough, as Granny Agatha said, Qingwei and the others walked for another half an hour, and they saw that the originally narrow tunnel in front of them suddenly widened by an unknown amount. And there's a lot of light in there. Go in. Granny Agatha was the first to walk into the underground hall in the central area on crutches. As soon as Qingwei entered the hall, he saw that there were several tents in the underground hall, surrounded by miners' lamp for lighting. Around the hall, there were a total of more than a dozen people, some of whom were digging with mining pick, and the rest were protecting these people with Pokemon. As soon as Qingwei and the others entered the underground hall, they were noticed by the other party. The central tent suddenly opened, and 2 men and 1 woman walked out. The male is tall and strong, and the other is short and thin. Qingwei knew the 2 of them. It was Oka and Sage who attacked Elf Company. Before then, the remaining person should be the other one of the 3 beastmen, Chakra. Qingwei looked at the thin man and thought, Agatha Elite. The 3 beastmen who walked out of the tent looked at the old woman who took the lead into the hall, with a stunned expression on her face, and then it became very ugly. Team Rocket. Sure enough, it's you. Agatha looked at Oka and Sage 113. The 2 had appeared in Saffron City Sylph Company before. The Alliance found their images based on the memories of the parties and the surveillance records. So at first glance, Agatha's mother-in-law Foresight has the identity of the other party. Damn, how did the Alliance come? Why didn't we get any news? Oka took out the Pokeball from his waist and cursed. Sachi saw the Diglett leader in Qingwei and the others, and seemed to understand something. He also took out the Pokeball he was carrying, and said, the Diglets have formed an alliance with the Alliance. It must be the Diglets who slept. Damn, they should have been wiped out then. Okay, just say a few words. We are going to retreat. Go through the passage in Pewter City, and now the scene becomes chaotic. Sachi, you cover the retreat of these researchers and miners, and Oka and I hold Agatha. Chakra arranged in a low voice, and then shouted to Qingwei, Agatha Elite, why don't you take care of yourself at the Alliance headquarters at such an old age? Why do you come to meddle in these things? Saying that, throw both hands forward at the same time. 4 Pokemon appeared in the hall. Qingwei took a look. They were Crobat, Sneasel, Kingler and A. Steelix. The strength is all elite level strength. Then, Qingwei saw that after Chakra had summoned so many Pokemon, his hands touched the back of his waist again, and he took out 4 Pokeballs. It's just that this time he didn't continue to summon, and Qingwei didn't know what kind of Pokemon among the 4 Pokeballs. Seeing Kingler's appearance, the leader of Diglett immediately called out to raid. It seemed that it was this Kingler who made it a big loss before. I wanted to have a good fight for a long time. Oka was obviously excited and summoned his 3 elite Pokemon, namely Jumpluff, Ursaring and a Quagsire. 7 elite level Pokemon are staring at Qingwei. On Granny Agatha's side, without Granny Agatha speaking, the champion level Gengar who had been beside her stood up, and then Granny Agatha's Pokeballs shook for a while, and the Pokemons themselves took the initiative to come out of the Pokeball. Except for Gengar in the shadow of Granny Agatha and Misdreavus in the shadow of Qingwei, the other 5 Pokemon stood in front of everyone. Agatha saw that Bruno Elite has not yet appeared, but she is not ready to delay any further. Although the number of Pokemon on the other side is higher, her Pokemon is also not vegetarian. I'll deal with them, and you follow the plan to deal with those people around you. Granny Agatha, leaning on crutches, took a few steps forward, and said to everyone behind her without turning her head. Chapter 111_Elite Pokemon to give away. This food is so self-conscious. We don't have to wait. A member of the guard at the back was a little worried. At this time, Sachi also summoned all her Pokemon, a total of 4, Persian, Bayonet, Starmie and Wobbuffet. The strength is also all elite level. Granny Agatha has to face 11 elite level Pokemon at the same time. These people will inevitably worry that Granny Agatha will not be able to deal with it. After all, Granny Agatha has not shot directly for many years, and she is also old. Such a high-intensity battle. Don't wait. Attack directly. If they hear the movement, they will speed up their pace. You must act quickly. Yes. Qingwei looked at Granny Agatha and the 3 beastmen who were about to become the main battlefield. He knew that he couldn't help much here, so he and Hong moved towards a Team Rockets on their left. Mining Squad rushed over. At the same time, Qingwei also released his Azumarill as well as Sylveon and Charmeleon. At this time, these mining teams were retreating collectively towards the tunnel entrance leading to Pewter City. Gengar, Shadow Ball attack. As expected of Agatha Elite, his temper is as violent as fire. Qingwei, who was chasing, heard that Granny Agatha, who was behind her, gave up her defense against such a strong opponent, and instead gave the order to attack first. She couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Sylveon, quick attack, catch up and stand in their way. Azumarill, the old way. Charmeleon, flamethrower. Qingwei also issued an attack order to the Pokemon. He directly let Azumarill and Sylveon rush forward to block an attack each other, leaving the slower Charmeleon behind to release long-range attacks to block the opponent's way. Seeing that Qingwei had already started to attack, Hong followed closely. Vaporeon, water gun attack. Steelix, block the shadow ball. Save, you sent your Pokemon to research your helping hand to retreat. Oka and I are enough here, Chakra said while giving orders to his Pokemon. I got it. Persian, go to the southeast to support. Baynet, go to the southwest to stop them. Thatch immediately dispatched two of her faster Pokemons to stop Qingwei, who had split into two teams, respectively. On Granny Agatha's side, Oka saw that Granny Agatha was blocking them all by herself, but she dared to let her Pokemon attack first. How could he bear this violent temper? Jumpluff, Energy Ball attack. Knock out these Shadow Balls for me. Ursaring, use Spike Blast. Attack Gengar. Quagsire, you're in charge of that Arbok. Use the ground-based Mud Shot. Oka's three Pokemon immediately attacked according to his instruction. Gengar launched a total of 3 Shadow Balls towards Oka, and Jumpluff also created 3 dark green energy balls at a very fast speed, and controlled the energy balls to hit the Shadow Ball. Ursaring directly manipulated the energy of the rock system from a long distance. Pieces of sharp stones rose from the ground around Gengar and stabbed Gengar. Quagsire sat on the ground. Water energy permeated the ground around it, and soon, the dry land became muddy, and Quagsire pulled up pieces of mud from the muddy land and threw it directly at Arbok. Go out. Bang. Long range attack is okay. Remember not to fight. We are ready to retreat at any time. Chakra reminded Oka in a low voice. I know. Now let me try the quality of these 4 elite first. Oka said indifferently. At this time his attention was completely devoted to the battle. The collision between the Shadow Ball and the Energy Ball in midair. The collision between the two different energies produced a big explosion. Is this your Gengar's power? That's what it looked like. Oka narrowed his eyes and saw that his Jumpluff easily blocked the Shadow Ball's attack, and couldn't help being a little contemptuous. Really? Keep reading, idiot. Granny Agatha retorted. Instead of directing directly, she simply said, Arbok, since that Quagsire wants to play, you can play with it. Just cool. Arbok moved forward a short distance. His tail swung, and the huge force smashed the mud flying towards him. Afterward, Arbok looked at Quagsire across from him with contempt. That's it. Do you think you can win if you have the ability to restrain this snake? Gengar didn't seem to be able to respond in time to Stone Edge, and 4 sharp stones pierced Gengar's body. Just Gengar's body, which was stabbed, was like a leaking ball, gradually deflated, and finally dissipated into the air with a bang. Substitute. When Substitute Gengar dissipated, Gengar showed his figure from the shadow of Substitute Gengar. He ignored the sharp stones near him that were a little annoying to him, but looked at him before releasing the Shadow Ball and collided with the opponent's Energy Ball, where it exploded. The light of the explosion slowly dissipated, and then, everyone saw that 2 Shadow Balls flew out of the light and charged towards Jumpluff's body. The 3 energy balls of Jumpluff just blocked the attack of only 1 Shadow Ball, and the 2 Shadow Balls that flew in suddenly accelerated in the air. Jumpluff, substitute dodge. Oka said immediately, pale in surprise. Wow. Jumpluff immediately used substitute. His real body disappeared temporarily, and what remained in place was a dumb-looking Jumpluff. The Shadow Ball hit the substitute directly. It's not just as simple as knocking out the substitute, but the first Shadow Ball directly knocked out the substitute, while the second Shadow Ball exploded in the air. Oh yeah. Although the range of the explosion is not very large, the damage caused still damages the real body of Jumpluff, who is not far away, and appears in the air. At this moment, the big cotton ball on the top of its head looked a little charred black, and the small red eyes were closed in pain. Obviously, the damage caused by the explosion of the Shadow Ball was not small. Silicon. Gengar saw that the Shadow Ball of his added characteristics worked well, and his big mouth smiled smugly, and then, his red eyes radiated red light directly, and he stared at Jumpluff. After finally recovering, Jumpluff opened his eyes, and what he saw was indeed a pair of evil eyes emitting red light in the distance. Oka tilde. Looking at these red eyes, Jumpluff's body in the air was a little swaying, and his spirit was also in a trance. It felt that its eyes couldn't help but close, and a strong sleepiness surged up. It's hypnosis. However, my Jumpluff is not something that simple hypnosis can deal with. Oka looked at Gengar's eyes and the state of his own Jumpluff, and immediately understood that Gengar used hypnosis to put Jumpluff into a sleep state that could not be resisted. And the reason why Jumpluff can't go to sleep now is that as a grass-type Pokemon, it has some immunity to hypnosis, but it can only resist it for a while. Champion-level Gengar's hypnosis made Jumpluff try hard to resist his sleepiness, but he couldn't release any skills, and he didn't resist for a long time, and then slowly fell from the air, fell to the ground and closed his eyes, and after a while he even closed his eyes, also snoring. Jumpluff, sleep talk. The corners of Oka's mouth raised slightly, and he said confidently, his Jumpluff qualification is very good. You know, Oka, but a man who keeps a dozen Hop-Up. The reason why this Hop-Up was trained and its evolution became a Jumpluff is precisely because this Pokemon has a wide range of skills, and Sleep Talk is one of the skills that Jumpluff has. This skill move allows him to continue to release the skills he has in the state of sleep, but what skills can be used, it is not Oka's control. Jumpluff, who was dreaming beautifully in his sleep, seemed to have heard his trainer's instructions vaguely. It followed the instinct of the body, and the body slowly floated up, and then flew towards the place where Gengar was. During the flight, Jumpluff closed his eyes and flew in S shape, and then flew AB shape. Flight physics skills. Acrobatic. I saw that although Jumpluff was flying in his sleep, his body was still light, and he flew very fast in the air. The distance between it and Gengar was instantly pulled in. Then, he saw that Jumpluff directly hit Gengar's chubby body on the stomach. Is there such a good thing as taking the initiative to deliver it to the door? I don't need to take the initiative to go there. The food will come by itself. If the food in the future is like this Jumpluff, how wonderful life will be. Gengar was done. The Dream Eater that was about to be released was interrupted, and Jumpluff took the initiative to send him to the door, making him unable to refuse. Silicon. Gengar let out a happy cry, and then he stretched out his long tongue and licked the Jumpluff as if to taste it. Lick. Silicon. It tastes good. Presumably the dream it is now dreaming should be very delicious, right? Gengar looked at the Jumpluff in front of him as if he was looking at a big meal, and then he launched the Dream Eater. I saw a picture behind Jumpluff showing the beautiful dream that Jumpluff was having. In the dream, Jumpluff and a group of his own people were flying happily in the sky of a prairie, but the blue sky and white clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared. The whole sky was covered with dark cloud, and behind a huge dark cloud, a pair of deep purple pointed ears popped out. Then, red evil eyes appeared, and on both sides of the eyes, there were two short hands holding the dark clouds as their shield, and he, admiring Jumpluff's dream. This is his neku. Silly. Gengar admired the scenery in Jumpluff's dream for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. If he eats in this environment, his mood will be much better unconsciously. This Jumpluff is just so sweet. Gengar couldn't help licking his lip, then opened his mouth and bit into the air. Click. The picture outside seemed to be torn apart, missing a small corner. Click click. Gengar quickly ate the dream of Jumpluff. In the dream, Jumpluff suddenly found that the sky was covered with dark cloud. He thought it was the reason for the impermanence of the weather, but he didn't pay much attention to it at first. Just these dark clouds suddenly turned into a downpour, and the sun in the sky disappeared completely, replaced by a round purple figure floating in the original position of the sun. Jumpluff only saw this purple figure floating in the air, opened his mouth and took a sharp breath. In the beautiful prairie, a huge wind instantly swept across the lawn and flew into the big mouth of the purple figure. Oh yeah. Jumpluff rages out. It won't allow anyone to destroy its beautiful home. Then, it flew high and rammed towards the purple figure rage. As a result, it hit Gengar's big mouth directly. Silicon. Gengar didn't expect this food to be so self-conscious. You don't have to do it yourself. People will deliver it to your mouth. Where can I find this kind of Jumpluff? I want to keep a few of them too. Gengar closed his mouth and chewed, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. Now, very well, in the real world, I saw that Jumpluff's figure was constantly shaking in front of Gengar, and bursts of light green light emerged from its body, constantly pouring into Gengar's body. This is the effect of Dream Eater. It eats the dream of the opponent in rest and attack, and can also attract its physical strength to restore itself. Oka opened his mouth wide, looking at Jumpluff's Machuan, L.me behavior. Since he used Sleep Talk, he doesn't know what to do anymore. When a Pokemon is sleeping, he can only direct it to use Sleep Talk continuously. If he is lucky, Jumpluff will continue to release Energy Ball or even Solar Beam until Jumpluff wakes up. It's just that he didn't expect that Jumpluff used Sleep Talk for the first time and sent himself to Gengar for nothing. Hiccup. Gengar, who had finished eating Jumpluff's dream, rubbed his more round belly with satisfaction, and then he rubbed out sludge bombs and threw them to Jumpluff's side. He himself took a few steps back, watching the upcoming fireworks show. Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the audience. Several sludge bombs explode around Jumpluff. A tiny purple mushroom cloud was created. Oh yeah! Jumpluff, who was in a sweet dream, suddenly found himself eaten. During the horror, I felt that my body suffered huge damage, and it seems that a toxin has entered his body. It is poison. The huge pain caused by the explosion of the sludge bomb made Jumpluff wake up. At this time, the 3 cotton balls on his body had lost their original color, and instead seemed to be brushed with a faint purple. Jumpluff opened his eyes weakly, and saw that in front of him was the monster that ate it. Oh, ad. Chapter 112 Charmeleon. I want to leapfrog. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the toxins on Jumpluff's body erupted completely. Jumpluff, who was injured twice by the poison, cried out in pain, closed his eyes, and fell to the ground, completely losing his combat effectiveness. This is your Pokemon. Chakra watched the whole process of Jumpluff's white giving. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, and asked Oka next to him. Oka looked at the scene in front of him with an extremely gloomy expression. expression. He didn't expect that. Not long after he came up, Jumpluff, who had followed him for the longest time, was given away like this. He knew exactly what it meant. Not just the defeat of a battle, but the loss of 1/3 of his strength. Chakra, help me, I have to save Jumpluff, Oka said in a dry voice. Chakra frowned tightly and looked at the situation on the court. At this time, Quagsire was fighting against Arbok. Ursaring and Weezing were entangled. Persian and Baynet sent by Sachi to support. Persian has arrived there, and successfully blocked the Alliance's footstep. And Baynet, now fighting a mischievous Baynet went to stop was the team that Qingwei was in. Moreover, as soon as Baynet arrived here, she let out a strange laugh, and suddenly disappeared, launching the Phantom Force. Just, Qingwei's shadow shook for a while, and a mischievous appeared from it, directly blocking Baynet's attack. Baynet's temper is not so good either. Seeing that the opponent who came to block is actually a Pokemon of his own class, isn't it just double restraint? Come, hurt each other. Then Baynet fought mischievous. The battles between ghosts are weird. Their skills at every turn are to crawl into the shadows, disappear, and crawl into different spaces. Who can stand it if it disappears at every turn? So there is no way for them to end the battle for a while. Although Chakra wanted to scold Oka a few words, it was not suitable for the current occasion, and after all, they were considered old teammates. It's a whole one. I'll let the Pokemons try to attack, but they won't fight. You have to find an opportunity to take back your Pokemon. If you miss it, there's nothing you can do. I know. Oka nodded. Since Chakra agreed to helping hand, then everything is fine. Crobat, use the nasty plot. Then hit that Gengar with the air cutter. Sneasel, hone claws. Then use the throw to attack Gengar. Kingler, Steelix, hold down the other Pokemon. Chakra gave instructions to the 4 Pokemon in front of him one after another. Its purpose is also very clear. That is, to use Sneasel, who restrains Gengar, as the main attacker, and Crobat, who has some dark ills, as auxiliary, and at the same time launch an attack on this champion, level Gengar. Then, let Kingler and Steelix contain Haunter and Crobat. The main purpose is to push back Gengar and give Orca a chance to take back his Jumpluff. Silicon. Gengar, who had just eaten and drank, was in a state of prosperity at this time. Seeing Sneasel and Crobat attacking him, he did not panic, and went up alone. Now that you have enough to eat and drink, it is also very good to do some digestion and digestion next time. The province's belly is getting rounder and rounder, and she will be rejected by her daughter-in-law at that time. On Qingwei's side, the others were startled when they saw Baynet rushing over. This is an elite level Pokemon, and it's a ghost-type Pokemon. Know that the real food of this Pokemon is life energy. In other words, this Baynet will suck human life. Fortunately, Mother Agatha's mischievous also blocked the opponent's attack at the first time, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, the attacks of Qingwei and Honghei's Pokemon had to stop those Team Rocket's members who were retreating in front. Baynet has Agatha Elite's mischievous to deal with. We just need to focus on facing these enemies in front of us. Honghei's eyes were fixed on the team members of Team Rockets in front of him. Beside him stood Qingwei and the captain who was vigilant with them, and behind him there were 3 members of the emergency team, a total of 6 people, facing the opponent's 9 Pokemon on the field. Qingwei took a look and found that 7 of the 9 Pokemons are quasi-elite BJEA, and the remaining 2 are senior. If we really think about it, it's their strength that has the upper hand. Luli, Mia. At this time, Azumarill and Sylveon had already rushed up. Sylveon blocked each other's way with quick attack, and Azumarill directly rushed into the crowd. She's eyeing a quasi-elite Flareon. Her head is very clear, and she knows that this kind of rushing behavior is very dangerous, so it is the most important thing to knock down her restrained Pokemon to weaken the opponent's overall combat effectiveness. Therefore, Azumarill directly used the combo set of Splash plus Abdominal Drum plus Aqua Tail after approaching each other. Bubble. Flareon was only attracted some attention by Sylveon's quick attack, and then he didn't expect Azumarill to be so daring to rush over to face so many Pokemon single-handedly. The most important thing is that Azumarill's first target choice is still it. For a while, it couldn't react in time, and even its trainer didn't react, so Flareon was directly swept away by the powerful Aqua Tail from Azumarill, and let out a scream in the air. And just when Flareon flew upside down in the air, Honghei's Vaporeon's evolution version of the water gun attack also hit the damaged Flareon. Damn! Flareon's trainer, one of the team leaders of Team Rocket, was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that Qingwei was so daring. Let Azumarill come up alone. What is the difference between him and death? Persian, Venomoth, attack this Azumarill. Flareon, you a little. Team Rockets gave instructions to his remaining Pokemon, and then looked at Flareon, wanting to see how the Flareon who was attacked by the water-type gills one after another was in the state, but turned his head and saw a moonlight fell from the sky, hitting the Flareon fell to the ground. This made Flareon directly lose the combat ability. Mia. Sylveon saw that his fill-up effect was very good, and screamed with excitement, and then looked towards Azumarill. He is always ready to support Azumarill. On Qingwei's side, The other team members would not allow Qingwei to be attacked alone. They also ordered their own Pokemon to be restrained by long-range attack, and those who were fast rushed directly to support. With Azumarill rushing into the crowd, Team Rockets had to temporarily give up on retreating and fight with Qingwei and their Pokemon. Azumarill suffered some attack. They were not fatal. After his own support arrived, Azumarill released an Aqua Ring to himself, constantly replenishing the physical strength he had just lost. Charmeleon is targeting a Grass-type quasi-elite Pokemon, Victreebel. He has to challenge his limit today. If he can successfully defeat this Victreebel, then he feels that he may be about to evolve. Qingwei also noticed Charmeleon's change. Looking at Charmeleon's eyes full of fighting intent, Qingwei understood. Do you want evolution during the challenge? I will help you. Roar. Charmeleon is full of fighting intent, roared. Charmeleon, Flamethrower, get that Victreebel's attention. Qingwei saw that the team's Victreebel was still paying attention to Azumarill, and immediately said, Indigo Roar. A huge pillar of flame spewed out of Charmeleon's mouth and shot at Victreebel in front. Victreebel was attacking Azumarill and didn't notice Charmeleon's attack, but its trainer did. At first glance, it was actually a superior level Pokemon attack. Victreebel, use the Vine Whip to hit the ground, make yourself jump up, and avoid the flamethrower. Since you took the initiative to send it to the door, don't blame me for being rude. Victreebel, kill this Charmeleon first. Another Team Rocket's captain immediately said loudly, yeah. Victreebel heard the trainer's order and noticed Charmeleon's flamethrower, and called out Vine Whip. I saw Victreebel stretched out two canes and slammed it on the ground, and the whole body jumped into the air with the help of the reaction force of the slap. Except that the cane that was not retracted was burned by flamethrower. It was not affected. Other injury. Qingwei is not too surprised by the opponent's evasion behavior. Flamethrower is a skill that is more suitable for ending the battle. When it comes up, it is easy to be avoided by the opponent in various ways. However, Qingwei's goal has also been achieved, and now Victreebel's attention is completely on Charmeleon, who is inferior to it. Victreebel, use the Razor Leaf. Team Rocket's captain immediately ordered Victreebel to counterattack. Charmeleon, the Vortex of Flame, attack Victreebel directly, then dodge these flying blades. Qingwei calmly commanded. Roar. Charmeleon first released the Flame Vortex and successfully hit Victreebel, who was falling in midair, and then the blade of Razor Leaf also flew not far in front of Charmeleon. At this time, Charmeleon's hard-working evasion skills played a great role. I saw that every time he made a move, he was able to avoid the attack of a Razor Leaf, and his movement range was not large, which made the frequency of his dodging moves much faster. A total of more than a dozen arrowroot pieces. Charmeleon only took one piece of damage, and the remaining leaves were all dodged by his delicate dodging move. On the other hand, Victreebel is now entangled in the rattan that is being turned into by the flame, and the rattan is constantly tightening, and every time it shrinks, it will bring it a damage. Moreover, although Charmeleon is still at the strength of the superior level, the flame vortex has been tempered by a special training method, and the current power has exceeded the superior level by a lot. Even if it still can't reach the quasi-elite level, it is enough to cause a lot of damage to the restrained Victreebel. In that case, Victreebel, use Leaf Tornado. Let Charmeleon try being wrapped too. Team Rockets didn't expect that Charmeleon on the opposite side jumped up and down like a monkey, and then dodged all his Victreebel's Razor Leaf, and suddenly became a little embarrassed. Yeah. Victreebel, suffering from the vortex of fire, unleashed Leaf Tornado on Charmeleon. Pieces of sharp blade flew towards Charmeleon, but they did not attack directly, but a piece of arrowroot connected together, wrapping Charmeleon inside, and it was constantly tightening. It looked similar to the effect of the flame vortex, but Qingwei knows that Leaf Tornado is a one-time injury. When it shrinks to its tightest, that's when it does damage to the Charmeleon. This time, Charmeleon's own evasion has no effect. Charmeleon, don't worry, use Inferno on the spot. Inferno. Charmeleon, who was wrapped in sharp blade, calmed down immediately, and according to Qingwei's command, released Inferno, a powerful fire-type skill move. I saw that a group of flames appeared on the periphery of Leaf Tornado, and slowly, just like the leaves wrapped Charmeleon, these flames were also connected into one piece, wrapping the leaves inside. Inferno is extremely high. Not long after wrapping the leaf, the team leader of Team Rockets on the opposite side saw that the original green leaves were gradually evaporated by the flames to dry their own water, and then gradually dried up, and finally became pieces of scorched leaf. With the airflow generated by the battles in other battlefields, these scorched leaves turned into ashes, and Charmeleon, wrapped in flame, is safe and sound. Victreebel, start charging in place. Keep charging. Team Rocket captain saw that the grass-type skill moves were suppressed by the opponent's flame, so he prepared to attack in another way. On Charmeleon's side, Qingwei noticed that Charmeleon was a little dazed in place. Charmeleon stood in the middle of Inferno, feeling a little hatred of his movement speed. If his movement speed in a large area can be as flexible as a small area dodge, Leaf Tornado just now can't hit him at all. If he can fly, the opponent will not be his opponent at all, even if the strength is one level apart. For a time, Charmeleon's idea of evolution reached its peak. Then, Charmeleon noticed a familiar and unfamiliar force emerging from his body. These forces turned into balls of light, emerged from his body, and gradually enveloped his body. Familiarity is because the source of these powers is himself, and he has used them often, although it is only a simple application through a skill move, while unfamiliarity is. This is new in his body and has not yet been controlled by him. Strength. This is true flight energy. Chapter 113_Success Evolution Charizard. It's a carnage. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Qingwei also saw the light that suddenly appeared from Charmeleon, who had been standing there for a while. He was all too familiar with this kind of light. This is the light of evolution for Pokemon. Do you want to evolve at this time instead of after the battle is over? Well, let's evolve. Qingwei murmured. He knew that when the light of evolution appeared for the first time, if Pokemon had the idea of not wanting evolution, he could suppress the light of evolution on his own. Now Charmeleon is in the battle with Victreebel, and with Charmeleon's current state and ability, it is easy to suppress these lights of evolution, but Charmeleon did not choose to suppress. That is to say, Charmeleon wants evolution now. Of course, Qingwei wouldn't stop him. Charmeleon was already on the brink of evolution. If it wasn't for this alliance's mission, Qingwei reckoned that Charmeleon might have evolved naturally in one day's daily training. And it is precisely because of the alliance's mission this time that Qingwei has personally experienced the evolution in the battle of his own Pokemon for the first time. Come out, Gloom. Qingwei took out Gloom's Pokeball and let her out. First, to pay attention to the situation of Charmeleon evolution, Gloom can provide helping hand in time, and second, to let Gloom pay attention to the movement of Victreebel. If there is any change, you can let Gloom block it first. Tilda. Prevent Victreebel from doing a little trick to hinder Charmeleon's evolution. Hannah. Gloom saw that his partner, Charmander, whom he knew when he was Oddish, was about to turn evolution into its final form. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. I don't know, when will I be able to evolution? Gloom thought to herself, but her attention was still following Qingwei's instruction, mainly on Victreebel, who was accumulating power. Qingwei's attention was mostly on Charmeleon. I saw that the light of evolution around Charmeleon became more and more intense, gradually covering Charmeleon completely, and even the flames generated by Inferno were forcibly suppressed by the light of evolution. Charmeleon is surrounded by the light of evolution into a glowing egg. Then, the egg suddenly more than doubled in size. Roar. A voice different from Charmeleon growl came from Light Egg. This voice is much lower and more mature than Charmeleon's growl. With the appearance of Growl, the light of evolution that wrapped Charmeleon began to gradually dissipate. A western dragon-like Pokemon that walks on two legs is revealed. I saw that his skin was mainly orange, slightly lighter than in the Charmeleon period, and creamy from his belly to the tip of his tail and the soles of his feet, and he had short, thick lower limbs and relatively small upper limb. It has 3 sharp claws and 3 sharp claws on its feet. The biggest difference from Charmeleon before evolution is that he has huge wings that can be used to fly. The insides of the wings are blue-green with a horn-like protrusion at the second joint. He has a long neck, small blue eyes, 2 horn-like protrusions on the back of his head, and a lush flame burning at the end of his long, sturdy tail. Charmander's final evolution body. Charizard on. Qingwei also noticed that the average Charizard's height is often about 1.7 meters, which is similar to his current height. Qingwei is 15 years old and still developing, and his Charizard, when Qingwei looked at him, you need to look up, is this height a little over 2 meters. Qingwei looked at Charizard, who was trying to spread his wings not far in front of him, guessing. Qingwei immediately checked the latest information on Charizard. Type: Charizard. Quasi-elite. Gender: category: fire. Pokemon attribute: fire. Flying trait: fire. Character: brave. Skills: air cutter, growl, ember, fire punch, flamethrower, megaton punch, fire fang, flame vortex, brick break, inferno, scary face, heat wave, dragon claw, air slash, smoke screen, mystical fire, dragon breath. Current status: Charizard's strength after the excellent evolution can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has the strength increased to a quasi-elite level, but he has also comprehended skill moves including heat wave, dragon claw, air slash, smoke screen, mystical fire and dragon breath. From now on, Charizard is no longer the Pokemon of Charmeleon's days that only melee and range. Now he can both long range and melee combat, and it also has the ability to fly, and its flexibility is greatly improved. The only thing that is still uncertain is that Charmeleon's body shape has changed so much after evolution. How much of his previous fighting ability still exists? Roar. Charizard seemed to notice Qingwei's concern, and shouted at Qingwei, and at the same time, he also assumed a fighting posture. Although I have evolved and my body shape has changed, my fighting experience is still there. As long as I am completely familiar with this body, the skills I have practiced before will not be forgotten. Is Charmeleon evolution at this time? You really have a good plan. Victreebel's trainer, the captain of the Team Rocket, also saw the light of Charmeleon's evolution. Immediately understood. Qingwei was using his Victreebel as the last experience before Charmeleon evolution. And now, the other party has successfully evolution. Doesn't that mean that his Victreebel isn't that useful? HMPH. It's just evolution. Maybe you're not even familiar with your own body yet. Team Rockets looked at his Victreebel again. During Charmeleon evolution, Victreebel had used the charging skill twice in a row. Now, there is a huge amount of power accumulated in its body. At most one more time, the power in Victreebel will reach its limit. It's just that there is no time for Victreebel to charge up now. Victreebel, stop accumulating, use the jet attack, and hit Charizard with all the accumulating power. Team Rocket said, yeah. Victreebel rage screamed, bowed his head, and let the giant mouth facing the sky face Charizard. In the huge mouth of Victreebel, a thick green can be seen faintly. Victreebel took a deep breath and, yeah, let you taste the power of my mega attack. A huge green energy light ball spewed out of the giant mouth, and shot at Charizard like a cannonball. Charizard, fly. Qingwei saw the Victreebel attack and said immediately, roar. Charizard also noticed the shells being fired at him, so he flapped his wings and flew into the air. Roar. The feeling of flying for the first time made Charizard feel good. However, this place is still underground after all. Although the top of this underground hall is very high, it is still very restrictive for Charizard, who is flying at high altitude. Moreover, this is also his first flight, and his flying skills still need to be tempered. Moreover, this energy ball, which is used only after charging twice, is not so easy to avoid. Calculated according to the numerical value, the power of the spray skill will increase by 100 points every time the power is charged. In other words, the power of this energy ball is now 200 points. It can be called the ceiling of Pokemon World Guild damage. Qingwei looked at Charizard flying in the air. Due to terrain restrictions and flying skills, this energy ball was difficult to escape. Charizard, use the flamethrower to knock out this energy ball. Qingwei hesitated, but chose to let Charizard use his familiar skill. Roar. This time, Charizard, who has always been obedient, did not follow Qingwei's instructions, but Qingwei only saw his two huge wings swiping vigorously, and several air blades appeared next to the wings, swiftly slashing towards the energy ball flying behind him. Then, the mouth opened, and a mouthful of flames spewed out. This is air slash. Qingwei looked at Charizard's movements and couldn't help but be stunned. This move is very similar to the previous air cutter, but there are some differences. Immediately, Qingwei remembered something. It seems that the reason why Charizard can comprehend air slash as soon as evolution is due to air cutter inherited when he was a child. With the experience of releasing and controlling air cutter before, Charizard can release air slash very skillfully even if he just realized it. Originally, Qingwei was worried that a single flamethrower might not be able to solve the energy ball. Qingwei even did a good job of letting the flamethrower weaken some of the energy ball's power, and then let Charizard eat it. But now, seeing air slash and flamethrower hitting the energy ball one after another, Qingwei felt relieved. Bang! Energy ball with the air slash and the flamethrower creates a huge explosion, but at the same time, the huge energy contained in the energy ball was extinguished. Nice job, Charizard. Ask for flowers. Zero, seeing that the impact of the collision between the two sides successfully made the energy ball disappear, Qingwei raised the corner of his mouth lightly and looked up at Charizard, who was flying in the air. Roar. Charizard also roared excitedly, and then his eyes were fixed on Victreebel again. In that case, let's celebrate your evolution with a big win, Charizard. Qingwei raised his head and said to Charizard, who was in the air. Roar. Charizard, heat wave, then fly over and give that Victreebel a fire punch. Roar. Charizard's wings flapped again, and a stream of thermal air appeared out of thin air. As Charizard's huge wings flapped continuously, a stream of heat wave blew towards the Victreebel on the ground. The huge range of the heat wave attack made this Victreebel impossible to dodge. Yeah, the high temperature contained the energy of fire attribute, which made Victreebel suffer. After seeing Charizard release the heat wave, he dived towards Victreebel, and the leader of Team Rockets immediately said, Victreebel, wait until Charizard is close, and use Vine Whip to slam attack. Yeah, Victreebel bowed his head slightly, enduring the pain caused by the heat wave, and the Vine Whip above his head swayed slightly, ready to attack at any time. Charizard, Dragon Claw, grabbed that Vine Whip. Qingwei waited until Charizard got close to him, and then added another command. Roar. Charizard instantly understood what Qingwei meant, and after he swooped down, Victreebel's Vine Whip had already slapped him. Just Charizard stretched out his left front paw and grabbed the Vine Whip. Then, the right paw clenched into a fist and punched Victreebel. Boom. Charizard's punch hit Victreebel's body directly under the eyes. Yeah, Victreebel sends out a violent miserable growl, but the Vine Whip above its head is also tightly gripped by Charizard's Dragon Claw, which makes it it impossible to break free, and even unable to adjust by being knocked into the air by Fire Punch. Boom, boom, boom. Charizard was like this. His left paw grabbed Victreebel's Vine Whip to prevent it from breaking free, and his right paw punched Victreebel's body one by one. Moreover, the hits are all vital part. Mouth, teeth. Victreebel tried to break free at first, but it struggled less and less as Charizard's Fire Punch kept swinging at it. In the end, it couldn't even send out the miserable growl, closed its eyes, fell into a coma, and lost the ability to fight. Roar. Charizard grabbed Victreebel's Vine Whip with his left paw, raised it high, and roared in the sky. Not only is he celebrating his victory, he is also celebrating his successful evolution, and he is celebrating his defeat of the first quasi-elite Pokemon in the Dragon Life. Okay, Charizard, go to the battlefield over there to attack freely, and adapt to the body after evolution as soon as possible. Chingwei gestured towards Charizard. Roar. Charizard felt relieved when he saw that Chingwei was surrounded by Gloom's protection. Then, he fluttered his wings and flew towards the battlefield of their quasi-elite Pokemon. In this battle, the Alliance has the absolute upper hand. At the beginning, Azumarill, Vaporeon, and Sylveon teamed up with Sucker Punch to directly kill the opponent's Flareon. The subsequent melee was also dominated by the Alliance. Whether it was the strength of Pokemon or the number of Pokemon, alliances have greater advantages. As a last resort, several other captains of Team Rockets had to release their other Pokemon emergency rescue. Chingwei noticed that most of these Pokemon were quasi-elite, but these Pokemons are all wounded. Looks like they fought the Diglett very hard before. No wonder Diglett is so crazy. Chingwei looked at the Pokemon who were playing with injuries, and instantly figured out the reason. The previous battle with the Diglett caused these Pokemons to suffer a lot of injury. In addition, in this environment, there is no professional treatment for Pokemon at all. Complete treatment. Those healing sprays are far from enough. This resulted in the accumulation of these Pokemon injuries. And now, they are playing, and Team Rockets really can't help it. The uninjured Pokemon are almost overwhelmed, and failure may come faster if they are not called out. Howl. Chapter 114 Gengar. Demo. Dare to play trick with a sinister ghost. It's just that when they summoned these Pokemon, they could only continue to delay it for a while, and it would not have a decisive impact on the battle situation at all. These wounded Pokemon are now nothing but strong-looking gimmick. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they shatter when touched, but it's okay to shatter after 2 or 3 touches. The Team Rocket captain who fought against Chingwei before saw that the battle was lost, so he continued to command other Pokemon to fight on the main battlefield before he could get angry. Most of the Pokemon they cultivate are tool Pokemon. Without their personal command, the strength will drop a lot. They simply cannot exert their due strength on their own. This is also one of the disadvantages of rapid cultivation. The faster the training speed is, the faster the pace of Pokemon evolution will be, and it will be too late to adapt to your body, coupled with the attitude of Team Rockets toward Pokemon. As a result, these originally spiritual Pokemon gradually began to lose their spirituality, and eventually turned into a mediocre Pokemon whose potential was exhausted only by following the trainer's instruction. Chingwei's Pokemons are different. Chingwei also deliberately cultivates the ability of Pokemon to fight independently. During each training session, Chingwei would take some time out to arrange for his Pokemons to fight in pairs, during which Chingwei would not take part in the command. So even though Chingwei has just focused on commanding Charizard's battle, his Azumarill and Sylveon's battle on the main battlefield is still reassuring. Now Charizard's self-judgment ability has been well reflected just now, and he has just evolved, and his understanding of himself is much deeper than Chingwei. In addition, the Alliance has an advantage on the battlefield, so Chingwei is also at ease. Let him join the fight. Chingwei's attention has now returned to the real, -17 inches main battlefield in the underground hall. There, it was Agatha's mother-in-law who faced the battle between Chakra and Oka. Agatha's champion-level Gengar is fighting Sneasel and Crobat in a 1v2 battle. Although Gengar is restrained by many Pokemon opponents, his decades of combat experience make him equally competent when facing opponents who restrain him. In addition, his strength is already a notch higher than the opponent, so in this case Gengar is still pressing the opponent to fight. And looking at Gengar's expression, even if there is another Pokemon that restrains him, he can handle it. The battlefield not far from them belonged to Ursaring and Weezing. Chingwei only saw how many layers of poison had been brushed by Weezing on Ursaring. Just after watching it for a short while, Weezing released 3 skills: Poisonous Gas, Turbid Fog, and Smoke Ring. Various purple chi and black chi emerged from his body. Moreover, the speed of Ursaring and Weezing is half a catty. Under this kind of battle, the two sides cannot avoid each other's attack. However, Chingwei knows that there will only be one winner in this battle, and that is Weezing, because Granny Agatha's Weezing will be Destiny Bond. Even if they can't beat each other, as long as Destiny Bond comes out, the two sides will knock out GG in harmony. Beside this, Weezing strength is higher than Ursaring's, so it's not difficult to win. In the other battle, Kingler and Haunter are in full swing, while Steelix is being played by Granny Agatha's Crobat. That's right, it's a joke. Steelix looks incomparably mighty, and it is immune to poison attribute attack plus double resistance to flight skill. It looked like the Crobat, but the Crobat is not going to fight the Steelix, which is extremely cumbersome. Crobat's speed is 130, and Steelix just 30. Coupled with Crobat's smaller, more flexible and flyable body, Steelix is almost dizzy. Xingwei only saw Crobat flying acrobatics in the air, and then using air cutter to shave Steelix from time to time, and then going around the back of Steelix's neck and taking a bite. This Steelix is really complaining, and he has no way to deal with Crobat at all, although he will be a low-profile version of Farmer's 3 Fists, Farmer's 3 Teeth, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, but before he turns his head, Crobat will already fly gone. He can't fight each other at all. Okay, the old and fast Crobat who can't even hit his Iron Tail and Iron Head, so he could only keep releasing rock throw, and a steady stream of rubble smashed toward Crobat. Although most of them were dodged, he still hit a few and caused a little damage to Crobat. And Oka's Quagsire is also in an undisturbed 1v1 man battle with Arbok. As for Sachi's Pokemon, her Starmie and Diglett leaders fight together. Although the leader of Diglett was defeated by Starmie, he has 5 quasi-elite brothers of his own. Under the helping hand of the younger brother, the Diglett leader can also stabilize the situation here. And Wobbuffet was kept by Sachi to protect the 3 Beastmen. Although there are 3 of them, there are 11 elite level Pokemon in total, but after Oka's Jumpluff gave it away, the situation completely fell into the control of Granny Agatha. Although Sachi still has a Wobbuffet that has not been used, but Granny Agatha also has a Gengar in the shadow as her guarantee. Oka, find an opportunity to retrieve your Jumpluff as soon as possible. We are ready to retreat. Chakra saw that he could not drag on for a long time when he joined the battle, and the retreat in his heart became stronger and stronger. I know, I'm looking for it. Oka gritted his teeth and said, while staring at the place where Jumpluff fell to the ground. Not far from Jumpluff is the battlefield of Gengar, Sneasel and Crobat. Whenever he took out the Pokeball and wanted to take back the Jumpluff, that abominable Gengar would always stand in the middle of the two. This made Oka unable to take back Jumpluff at all. Crobat, jump up and use Bite, Chakra said. When his Crobat heard the word, he immediately flew over to bite Gengar's arm, making Gengar unable to get rid of it for a while. The opportunity is now. Oka's eyes lit up. He immediately raised his arm, and aimed the Pokeball in his hand at the place where Jumpluff fell to the ground. Silicon. Oka's move was discovered by Gengar long ago. You have been successfully stopped so many times before. How can this time make you successful? Today, I will show you the computing power of this ghost. Gengar's brain raced through calculations, and then he kept rubbing out the sludge bomb with the other arm that could still move, and threw it towards Sneasel. Sneasel took a look. You are not very good at throwing mines. Sneasel hopped lightly to the right, dodging the first sludge bomb, then continued to the right, dodging another. Jump right again. Successfully dodged the third sludge bomb, but its body got in the way between Oka and Jumpluff. Oka almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Then he looked at Chakra angrily, and at that time he wanted to ask directly, did you come to mess with me? Sneasel, idiot, get out of the way. Chakra's face was also a little unbearable. I didn't expect this Sneasel to be so stupid. Those sludge bombs can see that their power is not enough. If a Gengar is rubbed out in an emergency, how much damage can it do even if it is hard? And this stupid Sneasel of his brain all of a sudden hide. And it was designed by Gengar to directly stand between Oka and Jumpluff. Silicon. Gengar's arm. He let out a proud cry, and the corners of his mouth rose even more. This Sneasel on the other side is so stupid. Just throw the sludge bomb a little to the left, and it will automatically dodge to the right. It's so stupid. Fatilda. Listening to Chakra's tone, Sneasel also knew that something was wrong with him, and quickly moved away from his body. At the same time, he condensed a spike in his hand and stabbed Gengar, who had just broken free from Crobat. Throat chop. Go to hell, damn Gengar. Silicon. Gengar looked at Sneasel who was rushing over, smiled disdainfully, and then made an international gesture to Sneasel with his short right hand, and his eyes glowed red slightly, and then his figure disappeared. The light from Orca's Pokeball has reached where Jumpluff fell, but the light hit was Gengar. Alley switch. Gengar directly used the alley switch on the stunned Jumpluff. The two positions were interchanged, and since Jumpluff was already stunned, Gengar's skills were not resisted in the slightest. So, Gengar showed up where Jumpluff was at the last moment, stopping Oka again, and Jumpluff. It came to the position before Gengar. At this time, Sneasel was rushing over with the ferocious throat chop. Bang it, bend it. Sneasel, who was sprinting, found that something was wrong. Didn't I rush toward Gengar? How did you get out of a Jumpluff? Fuck it. Slowed down, but the timing of the Gengar card was so clever. Sneasel slowed down extremely quickly this time. It was too late. Finally, it throat chop stabs the unconscious Jumpluff. Fortunately, in the end, it took took away most of its strength and did not cause devastating damage to Jumpluff. However, Jumpluff, who was already in a coma, was inexplicably backstabbed by his teammate, so he groaned again and fell into a deeper coma. This Jumpluff is too miserable. Qingwei only wanted to laugh, and at the same time, she was jealous of this Gengar from Granny Agatha. This Gengar is really good. Granny Agatha didn't give any command just now. This is completely a temporary play of Gengar. This presence ability is much stronger than Qingwei's current Pokemon. Qingwei also noticed that after Granny Agatha saw Gengar's lazy manipulation, although she didn't say anything, the corners of her mouth involuntarily raised a little. As for Chakra and Oka, it was a lot of hard work. The first chance that Crobat tried so hard to create was blocked by Sneasel, the idiot, and the second time was played by Gengar with the alley switch. It even hurt Jumpluff again. The key is the friendly backstab of teammate. I'll try 1 or 2 more times at the end. If it still doesn't work, then there's nothing you can do. Pay attention to yourself, Oka. Chakra couldn't help clenching the 4 Pokeballs in his hand and said to Oka at the same time, I know, this old woman's Gengar is too perverted. I don't blame you. Oka understood now, and nodded resignedly. Tachi, let your Wobbuffet go over there helping hand Bayonet, and make the fight over there as soon as possible. Chakra continued to say to That. Then here, Sachi was a little worried. Not having a Pokemon by his side, he always felt insecure. And me, you just follow the order. Okay, Wobbuffet, go to the battlefield over there to help. Sachi nodded and gave instructions to Wobbuffet beside him. Fuck that. Sachi's Wobbuffet is not the Wobbuffet of the classic trio who like to be funny but not very obedient. This Wobbuffet has been with Sachi for a long time. Wobbuffet heard Saki's order and immediately jumped to the battlefield over there. No way. Although Wobbuffet is a psychic Pokemon, but due to its own racial constitution, it can learn very few skills and move. Not even teleport can learn. As for the skills it can learn, basically, it's the skills that get beaten. Qingwei also sees Wobbuffet leap into the battle between Misdreavus and Bayonet, but Qingwei is a little weird. Misdreavus is not stupid, and there's no way that Granny Agatha doesn't understand a Pokemon like Wobbuffet. As long as Misdreavus ignores this Wobbuffet, what can it do? Rush up to 4.0 and punch. Qingwei also saw all the information of this Wobbuffet. Type, Wobbuffet, Elite. Gender, Category, Bide Pokemon Attributes, Psychic Features, Shadow Stepping Personality, Discrete Skills, Counter, Specular, Safeguard, Flash, Encore, Amnesia, Destiny Bond. Current status, Excellent. But Qingwei also knows that this can't blame Sachi or Wobbuffet, because in the game of the previous life, Pokemon like Wobbuffet can only learn a total of 8 skills. In addition to the current 7, there is also a Fairy Charm. Qingwei estimates that in the Pokemon world, even if Wobbuffet can learn more skills, there must be a special training method. Obviously Sachi doesn't know or care about these. The purpose of her training Wobbuffet may be to make Wobbuffet her personal bodyguard. Think about Wobbuffet's skill pool. Splash is displacement and funny. Safeguard is shielding. Counter is double the physical damage received from the opponent. Specular is double the special damage. Encore is to let the opponent use the last move 3 times in a row. That is, let yourself be beaten 3 times, and double bounce back 3 times. The last, Amnesia, can make Wobbuffet forcefully forget the pain of being beaten, improve his bite ability in disguise, and can greatly improve his special defense, making himself more resistant to beating. Coupled with Wobbuffet's naturally sturdy body, up to 190 HP racial value, this Pokemon is simply a model of Pokemon. Chapter 115_Battle, Elite Wobbuffet. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. And Wobbuffet's own movement speed is not fast, so it has only one tactic: stand and beat. The opponent uses counter when using physical skills, and the opponent uses mirror reflection when using special move. Then use amnesia on yourself. Forget the pain. Use encore on your opponent. Stand and beat yourself with a counter or a mirror reflection, and repeat the process. Finally, if Barry can't hold it anymore, use Destiny Bond to take one away. Taken together, Wobbuffet is a Pokemon that is pretty much useless other than a meat shield. Qingwei saw Wobbuffet, who had joined Misdreavus and Bayonet in the battle, and saw Wobbuffet standing alone. Misdreavus and Bayonet disappeared and appeared, and then they threw 2 shadow balls to attack each other. However, Misdreavus just ignores the Wobbuffet that is about to stick to his face. Fuck that. Wobbuffet yelled at Misdreavus, flexing his bicep at Misdreavus at the same time. I'm so strong, come and fight me. However, Misdreavus simply ignored the other party. It's a pity that Wobbuffet's speed is only 33, and its attack and special attack are also 33. That is to say, even if it punches Misdreavus, the damage is not much worse than scraping. Not to mention, it can't hit the flexible Misdreavus at all. As long as Misdreavus floats a little higher, it won't be able to reach it when it jumps up. Fuck. Wobbuffet cried out dejectedly for a while, and after finding that Misdreavus still ignored it, it was helpless. It's not that we are weak, it's that the enemy is too cunning. What if you don't attack me? Online waiting is very urgent. Then, its eyes saw the quasi-elite battlefield, and its eyes suddenly lit up. Since there is no master here, there is a place for master. It's so messy over there. Skills are flying all over the sky. As long as I get a skill, it's your doomsday. Fuck that. Moreover, this can be regarded as supporting the battle here. Wobbuffet let out a happy cry, and hurried to the quasi-elite battlefield. At this time, the Pokemon of Team Rockets here are being pressed and beaten by the Alliance. Azumarill finds a Pokemon with fists and tails together. Since she was attacked at 19, there will be other Pokemon support. Now her companion Charmeleon has also evolved into Charizard, hovering in midair and diving down from time to attack, and Sylveon directly release Get Out of the Fairy Field so that she, who is in the center of the battlefield, can be protected from all negative days. Honk and the captain and their Pokemon are also close combat, long range, and the Team Rockets are losing steadily. Fuck that. Just then, a blue Pokemon jumped and joined the battlefield. Not just intentional or coincidental, the Wobbuffet landed just in time to shoot a water gun. It is Hero's Vaporeon's water gun attack. Fuck that. Wobbuffet let out a happy cry, praised himself for his wit, and then used specular reflection. I saw a transparent mirror in front of Wobbuffet. Water gun hit the mirror. It penetrated directly and hit Wobbuffet directly, but the mirror reflected a thicker stream of water and attacked Vaporeon. Noisy. Vaporeon's water gun shoots at another Team Rocket Pokemon, only to kill a Wobbuffet halfway through. Wobbuffet suffered damage from water gun, and then the double damage attack reflected from the mirror directly hit Vaporeon, making Vaporeon suffer. Even if it is a water-type Pokemon, the damage of the specular reflection is ignoring the attribute and the same attribute bonus. It is a skill similar to true damage. Unless the Vaporeon is immune to all special damage, it can't resist specular damage. Fuck that. Wobbuffet is getting more and more happy. It really like this battlefield. Pokemon in this battlefield say G word, Nang, and Shang good. Wa listen, Sha. This skill is much lighter than the battle between the same level. It makes it feel like it can be infinitely powerful here. Even like an omnipotent god. Who dares to hit me? You Raticate dare to bite me. Sorry, watch me backhand with counter. Just like, huh, anyone else blowing fire here? Exactly. I just took a shower with the water gun, and now I use the fire to roast my body to prevent catching a cold. Wobbuffet is like a no man's land, flying back and forth in the battlefield. This is a melee battlefield. Skills are flying everywhere, even if the Alliance knows that Wobbuffet can ignore it, but people are rubbing it everywhere go. You can always get the skill. Moreover, the addition of Wobbuffet directly interrupted the offensive rhythm on the Alliance side. The long-range offensive echelon, which had been orderly, was now confused as to how to attack. Let's fight. I'm afraid Wobbuffet will suddenly come over. Let's not fight. Without the long-range support, the Pokemons in melee combat are under great pressure all of a sudden. Moreover, in melee Pokemon battles, you have to avoid the Wobbuffet that is rubbing everywhere. On the other hand, Team Rocket saw Wobbuffet join the battle, and they immediately brought their seriously injured Pokemon close to Wobbuffet. This time, the Alliance was in trouble for a while. They do not fight, nor did they fight. Fortunately, the strength of Wobbuffet is actually strong when strong and weak when weak. The Pokemon on the Alliance side are all quasi-elite Pokemon. Even if they receive rebound damage, they are only twice as much as their own skill, not to the point of defeating them directly. However, if it goes on like this, before Bruno Elite arrived, the pressure on Granny Agatha is too much. Xingwei knew that Granny Agatha still had a hand of Gengar's trump card, but Persian, who was raging on the other side, was blocked by the Alliance. The situation on their side is similar now, but Xingwei just saw that Chakra took out a few Pokeballs. Although I don't know what Pokemon are in those Pokeballs, but this appearance alone made Agatha dare not call out the last card in her shadow easily. Since this is the case, the Wobbuffet on our side is relatively easy to deal with. In this case, we have to rely on my Pokemon. Xingwei made a decision in his heart. Since it can reflect physical and special skill move, then use variant skill moves to deal with it, and use multi-damaging skill move. Gloom, use Toxic for Wobbuffet. Sylveon, rush up and use the double kick on Wobbuffet. Xingwei first said to Gloom beside him, and then looked at Sylveon in the battlefield. Change base skills, such as Toxic, do not deal damage the first time they are released, but will cause the opponent to continue to suffer continuous damage after the abnormal state occurs. Counter or mirror reflection will not take effect. The double kick is a single attack that causes 2 stages of damage. Although the counter can take effect, it can only double the damage of the second kick. In this way, Sylveon can fully bear it. Hannah. Gloom immediately looked at Wobbuffet, which was rubbing around slowly, and sprayed it with an old poison. Wobbuffet subconsciously uses specular reflection, but Toxic went straight through the nearly transparent mirror wall and hit it, but it didn't reflect back. That's Izzle. Because the scene was too chaotic, Wobbuffet just noticed a purple light flying towards him, and then subconsciously used the mirror reflection until his body began to glow purple, and then he realized that this was a change type skill move. Poison. And the toxins kicked in very quickly, but that's izzle. When this toxin attack, it is neither painful nor itchy, and it can hardly reduce physical strength. Mia. At this moment, Sylveon also rushed towards Wobbuffet and kicked 2 consecutive kicks directly at it. Fuck that. Counter. But it just doubled the damage it received from the last kick, and the damage of Sylveon's 2 feet is not comparable to the relatively weak Gloom, which made Wobbuffet feel a lot of pain. Fuck that. You brought it on yourself. I don't believe it. Can you hold on to my mini rebound? Wobbuffet looked at the pink figure that landed not far in front of him, let out a malicious cry, and then launched. One more billion time. Come out. Melodic. Use life dew on Sylveon. Qingwei was anxious to see Wobbuffet and immediately released Melodic to treat Sylveon. Wu tilde. Melodic's huge figure hovered around Qingwei. As soon as she came out, she closed her eyes, and the energy around her quickly gathered into a small and delicate water droplet, which flew towards Sylveon. That's right, this is Qingwei's plan, to exchange wounds for wound, and scraping can kill it. Sylveon was under the influence of Encore at this time, and kicked Wobbuffet again without saying a word. Mia. Fuck that. Although double kick's damage per foot is 30, but Wobbuffet is a psychic Pokemon. It has double resistance to fighting skills, and the damage it uses counter to reflect will not be resisted by Sylveon. That is, in the end Sylveon will take 60 damage, while Wobbuffet will only take 30 damage. Sylveon, who used double kick again, was healed by the flying life dew, and his state recovered a little. This can't be done. Qingwei looked at the current situation on the field. With Toxic and the resisted double kick alone, the result of this war of attrition is still unknown. Now, a skill move that can play the role of helping hand is needed. Gloom. Use Bullet Seed on Wobbuffet. Try it out first. Qingwei thought that the damage mechanism of Bullet Seed is the same as that of double kick. Counter can only calculate the last damage and bounce back. It's just that Gloom is only superior now, which is quite different from the opponent's elite, and Wobbuffet is born as a meat shield. I don't know if Bullet Seed can work. If not, let's see first. If not, that's the only way to do it. Anyway, the time is almost up. Qingwei made a decision in his heart. Hannah. Hearing Qingwei's command, Gloom immediately shot out 3 seeds and shot at Wobbuffet. Bullet Seed is a skill that shoots 2 to 5 seeds at a time. Of course, if you practice for a long time and a lot, the number of seeds shot will remain at a high value, and will even exceed the limit of 5 seeds. However, it wasn't long before Gloom mastered these 117 skills. Although he practiced every day, he could only guarantee a minimum of 3 seeds to be fired. It seems that this time Gloom's luck is not very good, just triggering a bottom attack. The 3 seeds hit the Wobbuffet with Sylveon's double kick, and then all of the final hits damage was bounced off by the Wobbuffet's counter. Fuck that. What is this new massage method? Not to mention, it's very comfortable to hit. Is the effect really bad? That's the only way to do it. Looking at Wobbuffet's expression, Qingwei understood that the huge gap in strength caused Gloom's damage to be weakened to a very low level for Wobbuffet. Melodic. Keep giving Sylveon the life dew treatment, Qingwei said to Melodic, then put the backpack he was carrying on his chest and started rummaging inside. After a while, Qingwei took out a stone like the Sunstone. The moment the Sunstone appeared, Gloom's gaze came over. She was attracted by the slight energy emanating from this stone, and she had seen this stone before. It was Qingwei who gave her mother a stone exactly like this, and her mother evolution became the incomparably beautiful Blossom. Now, little Oddish, who was training hard a few months ago just to protect his mother, has come to the final evolution. Qingwei handed the Sunstone in his hand to Gloom and said with some emotion, Hannah tilde, can I also be like evolution as a mother? Gloom took the Sunstone with some surprise. Yeah, it's about time. If we have a chance later, let's go back to that forest to see your mother. Now concentrate on the energy in the absorbed Sunstone, Qingwei said. Hannah. Gloom nodded heavily. After she succeeded in the evolution, she also wanted to show her mother what she looked like after the evolution. So, Gloom held the Sunstone to his chest with both hands, closed his eyes like a lucky charm, and began to absorb the energy inside the Sunstone. Qingwei saw that in the Sunstone that Gloom was holding in both hands, dots that looked like little suns emerged from the stone, and kept drilling into Gloom's body. The speed of the light spots was getting faster and faster, and gradually Gloom was completely surrounded by these light spots. As most of the light spots entered Gloom's body, the light around Gloom gradually diminished. At this moment, another ray of light with a completely different color from these light spots emerged from Gloom's body. This is The Light of Evolution by Gloom. Chapter 116 Gloom Evolution. The final blow of Wobbuffet. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Perhaps all the light spots that came out of the Sunstone were absorbed by the Gloom absorb. At this time, the Sunstone's own color had faded, and it had turned into an ordinary rock, and the light of evolution emanating from Gloom also overshadowed the remaining light spot floating around Gloom. Evolution became more and more intense so that Qingwei could not see the situation inside, only to see the light group of Gloom wrapped by the light of of evolution began. Zoom out. Originally, Gloom's height was about 0.9 meters, but since she was wrapped into a light group by the light of evolution, the height of the light group has been decreasing. In the end, the height of the light cluster was reduced by about half before it stopped. 0.9 meter light group finally shrunk to a height of less than 0.5 meters. After the light of evolution stopped changing, the light of evolution began to slowly dissipate. A small green figure appeared in front of Qingwei. She is generally green, not the blue of the Gloom era, and instead of the red eyes of the Gloom era, she now has beautiful round blue eyes. She has red marks on her cheek, 2 bright red flowers on her head, and skirt-like green and yellow leaves. She has no feet, but these hula-like leaves act as her feet alternative. Gloom uses Sunstone's final evolution body, Blossom. Qingwei looked at the 2 extremely beautiful flowers on the top of Blossom's small body. The colors of the flowers were extremely bright, and they were much more beautiful than the flowers on the top of Blossom's head that he had seen on the internet before. Looks like that rumor is true. It is said that the more stinky Gloom evolution is, the more beautiful the Blossom flowers are. It seems to be true now. Qingwei thought of the rumors about Blossom, and now it seems that it should also be the result of someone using Sunstone to make a stench-like Gloom evolution of Blossom and comparing it with other Blossom. Then, Qingwei checked the current status of Blossom. Type: Blossom, quasi-elite. Gender: early category. Flower Pokemon attribute: grass type. Feature: healing heart. The effect in the game is that after doubles and triples battles, there is a 30% chance to heal a partner's abnormal state after the end of the battle. It is determined that the self-healing effect and recovery effect are increased by 30%, and this effect can continue to increase with a lot of practice. Personality: diligent, skill, Giga Drain, growth, acid, sweet scent, razor leaf, rest, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, toxic, secret power, grassy terrain, sunny day, synthesis, solar beam, bullet seed, petal blizzard, quiver dance, petal dance, moonlight. Current status: Blossom after excellent evolution, comprehended moonlight, a self-recovery skill, quiver dance, a buff skill that increases its own special attack, special defense and speed at the same time, as well as petal blizzard and petal dance. These 2 high damage grass skills. In this regard, Qingwei can only say, this is very Blossom. You know, Blossom's favorite thing is to dance with sing. Like a cheerleader, dancing has become something like Blossom's instinct. In particular, Blossom start dancing when there are clouds in the day or when the rainy season is over and they are attracted by the warm sunlight. It is said that it is a ritual to call the sun. Every Blossom is a natural dancer. Well then, evolution. Blossom cried out with joy when she saw her brand new body and the smell that disappeared completely. Although Qingwei followed Erica's method every day, Gloom actively secreted nectar to reduce its own odor, but this was only a reduction, and it could not completely dissipate the odor. And now, the stench of Blossom has completely disappeared, replaced by the fragrance of fragrant herb. Now, it should be much easier to deal with that Wabuffet. Qingwei nodded with satisfaction and said, Gloom, use grassy terrain, then use growth. Finally, use bullet seed on the Wabuffet without limit until you can't move it. Well, Blossom nodded, looked at the Wabuffet with a serious face, and created a lot of grassy terrain around him. Qingwei noticed that Blossom's grassy terrain is a little different from Gloom's grassy terrain. Grassy terrain that Gloom used before had only grass growing on the ground around it, but Blossom's grassy terrain, not only a lot of grass, but also a lot of flowers with beautiful colors adorning the grass. Just standing in it, Qingwei can feel that the life energy contained in the latest grassy terrain is stronger than ever. Is it the reason for the increase in strength after the evolution, or is it the reason for its own healing heart characteristic? Qingwei couldn't figure this out for a while, but the qualitative change in skills is really good for the current situation. Fuwu Melodic, who is also influenced by grassy terrain, also let out a comfortable cry. Just now, she used Life Dew on Sylveon 3 times in a row, and all of them were carefully bred with a lot of effort, and it was not small for her own consumption. The grassy terrain at this time has restored her state a lot. Then, Blossom released growth. Qingwei discovered the difference between Blossom and Gloom again. When Gloom used growth, he basically stood in place, absorbed the nearby grass-type energy, and then let his body grow up and added buff to himself at the same time. And Blossom danced directly on this beautiful little grassland, with various graceful dance moves. Blossom's figure gradually became larger, until she was about 2 or 3 centimeters taller. She gradually stopped dancing, and then looked at the one who had just endured Sylveon 4 times double kick attack the Wabuffet. That's it. Blossom's expression froze. Bullet seed activated. 6 seeds in a row are fired towards Wabuffet. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the bullet seed hit Wabuffet with a bang, and the huge impact made Wabuffet unconsciously take 2 steps back. Fuck that. Wabuffet feels a little sore this time. Why isn't this massager obedient? It hurts to hit. However, since it hurts so much, you shouldn't feel bad when my counter hits you, right? Wabuffet looked at where Blossom was. It had just had counter skill release, so Bullet Seed also hit back. Then, Wabuffet was stunned when he saw Blossom, whose complexion did not change at all. I didn't get the script right. The last bullet of the Bullet Seed was doubled back to Blossom, but the defense of Blossom itself after evolution has been greatly improved, plus grassy terrain has been released early. The damage of the Bullet Seed was ignored by Blossom. Sylveon, come back and recover. Charizard, use Inferno on Wabuffet, then come back and recover. Blossom, brush Wabuffet with the latest Toxic. Seeing that the effect is good, Chingwei decided to be bold. Charizard's Inferno is not as simple as inflicting damage one, but also may cause the opponent to fall into a state of burn, which is also a debuff that continuously loses blood. Charizard is in good shape right now. Even if he takes a double Inferno damage, it doesn't affect himself very much, and he can also recover on the enhanced grassy terrain and heal with Melodic's Life Dew. Now Chingwei is not panic at all. Sylveon immediately stopped attacking and ran towards Chingwei, while Charizard, who was attacking the other Pokémons of Team Rocket, hovered in midair, turned and spewed flames towards Wabuffet. Immediately, he did not look at the results and flew directly toward grassy terrain. In the melee just now, despite his air superiority, he was still hit by some flying skill. In addition to the double damage from the mirror reflection of Wabuffet this time, he really needed to recover. Fuck that. Wabuffet watched a group of crimson flames flying towards him, and immediately judged that this was a special attack, so he used specular reflection directly. The reflected damage also hit the abominable Charizard, who took the opportunity to sneak attack, but he seemed to be burned. Wabuffet felt the burning sensation coming from his skin. It was very painful. Blossom also released the toxic attack after evolution at this time, directly hitting the Wabuffet, and it was painted with a deeper layer of purple. This time, the effect of the toxic attack is not the same as before. Wabuffet now take 4 double kick damage from Sylveon, 1 Blossom 6 Bullet Seed damage, and 1 Inferno damage from Charizard. At the same time, it also fell into 2 negative states of continuous reduction of physical strength, burns and poisoning. On Chingwei's side, although Sylveon's injuries were also extremely serious, with Melodic Life Dew's timely treatment coupled with grassy terrain's healing, Sylveon's condition recovered a lot. Charizard, grassy terrain is just too strong. Blossom took almost no damage. Her good defense and grassy terrain's continuous recovery left her unscathed, and Toxic is a transformational skill, and Wabuffet can't do anything about it. So, that. Blossom keeps releasing bullet seeds towards Wabuffet while Sylveon and Charizard recover. Choo choo choo. Bang bang bang. Wabuffet's clumsy size and slow movement simply can't dodge these seed bullets. Fuck that. It was beaten by the bullet seed and screamed, and as a last resort, amnesia was released. Let yourself forget these pains and improve your special defense at the same time. Only, bullet seed is a physical attack. It doesn't have the ability to improve its physical defense, so it can only be beaten. When Sylveon was almost recovered, he and Charizard, who also recovered, killed the Wabuffet again. Wabuffet, who was constantly attacked by 3 Pokemon, although his body was thick and his strength was a notch stronger than the opponent, the lack of his own moves made it impossible to make a powerful counterattack at all. Fuck that. Wabuffet has never hated himself so much. Why he doesn't have other autonomous attack skills? It has already noticed that its own tolerance is about to reach its limit. Since I'm having a hard time, then Wabuffet's eyes are fixed on Blossom, who is releasing bullet seed. You are the one. Destiny Bond. Activate. Wabuffet glows with a deep pink hue, linking it with Blossom. Melodic. Ready for Life Dew. Ready to use on Blossom. Blossom. Get ready to use Rest. When Chingwei saw that Wabuffet had decided to fight for his life, he couldn't help but become serious. Fortunately, this Wabuffet's choice is Blossom, and Blossom has Rest, a very powerful self-recovery move. Even if he is affected by Wabuffet Destiny Bond and loses his combat effectiveness, Blossom can recover a little under Melodic's treatment, and then use Rest by himself. It only takes a short period of time to fully recover. Fuck that. Wabuffet can't hold on any longer. I saw that its closed eyes were closed even tighter, and its mouth was pursed tightly, making a painful low hum. Then, it fell heavily to the ground, motionless, and lost its ability to fight. As Wabuffet fell to the ground, Destiny Bond came into play. The thin dark pink line connecting Wabuffet and Blossom suddenly lit up. Well then Chingwei saw that the line pulled out a lot of physical strength from Blossom's body. Blossom couldn't help but let out a scream, and the light body fell on the grass. As Blossom fell to the ground, grassy terrain had no energy to maintain, and quickly disappeared. Melodic. Right now, fast. Furrow. Life Dew that Melodic had prepared for a long time merged into Blossom's body for the first time, which relieved her painful expression a lot, and gradually opened her eyes. Blossom. Direct Rest. Well then Blossom nodded hard, then closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Sleeping Blossom. Life energy is constantly generated around her, which is integrated into her body, and and her expression gradually changes from pain to calm. Nia tilde Indigo. Sylveon and Charizard have also been paying attention to Blossom's physical condition, and they couldn't help expressing concern when they saw Blossom fell to the ground. It's all right here. You two continue to help out on the battlefield and resolve the battle here as soon as possible. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 117 Fortress Eclosion Tactic 11 Consecutive Eclosion. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Hearing Qingwei saying that Blossom was okay, the two Pokemons were relieved and then turned around and joined the battlefield, with Sylveon and Charizard rejoining the battlefield. Coupled with Team Rocket #1 General Wobbuffet GG, the situation on both sides has been reversed in an instant. Moreover, when Qingwei was commanding 3 Pokemons to fight against Wobbuffet, the Alliance had already seized the opportunity of Wobbuffet's distraction and launched a fierce attack on Team Rocket. Now with Sylveon and Charizard back in the fray, there are more and more Pokemon on Team Rocket's side. The 3 beasts also noticed the completely different situation on both sides of the battlefield. There, a Pokemon in Persian and a quasi-elite Pokemon from Team Rocket pressed the Alliance to fight, but on the other side, Sachi's Wobbuffet has knocked out GG. Oka, there is no chance. Prepare to retreat, Chakra said decisively. I know. Withdraw. Oka glanced at Jumpluff, who fell to the ground, and said a little unwillingly, but the current situation has not allowed them to continue to persist. If they don't leave at this time, they will not be able to leave. Sachi is also a little helpless. Her Wobbuffet is only suitable for being a close-fitting guard-style Pokemon, and it is too reluctant to let it fight on its own. Chakra threw out another Pokeball at this time, and said loudly, "Let get out." As the Pokeball released Pokemon's light, a large, round cocoon-shaped Pokemon appeared in the battlefield. It has no visible limb. It has 2 pink saucers on the top and bottom of its body. These dish-shaped structures enclose most of its upper and lower torso and have uneven groove. This is its outermost shell. At the midline of the shell, a gap reveals a second red shell below the shell, which has a smaller gap along the midline through which the Pokemon's eye can be seen. This is Fortress. Qingwei looked at Chakra's newly summoned Pokemon, and quickly remembered the name of this Pokemon. Exactly by Pineco Evolution's Pokemon, Fortress. It's just this rank. It's only at the elite level. Is it useful to be summoned at 120? No, I understand. Qingwei also saw the strength of this Fortress, and was a little puzzled at first, but when he saw the skills that Fortress possessed, he immediately understood what Chakra wanted to call such a Pokemon. Spikes and Eclosion. Chakra wants Fortress to get ahead of the spike to block the ground Pokemon attack, and then set off a firework to create chaos so they can retreat. Fortress, spike, let go. Chakra immediately gave an order to the Fortress, then turned and left, and his other Pokemon also had a tacit understanding, and after seeing their own trainer summon Fortress, they all retreated. Withdraw. Oka and Sage also roared, and followed Chakra's footsteps and walked quickly towards the entrance of the passage leading to Pewter City. Buddha. Fortress immediately sprinkled a layer of pointed water chestnuts on the ground ahead. Stop them. Granny Agatha's crutches were on the ground, and she said in a calm tone. When her Pokemons heard the word, Crobat and Haunter immediately chased after the retreating Pokemon, and Misdreavus also appeared, and tangled Bayonet to keep him from getting away. Fortress, Eclosion, Chakra said without looking back. Buddha. Fortress faithfully implemented Chakra's instruction, and when he heard Chakra let it Eclosion, it immediately swelled up, and the energy was continuously concentrated at one point. Azumarill, release Protect to the greatest extent. Blossom, grassy terrain is fully released. Qingwei immediately said to the Pokemon in front of him. Just after seeing the Fortress' skills clearly, Qingwei made Sylveon rush back to his side. Boom! The explosion of Fortress is still released. Intense rays of light radiated from the center around it, and along with it, there was the impact of a violent explosion. This is an explosion used by a quasi-elite Pokemon. Its power not only blocked the pursuit of Agatha's Pokemon, forcing them to retreat as far as possible to avoid the damage of explosion, the impact also spread to the small battlefields on both sides. Some seriously injured Pokemon were hit by explosion again and lost their ability to fight. For Pokemons like Charizard, who are in a good state because it is a little far from the center of the explosion, the impact is not very large, and it can be blocked by itself. In addition, Azumarill used the Protect Shield with all his strength, and also helped some injured Pokemon to block the impact of the explosion. Qingwei's side, with the protection of Blossom and Melodic, was not affected too much, but the entire underground hall has now been completely obstructed by the raised dirt and dust. We withdraw. Explosion did not cause any damage to Qingwei. It still made his ears buzz, and he vaguely heard Chakra say such a sentence. However, there was a voice so loud that everyone in the underground hall could hear it. Want to retreat? Have you asked me if I agree? Qingwei looked in the direction where the sound came from, but was affected by the flying mud, so he couldn't see it very clearly, so he he could only use psychic to sense it. This time, Qingwei saw it clearly. The direction from which the sound came is the entrance of the tunnel leading to here in Pewter City. Now, an Onyx took the lead in drilling out of the tunnel, and the explosion just now was farther away, and Onyx was completely unaffected. And behind Onyx, followed by a strong man in a fighting suit. Next to this strong man, there is a Machamp who was shorter than him but has 4 arms. It was Bruno Elite who started from Pewter City and formed a flanking attack with Vermilion City. Onyx's huge size completely blocked Chakra's retreat, causing the 3 Bs to stop and take a few steps back. Aura from Bruno Elite at this time made them involuntarily retreat. Maybe it was because Granny Agatha was disdainful or she was getting older. Qingwei had never noticed such a powerful aura in Granny Agatha. In fact, this kind of momentum, every elite will have more or less. You must know, elite is a small group of people standing at the top of the world. Just like those who held high positions in the previous life, they will always have a long time. An aura. And Bruno Elite, himself a fighting master, has an aura similar to that of a martial artist, and after becoming an elite, the 2 auras are superimposed on each other, which has led to the current situation. Chakra and the other Team Rocket kept retreating backward, while watching Bruno Elite come out of the tunnel step by step, but after seeing the people behind Bruno Elite, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, all kinds of dust and dirt generated by Fortress Explosion have been cleaned up by Pokémons with various means, and everyone can see the situation on Bruno Elite's side clearly. Similarly, the members of the Alliance were also stunned. Bruno Elite's attire was fine, but the Alliance fighters who followed him were a little disgraced. Some of the people BJEA had some torn clothes, as if they had experienced a fierce battle. Looking back, Qingwei also found that behind the first few fighters, the remaining people were escorting 1 person in 2, a total of 4 people. Among them, there is also a Hitmonchan and a Hitmonlee assisting the guard. Its strength is elite level strength. It should be Bruno Elite's Pokemon. Further back are several fighters in charge of the rear. This is Qingwei suddenly thought of Granny Agatha's actions before they set off, and then looked at the 4 being held, and seemed to understand. Undercover Team Rockets are placed inside the Alliance, and in this mission, they may be undercover agents who are responsible for grasping first-hand information and then tipping off. At this time, Bruno Elite explained to Granny Agatha, Mother Agatha, I am so sorry to let you fight here alone. Due to the terrain restrictions in the tunnel, it took a lot of time to deal with these Team Rocket's undercover agents, so that it was a little later than the appointed time. Quote, so, there are undercover agents in your team? Granny Agatha said slowly. Yes, and the strength is not low, but the operation is very smooth. Their Pokemon have been confiscated, and they have been arrested. Bruno Elite said, turned his head to look at the 4 captured by them, and then looked at Chakra and his party. I advise you to just grab it. Team Rockets will no longer support you. Chakra listened to the conversation between Bruno and Agatha, and looked at the 4 people and understood that these people should be the undercover agents installed by the boss of Giovanni. Chakra, what should we do now? Sachi looked at Bruno and asked in a low voice with the same expression. Of course it's looking for a chance to break through. Boss Giovanni is outside Diglett's cave, and he must have arranged other support personnel. As long as we can get out, we have a chance to escape. Chakra's mouth moved lightly, and a voice as thin as mosquito silk entered the ears of the 2. It's just that this time we have to prepare for heavy losses. If anyone or Pokemon is caught in the process of breaking through, others can't go to the rescue. Breakout direction. Change to Agatha's side. An old woman and her Pokemon have fought before, and the current state is not the best, and the difficulty of breaking through will be easier. I will watch my actions later. Good. Sachi and Oka nodded slightly. This time they faced a bigger crisis. Although they were blocked by Wallace and Steven last time, they were on the ground and it was easy to escape. This time, they were underground. One can imagine how difficult it is to break out of this kind of place called Tiantianchi and Earthquake, not only to withdraw from this hall, but also to successfully pass through a long tunnel. Looks like you guys are obsessed. Bruno looked at each other's behavior, immediately understood, and took out 2 more Pokeballs from his hand. Hitmontop, Hariyama, come out. Your task is to look after these 4 undercover agents, and then stop the other people who are fleeing. These 3 people will be handed over to me and Agatha Elite to deal with. Understand? Understood. Bruno Elite nodded. It seems that this is the only way. Chakra flipped his hand, and he threw all the 3 remaining Pokeballs out of his hand. 3 more quasi-elite fortresses appeared on the field. He wants for Retress self-destruct to break through. Agatha's mother-in-law's side had already experienced this, and immediately opened their mouths to remind the people brought by Bruno Elite. Yes, it's self-destruct, but you've dealt with self-destruct first. Chakra took out a few more Pokeballs and said loudly, let your Pokemon attack together. Now, saying that, throwing all the Pokeballs out, another 6 fortresses. Among them, 1 fortress appeared on Qingwei's side, 1 on the other side, 3 on Bruno Elite's side, and 4 on Agatha Elite's side. Start bikes right on the ground as soon as you appear. As Chakra spoke, Team Rockets also commanded their Pokemon collective to launch an attack. Explosion. With Chakra's order, a total of 5 fortresses blocking Bruno Elite and both sides of the field launched an explosion attack at the same time. Onyx, Protectus, Hariyama, Hitmontop, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, the 3 of you to deal with their Pokemon. Bruno Elite didn't mess up at all, giving orders to his Pokemon. The 4 fighting-type Pokemon who heard the order rushed up immediately, while Machamp took 2 steps back and came to the side of the Team Rockets undercover. Prevent them from escaping. Blossom, do your best to maintain grassy terrain. Melodic, come back first. Sylveon, it's up to you to use Protect this time. Xingwei knew that the explosion this time was not so easy to avoid, so he could only take back the weakest Melodic, ready to rely on the powerful bodies of the Pokemons and the continuous recovery effect of grassy terrain to force it through. God knows that this chakra has actually cultivated so many fortresses, and all of them are used as disposable consumables to explode. This kind of large-scale self-destruct tactic may only be used by the lunatics in Team Rocket. Boom, boom, boom. 5 fortresses launched explosion one after another, and the chaos caused this time is not comparable to the previous one. In an instant, the entire underground hall was as bright as day, and everyone could only stretch out their arms to cover their eyes to prevent their eyes from being stabbed by the strong light. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the pictures. Chapter 118_fishing start. A touch of pink on the wall. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Onyx hovered outside the Bruno Elite crowd, directly blocking the impact and damage caused by explosion, and on the other 2 sides, the Pokemon of the Alliance trainers once again showed their magical powers, using their own methods to find ways to resist the damage. Moreover, this time, Xingwei didn't have the energy to take care of other people's Pokemon, because, I don't know if Chakra is inadvertent or intentional, the fortress on his side is the closest to him. Azumarill and Charizard also returned to Xingwei's side at the first time. Charizard had a big wing and blocked Xingwei and the other Pokemons behind the wing. He wanted to help Xingwei resist the damage. Sylveon also released with Protect's shield. The light green shield wrapped Xingwei and his Pokemon, forming the outermost layer of defense. Blossom released grassy terrain with all his strength in the field inside the shield, and a steady stream of life energy poured into the bodies of Pokemon, helping them to recover. Fortress explosion came quickly. Sylveon's shield was impacted, and the energy contained in it and the energy of the impact force were constantly offset, and suddenly it was a little shaky. Sylveon increased the release of its own energy, trying to stabilize the shield as much as possible. However, despite the replies of the enhanced grassy terrain, Sylveon's shield shattered at the last moment. Roar! Charizard's wings and back were hit a bit, causing him to let out a groan. Fortunately, the shield has neutralized most of the power, and Charizard only suffered a slight injury to his back. This time the explosion was considered to have survived. During this period, Xingwei has been activating his psychic, sensing the situation in the hall. He noticed that the first time the 5 fortresses exploded, the Pokemon of the 3 Bs collectively launched an attack on the Pokemon of Granny Agatha. Just now, just go. Boom. The 4 fortresses on Granny Agatha's side also launched explosion. This made Gengar in the shadow of Agatha's mother-in-law have to show up and use Protect to protect the safety of Agatha's mother-in-law. The other Pokemon, with the exception of the champion Gengar who was less affected, had to stop and deal with the attacks and the onslaught of the explosion. The chaos caused by the second collective explosion made the hall completely chaotic. Chakra and others also took the opportunity to rush to Granny Agatha's side. At this time, there was only the medical team led by Nurse Joy left by the mother-in-law of Agatha, but Nurse Joy's Chansey and other treatment Pokemon were all protecting their own trainers, and they were powerless to Chakra. Stop them, Granny Agatha said calmly. Crobat, who was less affected, rushed over immediately, and Arbok did his best to entangle Ursaring. As in the previous battle, Granny Agatha's Pokemon entangled a large number of each other's Pokemon, but they were powerless against Chakra. However, Bruno Elite's 4 fighting-type Pokemon have also come to support. With 4 newly added Elite-level Helping Hand, Team Rockets were all at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for the smoke on the field at this time, it was impossible to see clearly. Team Rockets should have been arrested by all members. There's no way. Oka, Sachi, don't blame me for leaving you. Chakra took out his last Pokeball, and then another fortress. This is his last fortress. It's also now his last trump card. Explosion. Chakra asked this fortress to activate explosion again, since it was close to the hole guarded by Agatha's mother-in-law at this time. The explosion of the last fortress had the greatest impact on Nurse Joy and the others. They had to let them out of the tunnel entrance, and Chakra took this opportunity to enter the dark tunnel with a more flexible Crobat. Silicon. Agatha's mother-in-law's champion-level Gengar did not know when she appeared beside Agatha's mother-in-law, looked at the back of Chakra who had just entered the tunnel, and cried out in confusion. Why Why don't you let him stop him? He was able to make a move just now, and it was not difficult at all to stop the opponent. Granny Agatha shook her head slightly. Let him go. Silicon. Gengar was still a little puzzled, but nodded, not paying attention to that, but focusing on dealing with the few remaining stubborn Pokemon. All of you, Pokemon with Rain Dance skills, release them. Release Rain Dance together, and cover the dust. Bruno Elite's voice resounded throughout the audience. As for the people brought by Bruno Elite, because of the protection of Onyx, everyone's condition is relatively good. Hearing that, the people who have water-type Pokemon immediately released their Pokemon, and then it rained heavily in the underground hall. The flying dust was quickly covered up, and everyone saw the situation on the field at this time. Only Sachi's Pokemon were still stubbornly resisting, while Oka's Ursaring and Quagsire had been defeated by Bruno Elite. Hitmontop and Hitmonlee fell to the ground. Hitmontop was standing beside Oka at this point, making him completely afraid to move. Chakra Sneasel, Kingler, and Steelix have also been knocked out of combat by Granny Agatha's Pokemon who burst out in full force, plus Hitmonchan who supported them. Sachi's Persian, now fighting with Hariyama, Bayonet being chased and beaten by Misdreavus, and Starmie, who stopped fighting with the Diglett leader at some point, is now at Sachi's side. Stop, I admit defeat. Sachi also understood the situation on the field. Now that Granny Agatha's Pokemons are all around her, there is only one outcome for these 3 Pokemons to fight, and that is failure. Moreover, now that she can't escape, there is no point in continuing to resist. Her Pokemons also stop fighting as Sachi conceded defeat. Bruno Elite came to Sachi and Oka, found the corresponding Pokemon's Pokeball from their body, and put away the fallen Pokemon. Qingwei and other Alliance staff who were not seriously injured were doing the same thing. The team leader, miners and researchers of Team Rockets had long given up their resistance. Seeing Qingwei and the others coming over, they all obediently took their Pokeball, turned it in and pointed out to them which Pokemon it was. Bruno Elite is fully operational, treating injured Alliance personnel and Pokemon. Oka and Sachi and Team Rockets were all gathered together. All of their belongings were taken away by the Alliance, and they were handcuffed. Hitmontop and other fighting Pokemon are now surrounded by the center of the hall, guarding them. Bruno Elite came to Agatha's mother-in-law at some point, and lowered her eyebrows as if she was apologetic. After all, if he had come a little earlier, the battle should have ended long ago, and there should not be so many injured people here. Sure enough, is it old Amber? Qingwei recognized the things collected from Oka and Sage, as well as the yellow stones confiscated from the miners. Qingwei heard someone calling him, turned his head and found that it was Bruno Elite waving at him, so he walked over immediately and came to Bruno and Agatha. The explosion just now, didn't you get hurt? Granny Agatha asked, with concern in her tone. Qingwei shook his head and said with a smile, it's alright. The first explosion was far away from me. The second time it was closer, but my Pokemon had Protect, and Charmeleon evolution became Charizard, which just protected me. After this incident, Qingwei also discovered that Protect is a skill that the more Pokemon can learn, the better. If his Pokemons can protect, like the explosion just now, it's not a problem at all. Protect, that's really a good skill. Let Nurse Joy take a look at your Pokemon in a while. After all, after fighting for so long, you just won an elite level Pokemon. Even if it doesn't seem to be a problem, it's best to check it. Are there any dark wounds? Granny Agatha continued. Beat an elite Pokemon. Bruno Elite looked surprised. He is very clear about Qingwei's strength. Even if it has improved in the last month, it is at most a quasi-elite level strength. It is very difficult to defeat an elite level Pokemon. You know, elite and quasi-elite are a big threshold. Could it be that the strength of the back waves is so strong now? This Nima can defeat elite level Pokemon now. If you give him a few more months, won't their elite seats be challenged? It's a Wobbuffet, that woman's Pokemon. Qingwei pointed to Sachi and said with a smile, Wobbuffet, that is indeed a chance. As long as you have some multi-segment damage skills, the chance of defeating it is not small. Bruno Elite understood, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a Wobbuffet that would only be beaten, but fortunately, luckily your sister, even Wobbuffet is elite. Qingwei is only 15 years old now. Mother Agatha, that skinny guy from Team Rockets ran away. Won't you let the Pokemons go after him? Qingwei suddenly asked. This is a question he has always been puzzled about. It stands to reason that even if people don't go after him, there is no problem with sending 2 fast Pokemon to go after him. Now that there's no need for battles here, and with the Team Rockets all disarmed, the lack of 2 elite Pokemons doesn't make a difference. Chase. Granny Agatha smiled mysteriously and said, don't chase him. I let him go on purpose. Huh. For flowers. A question mark appeared above Qingwei's head. Could it be that the Alliance has follow-up action? Mother Agatha, you. Bruno also looked a little surprised when Granny Agatha told Qingwei directly. He looked at Qingwei and understood again. This is absolutely his own person. It shouldn't matter to tell him this kind of thing, right? It's okay. Qingwei knows it's okay. Granny Agatha said it casually, but kept her voice down to prevent the rest of the nearby Alliance from hearing hearing. We actually have follow-up actions. You experience the silver incident. Team Rockets in the end. Someone was sent outside to meet them. Quote, so, this time, we estimate that Team Rockets may not only have undercover among us, but even the outside of Diglett's cave may have arranged for people to meet up, especially when I see that all three of them are so powerful. Quote, Team Rockets definitely don't want to give them up easily. So you're going to use him to fish. See if Team Rockets has someone to pick up, and then follow the path to catch him. Qingwei understood. It seemed that the Alliance wanted to take the opportunity to play a big game this time. And these old foxes in the Alliance are thinking a lot. From the previous silver incident, we can infer the general style of Team Rocket. Shish, keep your voice down. This is a secret. And it was decided on an ad hoc basis yesterday afternoon. So we also secretly contacted Steven, who was digging rocks at MT Moon, and asked him and Lance to dispatch secretly. After 2 entrances, I was waiting for someone to be delivered to the door. Quote, Zero Bruno Elite whispered quickly. So you still let Officer Jenny stay at the entrance of the cave in order to confuse Team Rocket? Qingwei asked in a low voice. Granny Agatha nodded and admitted this. That's right. Team Rockets is not easy to deal with now. If you don't confuse them, they will probably detect something, so we can only do it as realistically as possible. Just do it. Fortunately, so many Fortress explosion created enough confusion that Team Rockets won't think much of it in hindsight. Bruno Elite responded with emotion. Yeah, there are 11 Fortresses. If I want to say that that person really has some ideas, it's just that we just used it this time. There's a battle just now. If you're tired, find a place to rest first. Your Pokemon's Nurse Joy will help check it out. We'll fix it in this underground hall and leave here after we're done. Okay, then I'll look around to see if there's any place where I need my helping hand. Okay, let go. Qingwei left Bruno Elite and Agatha mother-in-law, who wanted to discuss the follow-up plan but did not go to rest but went directly to the edge of the underground hall. These places are exactly where Team Rockets excavated before. Qingwei saw that there were many pits on these walls, which were the traces of their excavation. Are there so many old ambers buried in Diglett's cave? Qingwei reached out and touched the traces lightly, thinking of what he had just seen. The Alliance personnel confiscated a large number of old ambers from Team Rocket, and couldn't help thinking. Qingwei walked slowly along the wall, looking at the traces of these excavations as he walked. I don't know if Team Rockets has any special detection method. Although these small pits are deep, there are indeed traces left by the existence of old amber. In other words, most of these potholes have the existence of old amber. According to this, there may still be many old ambers in these walls. Judging from the current research level of the Alliance, the secrets of these ambers should be discovered soon. This guy Steven, this time he happened to be involved in this mission, and if he was allowed to meet old amber, he might be even more excited. Aerodactyl. If Qingwei remembers correctly, Steven did have an Aerodactyl later, and it's the same with Lamb. Perhaps it was this opportunity that gave them the opportunity. Qingwei thought uncertainly as he walked. As he walked, Qingwei saw a yellow light in the pothole ahead. Old amber that hasn't been fully excavated yet. Qingwei recognized a small piece of yellow stone stuck in the wall, which was the old amber excavated by Team Rocket, but there was a faint trace of pale pink on the top of this old amber. What is this? P.S. There was a power outage at home this morning, so I couldn't update it on time. Sorry. Howl. Chapter 119 Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. How is the dragon raid? A traitor. Qingwei suddenly became interested. So, Qingwei went to the place where the Team Rocket's items collected by the Alliance were placed and borrowed a pickaxe, then went back to the edge of the wall and dug carefully. This kind of old amber that has been exposed, don't want it for nothing, and Qingwei is more interested in that touch of pale pink. However, digging is really time consuming, as it requires a little bit of planing, not too much force, to prevent the integrity of the old amber from being destroyed. Fortunately, this piece has been excavated by Team Rockets a lot, and the remaining work, although very slow, does not take too long. Hey, why are you digging stones here? This is the kind of stone that was just collected from Team Rocket. Bruno Elite, who had negotiated with Agatha's mother-in-law, was patrolling around and unknowingly came to Qingwei's side. After seeing Qingwei's movement, he asked curiously after watching it for a while. Well, I just noticed that Team Rockets may be targeting these stones. I just saw that there are half-finished products that they have excavated here, so I want to dig it out and take a look. Qingwei didn't fully tell the truth. I don't know what it is. I have to ask the researchers of the Alliance to study it, but since Team Rockets is fighting for this, it must be very useful. After you dig this piece out, keep it for yourself. Wait until the Alliance researches. I'll let you know when I have the result. Bruno Elite smiled and said, I don't know if Steven recognizes this kind of stone, but he is a professional stone expert. If he hasn't seen it before, he will probably ask for a piece of this stone as well, just as his reward for this mission. Quote, Qingwei smiled. 1-2, when he heard the word, then Steven should be very happy. After 2 days outside, he can harvest a brand new stone, which is the best thing for him. Ha ha ha, you're right. That guy. Bruno Elite laughed when he heard it, then patted Qingwei on the shoulder and said, then you can dig here. We'll be ready to eat after digging later. I'll look elsewhere first. Okay. Bruno Elite left. Qingwei continued to excavate for this piece of old amber. Qingwei dug it for nearly an hour before it was completely buckled from the wall. Now lying quietly on Qingwei's palm, Qingwei took the old amber and looked at it carefully for a while. The piece in his hand is considered to be the larger batch among those old ambers, but he doesn't know if the size of this volume has any effect. After observing the old amber for a while, Qingwei felt that the stone could not be seen except that it looked good. I don't know how those people thought of using this stone for genetic research and finally developed the resurrected fossil Pokemon. Then, Qingwei put away the old amber and put his eyes back on the hole just dug out. Just above the location of the old amber, the trace of pale pink still exists, and after Qingwei's just excavation, the area of this pale pink has also increased. Qingwei stretched out his hand, touched the trace, and found a cool, hard feeling. It's stone. Just judging from the exposed part of the stone, Qingwei couldn't recognize what kind of stone it was. However, this color still made Qingwei have a strong interest, so he took the pickaxe and dug up carefully. An hour later, Qingwei's excavation work reached the last step. As the last pick fell, and then reached out and buckled gently, a round stone was buckled by Qingwei. The volume of this stone is much smaller than that of the old amber, so even though it was excavated heavily, it took about the same amount of time as it took to excavate the old amber. Now, the whole picture of the stone is shown in front of Qingwei. The whole of the stone is round, with a hint of pink on both sides, while the middle part of the stone is alternately curved with white and light blue on. This is. Qingwei looked at the shape and color of the stone, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. This should be Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, or Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. The relatively unique shape made Qingwei remember what the stone in his hand was in a short time. Just which Pokemon is this Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE from? Qingwei looked at the color and couldn't help but start to recall it again. Although he is very familiar with Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, he is only familiar with the ones he often used when he played games such as Charizard, X-Ray and Y-Ray Evolutionary Stone, ITE, which he is familiar with and cannot be familiar with anymore. It's just that the X-Rayed Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE has a blue body, while the Y-Sprayed Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE is mainly orange and yellow. The main body in front of me is pink, mixed with blue and white Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. Could it be? Is that Dragon Trader? After thinking about Qingwei for a long time, I finally thought of a Pokemon that might be right. Since Mega Evolution, the dragon Pokemon, Altaria, has been hailed as a Dragon Trader by previous players. After thinking about it, Qingwei thought it was the one the more he looked at it. This is the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE of the Dragon Trader. Could it be that, in the dark, is God telling me to target the dragon-type Pokemon like this? After Qingwei thought of Altaria Mega Evolution, inexplicably, he brought the fairy attribute, and then he also had the dragon attribute. This is I already have Sylveon and Azumarill plus Ralph, 3 Pokemon with fairy attribute. When Ralph fully evolves into Gardevoir, he will have 3 Pokemons to deal with dragon-type Pokemon. If he tries to capture another Altaria for the stone in his hand, when they all grow up and fight against the Dragon Elite, that's scene, I'm afraid I will become the first Fairy Elite. Although the fact that the discoverer of the fairy system becomes a fairy system elite sounds very interesting, but my goal is not a specific class. I want to become a master of all attributes. Qingwei thought incredulously, then looked at the Altaria Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE in his hand, and thought about what Altaria would look like and what it would look like after Mega Evolution. It seemed a little fragrant. If there is a chance, I will accept it. Anyway, this stone can't be wasted in my hand, isn't it? However, since the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE of Altaria has appeared here, there may not be other Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. Qingwei thought, and his eyes couldn't help but rest on the wall next to him. But I thought that I just walked around half a circle and only saw such a strange place, and the Kanto region itself is not a place where Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE is rich. Even if there are other Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE here, it is impossible for him to dig this underground hall all by himself now. Qingwei can only give up the idea of digging. With this time and energy, it is better to go to Kalos region and Hoenn region to collect, which can be regarded as the origin of Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, and it is definitely more difficult to collect than Kanto. Much lower. Putting away the Altaria Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE in his hand, Qingwei took out bread and drink from his bag, and continued to observe along the wall while eating. This time, Qingwei observed it more carefully. If other Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE were exposed due to the excavation of Team Rocket, he would definitely not give up such a good opportunity. It's just that Qingwei carefully went around again this time, and only found 3 other old ambers that had not been fully excavated. As for the Mega Evolutionary Stone, stone, ITE. He didn't even see a shadow. But this time I've made a lot of money. Even if this stone is not used by myself, it can be exchanged with others. Thinking of this, Qingwei became happy again. This trip to Diglett's cave has already gained enough. First, Charmeleon became Charizard through the successful evolution, and then Gloom also used Sunstone evolution to become Blossom. The strength of both is also successfully entered the first echelon of Qingwei Pokemon. Now, Qingwei can be regarded as a veritable quasi-elite level trainer. And at the end of the battle, I also got an Old Amber and a Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE from Altaria, plus the rewards given by the subsequent alliance. It must not be too bad. I really don't want to be a dragon nemesis. Qingwei sighed and returned to the gathering place. Seeing that Qingwei was finished, Nurse Joy brought Qingwei's Pokemon over, and laughed and joked, "Yo, our little miner is back." "No, this is your Pokemon. I just checked it out. They're all healthy." Nurse Joy laughed. I was also curious about what Team Rockets was doing here, so I followed suit. "Thank you Nurse Joy for taking care of my Pokemon." Qingwei scratched his head and smiled. "Since we don't dig, let's find a place to rest. Agatha Elite and Bruno Elite have just said that we will spend the night in this underground hall tonight, and we will start from here tomorrow morning and go directly to Vermilion City along the tunnel leading to Vermilion City." Nurse Joy bent down and touched Sylveon's hair, saying goodbye to Qingwei. Sylveon's ribbon touched Nurse Joy's arm lightly, then returned to Qingwei's side. "Go back to Vermilion City together. Didn't you come from Pewter City?" Qingwei was stunned for a moment and looked at the place where Team Rockets were being guarded. All the Pokeballs on the current Team Rockets members have been confiscated. It stands to reason that they do not have any fighting ability, and Granny Agatha is watching them. There will be no problem. "I don't know. Bruno Elite decided this way. It should be the big fish that caught Team Rockets this time, so the league should be on the safe side." Nurse Joy didn't quite understand. She said her own guess. Bruno Elite. Qingwei thought about it for a while. It might be related to Lance lying in ambush outside. Bruno Elite should join up with Lance after going out, so he simply took the team out of Vermilion City. Thinking of this, Qingwei raised his head and looked at Nurse Joy again. "Then I'll rest here today. Are there any arrangements for our vigil?" "Vigil? Today's vigil is up to our Pewter City team. You have just experienced the war. You must be very tired, and we haven't done anything, so you can take a good rest today," Nurse Joy said with a smile. "Well, I understand. Thank you Nurse Joy." "You're welcome. I'll go first." Nurse Joy waved his hand, turned and left. Qingwei set up camp on the spot, sat on the mat on top of the moisture-proof mat, and began to prepare food for the Pokemon. Having just experienced the war, Pokemons also need timely replenishment. It's just that this night in the underground hall was even more boring than the night last night. Qingwei took out the Pokédex subconsciously, wanting to play, but after taking it out, he remembered that this high-level Pokédex was acquired only a few days ago. He did not download any entertainment software at all, and in this underground environment, there is no internet connection. Qingwei is really not used to the disconnected environment. At night, Qingwei could only lie on the mat bored, thinking about Who 4.0 in his mind. Qingwei is boring here, but Chakra who escaped is not so boring. Since he successfully escaped with his last Fortress explosion, there is only one Crobat left by his side. Fortunately, Crobat was protecting him, and he was safe along the way, but he was alone in the long Diglett cave, and even when he walked halfway, the flashlight he carried with him was out of power. But Chakra didn't dare to stop. He was afraid that there would be people from the Alliance coming to pursue him. In desperation, he could only let Crobat, who was adapted to the dark environment, explore the way ahead, while he slowed down and touched the wall behind him. "Go slowly." Granny Agatha brought people. They didn't have time to pack up the items that had been put out, so they could only bring their backpacks in a hurry. In addition to the subsequent battle, the tents they set up were destroyed by the fluctuations of the battle. Might have taken something from it. Fortunately, Chakra is usually a cautious person, and he always has emergency food and medicine in his backpack, so he doesn't need to worry too much about dinner. Now his concern is, will there be Alliance people guarding the entrance to Diglett Cave in Vermilion City? Although his Crobat is powerful, if the opponent sends a few elite-level Pokemon to drag Crobat's footstep, then he can only be captured. Now I just hope that Boss Giovanni can know the situation here and send someone to respond in time. Chewing the dry bread in his mouth, Chakra took out another bottle of water and sighed a little after taking a breath. Chapter 120_Chakras. Breakthrough. Wrote open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. As for whether Giovanni would get angry afterward, Chakra has no mood to think about it, and now he is not sure whether he can escape successfully. If he is caught, Giovanni is furious and has nothing to do with him. After hurriedly eating food, Chakra fed Crobat some Pokeblocks and let Crobat rest for a while before letting it continue to help him vigil. On the other hand, he closed his eyes a little tiredly, and took the time to recover his energy. Time does not allow him to rest all night, not to mention whether there are people following or pursuers behind. However, only if he break through in the middle of the night or in the early morning, the success rate is the highest. According to Chakra's calculation, there is only less than 2 hours left for oneself to rest. An hour and a half later, Chakra's precise biological clock, who had grown up in a harsh environment, woke him up on time. With the light of the flow-down flashlight, Chakra checked the time. It's time to go. The next trip, if you can survive it, it is truly safe. He took out the bread and took a big bite, and then swallowed it hurriedly with water. Chakra softly called Crobat, who was on alert not far away, to continue to lead the way. One person and one bat are walking forward along the dark tunnel. Cough tilde. After I don't know how long it took, Crobat fell silently on Chakra's shoulder and cried softly, "Is that the exit hall ahead?" "I see." Chakra hid in the shadow of the tunnel, took out a water bottle and took a sip, rested for a while with Crobat, and moved his limb. "Crobat, let go. There may be a battle ahead. Use the most powerful skills to attack directly. Understand?" Cough tilde. Let go. Chakra lifted his spirits and walked step by step to the 19th underground hall with Crobat. At this time, in the underground hall, Officer Jenny is on duty in the hall with the strength of the Vermilion City Police Department. The police station dispatched a total of 12 trainers, including Officer Jenny, who were divided into 2 groups at this time. One group resting on the ground, and the other group was on duty in the underground hall. It's about 4 in the morning now, and Officer Jenny has just brought the 5 and the people below for a shift change. At this moment, there was a faint sound of footsteps at the entrance of the main road. Ow! Officer Jenny's Arcanine's ears are very sensitive. Although the footsteps were so slight that they were almost inaudible, it was the first to detect it and immediately sounded a warning. "Who's in the tunnel? Come out." Officer Jenny, who got up too early and was still a little confused, immediately woke up, looked at the tunnel on the main road vigilantly, and warned the surrounding companion, "Prepare to fight. There are people in the tunnel. It is very likely that Team Rockets escaped the fort. When they show up, if they are not from our alliance, they will attack directly." Yes, the other 5 Pokemon and Arcanine stood together, staring at the tunnel entrance, waiting for the people inside to come out. At the same time, some people felt that these Pokemons were not very safe, and they summoned another Pokemon by their side, ready to fight at any time. "Is there really a guard fort? There's no way to do that." Hearing Officer Jenny's Chakra sighed, he walked out with Crobat, and as soon as he showed up, without even waiting for the other party to confirm his identity, he gave Crobat a battle order. "Crobat, use haze, then release the venom shock." Officer Jenny and the others only saw a figure emerge from the tunnel, and then a thick black mist spread out, making them unable to see who the other was at all. However, she heard the other party's instructions clearly. "Arcanine, use the flamethrower towards the entrance. Which of you Pokemon can blow these hazes away? Hurry up," Officer Jenny said immediately. "Ooh!" Arcanine uttered a howl, and then a burst of flames shot towards the cave entrance ahead. "Butterfree, use Gust. Blow these hazes away." A police officer immediately used his Butterfree skills to blow away the diffused fog. Butterfree immediately flapped his wings obediently, ready to release his skills. However, at this moment, a purple light flew out from haze, directly hit the Butterfree flying in midair. Butterfree was directly interrupted by the release of Gust's skills, and screamed. Judging from the screaming sound, this attack caused great damage to it. Officer Jenny, it could be an elite Pokemon. Butterfree's trainer immediately said to Officer Jenny, "Elite class. I understand. Junia, go to the top and ask for support. We are here to hold him down. Now we don't know how many Pokemon the other party has. Be careful." Officer Jenny immediately faced a place not far from him said, although the pervasiveness of haze has made her invisible to the people there, she knows that it was one of her colleagues who was standing there before. "I know. I'll go up and ask for help right away." There was a voice in haze, and then Officer Jenny heard footsteps hurrying away. Officer Jenny breathed a sigh of relief, then took out 2 more Pokeballs. "Come out." Ninetales, Flareon. Ninetales and Flareon, who were summoned by Officer Jenny, have the same strength as her Arcanine, and have reached the quasi-elite level. This is the strongest combat power in the hands of this Officer Jenny. As for the other 4 police officers, the level of Pokemon they summoned was much worse, only reaching the superior level. They didn't know how many elite level Pokemon the other party had now, so they didn't dare to neglect, and summoned all the Pokemon they could manage. Next, the 2 sides fighted for a while. On the Alliance side, there were several Pokemon who wanted to release the skills that could blow or dispel haze, but they were all accurately interrupted by the purple light in the mist, and Chakra was a little relieved. Fortunately, Crobat followed him, and he had a skill like haze that could disrupt the line of sight. Originally, his purpose of letting Crobat release haze was mainly to dispel the buffs on the guarded Pokemon, but he didn't expect to get this unexpected result. There aren't many Pokemons with blowing skills, and his Crobat can do precise right, and he, Chakra, is now quietly clinging to the wall, slowly groping towards the entrance of the underground hall, without making a single sound of footstep. Ow! Arcanine was keenly aware that something was wrong. After the flamethrower failed, it stopped attacking and used its ears and nose nose to probe the other party's movements wholeheartedly. It's just that Hayes' appearance seems to disturb its sense of smell a little, so it can only listen as much as possible with its own ears, but it still senses a slight movement coming from one direction. Arcanine, flamethrower, release in the direction you proceed. Try to point everyone in the direction of the attack. Ninetales, use heat wave. Try to blow these hazes away. Flareon, be ready to use protect. Watch out for the attacking Ninetales. Officer Jenny is very decisive, and immediately gave corresponding instructions to his Pokemon. Crobat, Dark Pulse, mass attack. A voice came from Hayes faintly. Now that his position has been exposed, Chakra simply asked Crobat to conduct an AoE attack in the audience, and he took the opportunity to speed up and move towards the exit. Crobat unleashes Dark Pulse. A terrifying aura full of maliciousness emanated from its body, and soon spread throughout the audience, letting the weaker Pokemon not only be hurt, but also make them retreat unconsciously. Hold on. Support is humming. Officer Jenny kept cheering for everyone, and Flareon released Protect at Ninetales' side, allowing Ninetales to successfully release the heat wave without being interrupted by the opponent's Pokemon. When the black mist was blown by the wind, it immediately dissipated a little. Just wait for a while, and Hayes will be completely blown away. At that time, they will be able to see who the other party is. It just, Junia has been up for so long, why haven't you seen her bring someone back? Officer Jenny has been counting the time silently in his heart since Junia left, and 10 minutes have passed by now. It stands to reason that the support should have come. In this emergency situation, Junia can't go up slowly, and their camp is at the entrance of the cave. Just walk up to it. At this moment, there was movement from the exit of the underground hall. Officer Jenny heard the movement. He breathed a sigh of relief. Support finally came. Everyone has done a good job. Our support has been. Officer Jenny was about to speak when he heard the incredible panicked voices from the surrounding colleague. Who attacked my Pokemon? Me too. Don't make a mistake. I'm Ah-Jung, your colleague. Blastoise. What's up with you, Blastoise? Whose electric Pokemon put the skill? What going on? Officer Jenny immediately looked around, trying to get a better look at the situation. Just then, a spark shot directly at her Arcanine. Spark's speed was extremely fast, and it appeared behind Arcanine, making it unresponsive at all, and was hit. Out! Arcanine exclaimed in pain. This power is not right. It is not something that a quasi-elite Pokemon can put out. Broken. Officer Jenny's heart sank. The people who came down were not there. Rather, the support force of Team Rocket. Immediately after, she sees that her Flareon and the Ninetales who are releasing the heat wave are also attacked. The same as when it arrives at Spark. It directly penetrates Flareon's protect skill and hits Ninetales. Let Ninetales' skills be interrupted directly. Arcanine, hold on. Go to Ninetales and Flareon, the three of you together. Officer Jenny yelled in Arcanine's direction. Chakra, who was beside the wall, also noticed the riot in the underground hall. Knowing that Boss Giovanni hadn't given up on them, he sent someone to respond, and looking at Spark who appeared in the fog, he thought about it and knew the identity of the other party. It's just that he still smiled bitterly. If Boss Giovanni knew that he risked using a gym leader buried in the Alliance, and only rescued me, I don't know what kind of horror I'll face. Forget it. At least today, my life is saved. 120. Chakra thought, and accelerated his retreat towards the underground hall, and since Arcanine was attacked by the opponent, it was difficult to take him into account at this time. Soon, he came to the exit of the underground hall, and then, he saw two Pokemon standing there with almost yellow bodies, one Jolteon and one. They looked the same. Ampharos. Did he secretly cultivate Ampharos? If it wasn't to hide his identity this time, he probably wouldn't have sent it directly, right? Chakra thought to himself, nodded towards the two Pokemon, and whispered, it's just me, retreat. Then, he led Crobat into the exit. Jolteon and Ampharos glanced at each other, and after throwing a few skills in the underground hall, they followed Chakra out of the underground hall. Chakra, who had returned to the ground, had not had time to take a breath of fresh air when he saw a small camp in front of him. In the camp, there were 6 or 7 people scrambling upside down. They were all wearing police uniforms and seemed to be knocked unconscious. Around them, there were also various Pokemon with some injuries on their body, but Chakra found that none of the injuries on these Pokemon were caused by thunder shock. Are you still trying to hide your identity as much as possible at this time? It's really prudent. Chakra thought and saw a figure standing in the dark, so he adjusted the clothes that were messed up because he was only busy in the dark, raised his legs and strode towards the figure. Just you. The figure in the dark did not look up, and waited until Chakra came over and asked directly. Well, I was the only one who escaped. Bruno and Agatha shot at the same time. Chakra looked up and said that his height was a bit shorter than the other party, so he had to look up when speaking. It's really useless. Didn't the boss remind you to keep a low profile before you set off? The figure said in a bad tone. Chakra opened his mouth, as if to defend something, but was interrupted by the other party's opening. Go back and tell the boss if you have something to say. We will withdraw now. The other party party took out the Pokeball, put it away and just got out of Diglett, Jolteon and Ampharos in the cave, put their hoods on their head, turned and left. Chakra was helpless and could only quickly follow in the footsteps of the other party. The two figures gradually disappeared into the darkness. Just what they didn't know was that in the woods not far away, a pair of eyes were watching what was happening at the door of Diglett's cave. Chapter 121 Autistic Jenny open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The person who was observing secretly was wearing a cloak and was hiding in a tree in the forest, staring motionlessly in the direction of Diglett's cave. After waiting for the two to leave, he jumped down from the tree and followed quickly. Who was that person? Why does it sound familiar to me? And he uses Pokemon, Lance thought while hanging each other from a distance. He rode his Dragonite to Route 11 at the first time yesterday afternoon, and then walked through the woods alone, reaching the outside of Diglett cave from the wood. Then, he stayed in the forest to watch for any non-Alliance personnel approaching. Until late last night, a suspicious figure appeared in the wood. It was this mysterious man who came out of Diglett cave today. Lance stayed on the tree without making a slight movement, and because he was at a distance from the other party couldn't find him in the dense bushes. Moreover, this mysterious man has been wearing a mask, and he does not know the identity of the other party. While the other party is waiting, he has been sitting quietly in the forest, and he is almost motionless except for food, water and convenience. This sucked Lance. You know, Lance is human too. I need to eat and drink as well. Although he was ready before he came out, he was in a hurry. Lance almost didn't suffocate himself while waiting. In the end, I found an opportunity to quickly make it easier. Then tonight, Lance noticed a woman in a police uniform trotting out from the entrance of Diglett cave, and the rest of the police began to assemble and prepare to go. At this time, this mysterious man made his move. Lance clearly saw that he just summoned two Pokemon, and stunned all the police officers. As for the big camp on the trainer's side, Lance didn't know why there was no movement at all. It seems that they all slept to death, and they didn't notice the sudden battle at the entrance of Diglett cave. The two Pokemon then got into Diglett cave, and after a while a short man came out and followed him away. In the process of tracking, Lance felt more and more that this mysterious person was someone from inside the Alliance, and its status should not be low. As for the trainer camp, what method might this person use to make them fall asleep? There are many ways to achieve this effect, whether it is drug or Pokemon. As long as the other party can understand the branch here and the specific situation when dinner is provided, it is not difficult to find the right time to shoot. This is also the main reason why Lance judges the opponent to be someone inside the Alliance, and the secondary reason is his Pokemon, Jolteon and Ampharos, two electric Pokemon. The key is that when you make a sneak attack outside, you are not using electrical skills but general skills. At first Lance thought that the other party might be afraid of sending out Bark to let the big camp notice, but when he realized the situation of the big camp, this person had only one choice: hide his identity. Is it him? Lance's mine. It doesn't matter. You'll know if you follow along. If so, it seems that this leaning has to be upgraded by another level. Lance shook his head, put these thoughts behind him, and focused on following two sneaky figures in front of him. Diglett cave, Central Hall. Qingwei, who was in a daze, was woken up by Hong. Looking at the time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. According to mother-in-law Agatha's plan yesterday, they will officially leave Diglett cave after a while. After the leader Diglett communicated with Agatha and Bruno last night, he also left with his little brother to notify the Digletts at various fork roads. When Qingwei and the others evacuate, they can move back to the vicinity of the Central Hall. Live. After yesterday's battle, leader Diglett also completely forgave the Alliance, realizing that most of the human beings are kind to them, and only these very few people are malicious to them. Diglett and humans also officially returned to normal with the end of the battle, and it was even better than the relationship before the accident. Seeing that the others were already up, Qingwei got up immediately, and after hurriedly washing his face with the water from the water bottle, he began to pack his things. After stuffing things into the backpack indiscriminately, after eating the bread, they embarked on the return journey with the large army. On the way back, perhaps it was a relationship that had become accustomed to, Qingwei no longer felt the oppressive feeling that he had when he came. Of course, this is also related to Hong, who was constantly chatting with him. The two walked in the back of the main fort, talking and laughing. Although they are still escorting so many Team Rocket, their number has doubled compared to when they came, and they added Bruno Elite top combat power. Everyone at the scene was not under any pressure, and all had very relaxed expressions on their faces. Those who were unfortunately wounded in the battle yesterday, after Nurse Joy's superb medical treatment and a night rest, are now much better. Although he has not fully recovered, his walking and walking are not affected. Therefore, the group of people went back very quickly. They set off at 6 o'clock in the morning, and at 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone returned to the underground hall one after another. Qingwei, who walked out of the tunnel, saw Officer Jenny and several police officers were staying in the underground hall, but Chakra was not seen, and the expression on Officer Jenny's face is not so pretty. Agatha Elite, Bruno Elite Tilda. Seeing that Agatha Elite brought people out, Officer Jenny hurried up to meet them, called the two elites aside, and reported what happened this morning in a low voice. Did you run away? Someone answered. Right, I don't blame you this time. It's because we didn't think about it carefully. You don't have to blame yourself. Granny Agatha listened patiently to Officer Jenny's report, and in turn comforted her. And only one person ran away. He only has one Pokemon. It's nothing to worry about. Don't worry, we have successfully captured the rest of Team Rocket. One person. Only one Pokemon. Officer Jenny heard what mother-in-law Agatha said, and thought of the opponent's elite level strength. It's not hard to imagine that the opponent must have broken through after a big battle. In this case, the state of the other party is definitely not very good, but that's it. They failed to stop the other party and let him run away. Is our strength that bad? Officer Jenny is a little autistic. Although Qingwei didn't hear what they were saying, just by looking at Officer Jenny's expression, he probably knew that the other party should have failed to catch Chakra, who escaped and let the other party run away. However, he is also a little curious now who came to meet Chakra. So, Qingwei quietly got closer, trying to hear what Officer Jenny had to say. It happened that Bruno Elite also asked about these. Qingwei only heard Officer Jenny answer, what Pokemon? At that time, the entire hall was haze released by Crobat. Although my Ninetales used Heat Wave, it still failed to fully blown away. Plus we were some distance from the exit, so it wasn't clear what Pokemon it was. However, I vaguely see a Pokemon walking on all fours and a Pokemon landing on 2 feet, and the skills they use are all electric skills. However, the injuries suffered by the police officers and their Pokemon on the ground in rotation were not electrical damage, but other types of damage, so we don't know whether the other party used a different Pokemon, or the same Pokemon using different abilities. Quote, electrical skills. Isn't that the self-righteous Thunder Shock gym leader? It just that such an arrogant person will actually find a way to disguise his identity. As soon as Qingwei heard that it was an electricity type, Lieutenant Surge's stinky face immediately appeared in Qingwei's mind. It's almost end. If you say that the closest Team Rockets is here, it must be Lieutenant Surge. And last time in Saffron City, Sabrina was in charge of answering Archer and the others, so this time Lieutenant Surge took it for granted. Qingwei figured it out. Team Rockets has so much strength in Kanto region. Everyone has their own responsibilities, and Giovanni doesn't have many people he can send. But this should have been seen by Lance. If Lance succeeds in tracking each other, Team Rockets may have bad luck this time. If Lieutenant Surge took Chakra directly to Viridian City, Qingwei immediately thought of a series of follow-up. The worst thing is that Viridian Gym was directly exposed. No one can tell how the plot will develop at that time. However, Team Rockets shouldn't be so stupid. At least they should take Chakra to a safe place first, and then go to meet Giovanni after confirming it is safe. It's alright, it's not your responsibility, and now arrange for these people to go back to the ground to rest. It's not too early. Agatha heard this. She and Bruno Elite looked at each other, and then said, Qingwei, who returned to the ground, found that the air outside was really, it smelled so good. Compared with the air in the crypt environment, it is too turbid. The forest-scented breeze blowing from the other side of the forest made Qingwei, who was a little tired after walking for a day, feel lighter. Even walking towards the tent was much faster. Back in the tent where he rested before, the other members of the 5th team were different from Qingwei. They were all in charge of exploration tasks. Now they have already rested, so their tent area is completely dark. Turning on the lamp in the tent, Qingwei hurriedly sorted it out, then took a pot of water and went outside to burn it. Then, he prepared himself a delicious bowl of instant noodles. For Qingwei, who has been eating bread for nearly 3 days and has not eaten hot food, such a bowl of hot instant noodles is already delicious. At this time, many of the team members who returned to the camp came out to boil water, ready to rest after having some supper. The camp also gradually filled with the voices of whispering conversation, but these have nothing to do with Qingwei. He has finished eating instant noodles and went back to the tent to rest. The next day, around 9 o'clock, Hong stood outside Qingwei's tent and shouted at Qingwei. What happened? Qingwei, who woke up, opened the tent curtain and asked, Agatha Elite has something to do with you, so hurry up and pack up. I see. After finishing packing, Qingwei came to the central tent. At this time, Agatha Elite was chatting with Bruno Elite about the follow-up of this mission. Seeing Qingwei coming in, the two also stopped talking. Granny Agatha looked at Qingwei. Did you rest well last night? Well, it's much more comfortable to sleep in the tent than in Diglett Cave. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. I called you here to ask you. Now the main quest is over, but I'll still stay here and watch the trainers continue to explore the Diglett Cave, also to keep Team Rockets from dying. Quote, so are you leaving now or are you exploring with them? To be honest, I want you to continue exploring so that my Pokemon can teach your Pokemon more things, and the exploration mission will be over in a few days. Quote, Qingwei thought about it for a while, and felt that it was not impossible to stay here for a few days for the sake of studying Mischievous, so he nodded and agreed. Then I will continue to explore with the previous team, and Bruno Elite will also return to Pewter. Is the city in town? Me, I'm not going back to Pewter City. Steven will continue to help watch over there temporarily. I have to go to meet Lan. If the news reported by Lance yesterday is correct, we have caught a big fish this time. Speaking of this, Bruno Elite was a little excited, so I have to pick up Lan. If the tracking is successful, Team Rockets will definitely be hit hard by us. This means Lance found a base for Team Rocket. Ching Wei asked. Well, not sure yet, but probably. Granny Agatha said. Doesn't that mean you're going to start a big operation soon? Yeah, but if this operation is successful, you will be able to live in peace for a while, Ren. Bruno Elite said, and stood up. Continue talking. I will wait for the captured Pokemon to be teleported to the MT Silver headquarters, and then set off directly. In the afternoon, the Alliance will send someone to take over these prisoners. In the morning at the time, I also troubled mother-in-law Agatha to work hard to guard it. Quote, well, you go, just leave it to me here. Chapter 122 Little Mischievous who doesn't want to go to class. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. 5 days later, in the underground hall of Diglett Cave, Qingwei followed the members of the 5th team and walked out from a fork in the road. Captain Hung breathed a sigh of relief with a smile on his face. After we go back, Lindsay has finished drawing today's map, and our exploration mission is officially over. It's been really hard for you these few days. Wei and several members of the 5th team also laughed. Since the Team Rocket, the culprit in the underground hall, was captured, the Diglett leader also notified the Diglets distributed in various fork roads, so the following exploration actions and battles were much less. Occasionally, some of the battles are just the bellicose Diglets who take the initiative to come to the trainers to learn from each other. However, the exploration at the beginning was extremely smooth because the outside passages were relatively wide, and it was relatively easy to travel, but the more you went inside, it might be the reason why the Diglets had not had time to dig. The width of some fork roads suddenly decreased. Originally the passage that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side suddenly became narrow, and one had to turn his head sideways to pass. After that, you even have to bend your legs and bend over. Fortunately, for these narrow places, it is different to explore too carefully. You only need to mark them on the map. In the future, people will be sent regularly to investigate the changes of the passage, and then make small changes on the map. During the few days he was exploring, Agatha's mother-in-law had been on guard outside, and Team Rockets did not want to continue to come to the Tantalion. And Mischievous of Qingwei would come to Granny Agatha's tent every day and study with Granny Agatha's Pokemon for a whole day. Every day, little Mischievous is like a student who is going to school. Before going out, he looks reluctant, thinking about how to skip class. However, her masters are very dedicated. Whether it is Gengar, Mischievous, or Haunter, they have taught Mischievous a lot of practical things. At least, in the past few days, Mischievous has been able to skillfully roll out the Shadow Ball, and under the guidance of Master Champion Gengar, the release method of the Shadow Ball learned by Mischievous is much easier than ordinary, but the power is the same as the original. In addition, every day these dedicated masters will give Mischievous a battle class. The specific content: 2 Gengar masters plus a Mischievous master, and 3 Pokemons took turns to release Shadow Balls at Mischievous, allowing her to dodge in various ways and find ways to counterattack. This has led to the fact that the double team skill that 120 copies of Mischievous will have has now become almost instinctive. When she sees an attack, she will subconsciously use double team to confuse the opponent. In order to seize the little bit of counterattack time, Mischievous has practiced several of his attack skills hard, and now he is extremely proficient in skill release. Compared to the wild little Mischievous that was discovered before even sneaking in, the current little Mischievous is more powerful than before. In addition, in the past few days, every afternoon after the mission was over, Qingwei would take Charizard and Blossom into the forest after having dinner in the camp. The two have just evolved, and now is the time to practice new comprehension skills and familiarity. The first day, Charizard flew straight into the sky for 2 full hours. This was his first time flying into the real sky, and the feeling of flying freely made him feel very novel. And Blossom after evolution is more like a duck to water in the forest, and even her appearance has attracted a large number of grass-type Pokemon outside the forest. Some brave ones even want to get close, but these poor Pokemon were beaten up by Blossom. The harvest in the past few days is not small. While summarizing his gains these days, Qingwei returned to the camp while listening to the chatter of the 5th team members. Today is the last day of the mission, and they don't have to draw a map. The researcher is responsible for this matter, so after returning, Qingwei and the others can pack up and return to Vermilion City. As for the rewards of the Alliance, they will be sent directly to everyone's account in 2 days. Different from the reward that the Alliance said at the beginning, the Alliance did not expect the cause of the Diglett riot to be so complicated at the beginning, so the preparations were somewhat insufficient and the reward was somewhat low. As a result, The rewards for ordinary explorers became 50,000 alliance points and 300,000 yen reward. The point reward has been doubled by 5 times. The bonus reward is also tripled. As for Qingwei, because he participated in the capture of Team Rockets and made the greatest contribution in communicating with Diglett, Qingwei's personal reward was 5 times higher than that of ordinary personnel. Qingwei's reward is 250,000 alliance points and 1.5 million yen monetary prize (BJEA) reward. You must know that Qingwei discovered such an important thing as the fairy attribute before. The final reward given by the alliance is 1.2 million points per year, that is 100,000 points per month. This is also a temporary increase after seeing the potential of Qingwei. It can be regarded as an investment of the alliance, and Qingwei only took out this mission, and the mission time was about a week, and he earned his salary for 2.5 months. The original Qingwei was not very big for these needs, but now it is different. His Larvitar is about to enter the growth stage. Although the alliance will provide the resources needed for Larvitar's regular development, Qingwei does not just want Larvitar to grow normally. What's the difference between a trainer who doesn't let Larvitar supernormally develop and a salted fish? Better go home. And the way to make Larvitar grow better and faster is to add various precious ores to Larvitar's food. Unless Qingwei can find an unowned ore vein, or find a Carbink tribe, it can only be exchanged in the alliance with the points of the alliance, or it can be purchased in the market. In addition, he has more and more Pokemon now, and the resources needed to cultivate Pokemon have also increased a lot. In addition, Charmeleon evolution has become Charizard. It is not only as simple as growing wings and strengthening his strength, but also his appetite increased. Now Charizard eat 3 times as much food as the previous Charmeleon. Therefore, Qingwei thought it was a lot like the monthly purchase quota of 1 million yen for the Nurturing Home Association, but now it looks like that. Since seeing Larvitar's appetite, Qingwei now feels a deep bankruptcy crisis. If, after Larvitar evolution becomes Tyranitar, the alliance stops applying resources, how can he afford this big eater? While thinking about it, Qingwei had already cleaned up his tent. Satisfied looking at the clean tent, Qingwei put on his backpack and summoned 2 Pokemon, Ralts and Eevee, to take with him. When Diglett attacked before, Qingwei didn't dare to take the 2 of them in, and each time they had to stay in the Pokeball. But in the later exploration, because there was no danger, Qingwei sometimes brought them in the tunnel. However, Ralts is not used to the environment of underground tunnels. After going in for the first time out of curiosity, he would rather stay in the Pokeball than enter the tunnel, and Eevee got used to it a lot, and then followed Qingwei into the tunnel every day. With 2 Pokemon, Qingwei walked out of the tent, came to the tent of the temporary command post, picked up his little Misdreavus to get off school, and then said goodbye to Granny Agatha, and chatted and laughed with the trainers he had known in the past few days. He returned to Vermilion City with a smile. Go back to the Pokemon Center with everyone, put away your luggage, and then find a famous restaurant for a meal together. They haven't eaten anything delicious for more than a week. Although the food provided by the Alliance is still delicious, after all, they are all fast food. How can there be such a big fish and meat to eat easily? This is also their parting dinner. After all, the mission is over. From tomorrow, everyone will embark on their own paths again. Although they will meet again in the future, they don't have to think about it. It will not be very frequent. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening after a meal, and a group of talents came out of the hotel staggeringly. Some people had already drunk too much. Qingwei had to help these people back to the room with a few who didn't drink too much, and then just returned to his room. After returning to the room, Qingwei released all the Pokemon, and then went directly to the bathroom to wash up. The just right water temperature made Qingwei relax all over his body, and then he picked up the Pokédex in his hand and started to look. What he was looking at was the interface for the exchange of Alliance Point. It has been more than a month since the last time he was in Celadon, Rainbow City. The resources he exchanged, and some of the resource reserves in his backpack have almost bottomed out. Tomorrow, I also need to go to the Cultivator Association to continue to exchange a new batch of resources. It happens that the quota of 1 million yen for this month has been received, and it is just used directly. Now, Qingwei is browsing the ore section of the Alliance Points exchange page. The entire exchange interface is divided into many sub-interfaces, including trainer items, Pokemon carry items, resources for Pokemon cultivation, skill training manuals, and precious items. And the precious ores that Qingwei needs belong to the category of precious items. As you can see from the name, the exchange points for these things will definitely not be low. Qingwei looked at it briefly. It was like the kind of ore the Alliance gave him before, and the exchange points were 10,000 points for 1 kilogram. And the box containing ore that the Alliance gave him last time contained about a dozen kilograms of ore. In other words, this is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of points. Co-author, my salary this month can only be exchanged for 10 kilograms of ore. Fortunately, I just grind these stones into powder and add them to Pokeblock. If Larvitar eats it directly. Qingwei couldn't think about it anymore. It seems that I will pay more attention to these things on the way to travel in the future. If you encounter them, try to collect them. Qingwei exchanged 5 kilograms of ore on the page, and then closed the interface of precious item. These precious items were just like that, in Qingwei's opinion, and there was nothing that could attract him. Then, Qingwei opened the page of the skill training manual and looked at the Pokemon skills listed on it for people to exchange. They are basically very common skills, such as Bullet Seed, Quick Attack and other popular skill training methods. The exchange price is only more than 10,000, and more than 20,000 points can be won. It's impossible for the Alliance to only have such basic skills, right? Qingwei turned down again, and sure enough, he turned to some advanced skills, such as Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Flamethrower and other skills, but the exchange points of these skills have reached a height of 80,000 to 90,000, and it can't be exchanged directly. You have to submit an application to the Alliance first, and you can only redeem it after the application is approved. At the bottom of the entire exchange interface, there are more rare skills, such as Flare Blitz, Overheating and other skills, but the points exchanged have been upgraded by another level, reaching 140,000 to 50,000 points. There are also warnings below these skills, which must be exchanged after a stricter review, and can only be used for their own Pokemon learning after exchange, and cannot be taught at will. Once found, the punishment of the Alliance will be very serious. Qingwei can understand this. The power of these skills is too great after all. If you teach a Pokemon to an ordinary trainer at will, in case the trainer's strength is not enough to command the Pokemon and cause the Pokemon to lose control, the consequences will be very serious. Looking at it, Qingwei did see some skills that were useful to him, and he also happened to have a share of free exchange of 10 skill books. After Charizard and Blossom fully adapted to the current strength, they exchanged some for them to carry out study. As for why not exchange it now, it's because who knows if there will be any opportunities in the future. What if you can learn it for free? Whoever is the happiest. After reading the interface of point exchange, Qingwei opened the forum again. It's been a long time since he saw the speeches of these talented netizens. He couldn't help but miss it. When I opened the forum, the discussions started to become messy again. There were all kinds of topics. In addition, there were many posts discussing the recent changes in the region where they live. Qingwei clicked on these posts and looked at them. The people who posted them were all saying that recently, his city has become much safer than before. Like in the past, walking on sparsely populated trails at night may have the gangsters come to rob. And now, let alone punk, there are far fewer abandoned Pokemon in the city. Qingwei knew that this was the credit of the Alliance's cleanup. Not only did each region become more stable, but the team members who were patrolling at night would also take the initiative to contact wild Pokemon and bring them back after feeding them some food. Those with injuries will be treated, and finally released in nearby wild environments suitable for their survival. Qingwei also had to admit that in this world, although the overall development of the skill tree is very crooked, most of the human beings in this world are full of love because of the existence of Pokemon. There are only a few people who harbor ill will towards Pokemon. Qingwei, who was comfortably taking a bath, lay on the bed, feeling the soft and comfortable big bed, and quickly fell asleep. The next day, after a long sleep, Qingwei got up and went to the Nurturing Association in Vermilion City, exchanged his resources for this month, and after replenishing them well, he took the Pokemon to the Pokemon restaurant to enjoy the beauty. Sometime for the next 2 days, in addition to taking the Pokemons to the training room for training every morning, Qingwei spent the rest of the time in his room, using the Pokeblocks maker to make various Pokeblocks, including not only Pokeblock, his Pokemon, and the Pokeblocks that Erica and Jasmine and Wallace's Pokemon need. These 3 people are Qingwei's current biggest wealthy owner and Qingwei's only source of income now. He will not give up such a great opportunity to make money. The 4th day, early in the morning, Qingwei put on the backpack, brought the Pokemons, and set foot on Route 11 again. Chapter 123_what? There's a wild Wordle here. Open black lens bracket for subscription, close black lens bracket. P.S. The last chapter was refined. I couldn't fix it for 3 hours. I can only wait for the review during the day. This time, Qingwei has to rely on complete walking, crossing roads 11, 12, 13, and 14 in a row to reach another coastal city in the southwest of Kanto region, Fuchsia City. Along the way, there will be quite a few trainers such as insect catchers and Fister Miniskirt. These people are not very strong, but they are just enough for the Pokemons of Qingwei's 3rd echelon to get exercise. That is, Little Eevee, Ralts and them. Qingwei believes that after this journey, Little Eevee and Ralts will definitely grow a lot. Not long after, Qingwei once again stood at the exit to the east of Vermilion City. This is already the number of times he has come here, but this time, after leaving here, he should not come back in a short time. What a beautiful beach. Qingwei looked back at Vermilion City, a beach city for the last time, then held the brim of his hat on his head, and took Eevee and Ralt to Route 11 again. Today's Vermilion City exit is the same as when he had had a special training before. The same time, now is the time when many trainers set off from Vermilion City to Route 11 for special training. Qingwei followed them, walking slowly on the road, listening to the surrounding young trainers discussing that I had conquered a certain Pokemon a few days ago, and I will go to the forest to find a certain Pokemon next. Qingwei is already very familiar with the scenery of Road 11, so he travels very fast. After all, the location of his last special training was already at the east end of Road 11. It took more than half a day for Qingwei to successfully cross the number 11 road. After passing through a small road, he came to the north-south road number 12 called the Silent Bridge. Although it is called the Silent Bridge by most people, it is also because of the many small bridges on this road. The entire long bridge on Route 12 starts from the south of Lavender Town and is built from north to south, but it is not built as a straight bridge but with various bends. In addition to the bridge, Road 12 also has a stone road on the bank, but it is affected by the terrain, and some places must be bridged to connect. At the beginning, there was only a small village here, and the roads were all dirt road, but with the development of the Alliance, this place has also been developed into a famous fishing spot in Kanto region. Many fishermen will come here, come to the bridge, move a bench, and fish all kinds of Pokemon in the nearby waters. With the arrival of many fishermen and tourists, and the Alliance invested a lot of manpower to build roads and bridges, the small village here has also developed, and now it has become a resort town-like existence. Although the scale is relatively small, it has all the necessary facilities, and the location of the resort town is just over a kilometer from Road 11 to the Silent Bridge and then continuing south. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingwei came to the resort town. The location of the town is a small, protruding land to the east of the Kanto region continent. Its north and south are the Silent Bridge, and it is this small land that divides the Silent Bridge into two parts, north and south. When Qingwei came here, he saw that the bridge near the town was full of people with fishing rods and wearing fishing clothes. Among these people, there are simple fishing enthusiasts. They just enjoy fishing. No matter what Pokemon they catch, they will feed them some food and then release them. And some people are trainers who want to subdue the water-type Pokemon with the opposite eye. In the waters around here, there are countless types of water-type Pokemon. Far from the Pokemon in the river north of Cerulean City before Qingwei, if the fishing rod in hand is good, and if you are lucky, the chances of catching a Horsey are not low. Once this horse evolution becomes Seadra, for some ordinary trainers, isn't this the beginning of takeoff? Even if you are unlucky, catching a Poliwag is very valuable for cultivation, and its final evolution body, Poliwrath, is also one of the most popular water-type Pokemon in Kanto region. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to catch Seadra or Gyarados directly. It is also possible to catch Greedy Psyduck and Lazy Slowpoke. If you're lucky, you might even catch a Squirtle, one of the Royal Three. It is these rich water-type Pokemon resources that have led to the emergence of popular people here. Over time, even the Pokemon, who live in the waters around here all year round, are familiar with this place. Some greedy Pokemon will specially remember some fishing enthusiasts who often come here. When the greedy bugs are caught, they will take the initiative to bite the hooks of these people, and after they are caught, they will eat some food and then leave again. And some Pokemon who are belligerent or who also want to see the world will choose some trainers who come to fish and choose their favorite trainers through battles. So when Qingwei came here, it was such a hot scene, and he could still hear the voices of these fishermen complaining to each other. Qingwei now heard a young man in his 20s frantically complaining to a man beside him who looked more mature than him. What the hell? I've been here for 3 days, and I have caught a total of 77 Magikarp. I can't see a single other Pokemon. I'm going to vomit. The mature man smiled and comforted. Maybe this is Gyarados' test for you. If you pass the test, maybe the next time you catch a powerful Gyarados. How is that possible? I've been here for 3 days, and I haven't seen anyone catch Gyarados. I'm lucky. If I can catch Gyarados, I'll eat this rod on the spot. Then I'll wait for you to eat the fishing rod. Ha ha ha. As a result, as soon as the man finished speaking, the fishing rod in his hand trembled. WOC. Could it really be? The mature man was stunned for a moment. Wouldn't he really see the performance of swallowing a fishing rod today? No, no, no. The young fisherman was also taken aback, but subconsciously began to pull the fishing rod backward. The eyes of other anglers near the two were watching, including Qingwei, who was passing by, and stopped, wanting to see what kind of Pokemon this person caught. After all, the voice of the two of them just talking was not small, and many people nearby heard it. Human nature is to join in the fun, especially the rare thing to watch people eat fishing rods live. Gyarados, Gyarados. Some people around took advantage of the timing of the other party's pull, and began to boo. I tell you, it's impossible. If it was Gyarados, I wouldn't be able to pull the wire so easily now. The fisherman lifted the rod vigorously. PFF. A Pokemon was pulled out of the water. Everyone looked at the Pokemon together, and saw that it had big purple eyes, limbs, and a small wavy tail. The most important thing is that it has a light blue turtle shell behind it. Squirtle. Fuck. Impossible. What the hell kind kind of luck is this? Everyone who was watching the show was like a lemon, and there was nothing sour from head to toe. This Nima is Squirtle. I'm going to. Qingwei was also stunned when he saw it from behind. When he first came here, he saw an African chief catching a Squirtle. Nima's novels don't dare to be written like this, right? And the young man who drew Squirtle, who had grown his mouth at this time, stammered and called Squirtle's name. Gia, Jenny, don't stammer, get over it. The mature man beside him still remembered the business, and immediately reminded him. Oh, yes I do. The young man held the fishing rod with one hand, while the other hand fumbled in the pocket of his clothes, trying to take out the pokeball. But I don't know if it was because of excitement or nervousness or other reason. His actions made him feel for a long time and couldn't find his pokeball. And Squirtle, who was caught, was also a little stunned. It was originally on the bottom of the water, and rest was sleeping soundly in the shell, but a hook hooked its back shell. Then, inexplicably, the hook was pulled out of the water. Squirtle, who was in a daze, got out and looked around, and the result was, why does the human who caught himself look like a fool? And looking at his appearance, do you still want to subdue this turtle? Although this turtle is also stupid, it is not something you can conquer. Then, Squirtle stuck his head out and took a hard bite on the fishing line. Skill, bite. The fishing line that I was still acquainted with was directly bitten by Squirtle. Jenny. Squirtle smiled smugly, looking at the stupid human in front of him who was still looking for Pokeball, and opened his mouth to squirt. A jet of water spewed out of its mouth and sprayed the young man. Jenny. Squirtle retracted the limbs and head into the shell. Then the entire shell spun quickly, plunged into the water, and disappeared. The young man was sprayed by Squirtle's water column, and then saw the movement of Squirtle back into the water, and the whole person stayed in place. Sure enough, I'm still the most unlucky person. Even if I catch a Squirtle, it's just a look. 55,555. Little brother, it's not your fault. Squirtle is too cunning. Yeah, it's the luckiest thing to be able to catch Squirtle. At this time, one of the onlookers said, and then aroused the disobedience of the people around him. Then, I don't know who took the lead. The people who had come to watch the fun scattered, quickly returned to their original position, and threw the fishing rod into the water. What the matter? That kind of idiot can catch Squirtle, so it seems possible for me too. Some people have lemons in their heart. Even if this young man didn't succeed in conquering it in the end, they caught Squirtle after all. Just now this idiot said that he caught 77 Magikarp, and then Squirtle appeared. Could this be the legendary Welko? Some people think that they have discovered the secret of heaven and are going to start retreating and practicing. When 77 Magikarps are caught in a row, it will be the day for him to go out. 0 inches got it. Squirtle looked pretty naive too. This guy is also a naive critic. So is this the attraction between the same types? Some people started Yan Yi performances, trying their best to make their expressions look silly, so that maybe they could attract the attention of this Squirtle. These people are really. Qingwei saw the changes of these onlookers clearly, and he was a little dumbfounded. However, this Squirtle seems to be a little bit more qualified. Qingwei also took the opportunity to check the information of this Squirtle just now, and I have to say, he was a little moved. Type: Squirtle. Common. Gender: category: little turtle. Pokemon attribute: water type. Feature: rain disc. In the case of rainy days, it will continue to restore its own stamina. Personality: leisure. Skills: tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, rapid spin, bite, water pulse, Euro ball, water spray. Hereditary move. Current status: jaw. The feature of this Squirtle is the hidden feature of the rain plate, not to mention the genetic skill, water spray. It's enough to make Qingwei drool. You must know that although the skill of spraying water has physical limitations, the less physical strength, the less powerful it is, but its power reaches a full 150 points when the physical strength is sufficient. This is a skill on the same level as Hyper Beam, and its hit rate is even higher than Hyper Beam. Not to mention that it also has Euro Ball, a steel-type skill move. The slower the speed than the opponent, the stronger the power. This is very suitable for Squirtle, which is not very fast. I adore it. Qingwei also thought of fishing for a moment. This Squirtle is really fragrant. Although Squirtle's ability to inherit water spray skills is indeed a bit weird, because only if Squirtle's father Pokemon is a water-spraying Remoraid, it can inherit this skill move. A fish and a turtle, and maybe even the love of Remoraid and Blastoise. The world of Pokemon is that so incredible. Qingwei stood there and thought about it carefully. Judging from the movement of this Squirtle just now, he should be the kind of Pokemon who doesn't want to be subdued. And if there is no accident now, it is very likely that he has left the vicinity. Even if Qingwei joined the ranks of the anglers, he might not have encountered this Squirtle. So Qingwei also put out the idea of catching this Squirtle, raised his legs and walked towards the gate of the resort town. Although it is now called a resort town, it is actually an extra-large resort. At the outermost entrance, there is a village gate that has been enlarged several times. As soon as Qingwei walked in, he saw a huge billboard standing inside, with 4 guild characters on it. Fishing contest. Howl. Chapter 124. Larvitar. You can do anything as long as you have something to eat. Fishing contest. It's really fitting to be held in a place like this. Qingwei walked to the billboard and read the introduction about the fishing contest. He soon learned that this fishing competition has been held since the development of this village. The purpose was to attract more tourists and fishing enthusiasts to come and create some tourism income for them. Over time, it has developed into a large-scale event held twice a year. In addition, every 5 years, they will invite 10 champions from these 5 years to participate in the fishing champion. And this fishing competition is the competition to determine the last champion place in the past 5 years. After the competition, the fishing champion competition will be launched. The prizes for this fishing contest are also stated on it. Champion will reward a powerful fishing rod and a bonus of 1.5 million yen. The runner-up only has a good fishing rod and a bonus of 1.2 million yen, and the third place is a premium fishing rod and a bonus of 900,000 yen. From the fourth place onward, there is no fishing rod reward, only a decreasing amount of prize money. To be honest, although these rewards are already very high, they are not so attractive to Qingwei. Although a powerful fishing rod is a higher level fishing rod than a good fishing rod, Qingwei is not a fishing enthusiast. Even if this fishing rod is extremely valuable, it is useless in his hand. As for the 1.5 million yen bonus, it was a bit attractive to him, but it was really like that. Then, after looking at the registration time and competition time, Qingwei found that champion had already been decided today. It's good now, so he can continue to struggle. Qingwei shook his head, took Evian Ralts into the resort town, found a hotel that looked good from the outside and walked in. When the waiter inside saw someone coming in, he immediately greeted him and asked, "Hello, do you want to stay? Then please come here and register. You only came today. Should you be watching the fishing champion competition that will start tomorrow?" The waiter asked with a smile. "Does it start tomorrow?" Qingwei was stunned, but did not pay attention to the time of the champion competition. "Yeah, didn't you come here for this?" The waitress was a little strange. Qingwei shook his head and said, "No, I'm just passing by. My destination is Fuchsia City. I'm going to rest here for a night today, and continue to leave tomorrow." "That right," the waiter said regretfully. "If you're not in a hurry, I suggest you stay here and watch the champion game. Every champion game is very exciting, and it's only held once every 5 years. It's a pity. Oh, this is the registration desk. You can register your ID card here, pay the deposit, and then you can stay." Having said that, the receptionist brought Qingwei to the front desk. "Well, how long does the Champions League last?" After Qingwei took out the ID card and handed it to the front desk, he asked. 2 days, starting tomorrow, every day from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., with a 2-hour break. So, then give me a room for 2 days. "Okay, this is your ID card. This is your room card. Please keep it." The waiter at the front desk quickly finished the operation and handed the room card to Qingwei. After taking the room card, Qingwei found his room directly according to the room number written on it, and lived in it. Qingwei was really persuaded by the waiter just now. He plans to stay tomorrow to watch the game, and then set off the day after tomorrow. He is also very curious about what Pokemon these champions can catch. In addition, perhaps the Squirtle thing is still affecting him secretly. Let him not want to give up this Squirtle so easily. Before dinner, Qingwei stayed in the room to rest. The balcony of his room happened to face the sea. It was a standard sea view room. If this is left in the previous life, this sea view hotel is not cheap, but in the Pokemon world, it's a lot cheaper. After dinner, Qingwei took the Pokemons for a walk on the bridge. The sea breeze was blowing slightly, which made people feel very comfortable. During this time, except for a few people who were still fishing, the rest of the bridge were tourists who came out for a walk with friends or family. Qingwei only heard them talking about the game that just ended and the discussion about tomorrow's champion game. After thinking for a while, Qingwei went to a place with few people and released all his Pokemon. Roar! Charizard roared as soon as he came out, which caught the attention of some people. "Go fly, it's been a day at the Pokeball. It's okay to relax, but remember to come back later." Qingwei raised his hand high, patted Charizard's neck lightly, and said softly, "Roar!" Charizard lowered his head, rubbed Qingwei's cheek, and then fluttered his wings, soaring freely in the air. Phew! Tilda. Melodic and Azumarill came out, both looking directly at the sea. Apparently, they were drawn to the sea. "Go play, but be careful. There may be some powerful Pokemon in this sea," Qingwei warned. Phew! Tilda. Luli Tilda. The two Pokemon nodded and quickly jumped into the water, flashing bursts of water. Seeing that the 3 Pokemons were moving freely, Qingwei walked slowly on the bridge with the remaining few Pokemon. However, Larvitar walked inside, that is, the side away from the water. He's a rock-type and ground-type Pokemon, but he doesn't like water like Melodic and the others. Although he was comfortable in the sea breeze, it was better to stay away from the water. "Little thing, are you so afraid of water? Why don't you see such resistance when you take a shower?" Qingwei looked at Larvitar's movements and asked, "Yo Tilda, can the water in the bath be compared to the water in the sea? And who said I love taking a shower? How could I have a shower if it wasn't for every time you captivate me with a delicious stone. I, Larvitar, hate water the most. Are you so afraid of water? That's not good. Even if you are restrained, you have to work hard to overcome it. Qingwei bent down and patted Larvitar's little head, and continued, it seems that we will have to find an opportunity for you to learn to swim in the future. You can't just be a landlubber. Yo, Larvitar's expression became visibly frightened. Swim? This is killing me. Is it because I usually eat too much and want to kill me? Yo, Larvitar's small expression became very aggrieved. I won't eat so much in the future. Can I not swim? That's not possible. But if you swim, there will be extra rewards for you, and you can eat more stones you like. Yo. As soon as he heard that he could eat more delicious stone, Larvitar's originally resisted expression became visibly hesitant. If you want to eat delicious stones, you have to soak them in the water you hate the most, but if you endure it, you can eat delicious. What to do? It's so hard to choose. Yo tilde. Larvitar looked up at Qingwei again, trying to get through. And how could Qingwei eat this set now? Stop being cute. If you want to eat delicious stones, you have to soak them in water. Yo tilde. Larvitar sighed when he saw that selling cute was useless, and after hesitating for a long time, he nodded his head. What's more important is what you eat. That good. Qingwei nodded with satisfaction. I have a chance to talk about swimming. Continue walking. Qingwei took the Pokemons for a walk until after 9 o'clock in the evening before returning to the room to wash and rest. Melodic and Azumarill had a great time in the sea, and even told Qingwei that they wanted to go to sea early in the morning as soon as they came back. Qingwei also agreed. Charizard, on the other hand, had a good time flying in the sky, and only fell down to rest until he felt tired. The next day, after 7 o'clock, Qingwei woke up. At 8 o'clock in a while, it time for the fishing champion to start, and it time to wake up and watch the game after breakfast. After breakfast, Qingwei first came to the bridge, walked away, and left the playing field before releasing Melodic and Azumarill. You guys play around here today. Remember, don't get close to the playing field over there, otherwise it will affect the performance of these players. After instructing the two Pokemon, Qingwei let them play, and he came to the game. At this time, the section of the bridge that was divided into the playing field had 10 chairs placed side by side. There was a staff member near each chair, and their job was to score points. Qingwei also understood the rules of the competition yesterday. That is, each type of Pokemon has a score, and whoever has a higher score within the specified time will be the final winner. Like a Magikarp, it's only 1 point. Tentacool is 3 points. Krabby 5 points. Psyduck 15 points. Horsey 25 points, etc. Gyarados reached 100 points. Seadra is 110 points. As for Squirtle, one of the Royal Three, it reached 150 points. Be the highest scoring Pokemon. However, it did not write the scores of Wartortle and Blastoise, but wrote that when there is a Pokemon that is not in the list of points, there will be a judge to discuss when to give a score. Qingwei estimated that it may be because no one has ever caught this kind of Pokemon here before, so it is meaningless to give points, and the audience's position is very free. As long as it doesn't affect the player's performance, the audience can stand wherever they want. You can watch from a distance, or get close to your favorite player, which is a very attractive thing for a large number of fishing enthusiasts. You can learn the fishing skills of others up close. Qingwei was not a fishing enthusiast, so he didn't go to the front to watch, but sat in the back on the chair prepared by the organizer, watching the fishing players in front. At 8 o'clock, the 10 champions had already arrived. After the host gave a brief speech, they came to their respective positions and started the game directly. The host turned into a commentator, constantly broadcasting the real-time score to the audience behind. Now the players have already taken the hook. The third player Ehiko champion's fishing rod was just thrown off the hook. What Pokemon? It's Magikarp. The host was a little disappointed when he saw the hook Pokemon, but continued to say, although Magikarp is only worth 1 point, taking the hook so quickly is also a good start. Let's continue to look forward to the performance of Ehiko champion. Quote, Players number 2, number 8, and number 9 mentioned fishing rods at the same time. What Pokemon would it be? Without exception, it's all Magikarp. 4 players have already scored, but they're only 1 point. Are the other 6 players trying to catch big fish? Qingwei has been sitting behind and watching, starting from 8 o'clock until 10 o'clock. 2 hours later, Qingwei couldn't help but doubt the strength of these champions. Not only him, but also other tourists who came here, began to talk about it. As this champion, why are all the Magikarp caught? What are you talking about? Isn't there a few people who have caught Tentacool? This champion, they won't be based on numbers at the time, right? 10 champions, 2 hours have passed, and they haven't even seen a Krabby. That's right, Qingwei watched the game for 2 hours, and as a result, these champions caught countless Magikarps and a small number of Tentacool. Others such as Horsey, Psyduck, Slowpoke, etc. have not seen the shadow, not to mention Gyarados and Seadra with the highest point. Even the host can't comment anymore. His commentary has become a mechanical coping commentary. Player number 5 caught another Magikarp. He has now scored 19 points. All of them are bonus points for him by Magikarp. Quote, player number 3, This time it's not a Magikarp but a Tentacool. Not bad. Congratulations. The host said that there was no passion at all, and the audience also saw no passion. As for the 10 champions who were competing, Qingwei noticed that there was a thin layer of sweat on their foreheads now, and the sun was not so hot today, and when the sea breeze blew, the temperature on the bridge was quite comfortable. It looked and what the hell is going on? Player number 1 lifted the fishing rod vigorously and found that it was another Magikarp. He cursed in a low voice. You know, this is the fishing champion every 5 years. Now I don't know how many media have come here, just waiting to broadcast the score in real time. There are even several TV stations coming to live broadcast, on the internet, on TV, and now I don't know how many fishing enthusiasts are paying attention. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for people watching the real-time score on the internet at this time. And yesterday, after he arrived here, he also came here to try fishing. Although it was not long, he still managed to catch a Sida. But now, let alone Sida, a Krabby would be fine. What the hell is going on? Chapter 125_dead skin and face Squirtle open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Player number 1 was about to go crazy after seeing Magikarp once again. Not only him, the other 9 champions were similar at this time, and the viewers who are watching the live broadcast of this game online and in front of the TV have already started to go through the process. Brother Mang, is that the champion you were playing yesterday? This number 2 is the champion who caught 3 Gyarados in a row. Then in today's game, I will give you 18 Magikarps and 2 Tentacools in a row. Thank you. I'm in Hoenn. I just got Dragonite. I already said that this fishing competition has no gold content at all. This competition is good. Look, I'm not wrong now, right? Indeed, I feel I can also play with me. Isn't it Magikarp? Besides the speed of Magikarp fishing, did they have any other advantages? Hey, this game makes me wake up early. I would have known better. It's better to sleep in and just look at the score at the end. It's all Magikarp anyway. I remember that the last fishing championship was very exciting. All kinds of Pokemon can be caught. Is it like this all of a sudden? Don't say it. Brother Mang, do we go through the process or spray directly? This is still a rough process. Just spray it directly. Resort Mall City, a luxurious meeting room. It was already full of people at this time, headed by a middle-aged man who looked arrogant. I saw him look around, and then said loudly, who can tell me what's going on this time? Could it be that these champions are just can we just catch Magikarp? Or are we going to attract spectators and tourists just with Magikarp? Quote, Chairman, we sent a water-type Pokemon to the sea for inspection last night, and there was no problem, and I heard that a lucky guy caught a Squirtle yesterday. Today's situation, we still don't know the next. The person in charge of this matter immediately opened his mouth and explained that he had an innocent expression on his face. Obviously nothing happened during the inspection, so how could he be able to make such a big mouth? Bang! At this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. 19A staff member stumbled in and said loudly as soon as he entered the door, It's not good, Chairman. It's not good. What's going on? Make it clearer. The chairman's voice sounded, and everyone looked at the staff member who rushed in. The staff took a few breaths, and after a bit of relief, said, the surface of the water. The Pokemon in the sea are all fighting. What did you say? The chairman directly stood up and continued to ask, where did they fight? Several Gyarados fighting Seadra not far from the big game. What the reason? Didn't it all go well before? Why do you want to fight today? The chairman slapped the table fiercely and asked, I don't know yet, but many media who came here today have been attracted. The staff replied tremblingly, check it out for me. On Qingwei's side, he was bored watching this fishing competition when suddenly there were still fluctuations on the water in the distance. Then, everyone saw 2 Gyarados jumping out of the middle and exhaling dragon breath at each other in midair. This scene was also recorded by the live camera, and everyone saw it. It's not that there are no good Pokemon in this sea. Look, there are Gyarados in this sea, but the champion just can't catch them. What about the people who just defended them? Why didn't you come out and speak? Obviously it's a strong dish. You have to make excuses for yourself. Now it's comfortable to slap in the face. Netizens are in full swing. Before, some people used this sea as an excuse that there may be no other Pokemon today, but now with the emergence of 2 Gyarados, that's a direct slap in the face. Isn't there some fighting competition in the sea today? So the Pokemon are too lazy to bite the hook. Qingwei watched the 2 Gyarados fight with interest. The 2 Gyarados had similar strength, and the skills they released were almost the same. It seems that the usual relationship may be unusual, and maybe it is a real brother. But now both Pokemon are in a hurry. At this moment, Qingwei noticed that someone was pulling at the corner of his clothes. Turning his head, it was Azumarill who had gone to the sea with Melodic before. It's you. Why don't you play in the sea? By the way, do you know what these Pokemons in the sea are doing today? Why are they fighting? Qingwei glanced. Isn't this a standard war correspondence? So he immediately asked Azumarill a bunch of questions. Luli. Azumarill's expression was a little anxious but also a little embarrassed. Hearing Qingwei's question, question. He quickly explained. What the matter? Qingwei was stunned but did not respond for a while. Luli, you mean they're courting? Mate could still be melodic. Luli, Lu tilde. What? Not just these two Gyarados, but a bunch of Gyarados. Even Seadra, even Horsey and the rest of the Pokemon got involved. Exaggerating. Azumarill nodded, indicating that what he said was true, and then tugged at the corner of Qingwei's clothes. Luli, you mean Melodic can't get away from them now? Let me go over and judge her. Qingwei looked at the place where the two Gyarados were fighting, and completely understood that today's fishing competition seemed to be messed up by his Melodic. As the body of a track so outrageous, and isn't that what attracts the opposite sex? Could it be that there are no female Pokemon in this E? While thinking about it, Qingwei stood up, followed behind Azumarill, and quietly rushed to the spot of the incident. While the other Pokemons haven't made a big move, it's business to quell the turmoil caused by him. Moreover, after the storm has calmed down, the fishing competition should be able to return to normal, right? Should be. Right. However, Qingwei did not go there alone. There were many tourists who used to watch the fun beside him, and the live broadcasters of TV stations and network-carrying cameras. GG. Qingwei took a look. Woohoo, it's over. Originally wanted to come quietly, put Melodic back in the Pokeball, and then quietly go back. As a result, now, a large number of people watching the lively are coming, and he can't even enter the village quietly. Azumarill, hurry up. No way. Qingwei can only make Azumarill quicken his pace. Azumarill heard the words and immediately accelerated his pace, which made Qingwei have to jog to keep up. After a while, he came to the scene of the incident. This is a bit further from where Qingwei released Melodic and Azumarill in the morning. Go and bring Melodic back. Qingwei patted Azumarill. Luli. Azumarill jumped straight into the sea and dived to find Melodic, and Qingwei also released both Sylveon and Blossom to prevent Pokemon from disturbing him for a while. If a Pokemon with short eyes attacks him when he take back Melodic, he has to show his force too. Seeing Azumarill going into the water, Qingwei's eyes were on the sea, while out of the corner of his eye he noticed the fight between two Gyarados not far from here. Just now, they released long-range attacks with some great "you spray me," but now, as they fight more and more, now they have started a 1v1 man battle, passionate hand-to-hand combat. You bite me, I have to bite you in turn, and I have to restrain you. At this moment, the people watching the excitement, the people carrying the cameras, and the reporters from the TV station have all rushed over. A reporter turned his back to the sea and started his speech facing the camera. As you can see, the two Gyarados are fighting more and more fiercely, but we don't know the reason for the fight yet. Camera, shoot at the sea. There, yes, there. As the cameraman followed the reporter's request and shot the camera toward the sea, the audience noticed that the sea didn't seem so calm. They can all vaguely see that there are Pokemons under the sea, and the atmosphere between these Pokemon seems to be a bit rattlesnake. Sharp-eyed viewers should be able to find that there are other Pokemons under the sea. Look there, there should be a Seadra underwater. There seem to be 3 or 4 Horsey next to it, and there seem to be a few Krabby there. Look, now a Seadra and a Gyarados are fighting too, and over there are actually 2 Krabby wrestling. As the reporters went one by one, people also discovered that the density of Pokemon in the sea was a little abnormal. It's not just a matter of density, many of these Pokemon are fighting each other. It feels as if they are collectively solving a life and death feud. I have a guess now. The fishing competition may have been influenced by this side. I don't know what happened here. Most of the Pokemon were attracted, so these fishing champions can only catch relatives like Magikarp, relatively dumb Pokemon. Quote, at this moment, everyone saw an Azumarill jump out of the water and come to the side of a young trainer standing here. Then, they saw the trainer pull out a Pokeball. Immediately, the sea fluctuated, and a Melodic gracefully jumped out of the sea. In addition, some people who have seen it have also seen that there seems to be something hanging on the tail of this Melodic. And with Melodic's appearance, the movements of the 2 Gyarados who had red eyes gradually slowed down, and the eyes of the 2 Pokemon unconsciously glanced at Melodic. Then, they saw that this peerless beauty came to the side of a human standing on the bridge. Roar. The 2 Gyarados looked at each other, stopped attacking at the same time, and leaned towards the human. Fuwu tilde. Shortly after Azumarill came back, Melodic jumped out of the sea and came to Qingwei's side, and then screamed twice in grievance. I just swam a few laps in the sea with Azumarill, and there were so many Pokemons behind me, and so many straight up to Wu, but I don't like them at all. Fuwu tilde. I told them all, but they still followed, and there were more and more of them, and a turtle was clinging to my tail and couldn't get rid of it. It's okay, I'm here, just tell them later. Qingwei stroked Melodic's neck, then 123 looked at her tail. On her tail, a blue tortoise was holding onto her tail tightly, and no matter how Melodic flicked it, she would not let go. Isn't that the Squirtle I met yesterday? Is it still an LSP? The Squirtle will wait a second and fix them for now, Qingwei said softly, while looking at the sea. At this moment, the Pokemons on the sea surfaced one after another and looked at Qingwei standing on the bridge. The 2 Gyarados also stopped stop fighting and lean towards Qingwei. At a glance, there are more than a dozen Seadra, plus a dozen Gyarados. More on Pokemon like Horsey. Ah, this Melodic seems to have an owner, and the trainer of this Melodic look familiar. The reporter watched Melodic come to Qingwei's side, and said to the camera, "Hey, isn't he the discoverer of the fairy system? Isn't Qingwei who just started traveling and practicing this year?" Open black lens bracket. It's Qingwei. I watched him live before, and now it seems to be a little darker than before. Close black lens bracket. Should be tanned, right? It means that he has been training in the field all the time. Close black lens bracket. Unexpectedly, in addition to the beautiful Pokemon as Sylveon, he also has an extremely rare Pokemon like Melodic. Close black lens bracket. Woo woo woo. I'm sour. He took all the good things. Close black lens bracket. Not quite right. You look at the seed. What the fuck? So many Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. These Pokemon seem to be heading for Qingwei. No, it for Melodic. Close black lens bracket. Camera, move closer to that side. Hurry up. The reporter reminded the cameraman in a low voice, and at the same time he approached Qingwei. The situation in front of me is obviously a big news. If this news can be broadcast well, wouldn't her road to promotion and salary increase be smooth sailing? Not only the reporters, but even the tourists who came to watch the fun approached Qingwei, and then they all heard Qingwei say, "This Melodic is my Pokemon. She doesn't like any of you, so please don't pester her anymore," Qingwei said, looking at the two Gyarados in the front and a large group of Pokemons behind them. These Pokemons have taken a fancy to this Melodic of Qingwei. Close black lens bracket. Fuck, this is big news. The reason why these Pokemon are gathered here is found. Close black lens bracket. Could this Melodic feature be the body of a track? But she does look beautiful. Much nicer than the Melodic I saw in the picture. Close black lens bracket. Qingwei's words made the audience and the onlookers explode. The culprit of the fishing contest has been found. It is the green light in front of you. No, it's his Melodic. Chapter 126_competition. No need to compare. Let's award awards directly. Qingwei calmly looked at the Pokemon in front of him at this time. The strength of these two Gyarados is only superior level. Most of the Pokemon in the back are superior level strength. Only one Gyarados and two Seadra S rank reached the quasi-elite level. If you really want to move your hand, Qingwei is not afraid. Roar. One of the Gyarados let out a cry, obviously not wanting to give up and wanting to continue struggling. Phew woo tilde. My family's Melodic said you looked too cruel. She didn't like it. And you too, just be cruel and good. Don't think about my family's Melodic. Qingwei said. Roar. What is cruelty? I look so handsome. If it weren't for you being a beautiful trainer, I would have already shot against you with my violent temper. Qingwei also understood what it meant, and continued to speak calmly. Want to shoot? I advise you to think about it after seeing it clearly. As soon as Qingwei finished speaking, Blossom and Sylveon both took 2 steps forward. Their eyes stare at this Gyarados. Only then did Gyarados notice a few Pokemons around Qingwei, and then it found that it seemed that these Pokemon, it couldn't beat any of them. Then it cowardly said, Roar tilde. Father-in-law, let's have a good discussion. I will definitely be nice to your Melodic. It's not negotiable, and the same with you guys. I'm just letting Melodic out to play in the sea for a while today. Don't think too much. Qingwei shook his head, then took out the Pokeball and put it in front of the Pokemon. Melodic put it away. Then, he saw that the expressions of most of the Pokemon in the sea became visibly lost. There are also some Pokemon who seem to want to act impulsively, but after seeing the 3 Pokemon on the shore, they gave up the idea. The few quasi-elite level Pokemon seemed relatively calm, and they had no idea of hands-on. After hearing what Qingwei said, the 2 quasi-elite Seadra returned to the sea first, disappearing, and I don't know where they went to wipe their tears alone. Later, the Gyarados also gave up the idea of eating swan meat, returned to the sea in dejection, and disappeared into the water. And so is its brother. As the leading Pokemon began to disperse, the Pokemon who were watching closely behind began to disperse one by one. Qingwei has put away their big beauties, and now they can't even enjoy their eyes, and some Pokemon have to find a way to deal with their own when they go home. Wife. No, some don't have to deal with their wives at all, because even their spouses were thinking about having a lily with that Melodic. Viewers, I seem to understand that it is these Pokemons in the sea who are attracted by the beauty of the green Melodic, so some Pokemon start fighting, in order to compete for the position of this Melodic's mate. The reporter quickly smoothed the matter out. However, it seems that Melodic is not interested in them. However, I also noticed a problem, is there seems to be a female Pokemon among these Pokemon. You can see that Gyarados. Trainers familiar with water-type Pokemon know that male Gyarados have blue beards and female Gyarados are white, and that Gyarados' beard is white. Fuck, don't say I haven't noticed yet. Is this Melodic co-authored for both men and women? Close black lens bracket. If Qingwei just told a lie, could he take the opportunity to deceive several Gyarados and Seadra? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fuck, it makes sense. Qingwei doesn't want these 2 kinds of Pokemon, right? Because they are so so ugly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. How handsome Gyarados is. That cruelty. Pity I have raised more than a dozen Magikarp. None of them can evolve into Gyarados, and Chingwei keeps so many Gyarados and don't want them. I am really mad at me. Close black lens bracket. Seeing these Pokemons disperse one after another, Chingwei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with so many Pokemons at once, the pressure was not small. Then, Chingwei looked at Squirtle, who fell on the bridge after Melodic was taken back. What the matter with you? Why haven't you left Hilda? Jenny, I love Melodic. I know you like Melodic, but Melodic doesn't like you, so you're off the hook. Jenny, then let me follow you. One day I can impress Melodic. The witty Squirtle immediately thought of a good solution. Those Pokemons in the sea may have too many brines in their brain, and they don't even understand the simple truth of love after a long time. How can this turtle be witty? It's useless for you to follow me. Feelings are things that Melodic doesn't like, just doesn't like. Although Chingwei wanted this Squirtle very much, he also had to consider Melodic's mood. He also won't disregard the feelings of his existing Pokemon in order to win a Pokemon with good qualification. At this moment, Chingwei's Pokeball with Melodic moved lightly. Chingwei was stunned when he felt the shaking. Was Melodic telling him that she didn't mind subduing this Squirtle by herself? Melodic, if you don't mind. Chingwei looked at the SP Squirtle in front of him. He didn't want to let this Squirtle go either. Then you can follow me, but you have to say it in advance. You can't keep pestering Melodic like you just did. Understand? Jenny. Squirtle chick nodded like a pecking of rice. Also, following me is equivalent to being subdued by me. You are going to enter the Pokeball. If you can't accept it, Chingwei said, took out an empty Pokeball, and gestured toward Squirtle a moment. Then, the witty Squirtle jumped directly, took the initiative to touch the Pokeball in Chingwei's hand, and entered it. Chingwei saw that this Pokeball didn't shake after earning a Pokemon, just a small light flash, and it was successfully subdued. It's too big. Chingwei originally thought that he had no chance with this Squirtle, but who would have thought that his own Melodic would be so attractive? After getting the Squirtle, there is no wild Pokemon on the sea now, and the sea has completely returned to calm. Chingwei then took all the other Pokemon back into the Pokeball, and then prepared to return to the fishing competition, thinking that this time, we should be able to see a wonderful fishing competition, right? As a result, as soon as he turned around, he saw a microphone stretched out and almost smashed into his mouth. I don't know when. There is already a large crowd of people behind him. There are tourists in casual attire, photographers with cameras, reporters with microphones, and some people in resort town work suit. His escape route was completely blocked by these people. You are. Chingwei looked at these people who had not dispersed and asked, Mr. Chingwei, can I give you a brief interview? The reporter who held the microphone quickly asked, well, what do you want to ask? Chingwei looked at the other party's attitude that they would not give up as long as he didn't answer, so he could only agree. Can you tell me the reason for this incident? I believe everyone is very curious. How can your Melodic be in this You put Melodic here. Did you find a mate Pokemon for her? What are your thoughts? Why are there female Pokemons among those Pokemons in your Melodic? After hearing Chingwei's agreement, the reporter immediately threw a lot of questions. Chingwei was almost stunned by so many question bomb. After a while, he said, I can't answer all of your questions at once, so I'll just talk about it. Because this is an ocean. My previous idea was to put my water-type Pokemon farther away from the field when I was watching the fishing competition so they could play in the water for a while. I really don't have one. The idea of a mate for Melodic. She's here just for fun. She's a kid. As for why there are female Pokemon, then I don't know. Wow. Maybe it's the thoughts of those female Pokemon. Trendy. If you want to know, I suggest you to communicate with these Pokemon. I am true, I don't know. Chingwei finished answering these questions, then looked at the staff in the resort town, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect this kind of consequences, and I'm so sorry that it affects your fishing competition. But now these Pokemon have dispersed. It should be back to normal soon. It's okay. This matter is now clarified. We have to report back. The staff didn't expect Chingwei to take the initiative to find them, and they were just errand. They couldn't make up their minds on this matter, so they could only send someone to report back quickly. Everything Chingwei has done has been faithfully broadcast by these live broadcast platforms and TV stations. Then, the audience and netizens are fried. I forgot about the fishing competition. Today is the fishing champion. Close black lens bracket. So, why did Chingwei not participate in the competition? If he competes, as long as he throws Melodic into the water, what kind of fish can't be caught? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I would like to call Chingwei the strongest fishing champion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket +1. Close black lens bracket. The other champions are lower than Chingwei. Looking at people, they have caught a dozen Gyarados and Cedra casually, as well as a large number of Pokemon such as Horsey. I will ask, are these fishing champions possible? Close black lens bracket. It's our. If I have such a Melodic, wouldn't it be possible to form a team a powerful water-type Pokemon in minutes. Close black lens bracket. It is suggested that the organizer should not engage in this fishing champion competition and directly award the champion award to Qingwei. Close black lens bracket. False fishing champion. Catch more than 20 Magikarp in 2 hours. Real fishing champion. Catch more than 10 Gyarados in minute, and you don't have to do it yourself. Close black lens bracket. At this time, the reporter asked Qingwei another question. Mr. Qingwei, what happened to the Squirtle at the back? I think you just subdued it. Qingwei shrugged helplessly and said, this Squirtle is also the Pokemon of this sea, but he also took a fancy to my Melodic, and he didn't go away. You saw it just now, and I took out the Pokeball. He took the initiative to get in. There's no other way. I can only accept it. I'm still annoyed later. The reporter was speechless, looking at Qingwei's helpless look. She seemed to say, if you don't want it, give it to me. I'll just pay for it. Look, this is still human word. Close black lens bracket. This Melodic moves its tail, and it can make a Squirtle follow it with all its heart. 5555 is so envious. Close black lens bracket. Brothers, I seem to beat him. This is Squirtle. Royal 3. Close black lens bracket. Understood. I also want to cultivate a beautiful Pokemon, and then my team will not have to worry about it. Close black lens bracket. Understood. Let's go to subdue Melodic. Close black lens bracket. Brother above, wake up. Don't sleep. It's not night yet. Close black lens bracket. Hearing Qingwei say this, the netizens are sour one by one. They just let Melodic swim, and they subdued a Squirtle. If they want, they may subdue more. And they, usually, one by one. I worked hard to drill into the wood, pass through the grass, and go to the wild, and the result was that I became a young insect catcher. It's too hard. It's really hard. At this time, the sponsor of the fishing contest also got the news that his subordinates ran back to report. After hearing that it was Qingwei's Pokemon who caused such a big disturbance, they all looked at each other in dismay. Chairman, what should we do? Do we need Qingwei to be responsible? A person asked. Then, he received the look of a fool from the people around him. The chairman also looked at him like an idiot. After today, you should clean up and leave. How can you be so stupid sitting here? Let's not say that Qingwei is a celebrity in the league. Just talk about our side. Our sea here is not our private water. Don't we care what people do in this sea? Besides, Qingwei is also afraid of affecting the competition, so he kept Pokemon away from the fishing competition, let alone apologize. You still want people to be responsible for this? Are your brains soaked? As for this competition, compensation will be added to all 10 champions. The morning competition will not be counted, and the competition will start again in the afternoon, and the competition time will be extended for an extra half day. Then explain the situation on TV and in the live broadcast. Finally, prepare a special fishing prize. The prize is a powerful fishing rod plus 1.5 million and a trophy. Like champion's reward, it will be awarded directly to Qingwei. The chairman expressed his thought. Chairman, is this special award necessary? Someone asked. It stands to reason that although Qingwei was unintentional, it also destroyed the competition they carefully prepared. Why should they still award the award? Stupid. You can see those comments on the internet now. The chairman picked up Pokédex, which had been on the table, and gestured to the others, where a live broadcast was playing. Have you seen it? Although Qingwei accidentally ruined the game this time, you must know that now everyone on the internet has seen how many kinds of Pokemon there are in our sea. What Gyarados, Seadra and even Squirtle are not just legends, they are all servants of existence. In addition to Qingwei's own fame, it means that he helped us make an advertisement for free. And now the internet is ridiculing that Qingwei is the real fishing champion. We will use these fishing reels to give Qingwei an award, which is just a chance to promote our fishing competition. Chapter 127 Rub hard. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. I have to say that although the chairman doesn't look like a good person, his brain is really good. He actually knows how to get hot. Since netizens are making fun of them, I will simply turn the ridicule into reality. Also, it's a great opportunity to advertise for free. I can let Qingwei help us advertise. Can your other companies do it? After the chairman finished speaking, he almost gave himself a compliment. After arranging the follow-up matters, including temporarily ordering trophies, notifying the players, etc., the chairman sat in his seat, squinting and listening to the flattery of his subordinate. The whole person now has a feeling comfortable. On Qingwei's side, he just managed to deal with the reporter's question with great difficulty. This reporter has too many questions. In the end, he even asked about his own view on mate choice. Just outrageous. For these reporters, this was a great opportunity to interview Qingwei, and they wouldn't let it go easily, so they asked almost everything they could. However, Qingwei directly chose not to answer when he saw such questions. Anyway, these questions had nothing to do with this incident, and he was not obliged to answer them. At this time, there were no wild Pokemon here, and the crowd of onlookers gradually began to disperse, walking towards the place of the fishing competition in 2s and 3s. The incident here has subsided, so the next fishing competition should be exciting, right? After After waving goodbye to the audience towards the camera, Qingwei also followed the crowd back to the game. At this time, the host was announcing the organizers' latest decision, and the 10 champions in this competition did not object. After all, they suffered a disaster, and even their own reputation suffered a huge blow at the beginning. Accepting compensation from the organizer is also a matter of course. Fortunately, the Pokemon world doesn't have as many groupies as in previous lives. Although Qingwei had just become famous again, when other tourists saw Qingwei coming back, they just nodded friendly and smiled at him, and did not gather around to ask this or that. Qingwei also had to return to his seat and sat down to continue watching the game. Sure enough, as the incident over there subsided, the fishing competition here gradually became exciting. Although everyone was catching Magikarp at the beginning, as time passed, some people began to fish for Krabby. Then, the number 2 Crown 127th Army was lucky to catch a Horsey, which detonated the atmosphere of the scene for the first time. Gradually, other champions also caught other relatively rare Pokemon. Psyduck, Horsey, and mosquito coil frogs were caught one after another. As the sea returned to normal, these champions really showed their true strength. Whether it's unique fishing skills, their own special bait, or the luck that Africans are envious of, these champions show what they are good at. Let the audience on the scene and the audience on the internet experience the champion level strength. The commentary of the fishing competition in the live broadcast has also become better with the naked eye, and those trolls before have disappeared. It's just that occasionally people still use Qingwei to make fun of these champions, and people who see it just smile knowingly. Qingwei is a bad guy. How can these ordinary champions be compared with one person catching a Seadra? The atmosphere of the first day of the competition has completely reached its peak. In particular, this time, the fishing champion also successfully captured the Seadra, which also stimulated the people watching the game. Coupled with Qingwei's previous influence, countless people have thoughts about this sea area. Although my fishing skills are not very good, what if my luck breaks out? Catch a Seadra? No, a Horsey. Isn't that cool? So, some people started planning a trip to the Silent Bridge. This is the purpose of the organizer to hold the fishing contest. The essence is to let these powerful anglers catch all kinds of powerful Pokemon and attract others to come. As long as they come, they will always live and spend in the town. And this is to send a fart. Qingwei watched their game for a day and found that fishing really requires strength. These champions, where the hook is thrown, can always catch Pokemon quickly, no matter what the Pokemon is. This is a kind of experience and strength. Plus some people's special bait can even attract relatively precious Pokemon, the method of hooking, etc. These all take a lot of practice and experience to master. Hey, why do you think so much? I'm not a professional fishing anyway. If fishing allows Melodic to swim around in the sea, wouldn't it be over? Qingwei has thoroughly seen the attraction of his own Melodic to these water-type Pokemon today, especially Pokemons like Gyarados and Seadra with the word dragon in their name. Even sexual Pokemon can be attracted, which is ridiculous. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, today's fishing competition officially ended. When Qingwei returned to the town, he was stopped by 2 organizers who had been waiting at the entrance of the hotel. Mr. Qingwei, please stay. We are the staff of the organizer of the fishing competition. A staff member took the initiative to introduce. What? Is there something wrong? Qingwei stopped and asked. Our chairman wants to invite you to dinner, and has something to ask you for. The staff said respectfully. Looking for me? Didn't you say anything? We don't know, but you should know when you go there. Okay, then you lead the way. Qingwei thought about it and felt that this time it was not a bad thing, so he followed the staff to the private room of the most luxurious hotel in this resort town. As soon as Qingwei entered the door, he saw a large round table inside, and there was only one person sitting there. Mr. Qingwei. Hello, I'm the chairman of the organizer of the fishing competition, and my name is Shi Yuan. When the person sitting saw Qingwei coming in, he stood up and extended his hand to introduce himself. His behavior doesn't match the slap on his face at all. Chairman Shi Yuan. Hello, I'm Qingwei. I don't know why you came to me this time. Qingwei stretched out his hand to shake him, and then asked his own question. That's it. Shi Yuan told Qingwei about his decision today. Generally speaking, during the noon break tomorrow, he will give Qingwei the champion award for the special fishing competition and so on. After Qingwei listened to it, he was done. After co-authoring with me, they still rushed to the door to give me reward. Why is it so magical? Chairman Shi Yuan doesn't have to. I was the one who caused this incident. I feel sorry for myself, not to mention the award. Qingwei immediately waved his hand to refuse. Don't be too busy to refuse. I'll tell you the truth, because the incident you caused this time is actually a propaganda for our sea area. You know, this time the fishing champion, there are live broadcasts in many places. Quote, moreover, if we give you an award tomorrow, it will be another propaganda action by us. We should take advantage of it. Chairman Shi Yuan said it clearly, and it seemed that he did not want to offend Qing for this kind of thing. Since everyone is so open, Qingwei has no reason to refuse. youth, and to put it bluntly, he still takes advantage of it, and he does not suffer from this advertisement. This kind of advertisement is not an endorsement of any product, and I have to worry about whether there will be any problems with this product in the future. This kind of advertisement is equivalent to the advertisement of a scenic bot. No, BJEA. After Qingwei agreed, the scheduled departure tomorrow morning had to be postponed until noon. Seeing Qingwei agree, Chairman Shi Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief, then clapped his hand, and a staff member walked in with a small trophy. The size of the trophy is not large, only about 30 centimeters. Below is the base of the trophy, and above the base is a bird that just jumped out of the water. Melodic. Look, this is the special trophy we prepared for you tomorrow, and it was made in a hurry this afternoon. Are you satisfied? Chairman Shi Yuan took the trophy from his subordinate, put it in front of Qingwei, and asked. It cost the chairman to spend. I like this trophy very much, Qingwei said with a smile. People have done this with enough care, even if the trophy can be seen to be gold-plated at a glance, but gold-plated is now the norm. In this day and age, how can there be so many real gold medals or trophies? Qingwei also noticed that a line of small characters was engraved on the base of the trophy. Special Fishing Champion Award. Qingwei. Compared with other fishing champion trophy, this trophy is the same size. The only difference is the Pokemon on the base. However, the original champion trophies are basically all specially made, based on the signature Pokemon caught by this champion, and Qingwei's signature is of course his Melodic. After talking about business, Qingwei chatted with the chairman Shi Yuan, and after a while, the staff pushed open the door of the room again. This time, the staff brought in the 10 champions from today's game. Then, Qingwei saw that the chairman stepped forward to apologize to the 10 people again. I have to say, this chairman is really good at life. Qingwei also greeted the 10 champions and expressed his apology. And these people also said that the past is over, and it has no impact, and everyone is still on the same starting line. Finally, the 12 people sat together and had a good meal. The next day, at noon, Qingwei had an early lunch, and after attending the temporary award ceremony, he put on his backpack and set out on the journey again. It's just that this time the award ceremony has once again caused waves on the internet. Netizens were still discussing Qingwei, the uncrowned king, yesterday, but the organizer directly crowned Qingwei today. Who could have imagined this operation? Invisibly, the reputation of the resort town has once again improved a lot. As for Qingwei, his reputation is already big enough, and this incident did not have a big impact on him. After walking for Qingwei all afternoon, finally in the evening, he successfully left the silent bridge and reached Route 13. In the distance, Qingwei can see a mountain. This mountain is very famous in Kanto region, called Evolution Mountain. The reason why it is called this is because the evolutionary stone, ite, is abundant on this mountain. Water stone, fire stone and thunder stone. And, because of this, at the foothills of Evolution Mountain, there is a small town named Stone Town. In the animation, Evolution Mountain and Stone Town are said to be between Safari Zone and Cinnabar Island, but Safari Zone is west of Fuchsia City, and on Kanto's map, the land part west of Fuchsia City is it is very small, but the east is only connected by several roads, but there are no towns, so this book is slightly modified, and the Evolution Mountain and Stone Town are placed in the east of Fuchsia City. And because the silent bridge is not suitable for vehicles, the east part of Route 13 is just a small road suitable for bicycles and pedestrians. Qingwei looked at Evolution Mountain, which looked very close ahead. As the saying goes, Wangshan is a dead horse. The Evolution Mountain looked very close, but he didn't know if he could reach the town there at night. After resting for a while, Qingwei quickened his pace and walked towards Downtown along Route 13. Fortunately, Qingwei arrived at Downtown successfully at around 10 o'clock in the evening. If it weren't for the reason that Evolution Mountain is rich in evolutionary stone, ite, Stone Town would only be an extremely ordinary town. But it is precisely because of the existence of evolutionary stone, ite, that the townspeople of Stone Town have an economic source. They have a way to find evolutionary stone, ite, in the mountain. Although some of the evolutionary stone, ite, they dug up had to be handed over to the Alliance, the rest alone was enough for them to live well. However, although Stone Town has attracted many trainers who are greedy for evolutionary stone, ite, it is still a small town that prefers to live. City does not have any luxury hotels, just ordinary small hotels. Qingwei was not picky either. After finding a food stall to fill his stomach in a hurry, he checked into an ordinary hotel. It's been an afternoon's journey, and now it's almost 11 o'clock in the evening, so I have to rest early. Rolf, who had been sitting on his shoulders, had been bumpy all afternoon, tired early, and after eating at night, he went straight into the Pokeball rest. Qingwei was still with him outside. Only little Eevee was left with a Pokemon. Entering the room, Eevee voluntarily jumped on the sofa, and then lay there and began to rest. Qingwei only thought that she was tired today, and he was too tired, so he went to bed and rested after hurriedly taking a shower. However, when I opened my eyes the next day, I saw the Pokemon Pokemon in front of me. He was a little sluggish because of drowsiness, but he woke up instantly. Chapter 128 Changes in Eevee. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Whose is the Flareon in front of me? I don't remember I had this Pokemon. Could it be that I crossed over again after falling asleep yesterday? Qingwei looked at Flareon in front of him and touched his cheek involuntarily, wanting to confirm that he was still not himself. However, the feel told him that he hadn't changed. So, the world has changed. Buzz. At this moment, Flareon in front of Qingwei let out a soft, light cry. The familiar voice made Qingwei react. Isn't this his Eevee? Why did you change after a night of sleep? He had been with Eevee for so long before, and he had never seen her change. Eevee? Qingwei asked cautiously. Flareon nodded, and gave another soft cry. Buzz. How did you become like this? Qingwei asked. Buzz. Flareon began to explain, and Qingwei soon realized that Eevee felt that his body seemed to have changed a bit yesterday. This change made her feel very tired, so she always behaved very quietly, and went to rest on the sofa as soon as she returned to the room. Then, after she woke up, she noticed that she had transformed. Of the 8 Eevees, evolution forms, Flareon is the most Eevee-like in appearance. Flareon's skin is fiery red. She has a large, fluffy tail, a fluff on her neck, and a small tuft of hair on her forehead, all of which are cream yellow. In addition, the paw pads on her paws are also creamy yellow. Overall, Flareon is the body-enlarged, hair-growing version of the color-changing Eevee. Eevee didn't understand why he would take the initiative to evolution when there was no evolutionary stone, i.e. Qingwei knew this. Isn't it all because of Team Rocket? Eevee itself is a Pokemon with extremely unstable genes. In addition, Team Rockets has conducted genetic experiments on this Eevee, which has made her own genes more unstable, and can even freely change into several evolution forms. It's just that I don't know if this will have some negative effect on Eevee. Just then, Flareon called out again. It's just that there is a hint of pain in this voice. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Qingwei asked immediately. Buzz. Flareon let out a pained cry. Are you in pain all over your body? Qingwei immediately summoned both Sylveon and Blossom. Sylveon, use Heal Bell. Blossom, grassy terrain for Eevee. Am I? Sylveon came out. He saw the Flareon in front of him. He smelled the scent of the other party. The Flareon in front of him was the little Eevee before. It's just that he is wondering why Qingwei made Eevee evolution this form. This is the only god. Could it be that Qingwei has a problem with his brain? Then, he heard Qingwei's command, so he subconsciously released Heal Bell to Flareon. Blossom came out and directly released Grassy Terrain. He began to observe the Flareon in front of him. Flareon seemed to feel a little better under the dual influence of Heal Bell and Grassy Terrain, but the unpleasant feeling in his body was still there. Qingwei has no other good options now. He knew that the reason why Eevee was like this was because of a genetic problem, and looking at the way Flareon is now, if the genes are not stabilized, the consequences may be more serious. Flareon lay in the little grassy terrain made by Blossom for more than half an hour, and there's Sylveon releasing Heal Bell from time to time to heal. Then, Qingwei saw a burst of white light emerging from her body, and after the light dissipated, Flareon changed back to Eevee. However, Eevee looked very tired. How are you feeling now? Are you better? Qingwei asked immediately. Bye. Eevee let out a feeble cry. Now the pain is gone, but I have no strength at all. So tired. When Qingwei heard it, he immediately took out some Pokeblocks and Pokemon candies from his backpack and fed them to Eevee. Watching Eevee finish eating these things, Qingwei picked her up, put her on the bed, and let her have a good rest. Then, Qingwei brought Sylveon and Blossom to the living room. Qingwei sat down on the sofa and started thinking about Eevee. He had been thinking about why he was fine before, but he would suddenly start to transform yesterday. After thinking about it for a long time, he probably understood that the reason why he was fine before may be because Eevee's own strength was weak, and the energy in his body used to be very low. And now, as Qingwei continues to cultivate with Pokeblocks and Pokemon candies, and Eevee herself start training, the energy in her body is showing an explosive growth. This may have caused genes that were already more unstable than other Eevees to burst out after being hit by these energy. Today she becomes Flareon. Maybe in 2 days Qingwei wakes up to see Vaporeon, and in a few days Jolteon. In the end, maybe one day, when Qingwei wakes up, what he sees is dead Eevee. That's right, it seems that although transforming can increase his strength, Qingwei has just seen the strength of Flareon and has reached the senior level, but this is a great side effect on his own load. If Eevee stopped training now, Qingwei cut Pokeblocks appropriately and replaces her with ordinary food, which should prevent Eevee's unstable transformation to a certain extent, but this is a solution to the symptoms rather than the root cause. One day, Eevee's own slow growth will start again. However, he doesn't understand the genetic stuff either, but this is the world of Pokemon, and Eevee's experiment is actually somewhat related to Mew. In the base of Team Rocket, it is very likely that the data of Eevee's experiment at that time are still preserved. These things are now extremely crucial crucial for Qingwei. Since Evie was rescued from Team Rockets at the time, of course he will be responsible to the end. Underground game city in Celadon, Rainbow City. How can I get in? Or should I go to Cinnabar Island to find Uncle Hong? Qingwei couldn't help but fell into contemplation. The situation of Evie has just begun. If it is directly controlled now, it should be delayed for a long time. That is to say, I have enough time. I'm in Stone Town, Evolution Mountain. Thinking of this, Qingwei was startled. Evolution Mountain, Stone Town. Isn't this where the Evie four brothers are? Just came to this place, and his Evie has a problem. A coincidence? No. Qingwei suddenly remembered that there are many fire stones, water stones and thunder stones on Evolution Mountain. Evie's genes suddenly became so unstable. Was it stimulated by the energy emanating from these stones? You know, in the plot, this Evie can change back and forth between the three Evie forms at will. The more he thought about it, the more likely Qingwei felt. The original Evie may be a little far from this critical point, but once stimulated by the energy in Evolution Mountain, it suddenly reached this critical point. If you think about it this way, Evie's critical point is not difficult to guess. Senior level. Originally, Evie has started training now, and his strength is also steadily improving, and he is not very far from the senior level. That is to say, even without the stimulation of the Evolution Mountain energy, when Evie's strength increases to the senior level, her own genes will become extremely unstable. Just how can I get into the underground base of Celadon, Rainbow City Game City? It's a pity that I have done 2 waves of Team Rockets in a row. If I can pretend to go undercover, I might still have a chance to get these materials. But if you still go undercover now, it will really make Giovanni a treasure. Qingwei sighed helplessly. I still have to find a way to find an opportunity to sneak in. Maybe find a ditto, catch a Team Rocket captain who came out of that base, and then sneak in like him. A lower one will do. Qingwei sat on the sofa, constantly thinking about countermeasures. Mount Silver, Union Headquarters, in the chairman's office. At this time, in the huge office, only these 3 people exist. One is the chairman himself sitting on the office chair, while the other 2 are wearing a fighting suit and the other is a coquettish cloak. It is the 2 elites of Lance and Bruno. As for flowers, 0 inches, are you sure? Celadon, Rainbow City. The chairman's expression was serious at this time, and he looked at the 2 elites without blinking. That's right, I followed them all the way to Celadon, Rainbow, and saw them enter the biggest arcade. Lance said with certainty, and in order not to reveal our identity, Bruno and I didn't go in, but 2 people protected the front and rear gates of this game hall. In the air, my Dragonite was also patrolling, and we didn't see it until they come out. But in the game hall, the people who were sent in later did not see these 2 people, which is enough to show that there is a big problem in this game hall. I guess the underground of the game hall might be a base for Team Rocket, and the scale may not be small. Lance said his findings and his guesses in one breath. Hearing this, the chairman had a headache. This Team Rocket seems to have played a game of black under the light basement of the Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall. The game hall is really a good cover. Maybe this largest game hall is the property of Team Rocket. Also, the identity of the person in charge of the response. Really, Vermilion City Thundershock Gym's leader LT. Sir, the chairman asked. 99% of the time it's him. I saw that he summoned 2 Pokemon, Jolteon and Ampharos, and sent someone to Vermilion City Gym to try it out while I was following. According to the staff at Gym, Lieutenant Surge just fell ill, so he couldn't play the battle himself, but had the staff manipulate his Pokemon to fight. HMPH. No one is in Vermilion City anymore, so of course I can't fight in person. So 99% of his identity is Lieutenant Surge, Lance said with certainty. It now looks like our previous cleanup was a joke. Bruno, who had been sitting on the sofa without speaking, suddenly said, after cleaning for a long time, people are still doing things in Diglett Cave. After finishing the work, the leader of our alliance Jim will come to personally support. This is really awesome. This is truly a dereliction of duty for our league. Hearing this, the chairman sighed deeply. I was prepared for someone in the league to be captivated before, but I didn't expect that Lieutenant Surge, who had been the leader for so many years, would actually join Team Rocket. It seems that this time, it is not only necessary to deal with the base of Team Rockets in Celadon, Rainbow City, but also to thoroughly check all the current leaders of the official gym. Just take this opportunity to check the gym thoroughly. Quote, Lance nodded in agreement. It's time to send the prosecutor down to have a good check. The prosecutor is in the open. We are in the dark. Check all these gyms so that you can feel at ease. Otherwise, these people will be a ticking time bomb. Maybe it will explode. However, the first problem we have to deal with now is the matter of the Team Rocket space. Chairman, how are you going to solve it? Before waiting for the chairman to speak, Bruno said directly, isn't this simple? First investigate the forces behind this game hall. If it has anything to do with Team Rocket, then directly attack Elite. Bring people in, and take this. The base is uprooted and done. The chairman shook his head. It's not that simple. This game hall has existed for so long, and we only learned today that it may be related to Team Team Rocket, so even if we investigate, it may be difficult to find any clues, and the location of this place is very embarrassing. The location of the game hall is very crowded in Celadon, Rainbow City. If the Team Rocket go crazy, it may cause civilian casualties, and the 4 elites can't be dispatched, so people have to be kept to prevent Team Rockets from jumping over the wall. Bruno Elite seemed to be about to speak, and the chairman waved his hand and continued. It is certain to remove this bait, but we need to think about it in the long run. We have to think of a foolproof plan before we make a move. Well, as for the inspection of Jim, just put it after the removal of the bait. If we act directly now, it may cause Lieutenant Surge to be alert and affect our plan. Also, it's not just Kanto that will be checked. Johanto must also check carefully. Just check it out, the chairman murmured, and then looked at Lance and Bruno. You two have been following for so long. Now come back and have a good rest. When you rest, after the mother-in-law Agatha comes back, we will have another meeting. Fine. Discuss how to deal with this problem. Towel. Chapter 129. Is Boss Giovanni so good-natured? Okay, just think about the plan. If we don't have enough people in Kanto, don't forget that Steven and Wallace are still here. Lance reminded the chairman with kindness. Then we will go back first. I have a rest, and I will contact you at any time if you have anything. Don't worry, I will definitely not forget these 2 people. The chairman smiled and watched Lance and Bruno get up and leave their office. Fortunately Steven and Wallace are here, otherwise it would be a bit of a hassle. Johto's site is already short of manpower, and I don't know how much Team Rockets have penetrated. I don't dare to send people over there to support. Fortunately, the chairman scratched his bald head. Quite fortunate. Kanto has no champion, and Johto is even worse. Although there are 4 elites now, it is time for collective retirement. Originally, he also thought that he would not be able to directly choose a powerful leader among the leaders in Kanto and Johto, and transfer him to Johto as the elite. But now that such a thing has happened, the ghost knows how many leaders in the 2 places are from Team Rocket. Until the thorough inspection is completed, he does not dare to mobilize any leader now. Team Rockets is really off the mark. How on earth did they pull in so many high-ranking people? The chairman is dead and can't figure it out. The few hairs on his hair were almost scratched out by him. Viridian City, Viridian Gym. Giovanni sat in the office, frowning, and looked similar to the chairman. The chairman of the Alliance couldn't figure out how Team Rocket could penetrate so deeply. 1, 2, 7, and Giovanni looked at the dozen or so old ambers in front of him and didn't know what to think. A Team Rocket subordinate stood by and lowered his head, not daring to look or ask. After a while, Giovanni said suddenly, co-authored, went for 3 weeks, lost a dozen elite-level Pokemon and a large number of people, and got back such 12 old ambers. Team Rocket subordinates shivered as they stood next to each other, not daring to answer a word. He was still complaining endlessly in his heart. Why did Archer send him to bring these stones to meet Giovanni? Why? He thought about it carefully, and he didn't provoke any enemies on weekdays. His popularity among the captains was not bad, and Archer was also good to him on weekdays, but this kind of death task was his turn, and it's not his fault. He can't even be considered the one who takes the blame. The blame behind Chakra is huge. Chakra. Giovanni whispered the name of Chakra, and now that Sachi and Oka have fallen into the hands of the Alliance, it is completely finished, and the boss of the 3 beasts, Chakra, is now almost abolished. Giovanni could only let him stay in the base in Celadon, Rainbow City. He sent someone to pick up Chakra. Now you don't have to think about how angry the old man in the Alliance will be. Once Chakra shows up, people may be gone in minutes. You have done a good job in this matter. After you go out, you can get the reward and go back. Remember to be careful. The Alliance outside is strictly investigating, so don't cause trouble. Giovanni grabbed a few old ambers and weighed it. Facing Team Rocket, said the subordinate. Yes, thank you, boss. The captain was overjoyed. Giovanni didn't even put his anger on him, and there was even a reward to claim. Could this be all in the calculations of the Archer boss? It turned out that I was sent here to receive a reward. Love, love, love. After saluting Giovanni, the brigade leader left Giovanni's office with a different brisk pace than before. Seeing that the people were gone, Giovanni put away the old ambers in the box, then stood up with the box and came to the wall behind him. I saw him press on a brick on the wall, and a secret door appeared. After waiting for the secret door to open automatically, Giovanni walked in with the box. After a short but bright passage, Giovanni came to his real base in Viridian. This base is mainly set up for scientific research. For example, the genes of old amber were also discovered by researchers in this base. At this time, the base was full of Team Rocket's researchers wearing white coats. After they saw Giovanni coming, they raised their heads and saluted in a leisurely manner. Giovanni nodded casually and walked directly to a small room inside the base. At this time, there was only one researcher in a white coat in this room. He was already quite old, and some wrinkles began to appear on his face. As soon as he entered the door, Giovanni put the box containing the old amber on the table, and said to the researcher, "This mission failed. I only got back 12 old ambers. Is that enough? Only $12. I'll see first. The researcher stopped what he was doing, came to the table, opened the box and looked inside. He looked at it very carefully, and he took out every piece of old amber for careful observation, and sometimes put it into a weird machine to test. Giovanni didn't speak either, just watched the others' movements quietly. It took researchers nearly an hour to test these 12 old ambers. After all the tests were completed, the researcher put down the stone in his hand and looked up at Giovanni. There is good news, these stones contain more genes. As the researcher said, he took out 4 old ambers and placed them in front of Giovanni. What about the bad news? Giovanni just glanced at the pieces of old amber picked out by the researcher, and continued to ask calmly, as there is good news, of course there will be bad news. The bad news is 1.5. The Research Institute pondered for a while. Let's talk about that one first. The number of these stones is so low that we can't revive these fossilized Pokemon. The researcher told the truth. I know this. Is this enough for Mewtwo? Giovanni asked the question he was most concerned about right now. Well, that's the half of the bad news. If it wasn't for the amount of genes in these stones, then these stones would definitely not be enough. But with these, now, I'm not sure either. It may or may not be enough. As the researcher said, he looked at a training capsule placed in the room. Giovanni also followed his gaze and saw that the lid on the culture capsule was transparent, and from the outside you could see the inside. Inside was lying a figure resembling a humanoid and a cat, with a silver body all over it, white with purple eyes, tail and belly. The extracorporeal nerve bundle, or extracorporeal blood circulation system, extending from the center of the back extends straight to the back of the neck, and the fingers consist of 3 spheroids. It's just that now this mysterious Pokemon is still wearing a tech-savvy armor that blocks a part of itself. This is exactly the research that Team Rocket's has put the most effort into. Also Team Rocket, big a secret, even a Pokemon that might later become Giovanni's strongest hole card, Mewtwo. The former boss of Team Rocket, Giovanni's mother, has sent a number of investigative teams to track down Mew since he heard about Mew's legend. Eventually, one of the survey teams came across Mew's frescoes and even found a fossil of Mew's eyelashes. Later, after Giovanni took over Team Rocket, he ordered to start research on the fossil of Mew's eyelashes. The researchers successfully extracted some Mew genes from the fossil, and with the powerful scientific research capabilities and equipment of Team Rocket, the Pokemon in front of him was created. It's just that this Pokemon looks a bit similar to Mew, but it's not exactly the same. So, Giovanni named this Pokemon Mewtwo, which means beyond Mew. But perhaps it is the reason why the genes in Mew's eyelash fossils are not perfect, or it may be the reason for the technical defects of Team Rocket. The manufactured Mewtwo must be controlled by the armor it is wearing now. The purpose of this armor is to prevent Mewtwo from developing a perfect sense of self, and the Mewtwo they created, if not controlled, this individual will become very irritable and extremely aggressive. Later, researchers involved in the Mewtwo project speculated that the reason why this happened in Mewtwo may be caused by the incomplete Mew gene in the Mew eyelash fossil. In order to verify this, they extracted some genes from Mewtwo and added it to an Eevee as an experimental body. Because Eevee's genes are recognized as unstable and the easiest to change, so they also want to know, when part of the Mew gene is integrated into Eevee's body, will Eevee have any additional changes? They also got the result of the experiment. At that time, the gene injected Eevee passed out because it was too weak, but when it was in a coma, it actually switched back and forth between several evolution forms. But at the same time, the machine detected that Eevee's own energy was consuming a lot, until perhaps Eevee itself has adapted to this foreign gene, or the fusion of the two has produced other changes. In the end, Eevee's changes stopped and returned to its original state. No matter how much they experimented, this only Eevee has not produced the previous changes. They believed that Eevee had adapted or fused Mew's gene, and that the previous changes occurred during the fusion, and returned to normal after the fusion. However, before they could figure out what happened to Eevee in the future, the Eevee found an opportunity to sneak away, and now they don't know where it went. Although they lost an excellent experimental body, they also came to a conclusion through the previous experiment. Conclusion for making Mewtwo change. If you want to change, you have to incorporate more Pokemon genes into Mewtwo. Many ancient Pokemon are now extinct, and only a few fossils remain. In the early stage, they tried to extract some residual genes from ordinary fossils and injected them into Mewtwo's body. It sure made a difference. Mewtwo doesn't seem so tyrannical anymore. With this major development, these researchers are very excited. After telling Giovanni also tried to buy some ordinary fossils, but the precious fossils were either kept in the last resort, like Steven, or kept in the fossil museum for people to watch. Giovanni didn't find a chance to strike either. Just then, a researcher who was out came back with an old amber, and they extracted the ancient Pokemon genes from this old amber. At the same time, they also discovered that the genes of this unknown ancient Pokemon are more more powerful than those in ordinary fossils. So, after knowing that the old amber was obtained in Digla Cave, Giovanni started Team Rocket's own mining plan, but Giovanni was pitted by the three beasts. In the original estimate, the amount of old amber they mined was enough to be integrated into Mewtwo's body, and they could even make a lot of money for these researchers to carry out resurrection research. If you can successfully resurrect a few, such a powerful gene will not be weaker than the resurrected Pokemon. Just not to mention resurrection now. Even Mewtwo's recovery has become uncertain. Giovanni stared at Mewtwo in the culture cabin for a while, then raised his head to look at the researcher. 4.0 inches. The genes in these stones are extracted as soon as possible, and then injected into Mewtwo's body. Remember to strictly record the changes in Mewtwo's body data during the process. If there is any problem, report it to me immediately. The researcher nodded. I understand. I'll make preparations today, and start the official injection tomorrow. Well, I hope these stones will be enough. Giovanni nodded and said, hopefully, but even if it's not enough, presumably with so many gene injections, it can be improved a lot. Maybe you can control it better through this control device to fight. I hope so. Giovanni sighed that he could now use this control device to control Mewtwo to fight, but in the process of battle, Mewtwo sometimes disobeyed the command and acted alone, and without exception, these actions were all powerful skill moves. According to the researcher's analysis, this is the tyrannical factor in Mewtwo's body. If these factors can be weakened or even eliminated this time, Giovanni's control of Mewtwo will be smoother. You know, the current strength of this Mewtwo is the champion level, which is only one step away from the master level. When Mewtwo was just created and was still a juvenile, its strength was quasi-elite. Then with the growth of the body, it quickly entered the elite level, and then with the continuous development of Team Rockets and input some information to Mewtwo, it grew to the champion level. And now, it is not far from the master level, and according to the potential of Mewtwo, it is possible to quickly break through to the master level, and even grow to the existence of the palace level in the future. Chapter 130. Lorelai's fan. See the familiar again. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Palace level. This is the pinnacle of the currently artificially divided strength. Moreover, among the Pokemons known to the Pokemon world that humans have seen, only a few legendary Pokemons have reached this level of strength. These Pokemon are all Pokemon with some kind of function. You must know that not all legendary Pokemon, divine beasts, are powerful. If it is the only legendary Pokemon like Kobo, needless to say, its strength is extremely powerful. But if it is a many Pokemon like Moltres, although its strength is also very strong and its growth rate is also high, there is only one really strong. That is the Moltres that has a function, and is located in the Island of Fire, near the Orange Island. This Moltres is responsible for maintaining the stability of the Pokemon world region, so it is more powerful than its clansmen. However, it will also be challenged by its own clansmen. If the challenge is successful, then the Moltres will take over its qualifications and guard the Fire Island of the Orange Island. However, even Moltres with functions is far from the level of the Palace, and ordinary Pokemon, even those trained by trainers who spend their whole lives, have never reached the Hall level in strength. It seems that the Master level is the pinnacle of these Pokemon. Giovanni has lived for so long, and he has never heard of anyone in the league whose Pokemon strength has reached this level. From ancient times to the present, there is no one. That's why he was greedy for Mewtwo. Mewtwo has Palace level potential, as long as it is more cultivated in the future, and if it is controlled by Giovanni, until its strength reaches the Hall level, who else in this world can stop him and his Team Rocket? This is Giovanni's ambition and Giovanni's big plan. For this reason, even if it was as simple as digging a stone, he sent 3 beastmen to act collectively just to be safe. Result: I will cry if I continue. Giovanni has no other way now. Now that the alliance is being investigated strictly, it is impossible for him to take the initiative to touch the bad head of the alliance at this time. At present, I can only hope that the stones brought back by Chakra can be used. Otherwise, if you're going to wait until the limelight passes before heading to Digla Cave, I don't know how long it will be. And with this event, the alliance may set up a checkpoint at the entrance of Diglet Cave. That bald chairman can do it. On Qingwei's side, he didn't know anything about the alliance's decision. However, after analyzing that it was Evolution Mountain that affected Eevee, Qingwei didn't dare to stay here for a long time now. He originally planned to go to the most luxurious manor in Stone Town to play a card and see the 4 Eevee brothers, but now Eevee can't stay here for a long time, so Qingwei gave up the idea of locking in. After Eevee rested, Qingwei left here with the Pokemon and continued to go west. Next, he is ready to rush directly to Fuchsia City, then settle down in Fuchsia City temporarily and observe the state of Eevee's body. If there is no change, it means that staying away from Evolutionary Stone, ITE, is indeed useful, and he has more time to think about solutions, and if Eevee is still like this, he'll have to contact Professional Oak first. If the Professional Oak outside can't solve it. The last resort is to fly directly to Celadon, Rainbow City, and find a chance to infiltrate the rocket hideout located in the basement of the game city. It was past noon when we set off from Stone Town, and the Route 13 heading west was much wider than the previous part to the east. From time to time, Qingwei can still see vehicles driving on the road, and it seems that they are going to Stone Town. Qingwei estimated that these people may have come for evolutionary stone, ITE. On both sides of Road 13, there are large tracts of grassland. Behind the grassland, trees that are not very tall appeared, and further back, the trees became taller and taller. Needless to say, this forest is similar to the forest on Route 11, and there should be a lot of Pokemon living in it. Qingwei can still see that there are several small tents scattered on the grassland. It seems that it should belong to those trainers who go out for special training or hard training. They camp in the grasslands and enter the forest to train their Pokemon during the day. After dusk, these trainers may also get together to exchange experiences or have Pokemon battle. One of the goals of Qingwei taking this path is to find these trainers to fight. However, now under the influence of Eevee, he has to temporarily give up the idea of training Pokemon and instead go all out. It's just that it's still far from Fuchsia City. Qingwei has been going to the end of the number 13 road until the evening. There is a small gathering place for trainers who go out to train, and a dozen tents are erected on the lawn. When they came here, these people were sitting around the campfire outside, eating and drinking with food and drinks in their hands. Seeing Qingwei coming over and sitting around the bonfire, one of the fat men stood up and greeted Qingwei. "Hello, are you planning to camp here too? Look at the direction you came from. He must have come from Stone Town. It's dinner time. Have you eaten dinner yet?" "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ryosuke, and I'm also a trainer." The fat man swallowed the food in his mouth and said actively, "Is this a chatterbox?" As soon as Qingwei came over, he was asked by the fat man. Looking at the familiar look of the fat man in front of him, he was a little speechless. But Qingwei still answered fatty, "Yes, I started from Stone Town at noon today and walked all the way. It's getting late now. After seeing you all camping here, I'm also going to rest here for a while tonight to move on tomorrow." "Are you from Stone Town? I heard that there are a lot of evolutionary stone, ITE there. I don't know about you." When Fatty Ryosuke heard this, he became more interested. If the person in front of him is a native of Stone Town, then he is likely to have evolutionary stone, ITE on him. And he now has a Pokemon that just happens to need an evolutionary stone, IT evolution. If you can have a good relationship with the person in front of you, and don't say that the other party will give it directly, even if you pay for a piece, you will not lose money. This is the evolutionary stone, ITE on Evolution Mountain. Isn't the quality just right? Qingwei did not expect that so many thoughts flashed in the mind of the fat man in front of him. "I'm not from Stone Town. I came from Silent Bridge. Stone Town is just a place where I rested yesterday, and I did a repair there." "What? Not from Stone Town?" Fatty's tone was suddenly full of disappointment. "What's the matter? Are you looking for someone from Stone Town?" Qingwei looked at Fatty's expression and couldn't help asking. "Alas, this is my Pokemon." Fatty sighed, took out a Pokeball, and released his Pokemon. Qingwei took a look. "Yo, could it be that you have met a colleague?" I saw that what appeared in front of Qingwei was a shelter. After observing the state of this shelter, Qingwei also understood why he wanted to find the people from Stone Town. This shelter is ready for evolution, but the fat man in front of him probably didn't prepare the water stone. "See, my shelter can be evolution, but I don't have a water stone, so I wanted to ask someone from Stone Town, and my destination for this trip is also Stone Town. I saw you coming from there, and I thought you were from there. I thought I could stop walking, but I didn't expect. Hey, kitty, my shelter. It will take a few days for the evolution, so I will be a little slower in chasing my idol." Fatty kept eyeing in front of Qingwei. "Your idol?" Qingwei was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. "Your idol shouldn't be." Speaking of idols, Fatty immediately became excited. "Yes, my idol is Miss Bing Elite Lorelei. I'm a Lorelei fan for 23 years. The fat man's tone was quite proud. "Did I think wrong about co-authoring at the beginning? Is star chasing in this world so terrifying?" Qingwei couldn't help but have deep doubts about his previous views. Or, "I'm not famous enough, so now I can be safe on the road." Or, "Are there really so many Lorelei fans?" During this journey, most of the trainers that Qingwei met and talked to were fans of Lance and Lorelei. Even Lorelei has more fans than Lance. It can only be said that no matter where the beauties go, they are all popular. Then I don't know how popular the female champions from other regions will be. Qingwei couldn't help but think of Cynthia and Diantha, who are both handsome and powerful, especially Diantha, who is a big star in her own right. Coupled with the romantic and entertaining region of Kalos, it's simple. "Why don't you talk? Are you a Lorelei fan too?" Fatty asked Qingwei involuntarily when he saw Qingwei's silence. "Me, I'm not," Qingwei said subconsciously when he heard Fatty ask. "What? Are there still people in this world who don't like Miss Lorelei?" Fatty was quite surprised when he heard Qingwei's answer. "Is Gia a real group rupee. Qingwei was helpless. Seeing that the fat man in front of him wanted to tell him the truth, he immediately changed the subject. By the way, you said that you went to Stone Town to directly find someone to buy evolutionary stone, ite. But when I was there before, I didn't see anyone selling water stone. I'm going to ask the people there if I can buy it with money. It's the best. Speaking of this, Fatty was a little worried. I also brought some items for exchange. If someone is unwilling to sell money at that time, we can only see if they have the intention of exchanging. Exchange. Qingwei understood, then thought for a moment, took the backpack behind him, took out a piece of water stone, and shook it in front of Fatty. No, you see, I happen to have a water stone, but this stone is useless to me now. If you have an exchange item, show me it. If there is something I want, I will exchange this with you. How about, you have a water stone? Fatty's eyes were stunned. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had water stone? It made me nervous. You came up and asked me if I was from Stone Town, not if I had water stone. Besides, although my water stone is useless to me, I want to exchange it for some useful items, and I don't want to sell it for money. Qingwei said rather speechlessly. That's a good feeling. Come on, follow me 10. I'll show you the props I brought. If you like it, take it to 127. Don't be polite to me. Arms, even pulling and pulling, led Qingwei into a tent. His backpack was on the ground in the corner of the tent. As soon as the fat man entered the tent, he immediately squatted down and turned over his backpack, and in a short while he took out a lot of things. Qingwei took a look. Good guy. I'm afraid this person doesn't run a shop at home, right? Qingwei looked at the dizzying variety of props in front of him. Quick claw, silver powder, metallic film, poison sting, sharp beak, charcoal, soft sand, even a far-fetched green onion. In addition to this, there are also sea-tied incense, silk art, and more for Pokemon carry items. These things are good and not bad, but most of them, Qingwei has them all. Even if there is none, such as that green onion, Qingwei will not be able to use it. You can't just bring it and eat it, right? Although it is said that far-fetched green onions taste good, Qingwei is still not interested in this. Is that all there is? Qingwei looked down at these items and asked. If it was just these things, he felt that there was no need to exchange them. What? Are you not satisfied? I have carefully collected these items. Pokemon with many attributes can be used. If you let your Pokemon bring such a piece, the combat power will be improved. Fatty took a look. Qingwei was dissatisfied and immediately got a little anxious and quickly started to sell these things. Look at this sea-tied incense. The water-type Pokemon likes it very much. My shelter especially like this. If you let Pokemon carry it, the water attribute, the power of the moves will also increase. And this silver powder, after carrying it, the power of the insect-type moves will increase, which is very suitable for insect catchers to use. Oh, by the way, you are not insect catchers. Then look at this charcoal. It can increase the power of fire-type move. If the Earl Dervish Pokemon you received from the Alliance is a Charmander, this item is very useful. And this green onion. No, this green onion is what I eat. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Fatty introduced these items to Qingwei one by one, and when he picked up the green onion, he suddenly became a little embarrassed. Well, wait a minute, I just got it wrong. I'll look for it again. Fatty immediately started flipping through the backpack again, and while flipping, he said, but this green onion is also very good. If you have cultivated a Farfetch, you can give this to him. Even if you haven't cultivated it, you can take it. Come and eat it yourself. It tastes great. Oh, I found it. It's these. Fatty pulled out a few more items from the bag, and when one of them appeared, it caught Qingwei's attention. Chapter 131 _ The deal is done. Come to the Novice Village. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Fatty took out 3 more items in total. The first one was a Thunderstone, which was not very useful. Let's not mention it for now. The second is a piece of Everstone. If Pokemon carry it, there will be no evolution. The last piece is also a stone, and the appearance of that stone, Qingwei looked very familiar. Similar to the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ite of Altaria he obtained in Diglett Cave before. The stone in front of Qingwei is also round, and there is a pattern composed of colors on it. Can I see this stone? Qingwei pointed to the stone in Fatty's palm and asked. This one. The fat man gestured with his right hand, then handed it to Qingwei, and said at the same time, I don't know what this stone is for. I found it nearby when I found this Everstone. I thought it might be a magical tool when I saw it like this. After I took it back and studied it for a long time, I didn't find any use for this stone. I also asked some friends, and they all said that they had never seen such a stone. Although Fatty wanted the water stone in Qingwei's hand, the others were quite sincere. Seeing Qingwei looking at this unknown stone with great interest, he couldn't help but continue to persuade him. This stone is not known for its function. In this case, apart from looking pretty, it's just a decoration at best, and it's worthless. I suggest you look at other things, and if you really like this stone, I can give it to you. Qingwei did not speak. He was still observing the small stone in his hand. The size of the stone is not large. As long as it is polished a little, it can be used as a gemstone on a bracelet or ring. And the size of this stone, coupled with the shape shape is so similar to Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. Two words vaguely appeared in Qingwei's heart. Keystone. This piece is very likely to be a keystone. That is, one of the must-have for a Pokemon to perform a Mega Evolution. It can be said that the keystone is not a Pokemon carry item, but a trainer item. The trainer wears the keystone, and the Pokemon carries the corresponding Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. During the battle, if there are enough bonds between the trainer and the Pokemon, the keystone and the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, can be used to make the Pokemon perform Mega Evolution. Compared with the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE of Altaria that Qingwei currently owns, this keystone is more important to Qingwei. After all, he doesn't know if he can use this Evolutionary Stone, ITE, in the future, but if he doesn't have a keystone, even if he collects all the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, for his Pokemon, he won't be able to use it. You can exchange a water stone for a keystone. Isn't this blood-earned? Qingwei thought about it just in time to hear Fatty's persuasion. It seemed that the fat man didn't understand this stone at all. He just thought it was just beautiful. But this is normal. Unless the stone is directly studied with various instruments, it is difficult to discover the hidden energy in this stone. From the outside, this is a magical and beautiful stone, and maybe only people like Steven who like all kinds of strange stones are interested in this kind of stone. Compared with the Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, carried by Pokemon, the keystone is harder to be discovered by people. Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. The corresponding Pokemon will vaguely perceive that the stone is useful to him after touching it, but humans cannot detect the energy of the keystone. Only when the trainer and the Pokemon resonate, the keystone will explode. The energy that has been condensed before is released. I like this stone very much. I will exchange water stone for this stone, Tilda, Qingwei said, and handed the water stone in his hand to Fatty. Unexpectedly, the fat man shook his head and rejected Qingwei. I have already said, this stone is really worthless. You can choose one of these items of mine. This stone will be used as an addition to our transaction. The head will do. This. Okay. Qingwei had no choice but to look at Fatty's own personal collection, and finally chose the small pile of soft sand. Soft sand is suitable for ground-based Pokemon, and Qingwei wanted it for little Larvitar. He wanted to try grinding the sand and mixing it with Pokeblock. After Larvitar ate it, it would make a difference. I want this soft sand, Qingwei said. Okay, the exchange is done. Fatty took the water stone happily after seeing Qingwei put the soft sand away. I'm getting Shelter Evolution ready now. Would you like to stay and see? Water stone arrived. Fatty couldn't wait, and wanted to invite Qingwei to watch Shelter's evolution together. But Qingwei is not interested in this at all. He has watched the process of evolution a lot, and now he has just obtained the keystone. It is the right way to study it carefully. I haven't even set up a tent yet, and I haven't eaten dinner yet. I have to go to set up a tent for dinner, Qingwei said. Is that so? Do you want me to help? No, you can watch your Pokemon evolution with peace of mind. I won't disturb you, but I still congratulate you in advance. Qingwei put the keystone in his pocket, turned around and left with his backpack. As he lifted the tent curtain, out of the corner of his eye, Fatty couldn't wait to take out the Pokeball and let out his Shelter. Qingwei, who was out of the tent, looked left and right, and found that Fatty's tent was relatively far out, and there was a large open space beside his tent. It happened that Qingwei was too lazy to find a place, so he took out his folding tent from his bag and set it up not far from the fat man's tent. After setting up the tent, Qingwei went straight in and sat on the mat to study the keystone. As for how to carry Qingwei, I have already thought about it. After arriving in Fuchsia City, I will find a store to buy a bracelet, and then ask someone to polish the stone and insert it. Holding this keystone, Qingwei used psychic to sense it and found out. He noticed that the pattern on the keystone was faintly exuding energy. It's just that this kind of fluctuation is very weak, and it is difficult to detect it if you don't sense it carefully. I wonder if other special abilities can detect the abnormality of this keystone. Qingwei suddenly remembered other abilities in the Pokemon world, such as the power of Aura, the power of Viridian, and even the power of Supergram. Pokemon world is not only limited to psychic. After looking at the keystone for a while, Qingwei took out the small box containing Altaria's Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE, from his backpack and put the keystone in it as well. In the future, this box will be dedicated to keeping Pokemon Mega Evolution items. Although he even laughed at himself a few days ago, the chance of encountering Mega Evolution related items in Kanto is very small, but it has only been a few days, and he has all the keystone. Putting the box away, Qingwei took out the Pokeball and put the small Eevee let it out. Before in Stone Town, nearby, Qingwei was afraid that Eevee would continue to be affected by Evolution Mountain, so he did not dare to release Eevee, and now he has been far away from some Evolution Mountain. If it is released, the impact should be minimal. Booyee Tilda. Eevee came out of the Pokeball in good spirits and seemed to be recovering quite well. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling sick? Qingwei picked up Eevee and carefully checked the body temperature, tongue, etc. etc. The final result was that everything was normal now. Booyah tilde. Evie shook his head, meaning that he felt good now, not the same as before. That good. If the outside doesn't affect you, you can continue to stay outside. Qingwei rubbed Evie's head, and then began to prepare food for the Pokemon. The next morning, Qingwei took Evie and embarked on a journey again. Before leaving, Fatty also took the cloister who had successfully used Water Stone to say goodbye to Qingwei. In his word, he kept thanking Qingwei like Qingwei, giving the impression that he took a big advantage of yesterday's exchange. If he knew what kind of opportunity he missed because of a piece of Water Stone, would he cry to death? Qingwei thought maliciously while perfunctory Fatty's thank you. When Pokemon's Mega Evolution really comes out, this fat man might cry to death when he finds out, but it's hard to say. This fat man is eager to use his cloister evolution to catch up Lorelai's footsteps. Presumably in his heart, Lorelai should be more important than Mega Evolution, right? Evie, who has rested for more than a day, is in good shape now and seems to be back to normal. Qingwei was also relieved when he saw this. Now Evie's state looks like he still has a lot of time. Not long after walking, the east-west road number 13 came to the west end. Now, he needs to turn south. There is Route 14 connected to Route 13. Road number 14 runs north-south, passing through a whole forest. Walking on Route 14, Qingwei saw that the number of trainers around him increased significantly, and many people are still holding insect nets and other items, and at a glance they know that they are insect-catching teenagers. After seeing Qingwei and Evie on his shoulder, some trainers walked up and took the initiative to invite battle. Because the strength of the Evie in front of me looks like that, it's similar to them, and it's good for my Pokemon to fight against Qingwei. This is also where Qingwei planned to stay for 2 or 3 days. Route 14 and this forest are the famous Novice Forest of Kanto region. In this forest, there are not many powerful Pokemon, but there are many types. It is very suitable for beginners to come and take Pokemon for special training, or just pick their favorite Pokemon in this forest to conquer. There are more newcomers, and there will be more battles with Zhao. Newcomers, especially, are always looking forward to Pokemon battles, and the battles between trainers are all colorful. In this forest, a rookie trainer, if he wins enough here, can even save a large amount of Pokemon cultivation supplies. This is very attractive to trainers from ordinary family. There is no danger in this forest. They can come here to capture Pokemon, and after capturing it, they can directly play against each other. If they are lucky enough to win, they won't have to worry about their Pokemon's Pokeblocks in the next few weeks or even months. This is where the attraction to newcomers lies. A forest that can be conquered, trained against Pokemon, and even earned Pokeblock. It's not too profitable. So after they saw Qingwei's trainer outfit and the average strength Eevee on his shoulders, they also regarded Qingwei as a rookie trainer who came to train their own Pokemon. Some people took the initiative to come forward to invite battle, but Qingwei refused. Now Eevee's matter is more important. Although it seems that Eevee has been much better, Qingwei can't guarantee that one day in the future, Eevee will suddenly reappear in the same situation as before. However, Qingwei still felt a little pity. After all, I decided to walk through so many roads. In addition to enjoying the surrounding scenery, there is also a purpose to exercise my second-tier Pokemon. By tilde. Chapter 132 _ read first. Read first. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Eevee also noticed Qingwei's emotional changes, and knew that Qingwei wanted to hurry to Fuchsia City and find a way to treat her. But she feels very good now, and the previous changes have completely disappeared, so she also wants Qingwei to follow the plan made at the beginning. So she opened her mouth to persuade Qingwei to come. By tilde. Eevee raised his front paws and touched Qingwei's face lightly. Do you mean to stay here for a while to fight? No, your body is more important. Qingwei understood what Eevee meant, shook his head and said, by tilde. Eevee said that she is in good shape now. Even if she goes down to fight in person, it will not be a problem. That's not good. You can't fight now. After you are cured, you can fight any way you want. Boo, you said you wanted your mates to exercise here, but your body. Bye. Eevee screamed resolutely, and even jumped off Qingwei's shoulders, then squatted on the spot and looked at Qingwei. It means that if Qingwei is not in this battle, she will not leave. You. Qingwei looked at the resolute Eevee and had a headache. However, in the end, Qingwei decided to stay here for a while and have a good fight with these trainers. But if Eevee is abnormal during this period, he will ride Charizard to speed up to Fuchsia City. Hey, I really can't help you, so stay here for the time being, but you can't fight. Qingwei bent down and hugged Eevee again. By tilde. Seeing Qingwei agree, Eevee nodded happily. Since he decided to stay here temporarily, Qingwei also slowed down his progress. At the same time, these trainers will also be found for battle. Moreover, this time the main force of the battle has become the 3 Pokemons of the ordinary level Ralts, the new captured Squirtle, and the senior level Misdreavus. As for Shuckle, because the skills that Shuckle has learned is really limited now, only with Draw plus Rollout combined with her extremely scarce physical strength, it is really difficult for her to fight. Later, Shuko learned more skills, especially power tricks and power splits and defense split, before it was too late to fight. For now, Shuko is still in charge of logistics. Qingwei did not choose to use Melodic, who is also a senior level, because Melodic is already the most powerful Pokemon here. After Wallace 127 Melodic's teaching, although his Melodic strength has not yet broken through, among the senior level Pokemon, his strength is already quite top-notch. The happiest Pokemon in this battle training is Little Mischievous. The various skills she learned from Agatha's mother-in-law before, as well as the evasion instinct that was abused, made her like a duck to water in the battle. The shadow balls were rubbed one by one, causing the opponent's Pokemon to complain. Obviously it's just a double team, but it makes this Little Mischievous look like the real thing. If you don't identify it carefully, you can't tell the difference. Pokemon and trainers who fight against Mischievous may even be astonished by Mischievous once after the battle is over. Among them, most of Astonish have been successful, and Mischievous also took this opportunity to collect some fear energy, and his future snacks have been found. Compared to the lively and naughty Little Mischievous, Ralts battles are much quieter. Compared with Mischievous, Ralts is like a lady, and won't get close to each other when fighting. The three long-range skills of Confusion, Hypnosis and Psybeam make each other miserable. The attack on the opposite side was directly avoided by Qingwei commanding Ralts to use Double Team and Teleport. From the beginning to the end of the battle, Ralts was like a lady, standing quietly and using various special effects to look like that, but a group of skills battles with high actual damage. And this is also the first official battle since Ralts was born. Ralts have never fought before, although they have also started training recently. Qingwei has not found a good opportunity for Ralts to play. All the incidents encountered before had to be done by Sylveon and the others. As for the Squirtle who took the initiative to post it, after being subdued by Qingwei, he was still obedient and followed Qingwei's orders seriously, but when everyone was eating, this guy wanted to get close to Melodic. Then he was thrown away by Melodic's tail, but he continued to get closer. When Qingwei heard Squirtle say this, he immediately thought of the island of Blastoise. Qingwei also asked why Squirtle was in that sea area. According to him, it was his mother who took him there, and then she kept him there. As for Squirtle's own hometown, he said it seemed to be the big BJEA people have been living on a small island. A group of Squirtle and their evolution living on an island is indeed at the island of Blastoise. There are a large number of Squirtle races near Kanto. In addition to the special training base of the Alliance, there is only one place like the island of Blastoise. Qingwei didn't expect that this Squirtle looked like it had something to do with it. No wonder, his strength is only ordinary, but he has already learned so many skills. He has seniors from a group, so he doesn't learn casually. During the battle, many trainers regarded Squirtle as Qingwei's beginner Pokemon, but during the battle they found that, why does this naive turtle spray water with such a terrifying skill? This Nima is unscientific. With this Squirtle, if you play long range, they will spray water from the water gun, but if you get close, this idiot backhand will be a withdraw, and then rapid spin. If your speed is fast enough, people will directly use Euro Ball waiting for you to come up. If the battle with Qingwei's Ralts made these trainers feel the flexibility of psychic Pokemon skills, the battle with this Squirtle completely refreshed these people's view. You must know that most of them have only become trainers not long ago. That is, they are rookie trainers in the same period as Qingwei. Where have you seen such an outrageous Pokemon before? Even if they received Earl Dervish Pokemon, the skills they learned at the beginning were only 4 or 5, but most of them were the most basic skills such as Growl and Tackle. Could it be that the money he paid to the Alliance every year was VIP grade? Why is there such a big gap between the beginner Pokemon and my beginner Pokemon? A rookie trainer looked at Qingwei's Squirtle, and at Hanbogui who was following him, and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. The gap between the Pokemon issued by this alliance is too big. You must have paid for it. Right. Jenny. Squirtle, who had just ended another battle, let out a smug sound. At this time, Qingwei and the opponent were fighting, and a large group of people were already around. Because Qingwei has been on a winning streak before, it has never been broken, and it has been a day of winning streak. This kind of record, in this forest where chickens peck at each other, is like a king who came to fish in a fish pond. The 3 Pokemons used by Qingwei are already well known to everyone, and they even know about the skills, but no matter who comes from behind, they can't beat Qingwei. Even the Pokemon that uses the restraint attribute of the opponent is also a failure. The 2 Pokemons Mischievous and Squirtle were commanding the most battles by Qingwei today. Ralts only fought a few times. After all, it was the first time that Qingwei was involved in combat, and Qingwei wanted her to get used to it slowly. Squirtle is very inflated now. He played a total of 9 games today, all win. During the period, there was even a 4-game winning streak. Jenny. Squirtle looked at Qingwei and wanted to ask himself how strong he was. Should he be qualified to stand by Melodic's side? Qingwei glanced at Squirtle, but didn't answer. Are you still thinking of Melodic at this level? If Melodic and Squirtle fight each other now. It is estimated that Melodic can knock Squirtle out of combat with just 2 tails. You are too powerful. The trainer who was fighting against Qingwei came to Qingwei with a box of Pokeblocks and said at the same time. When Qingwei played before, he watched it off the court for a long time, wrote down all the skills used by Qingwei's Pokemon, and even tried to analyze Qingwei's play style by himself. Then I came to Qingwei with some confidence, and at the same time used my own beginner Pokemon, that is, the grass-type Bulbasaur that restrains Squirtle. His calculus is to continuously consume grass and poison skills, and at the same time to restore himself, exhausting Squirtle's stamina little by little. After all, Squirtle has fought so many times, and even if he seems to be in good shape at this time, the previous physical consumption is real. As a result, his abacus was very good, but Qingwei seemed to guess his thoughts after seeing Bulbasaur, and he glanced at him with a half-smile, and then he adopted a quick attack tactic. In the face of Bulbasaur's damage, Force Close, use Swift and Bite, 2 unresistible attribute move to deal damage, and exchange blood with Bulbasaur. At the same time, when Bulbasaur uses grass-type physical move, use Withdraw to reduce some damage. During this period, Qingwei also found an opportunity to let Squirtle use Tail Whip, which was ignored by many people, to weaken the opponent's defense ability. Although Tail Whip's defense was reduced a little, but it added up, and Qingwei seized the opportunity to let Squirtle use it 3 times. The superposition of 3 times made the original advantage of Bulbasaur disappear. Then he was the first to lose in Squirtle's attack. Fortunately, you're not too bad. It can be seen that you are well prepared. Qingwei took the box handed over by the other party and said with a smile. In the previous battle, Qingwei didn't feel any pressure in command, so he also noticed the trainer who had been standing on the sideline. He has been just staring at every action of Qingwei's Pokemon. Qingwei knows that he must want to find his weakness and then target it. So when he finally played, Qingwei was also a little curious what kind of tactics the opponent would use after watching it for so long. Result: it's just ordinary attribute restraint plus delay tactic. Thinking that Squirtle's physical strength has been consumed a lot, I plan to use Bulbasaur to delay. This tactic is really restraining the current Squirtle, but the combination of the opponent's skills and moves is really problematic. There are almost no explosive skills. When Qingwei chooses to attack, the opponent is basically unable to make a very effective counterattack. Although the overall damage of the continuous damage skills is relatively considerable, the delay is too long, and before the damage is fully exploded, Squirtle has already solved the battle by mistake. Maybe the other party overestimated his Pokemon and underestimated this Squirtle. After defeating his opponent, Qingwei refused the invitation to fight from others. I've played quite a lot today, plus I walked for a long time in the morning, so it's time to rest. 2 days later, early morning, Qingwei woke up early in the morning, and after feeding the Pokemon, started to pack up the tent. He has been here for 2 days. From the afternoon of the first day to the whole day yesterday, Qingwei has been fighting with the nearby special training trainers, and within 2 days, all win. Now he feels that he has almost beaten everyone with strength, so he is ready to leave here and go to Fuchsia City. It was like Qingwei's last opponent on the first day, the one who had been watching for a long time off the court, challenged Qingwei's Ralts again yesterday, but the result has not changed. It still ended in failure. After the fight, the trainer also fully understood that the gap between him and Qingwei is not only in the cultivation of Pokemon, but also in the data collection and analysis that he is proud of. Maybe he has done a good job, but he is more than 1 grade out of Qingwei in terms of command and response, because Qingwei predicted his orders in advance more than once during the battle, and let Raul prepare for it in advance, which made him feel very uncomfortable in this game, and always felt that every step he made was under the opponent's control. Qingwei didn't know what the other party was thinking. If he did, he might smile. Although in the Pokemon world, he didn't fight much in real battles, but in his previous life he was a loyal player of Pokemon. The understanding of each skill is absolutely sufficient, and if you play a lot of games, you will be able to read first. As the saying goes, it is prediction. Because he had already used Squirtle to play against the opponent's Bulbasaur before, Qingwei also had an understanding of the opponent's command skills. In addition, Qingwei can check the specific information of the opponent's Pokemon. All the skills of this Bulbasaur are seen by Qingwei. Therefore, in the Battle of Raul, Qingwei predicted the skills that the opponent would use in advance more than once, and responded in advance. After packing up the tent, Qingwei waved his sleeves and left. Behind him were a group of trainers who looked at Qingwei's back enviously. And the legend of the 69 game winning streak left here. Chapter 133 _ Is it Koga or the Alliance? Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. After staying away from Evolution Mountain, EV's condition did not continue to deteriorate, which is why Qingwei was able to fight with peace of mind these 2 days. In 2 days, the 3 Pokemons have gone through so many battles. Ralts has gotten used to the battle process, and Squirtle has also gotten to know Qingwei a lot. As for the little mystery Novelstory. It is a complete integration of what he has learned from Gengar. Qingwei, who sped up his pace, crossed the entire number 14 road in less than half a day, then turned west and set foot on the number 15 road. Just follow Route 15 until the end and you will reach Fuchsia City. 15 is no longer lined with trees, but a prairie with lush, long grass. It looked green on both sides. However, there are also some trainers gathered here, but not as many as the hot novice village on Route 14. According to previous online game, this is the monster area that just came out of Novice Village. The Pokemon in it are relatively strong, but there are no Pokemon that are particularly dangerous. There are obviously a lot more pedestrians on the 15th road, and Qingwei also knew that there was a small town in the middle of number 15 road. It's just that there are no specialties here, so this town is not famous at all. Many Pokemons living around here are very brave. When they see people coming and going on the road, some Pokemon will jump out and ask for food from passing trainers. In front of Qingwei is now such a Sentret. I saw that it has an oval brown body, with dark brown ears like a rabbit, and the outer ears are pink. 2 black eyes the size of a bean, and a thick layer of skin where the hands meet the body, like a bat looks off. There is a circle-shaped white pattern on the belly. It also has a tail that is longer than its body and is covered with dark brown circle. Right now, it is standing on its tail, with a pleasing expression on its face, and its 2 short front paws are looking at Qingwei in a bowing posture. Qingwei noticed that some of the other trainers had other Pokemon standing in front of them, and they all readily took out the snacks or Pokeblocks they carried with them and fed them directly. It seems that the trainers who pass by here often and the Pokemon here are very familiar with this kind of thing. Looking at this cute brown Sentret in front of me, it can be seen from its tail that this Sentret should have been born not long ago, and it looked like land crossing just past its infancy. If it weren't for that old man whose neck suddenly changed after evolution. Sentret looks really pretty. Qingwei couldn't help thinking of what Sentret evolution would look like after it became furry. Although the small round eyes are still very cute, the whole body presents a one shape, and the neck is old and long. It feels like a squirrel with a longer and thicker neck. After thinking about it, Qingwei looked at the appearance of this Sentret, and it seemed to be developing well. Think about it too. People come and go here every day. If they all come out to sell cute food like today, it is impossible for them to develop badly. Qingwei also followed the example of those passers-by and took out a box of Pokeblocks suitable for ordinary Pokemon to feed to Sentret. These Pokeblocks are the quest reward that were previously given to Ralts when they leveled up in the Novice Village. He can't use these ordinary Pokeblocks either. He originally planned to use these Pokeblocks to PY the other side when he encountered a wild Pokemon. Dacho tilde. So generous. Sentret saw the human being in front of him and took out a whole box of delicious food. It has also come out to sell cute a few times before, but every time those humans just take out 1 or 2 of these delicious cute for it to eat. But this person in front of me, a whole box of Dacho tilde. What a nice guy. Sentret happily took the whole box, his long ears trembling, and he seemed very happy. This box should be enough for you to eat for several days. Qingwei took the opportunity to touch Sentret's fluffy ears and said with a smile, Dacho tilde. Sentret yelled at Qingwei, then turned his head and shouted twice at the long grass beside the road, Dacho tilde. Brush brush. Qingwei saw the grass sway for a while, and then Sentret jumped out of the grass with their tails upside down. Good guy. Qingwei counted, and a full 13 Sentrets emerged from the grass, and it seems that these Sentrets should be about the same age as the cute one in front of them. In other words, there should be a group of Sentrets living in this grass, and they are the smallest group of children in the group. Qingwei saw this cute Sentret, and gestured to his companions with the box in his hand, and his companions surrounded it. After a while, each Sentret got a piece of Pokeblocks and ate happily around Qingwei. Qingwei was surrounded by a large group of Sentret, which also attracted the attention of other trainers on the road. I thought it was Qingwei who came out to play with so many Sentret. When I saw the Sentret in the middle holding a box with the Pokeblocks logo in it, I also understood. Then, after seeing the packaging of the box thoroughly, they all sighed with emotion. This young man really doesn't take money for money. This is a box of premium Pokeblock. Looking at these Sentret, it's not hard to imagine that this person just fed them a whole box. Being rich is so capricious. Like them, these Pokemons are only fed with ordinary Pokeblock, and some are even fed with ordinary snack. It is truly unique to feed advanced Pokeblock directly like Qingwei. The Sentrets who were eating also noticed that this time the block they ate was even more delicious than before. Nice guy. Really nice guy. After eating the Sentret of Pokeblock, they all gathered around Qingwei to express their gratitude to Qingwei by bouncing their tail. Dacho tilde. Dacho tilde. For a time, Qingwei's ears were all about Sentret's growl. Advanced Pokeblocks are so full of energy that they feel full after just one piece, and even feel a little overwhelmed. Okay, no need to thank you. Qingwei had to stop them. If he kept shouting like this, his head would explode. More than a dozen Sentrets, still staggering the time, screamed in Qingwei's ears, and they sounded really big. Qingwei thought for a while, then took out a box of regular Pokeblock from his bag and handed it to the nearest entrant. Take this box back and eat it slowly. Remember, you can only eat one piece a day. If you eat too much energy in it, it will be easy to indigestion. After all, you are still too young now. Dacho. This sentret stared blankly at Qingwei. This good man actually gave them another box of delicious food. Dacho. So happy. The sentret started to thank Qingwei again, but they were stopped by Qingwei in time. Go back when you are full. If you stay here for a long time, it will easily affect the pedestrians who come and go. Dachu tilde. At the beginning, the sentret called out to Qingwei softly, and then jumped back to the grass with his friend. However, before each sentret entered the grass, they all turned their heads to thank Qingwei. Then, Qingwei packed his backpack and moved on. On the way, he also heard people talking about Qingwei's generousness. 2 boxes of Pokeblocks in one fell swoop, and it's still high-end. The price is too high. Qingwei is also very helpless. He is not without ordinary Pokeblock, but the ordinary Pokeblocks are only advanced. These are the ones he won in the novice village before. 69 battles, 69 boxes of Pokeblock. Each brand, each attribute basically has everything you need. It can be said that it is a win. However, they don't know that Qingwei doesn't need these things at all. Nearly 70 boxes of Pokeblocks take up a lot of space in the bag, which makes his backpack with little space left almost full at once. And he's too lazy to resell those Pokeblocks. It happened that Sentret came out to be cute, and it could also help him reduce the burden. Even though there are only high-level Pokeblocks, Qingwei thinks it's not a loss. After all, for free, no matter how you use it, you will not feel distressed. If you need a big deal in the future, you will have the cheek to go to Xingxing village to abuse vegetables. It's time to exercise the banner of a new Pokemon. 15 road is not long. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingwei reached the west end of number 15 road. As for flowers, in front of Zero is the entrance to the east of Fuchsia City. Fuchsia City is a city in the southwest of Kanto region. The scale of the city is much smaller than that of Celadon, Rainbow City and Saffron City that Qingwei had been to before, and even smaller than Vermilion City. This is because Fuchsia City is basically surrounded by undeveloped regions. Among them, a region not far northwest of Fuchsia City is divided into Safari Zone, Wild Wilderness Area, by the Alliance. Safari Zone plus Fuchsia Gym located on the outskirts of Fuchsia City have become 2 iconic locations in the city. That's right, Fuchsia Gym is the only gym in Kanto region that is not in the city but built in a forest west of Fuchsia City. Although Fuchsia Gym and Safari Zone are not located in Fuchsia City, their fame is quite big in Kanto region. This is because the leader of Fuchsia Gym is the second most famous poison attribute trainer Koga in Kanto region. That's right, the number 1 poison attribute trainer in the Kanto region is the ghost type elite, Granny Agatha. That's right, Kanto is such a weirdo. The dragon type elite Lance is second to none in Kanto in terms of flying type Pokemon, while the ghost type elite Agatha is not far behind in the poison attribute. Moreover, Koga's strength is recognized as the strongest gym leader. The strength he showed in the league has reached the elite level. Koga is an expert in medicines and poisons, and often uses his own special medicines to heal Pokemon. And he is also a descendant of Agaryu, a ninjutsu master who has taught many students. His daughter is one of them. Oh, if it wasn't for Agatha's mother-in-law, Koga might have become Kanto's poison elite. Even, there have been rumors before that Koga has challenged Kanto elite for the position. The challenger, needless to say, it must be the mother-in-law Agatha. Just from the status quo, it should be a failure. You must know that unless the alliance is in an emergency period, the candidates for the 4 elites are generally good at different attributes. And Granny Agatha, although she is called Ghost Elite, but her poison attribute is also there. If Koga wants to challenge, she can only choose Granny Agatha to challenge. But Qingwei thought of those Pokemons from Agatha's mother-in-law, and couldn't help feeling a little sympathy for Koga. So sad, so sad. If it was in Johto, it should have been 4 elite by now. Although many people think that Koga's challenge is a rumor and is not credible, Qingwei thinks it is true, because it won't be long before Koga will be transferred to Johto region and promoted to 4 elite. If it wasn't for its real ability, how could the alliance do this? However, judging from the situation of Sabrina and Lieutenant Surge, there is a high probability that Koga is also a member of Team Rockets now. Thinking about it this way, the league is so miserable, but that's why Fuchsia Gym is so famous. Its leader Koga Helping Hand has treated many people's Pokemon, and coupled with its famous rank, Fuchsia Gym's name has been widely spread in Kanto region. Some people directly believe that Koga will inevitably become elite in the future. Another famous place is Safari Zone. In Kanto region, it is called Wild Wilderness Area. Safari Zone is a general term for some special wild Pokemon protected areas in various regions. There are many rare wild Pokemon living in it, and there are even wild Pokemon from other regions migrating here. In order to protect these Pokemon to a certain extent, the Alliance has established a Safari Zone. It's not that trainers can't conquer Pokemon in it, but they can't do it through battle, and they can only communicate with Pokemon. If you've managed to convince Pokemon to follow you, then you can use the Alliance's special Safari Ball for the Safari Zone to get Pokemon in. Before entering the Safari Zone, in addition to paying the entrance fee, you have to temporarily store all your Pokeballs. Enter only with food for PY with Pokemon and 30 Safari Balls here. Although this way, the success rate of trainers trying to conquer Pokemon is extremely low, but the various rare Pokemon in it still attract countless trainers to come. After all, Kangaskhan, who has been banned by the Alliance in the outside world, can be seen here if you are lucky. With a lot of luck, you can even catch a Kangaskhan. There is even a legend circulating here. Chapter 134. Oh, are you an Eevee wholesaler? Why another one? The legend is that in the Safari Zone, someone has seen Dratini. This is Kanto region's quasi-god level Pokemon. When this rumor first came out, it really attracted countless trainers who came here for the same purpose, Dratini. However, none of these people had ever seen Dratini. So later, this rumor was gradually considered to be a rumor that someone spoofed. However, it is true that there are rare Pokemon in the outside world in the Safari Zone. I don't know how many people have seen these rare Pokemon. Even now, some people will post their harvest of going to Safari Zone on the internet from time to time. It is these that attract many young trainers to come. Some people are for these rare Pokemon, while some young trainers think they are the European Emperor, although their elders can't find the trace of Dratini, but maybe he can find it when he goes. However, after the rumors of Dratini came out at first, the large number of trainers that came in really shocked the Alliance. If so many people rush in, it won't be long before this protected area can be revoked. With so many people, how can there be enough Pokemon to catch? So the league quickly added a new policy that no matter what time you go in, you must come out before 7 p.m. No overnight stay in Safari Zone. One is for the safety of trainers, because many of the wild Pokemon here are very powerful. If they are not strong trainers, they are likely to encounter danger at night. Moreover, the Safari Zone is so large that it is impossible for the Alliance to supervise any place at any time. When a trainer encounters danger, it is difficult to find and support it at the first time. Second, it is equivalent to changing the direction to limit the madness of the trainers. The shorter the time spent in it, the less chance of capturing Pokemon. However, in recent years, due to the invention of Pokeblock, the current trainers have also become thirsty. In the past, these trainers brought in their own carefully prepared food, or bought delicious Pokemon food to bring in. But now, each one brings all kinds of Pokeblock. There are even people who specially brought Buffle in from Kalo's region. This made many Pokemon unable to withstand Captivate and chose to follow the trainer. The Alliance is very melancholy about this. It is said that relevant regulations may be issued to restrict it soon. Generally speaking, the meaning of the Alliance is to make this place where rare wild Pokemon live. At the same time, if these Pokemon are willing, they can also choose to follow the trainer and become the trainer's Pokemon. But I don't want the trainers to conquer Pokemon, which will greatly reduce the number of rare Pokemon and ultimately affect the entire ecology. Nonetheless, the Safari Zone's reputation has spread, so it has become one of the well-known locations in the Kanto region. Fuchsia City has also benefited a lot from this. Qingwei, who entered Fuchsia City, found that there is still a lot of water in Fuchsia City. On the way to the center of Pokemon, Qingwei also saw many small ponds, and even a small piece of sand around. It seems that it should be closer to the sea. Maybe even a long time ago, Fuchsia City was directly a sea, but then the sea level dropped and the land was exposed, and these ponds and lakes may have been left over from that time. Qingwei chose to come to Fuchsia City, mainly for the Safari Zone, but he didn't mean to capture any Pokemon or for the legend of Dratini, but to see the rare Pokemon in the Kanto region. Of course, if you can meet a few Pokemon who look at each other in the process of getting to know each other, Qingwei will definitely not mind subduing them. You might even see the legendary Dratini. Right, coming to the Pokemon Center, Qingwei handed over the Pokeball with Ralph, Squirtle and Misdreavus to Nurse Joy and asked her to help check the bodies of the 3 Pokemon. After experiencing a high-intensity battle, it is more reassuring to check it. After Pokemon's medical examination was completed, Qingwei took the Pokemons to find a Pokemon restaurant to satisfy their appetite, and then returned to the hotel early to rest. The next morning, Qingwei called Professional Oak's video call. Of course I wanted to ask a question about Eevee. Qingwei thought about it carefully. With his own strength, if he wants to enter Rocket Hideout in Celadon, Rainbow City, it may be easier to get in, but if he wants to get something, he can get out smoothly. That's so hard. If you divide it according to what task level, this task of his is equivalent to an SSS level task. So, if it can be solved by Professor Oak or those of his professor counterpart, that is the easiest. Not long after Qingwei broadcast the call, it was convenient to connect. Professor Oak appeared on the Pokédex screen. Qingwei. What's the matter? Could it be that you have discovered something amazing again? Professor Oak said hello. and then looked at Qingwei suspiciously. He knew that this kid Qingwei, unlike Ash, wouldn't take the initiative to contact him. Found something? How is that possible? Qingwei smiled and was suddenly stunned. Is his keystone and Altaria's Mega Evolutionary Stone, ite a discovery? If this is a discovery, it is indeed a remarkable thing. At least, the vibration caused in the world will not be worse than the fairy-type discovery. Of course, Qingwei couldn't say this directly, but held Eevee aside and showed it to Professor Oak. This is just my Eevee, but now there is something wrong with my body. Eevee, isn't your Eevee evolution a Sylveon? This is another one. Professor Oak looked at the Eevee in front of him, not impressed. Professor Oak has never seen Qingwei's Eevee. Qingwei had just rescued this Eevee from Team Rocket's when he was in Celadon, Rainbow City, and she was very skinny at the time, and she was easy to be recognized by Team Rockets if she took it out, so Qingwei kept her in the Pokeball until a few weeks later. Her body recovered well, and her appearance changed a lot. Wei Kai took her out of Celadon, Rainbow City, and at that time, Eevee officially appeared in front of people. It seems that you really like Eevee. Is it because your parents bought 2 Eevees to grow up with you? Professor Oak didn't care and asked casually. After all, when he saw Qingwei for the first time at the summer camp he held, he was accompanied by an Eevee from his parent. Later, Qingwei also took the Eevee's child, and finally made his evolution become a Sylveon, and then I don't know when I got an Eevee. Oak looked at Eevee seriously, carefully looked at Eevee's eyes, claws, hair, ears and other parts, and sometimes let Qingwei put Eevee in various movements, but after observing for a long time, this look healthy. No problem, you have cultivated very well. It is really rare to cultivate such a good Eevee. Professor Oak felt that his eyes were almost bent staring at the screen, and he didn't see anything wrong with this Eevee. Shouldn't it be? Qingwei, this kid has found a new evolution form of Eevee, right? That's it. This Eevee, I actually saved it from Team Rocket. When I first arrived in Celadon, Rainbow, I came across this Eevee on my way back from dinner at night, but she was in bad shape at the time, and she was being killed by Team Rocket. Qingwei smiled bitterly, not directly explaining Eevee's current problems, but talking about his own experience at that time. Only, he modified it slightly. Before, he managed to save Eevee after he had dealt with the 2 Team Rocket's minions, but he told Professional Oak that he met the injured and weak Eevee first, and after saving her, he accidentally heard 2 people talking in low voices on the way back. From their conversation, Qingwei learned that it was Team Rockets who were looking for an escaped experiment, and it was also an Eevee. Coupled with the terrified state of this Eevee at the time, Qingwei guessed that the Eevee he rescued ran out of Team Rocket, and he chose to hide it because he didn't want to cause trouble at the time. You mean, this Eevee was used for experimentation by Team Rocket? Celadon, Rainbow actually has an experimental base for Team Rocket. Now Professor Oak didn't think about Qingwei's rescue process, but directly thought of the key point. Celadon, Rainbow actually has an experimental base for Team Rocket. He doesn't know now that Lance has followed Chakra and found the underground base of the Celadon, Rainbow Game Hall. The chairman and several elite kept this matter strictly confidential. Except for a few of them, no one else said anything about it. Although Professor Oak has a very close relationship with the Alliance, the chairman also considered that Oak is now obsessed with research, so he did not tell him this kind of thing. There's a good chance this Eevee came from the base of Team Rockets in Celadon, Rainbow. Qingwei nodded and admitted, and now I suspect that the experiment they did on Eevee at that time was a genetic experiment. As we all know, Eevee, the Pokemon's own gene, is the most unstable and the most prone to change, and my Eevee suddenly evolution became Flareon a few days ago, so I suspect that Team Rockets must have carried out genetic experiments on this Eevee. It caused some changes in her gene, especially after evolution. She felt extremely uncomfortable. What did you say? Oak looked at the Eevee in front of him and suddenly became serious. Obviously it has never been in the form of evolution, but Qingwei said that evolution suddenly occurred a few days ago, which only shows that Team Rockets is indeed conducting genetic experiments on Pokemon, and there's a good chance that some progress has been made. Otherwise, the state of this Eevee can only be worse, or even die in the experiment, and it cannot be what it is now. Is something wrong after evolution? Professor Oak pondered. Although he studies Pokemon, he doesn't specialize in genetic, especially now that Eevee looks normal on the outside. It can only be said that Qingwei cultivated very good, abruptly cultivated an Eevee who may have a physical problem into what it is now. Yes, after evolution, she felt extremely uncomfortable, and in the end, she degenerated into what she is now, and she is still very weak. Qingwei nodded and said, this may be due to incomplete evolution. The evolution of Pokemon itself is equivalent to a transition in the level of life, but there are some problems with this Eevee evolution, which caused her to fail to complete the transition in the level of life after the evolution. Although it is in the form of Flareon, it is actually Eevee's body in essence, and the energy in the body is not enough to supply Flareon's own consumption. Professor Oak guessed. After pondering for a while. Professor Oak spoke again uncertainly. But I have an idea now, but I don't know if it is correct or not. As long as Evie succeeds in the evolution through evolutionary stone, i.e. this problem may be solved. It's just me, I'm not sure right now if that's the case. Through evolutionary stone, i.e. she should be able to make a complete transition to her life level through 4.0, and she should not be exhausted by then. But her genes seem to have been changed by Team Rocket's now. Just use it casually. Evolutionary stone, i.e. might not work either. Awesome. Qingwei listened to Professor Oak's guess, and two words popped out in his heart. Just listening to Qingwei's narration, he came up with a solution that is inseparable. In the previous life, the treatment method of the experimental body Evie was to make it evolution into Espeon so that the previously unstable genes would be stabilized. It is in line with Professor Oak's guess. One is to let Evie evolution, and the other is to not be able to just evolve. However, if this is the case, the future of this Evie will be finalized. And this method, in Qingwei's heart, is the kind of last resort in desperation. Because little Evie showed envy to Sylveon more than once, Qingwei could see that she also wanted evolution to become Sylveon. But he didn't know if Evie evolution would become Sylveon, would it make her unstable gene deteriorated? I'm not very good at this myself. Where are you now? Do you have time recently? No, come to my research institute, or you can teleport Evie over. Professor Oak thought for a while, looked at Qingwei and said, I will contact some friends to study the gene of this Evie. Don't worry, I won't do random experiments like Team Rocket. Although Professor Oak is not good at genetics, but he has friends who are good at it. Introduction is the advantage of being famous all over the world, and the people you know are all talented. Chapter 135 _excited Charizard. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. I just arrived in Fuchsia City last night. When Evie was in a situation, it was in Stone Town at the foot of Evolution Mountain. At that time, I had some doubts that it might be because Evie was affected by several evolutionary stone, i.e. buried in Evolution Mountain, so suddenly evolution. Quote, it may be that Team Rocket experiments on Evie's body have made her genetically more unstable than other Evies, and will change when stimulated by evolutionary stone, i.e. but I'm not sure yet. Qingwei said. Professor Oak touched his chin. There is some truth in your guess. What exactly did you feel uncomfortable after Evie evolution? It's pain all over the body. I can't even move, and then it degenerates into a state of weakness. It feels like evolution is not perfect. Although the shape has changed, the essence is still Evie's body, but it has to maintain the consumption of Flareon, causing her body pain caused by constant compression of energy in her whole body. Professor Oak is a little sure about his guesses, and that's what he's drawn from his years of experience with Pokemon. Then I'll take Evie over there, and you can help contact some of your friends. Qingwei continued. You brought Evie here. That's fine. You won't have to worry about it when you're not around, but there's no airport in Pallet Town. If you come here, you'll have to take a plane to Pewter City, and then take a car from Pewter City through Viridian City. Quote, or you can go west from Fuchsia City and take a boat to get to the port south of Pallet Town, but the boat is slow and takes more time than a plane. Professor Oak nodded, reminding, Fuchsia City has an airport, but Pallet Town and Viridian City adjacent to it do not. Although Viridian City has a train station, the speed of departure from Pewter City is actually similar. If you have time to change train, you can almost get there by car. Because Pallet Town only has a bus station and a port to the south, it's all right. 19 Qingwei suddenly smiled. My Charmeleon has become a Charizard from evolution not long ago, and this time I can ride a Charizard and fly across the sea. This time, Charizard evolution is just right. From now on, he is also someone who can fly around. No matter where you go, unless it's a cross region, you can fly around on a Charizard. Huh. Professor Oak was taken aback. Charmeleon, this evolution. How so fast? Even taking hormones is not so fast. Right. How long has it been since Celadon, Rainbow? Oak thought about it carefully. When Qingwei was in Celadon, Rainbow City, Charmander just evolved into Charmeleon, and now, it's more than 2 months and less than 3 months when it's full. The evolution speed is outrageous. Moreover, Oak also knows Qingwei, and knows Qingwei's attitude toward Pokemon. He has a unique cultivation method. Although he wants to make Pokemon stronger quickly, Qingwei is actually on the road of Pokemon growth. In other words, this Charmeleon only evolved when Qingwei thought he should evolve. This speed, it's outrageous. For the new trainers from all over the world who set out with Qingwei, Oak also met their beginner Pokemon not long ago, and some of them are still in the form of Earl Dervish. You must know that the Royal 3 cultivated and distributed by the Alliance, each of which has basically the same qualifications, all belong to the excellent kind, but the others are still in Earl Dervish form, and Qingwei has become a complete body. If evolution becomes Charizard, it will be much more convenient for you, but you must be careful when crossing the sea. There are many powerful Pokemon on the sea. Don't provoke them if you don't have to. Otherwise once the battle begins, you will be at a disadvantage. Now that Qingwei's Pokemon can fly," Professor Oak warned. "Well, I know, I'll pay attention, so I'm ready to go now." Qingwei nodded and asked, "Well, don't be so early. I will contact those people. It will take some time for them to come over tomorrow. If everything goes well, my friends will be here tomorrow." Professor Oak thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Be careful on the road." Early the next morning, Qingwei put all the Pokemon into the Pokeball. A person came to a clearing behind the Pokemon Center. Here is the airport, specially prepared by the Pokemon Center for Pokemon, a large flight system. All trainers who come to Fuchsia City can ride a flight-type Pokemon, but they must land here. This is also the reason why the Alliance is afraid that various trainers will let their Pokemon land at will and cause any safety problem. Basically, behind every Pokemon Center, there is such a takeoff and landing point. Of course, there are also rich people who take off and land at their own home, but they all need to apply to the Alliance. After the application is approved, they can start from their own homes at any time. Although, the League is not very strict about this management. Qingwei came here and summoned Charizard. Roar! Charizard came out. He roared excitedly. Since yesterday he knew that he was going to experience a long manned flight today. He has been very excited. And now, it's time to go. Qingwei patted him on the neck, motioning him to be quieter. Such an excited shouting has affected others. Other flying Pokemon here, such as Pidgeot, saw Charizard so excited, and immediately knew that this Charizard might be the first long-distance flight. So, I immediately looked at Charizard with pitiful eyes. It means, little brother, the first long-distance flight is cool, but after your trainer feels the convenience of flying, the second time, the third time, can it be far until the nth time? I hope that after a few years of flying, you can still be like this. Stay enthusiastic. Roar! Charizard also noticed that the Pokemon around him were looking at him with pitiful eyes. Puzzled, Qingwei didn't pay too much attention. He took out 2 Pokemon candies from his pocket and fed them to him. Then he patted Charizard lightly on the neck. Charizard slumped down after eating the Pokemon in one bite. Qingwei jumped lightly and jumped onto Charizard's not particularly broad back, then bent down slightly, grabbing a small bump on Charizard's back with both hands. "Okay, fly. Don't fly too fast at first." Qingwei, who was ready, said in a low voice. Roar! Charizard's big wings fluttered, and the entire Pokemon rose from the ground and flew into the sky at a relatively gentle angle. He also knew that he was now carrying his own trainer, and he couldn't fly around like before when flying. Qingwei, who was sitting on Charizard's back, felt fine. After all, he used to ride his parents' Pidgeot often to go out. Although riding the Charizard is the first time, Qingwei is relatively relaxed with the previous experience. However, Qingwei noticed that when he was riding the Pidgeot before, although he was flying fast in the air, he didn't feel the violent airflow. And now, riding the Charizard, the speed is not too fast. Qingwei's hair has been blown back. This forced him to nod his head again. Could it be that it's because you don't know the skill flying? Qingwei thought of this question. Pokemon World also has the skill of flying. At first, Qingwei thought it was very tasteless. After all, this is the real world. Even a Pokemon like Pidgeot can't have this skill. But with its huge body, it is more than enough to carry a person, and as far as he understands, the flying skill is not very useful in battle. Qingwei really didn't know what was the use of this skill. But now, after riding the Charizard and feeling the difference from before, Qingwei seemed to understand something. Flying is a skill move, not to strengthen Pokemon, but more of a skill move for trainers. Qingwei remembered that his own Pidgeot had the skill of flying, but Charizard didn't. And in the previous life, it was this skill in the game that allowed the trainer to fly on a Pokemon. Comparing the two, Qingwei also roughly understands the role of the flying skill in this world. It is probably that it can better control the airflow around him when flying, and will not let this airflow affect the riding trainer. It seems that when I go to Professor Oak this time, I have to find a chance to let Charizard learn to fly, otherwise it will be too difficult to sit in the future. Qingwei thought silently. Charizard was also flying manned for the first time, so he didn't dare to fly too high, and the speed was not fast. Qingwei lowered his head and could clearly see the situation in the forest below. However, Charizard seems to have noticed that the air current has a big influence on Qingwei, so he is also thinking of a way. After evolution, he also belongs to the flight department for the control of airflow. Although the evolution's time is not long, it is not weak. Qingwei, who was sitting on Charizard's back, soon felt that the wind in the air was not as strong as before. "Well done," Qingwei said loudly. His ears were full of wind, which made him unconsciously raise his volume. Roar! Charizard heard his trainer's compliment, roared happily, and then focused more on controlling the airflow around him. Although he can't affect the direction of the airflow and wind, he can use the energy of his own flight attribute to make it counteract the oncoming airflow, and finally achieve the effect of weakening the airflow around him. Although this consumes a lot of energy, Charizard feels that his energy reserves should be enough. Moreover, Qingwei also planned when preparing to set off, he can make temporary supply supplies on several small islands at sea to facilitate Charizard to recover himself as physical strength. This time, Qingwei felt much more comfortable, and gradually, as Charizard became more and more familiar, Qingwei also had a feeling of sitting on Pidgeot's back. Is this the source of the skill of flying? Did the flight-type Pokemon create it for its own trainer, as Charizard is now? Qingwei couldn't help thinking. Although the current Charizard has not been displayed on the skill panel, Qingwei believes that if he continues to practice and improve like this, it is estimated that after flying him a few times, he will be able to master this skill. This is the kind of self-taught. Qingwei also thought that many news and newspapers 130 said that a certain Pokemon of a certain trainer used skills that he had never had before in a crisis situation, so that Helping Hand's own trainer got rid of the crisis like this thing. In this case, bonds between trainers and Pokemons may also be one of the ways Pokemons learn skills. It's just that maybe this method is too special and complicated to even be used as a regular method, so the league didn't say it. But I believe those trainers who are deep enough with Pokemon bonds should have a deep understanding of this. Qingwei couldn't help thinking of those older trainers, such as the Professor Oak he was about to meet. In the days of Professional Oak, it was not as developed as it is now. At that time, although there were skill training manuals, they were extremely rare. In addition, the Alliance had only just developed at that time, and it was impossible for it to have as many reserves of skill training manuals as it does now. At that time, if the trainers of Professor Oak's generation wanted their Pokemon to learn new skills, they basically had to rely on their own ingenuity and come up with some special training method. But this is only a few skills. It is impossible. All skills are learned by this special training method. Qingwei felt that, even if it was his word, even if he tucked his hair into the chairman's way, he couldn't think of so many ways. Moreover, at that time, not counting trainers with special abilities, ordinary trainers who wanted to have a good relationship with Pokemons and PY skills were not as convenient as they are now. Now, Pokemon food is specially developed, as well as Pokeblock, and even various props suitable for Pokemon have been developed. It is easy to have a good relationship with some Pokemon, but in that era, there was no such condition. In the past, Qingwei Guang was envious of Professional Oak and they cultivated Pokemon so well. I haven't thought about this kind of thing carefully, but now that there was Charizard, he couldn't help but start thinking about it. At that time, it should be regarded as the era of development, although some big families, such as the Yulong family, may have a lot of skill and move training manuals, plus they control the Dragonite. The Kanto region's most potential Pokemon will be much higher than other trainers in terms of starting, but they don't dare to stand still, because no one can guarantee that there will be some monsters who will let their Pokemon learn new skills through various strange methods. Although a person's energy is limited, but there are so many trainers in this world, there will always be a few monsters. Chapter 136, Pallet Town, where dreams begin. Therefore, even a family like the Yulong family must always think about how to innovate. Otherwise, their leading footsteps will not only be slowly caught up, but may even be surpassed. And Professor Oak was such a demon at that time. You know, although Pallet Town was renamed from Pure White Town to commemorate the achievement of Professor Oak's great-great-grandfather, Oak Junshin, who once ranked 931 out of 10,000 trainers. But, to be honest, this kind of ranking, although it looked very powerful, is nothing among the real families back then. So although Oak Junshin may have some skill training methods left, it certainly won't be a lot. After all, Oak is really a wild trainer. So, Professor Oak's achievements are basically completely on his own. And since he came into contact with the research, he has not cultivated Pokemon seriously for many years. That is to say, the skills that the Dragonite of Professional Oak has now are basically trained in the past. Moreover, when Professor Oak was researching, he was rigorous, steady, and striving for truth. In order to do a good job in research, he always took the risk of being attacked by Pokemon to observe Pokemon, and his Pokemon may have learned some skills by himself in the process of protecting him. Among them, it is very likely that there are many skills because of the bonds between Oak and Dragonite comprehend. It's just that this method is really difficult. Sure enough, even though I think I know them, I still can't be arrogant. Qingwei, who had basically figured out everything, sighed in his heart. And Professor Oak's Pokemon are really grown-up Pokemon, right? It's not just training, but even skills that you learn by yourself. Suddenly, Qingwei had a feeling of other people's Pokemon and my own Pokemon. Charizard in flight did not know that Qingwei thought so much. He was still trying to control the energy of flight attribute, and it constantly making adjustment, trying to use less energy to have a bigger effect. It seems that Charizard is not far from reaching the day of someone's Pokemon. As Charizard became more proficient, Qingwei gradually got used to eliminating most of the airflow. Charizard's flight speed gradually increased. After taking off from the Pokemon Center, less than an hour later, Qingwei saw that there was no land in front of him, and it became the sea. The sea between Fuchsia City and Pallet Town is relatively safe compared to the super large sea that spans the region. After all, there are waterways specially dredged by the Alliance, and there are many small islands in the sea. Many of the islands have been simply developed. Usually, trainers will ride water-type Pokemon to these islands for fishing or special training. Trainers who ride and fly Pokemon don't need to worry about their Pokemon's lack of physical strength to cross the ocean. All they need to do is get the Pokemon back on their feet on one or a few islands, and that's it. Qingwei did exactly that. Charizard was flying long distances for the first time, and he was still taking him, and he didn't want to take the risk. After flying over the sea for less than 2 hours, Qingwei let Charizard land on an island. This small island is one of the small islands that has been developed. The overall area is quite large, and there is even a small forest in the center of the island. Now, there are many trainers scattered in 2s and 3s on the beach of this small island. Some are playing and relaxing, some are fishing, and some are playing against each other without affecting each other. The landing of Qingwei and Charizard did not attract any special attention. These people have seen a lot, and this island is also a good place for resupply and rest. The area is large and the environment is good. Of course it is attractive. Charizard felt a little unfulfilled. Although he flew for almost 3 hours, his speed was not fully utilized, and he also felt that he still had a lot of physical strength, so there was no need to rest here. The main reason is that he doesn't want to see water. Charizard, who just flew high in the sky, never looked at the sea below. Qingwei and Charizard landed on the ground behind the beach, and after jumping off Charizard's back, Qingwei briefly moved his body. Although sitting is quite comfortable, it is still very uncomfortable to stay in the same position for so long. After the event, Qingwei took out Pokeblocks and fed it to Charizard, while he himself took out Pokédex and opened the map to watch. Now this island is about a third of the mainland from Fuchsia City to Pallet Town. That is to say, if it continues to maintain this speed, it may be more than 5 hours after arriving at Pallet Town. Although he set off earlier, he left at 7 o'clock in the morning, but it is now after 10 o'clock. He rested here for a while, and he might have to find a small island to continue his rest later. By the time we may arrive at Pallet Town, it will be almost evening. This is a bit low. Qingwei thought about it for a while, looked at Charizard who was enjoying himself, and asked, Charizard, can you continue to accelerate your flight while maintaining the airflow control just now? Roar. Charizard swallowed the chewed Pokeblock in one gulp. After thinking about it, he nodded. Well, after we have rested, you can speed up a bit, even if the airflow control is not as good as before. Qingwei said. Roar. If you say that, Benlong is not happy. Isn't this looking down on Benlong? The airflow control of Benlong will only get better and better, and the situation you mentioned is impossible. Qingwei and Charizard rested here for more than half an hour before continuing. This time, Charizard's flight speed is indeed much faster. In about 2 hours, Charizard flew to the island where Qingwei expected the next supply. Moreover, Charizard, who has accelerated his speed, still does not forget to continue to adjust the control of energy. Qingwei's feeling is not much different from before. Ho-a-ho. Charizard, who landed, was very proud. Look, Benlong's talent is there. It seems that after Pallet Town, if he takes the Charizard to Fuchsia City, he should be able to fully understand the skill of flying. Qingwei took out the prepared bread and ate it while looking at Charizard and thinking. Just this part of the journey, Charizard's progress made him a little surprised. Although the control of the airflow was not as stable as before due to the increase in speed at the beginning, he quickly adjusted it, and it was still without deceleration. Later, even Charizard optimized the controls again. After Qingwei ate the bread and rested for a while, he flew to the sky again. At less than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingwei could already see the land not far ahead, and there's a port that seems to have a lot of throughput. Here, it is the port to the south of Pallet Town. Although this port is far less famous than the Dry Leaf Port, it is actually the largest cargo port in Kanto region. Most of the trips here are cargo ships, with only a few cruise ships leading to Cinnabar Island in the south and Fuchsia City in the east. And these cargo ships, more than 60% of them, are cargo ships traveling with other regions. Kanto region exports a lot of resources from here, and also receives a lot of resources from other regions over long distances. The Dry Leaf Port is mainly for cruise ships. There are 2 ports. One is the largest port for people, and the other is the largest port for cargo. Of course, the reputation of transporting people is even greater. After all, those luxury cruise ships are much taller than these rustic-looking cargo ships. Near the port, flying-type Pokemon are usually not allowed to land here, so Qingwei did not stop, and continued to ride the Charizard to the north. After flying through a forest, the buildings of Pallet Town are already in sight. Did you see that building? It's the building with a big yard behind and a mountain behind it. Qingwei sat on Charizard's back and pointed the direction to Charizard. You just fly to that yard and just land there. The place he was talking about was the backyard of the Oak Institute. Pallet Town is a magical place. The town is small, but there are many trainers. However, there is no Pokemon Center here, and people here seem to be used to it. If their Pokemon Pokemon is injured or sick, those who have a good relationship with Professional Oak will sometimes ask for help, while others will choose to go to the Pokemon Center in Viridian for treatment. However, there are still many people who choose to solve it themselves. Pallet Town is now a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Even Ash's mother, although she looks like a housewife now, is actually a student of Professor Oak. As a student of Oak, how can there be no specialty? As for the other townspeople, they were all trainers who had traveled to many places back then. They knew the basics of Pokemon very well. General injuries and illnesses would not be difficult for these people. Roar. When Charizard heard Chingwei's directions, he followed Chingwei's words and flew quickly towards the Institute of Professional Oak. However, before he could get close, he and Chingwei saw a yellow figure flying out of Professor Oak's backyard. The speed is extremely fast. Almost Chingwei just saw the other party appear, and then within 2 seconds the other party has stopped in front of Chingwei and Charizard. This yellow figure is exactly the Dragonite of Professional Oak. The other party immediately noticed that the Charizard's destination was his backyard. He was afraid that someone might come looking for trouble. After all, he had never seen this Charizard before, so he came to intercept it himself. Quote. Boom. The Dragonite just made a sound and was about to warn Charizard and the trainer on Charizard's back that Professor Oak's backyard was a private area and no outsiders were allowed to approach it. But then I recognized Chingwei on Charizard's back. For Chingwei, Dragonite is very impressed. The man in front of him is extremely unfriendly to our Dragon race. Even though it had been so long, he still couldn't forget the first that day. Fairy series. It has now become the Dragonite's most valued Pokemon, and all of this was caused by the man in front of him. Boom. However, since he recognized Chingwei, Dragonite did not continue to block him. Instead, he took the initiative to lead Charizard to an open space in the backyard of the Oak Institute. This open space was specially set up for the takeoff and landing of Pokemon of the flight department. People often came to visit Professor Oak by riding the Pokemon of the flight department. Over time, Professor Oak simply built such a place in the backyard. The random landing of the province affects so many Pokemon living in the backyard. Thank you for leading the way, Dragonite. After Charizard landed, Chingwei jumped off his back and thanked Dragonite beside him. At the same time, bribe Dragonite with the Pokemon candies that you have prepared with you. Gia is a master level Pokemon, and a quasi-god Pokemon. This is the apex of the Alliance Apex. More Pipey will only be good. At that time, it will be enough for Chingwei to show something from the good finger of this Dragonite. Boom. Dragonite looked at the Pokemon candy, and because he knew the reason for his relationship with his own trainer, he didn't have any precautions, and ate it in one bite. Boom. Yo, so delicious. As soon as he entered his mouth, Dragonite's eyes lit up. That look cuter. Even the 2 small tentacles on the head are shaking slightly, obviously enjoying the deliciousness of Pokemon candy. Boom. Any more? Some more. Seeing this, Chingwei was about to take out some more Pokemon candies when a voice came from a distance. Chingwei, don't give him any more food. Don't look at how fat he is. It's not good to eat every day. Little, but barely moving. That's not good. Then, Professor Oak walked towards him. After receiving a video call from Chingwei yesterday, he temporarily stopped his research. Yesterday, he was in contact with his friends all day. Today, he is waiting for these friends and Chingwei to come over, so he stayed in the room near the back door of the institute. Dragonite suddenly flew out. He saw it, and then saw the arrival of Charizard and Chingwei. Boom. Dragonite saw that the food that was about to reach his mouth was gone, and called out to Professional Oak in dissatisfaction. Isn't it just some candy? With such a small size, you won't get fat claws if you eat it. No candy. Professor Oak shook his head, then looked at Chingwei. I didn't expect you to be here so soon. I thought you might be here at dinner time, but if you're here with me, don't feed him anymore. This Dragonite, now it has reached a certain level of deliciousness and laziness. I am afraid that he will not be able to fly if he eats it again. Chapter 137. Oak's classmate. This. Professor Oak, you are exaggerating. Chingwei looked at the Dragonite. Although this Dragonite is indeed rich, it is not impossible to fly. After all, the Dragonite's flight is based on the use of flight energy, not the small wings that are almost used as decoration. Oak's rhetoric. Chingwei could see that Professor Oak was disgusting his old friend's stomach, but Professor Oak is not a trainer anymore. A Dragonite stays in the backyard of the institute all day. Although life is very comfortable, it will be like that after a long time. Dragonite feels very bored recently, and wants to find someone to move his body, but he can't find an opponent, which makes him very melancholy. So, you can only use food to relieve boredom. Then, he was so addicted to the delicious food that he couldn't extricate himself, so that his small belly became bigger and bigger. Although it is a bit exaggerated, he is really too fat. Professor Oak explained with a smile. Come with me, just as my friends have arrived and are waiting for you. Okay, please. Chingwei followed behind Professor Oak and walked towards the research institute. Along the way, Chingwei noticed that there there were a lot more Pokemon in the backyard than before. There are all kinds of them, and it is almost a Pokemon paradise. Most of them are Kanto region's Pokemon. Qingwei simply looked at it and knew that most of these Pokemon should have been captured and sent by Gary, the grandson of Professor Oak. You know, Professor Oak is a research madman. When Ash and Gary started traveling, they asked them to capture a lot of Pokemon and then send it over. He'll take care of it, by the way, to study it. It's just that Gary faithfully carried out Professor Oak's entrustment, and along the way, he captured a large number of Pokemon. Basically every kind of Pokemon he has seen, he has captured one. Even some Pokemon he took more than one. And Ash, the number and types of Pokemon captured are not to mention, and they will even be released. Professor Oak also noticed that Qingwei had been watching these new Pokemons popping up in the backyard. He explained with a smile, "These Pokemons were sent by my grandsons Gary and Ash after receiving 130 servers, but most of them are Gary's, and Ash's Pokemon lives there. Ash boy, I kept telling him to let him conquer Pokemon a lot, but he just won't listen. It's really worrying me. I feel like Ash is more and more like you. Like me." When Qingwei heard this, he couldn't help but stun. How could Ash be like him? The two are completely different. Yeah, I was going to ask you to help me at the time, but then I thought you shouldn't be the kind of person who can take a lot of Pokemon, so I didn't tell you. But Ash, the kid I grew up with, he's curious about all the Pokemon he hasn't seen before. I thought he should take more Pokemon than Gary on the road. That's right, the result is just a few. Plus Ash seems to look up to you, so I wonder if he's learning from you. Professor Oak said, "Just how many?" "After a while, you should know when 30 Tauros are delivered here." Qingwei couldn't help thinking, wondering what it would be when Oak saw 30 Tauros, such an expression. The two chatted and came to the institute. At this time, in the institute, two young people who looked similar to Professor Oak were standing behind Professor Oak's assistant, watching the various data that the assistant is analyzing. "These two are my friends from college. After graduation, they chose to study the Pokemon evolution together, which happened to be the effect of Pokemon's evolution on its genes, so I contacted them yesterday." The two, "Hello Professor, I'm Qingwei." Although Qingwei didn't know these two people, and had never heard of them before, but since he was a friend of Professor Oak, his ability would not be much worse. "We all know you. After all, you are the discoverer of the fairy system. I'm Shioji. I'm working on Pokemon evolution research." The one, he's Tony, a classmate of Oak and I, and a research partner I'm working with now. Tony. Qingwei was stunned for a moment. How does the name sound? A face suddenly appeared in Qingwei's mind. "I'm Tony. What the matter?" This Tony was a little puzzled. What happened to his name? Isn't it normal? "It's okay. It's okay. Hello, Tony Professor. Shioji Professor." Qingwei came back to his senses and said quickly, "It's good that you know each other." "Qingwei, let's put your Eevee out now. I just watched it during the video call yesterday. It's not very real. If you have anything to say, we'll talk about it after we finish researching and eating at night." Professor Oak interrupted. "Oh, you are still like this, thinking about how to study Pokemon all day long. However, you have all the equipment here, everything." Shioji and Tony joked. However, the two also looked at Qingwei. When Professor Oak contacted them yesterday, he also mentioned the situation of Qingwei's Eevee, and they were also very curious about it. In itself, for those who study Pokemon genes, Eevee's genes can be said to be one of the must-learn courses, because Eevee has the most unstable genome in the entire world. In addition, I heard Professor Oak say that this Eevee can actually perform evolution without the help of evolutionary stone, ITE, although it seems that evolution is not complete. But if they can figure it out, it could be a remarkable discovery. "Here is Eevee." Qingwei immediately took out the Pokeball and released Eevee. By Tilda. Eevee came out. She saw three middle-aged and elderly men surrounding her with serious expressions. Fortunately, she was prepared beforehand, otherwise she might be startled, because the white coats these people wore were so similar to the bad guys who experimented on her back then. This is what Qingwei explained to her in advance. It's not that those who wear white coats are all bad people, but that those bad people just wear white coats. Otherwise, just by being surrounded like this, Eevee may directly fight back. At that time, her poor health and weakness, as well as her own weakness, made her only shiver, but now it is different. Now she has a trainer who loves her, and her strength is much stronger now than before. Eevee suddenly felt very lucky and very happy. If Qingwei hadn't rescued her at that time, she must have been captured by those bad guys to continue the experiment, and maybe even now, she has turned into a corpse. Just when Eevee was thinking wildly, a thug touched her. On the top of her head, she gently touched her head. "Don't be nervous. Relax. The professors will treat you well." Booyee Tilda. Hearing the familiar voice and feeling the temperature of the palm above his head, little Eevee could not help but relax. At this time, she heard the familiar voice continue to speak, but this time it wasn't to her. "I'm sorry, my Eevee is a little nervous. She was used for an experiment before, and she happened to be rescued by me. Although I told her, she still gets nervous when she sees your clothes." BJEA. Qingwei Qingwei squatted beside Evie, stroked Evie's head, and said to Professor Oak and the others, "It's all right." Professor Oak waved his hand indifferently. He knew it all and could understand why Evie's reaction was the way it was. This is an instinctive reaction formed after being treated badly for a long time as a child. Shioji and Tony did not speak. They were now carefully observing the external state of this Evie. But no matter how they looked at it, even Tony took out a magnifying glass to take a closer look. But other than the conclusion that this Evie was bred extremely well, there was nothing unusual about it. "How did you find anything?" When Professor Oak saw the two stand up, he immediately asked, "Well, it doesn't look like anything from the outside. As you said on the phone before, this Evie looks normal. Nothing like what it looks like after genetic changes. According to our research, especially the genetically unstable Pokemon like Eevee, even if there is a slight change in its gene, there should be some changes in its appearance, even the color of the hair, or the thickness of the paw pad, etc. Changes are possible." Quote, "But this Eevee looks normal. To be honest, if it wasn't for what you told me, and this child is Qingwei, I would definitely doubt whether it was taking me as a pastime." Shioji stood up and said in a joking tone, but there was no joking expression on his face. Instead he looked a little serious. "Shuji is right. This Eevee doesn't look anything unusual." Tony also nodded, then looked at Qingwei. "Next, we want to draw some Eevee's blood and do some detailed research." "Okay." Qingwei nodded and said, "It doesn't matter if you take a small amount. Eevee, cooperate. Don't be nervous." By tilde. Professor O's equipment is very complete. With the cooperation of Eevee, the blood and hair extraction work was completed quickly. After the completion, Shioji and Tony left Professor Oak and Qingwei directly, and the two divided their labor and began to research blood and hair. At the same time as their research, they also commanded Professor O's assistance naturally, as if this was their research institute. Researchers are like this. Once their professional fields are involved, they seem to have changed. These two guys are still the same as when they were in college. They haven't changed at all. Professor Oak whispered to Qingwei. Qingwei hugged Eevee and quietly listened to Professor O's complaint. Gradually, he also got to know these two people. Shioji and Tony are not from Kanto region, but moved from Johto. When they were in Johto, the two people were in different cities and didn't know each other. But after coming to Kanto, it happened that the families of the two people settled in Pewter City, and the two houses are still very close. They became neighbors, and they were all from Johto, so Shioji and Tony naturally got together. Usually the two would discuss Pokemon things together, and later they went to Celadon, Rainbow University together, and at the same time became interested in Pokemon's evolution. After graduation, the two have been working on Pokemon evolution together until now, although both are married and have their own children and family. But even the wives of these two people sometimes complain. These two people should be a couple. Coming from the same region and moving to become a neighbor, plus the two have similar personalities, it is easy to become a close friend. And after becoming friends, the two were surprised to find that they even had an amazing common language in terms of interest. In addition, the talents of the two people in research are indeed not bad. When they were in college, they also had a lot of common language with Professor Oak, who was in the same class. Later, the three also became good friends. Even after graduation, the two have been in touch with Oak for a long time. After all, their research institute is in Pewter City, which is not very far from Pallet Town, where the Oak Institute is located. At the beginning, Professional Oak and Qingwei could still complain about the embarrassment of these two people in college. But later, with the in-depth research of Shioji and Tony, even Professional Oak was arrested by these two men. The most famous Pokemon professor in the dignified Kanto region is actually called by the two as assistant. Qingwei, although he also wanted to help, was rejected by the two of them because he had never been exposed to such an experiment before. There was no way. Qingwei had to bring Eevee to the backyard of the institute, and at the same time released all his other Pokemon, allowing them to move freely in this wide field. Qingwei, on the other hand, hugged Eevee and sat directly on the steps of the back door of the institute, waiting for the results of the research inside. Just wait. More than 3 hours have passed. At almost 7 o'clock in the evening, the back door of the institute was pushed open. Qingwei turned his head to look, only to see Professor O's. No, now it was Shioji and Tony's assistants who came out of it. As soon as he came out, he saw Qingwei sitting on the step. "Mr. Qingwei, Professor Oak and Professor Shioji and Tony are looking for you." The researcher saw Qingwei turn his head and said immediately, "I see, let's go in." Qingwei stood up, moved his body that was a little stiff from sitting for a long time, and followed the assistant back to the research institute. Chapter 138 I would call it Arjub. Open black lens bracket for subscription. Close black lens bracket. Back in the previous living room, Qingwei saw Shioji and Tony spread out on the sofa, and Professor Oak was pouring water for the two of them. After seeing Qingwei coming in, he also poured a glass of water for Qingwei. Qingwei took the water cup, looked at Shioji and Tony, and asked, "Shuji Professor, Tony Professor, how is the genetic research?" Shuji took a sip of water and said, "It's not very smooth. We have only found out that Evie's genes have indeed changed for the time being, but we haven't found the cause of her genetic changes, and those genes that have been changed, we have not yet understand what functions it has. However, if it is as you describe, my guess is that due to the previous experiment as an experimental body, part of this Evie's gene has become a gene after evolution, but it has not completely changed. Moreover, there is another point. The different gene sequences we found are still in an unstable state. That is to say, this gene sequence may continue to change at any time. It's just that we can't estimate the time. At this time, Tony added, but your guesses about Evolution Mountain have some truth, but they just don't make sense. As he spoke, a look of doubt appeared on Tony's face. It doesn't make sense. Where does it make sense? Professor Oak asked. He had been helping Shioji to study Evie's blood before, and Tony didn't know where he was going. That is, Tony paused for a while. His tone seemed a bit incredible. I found fragments similar to multiple evolution Evie genes in this altered gene at the same time. What? Professor Oak and Professor Shioji were surprised. They were just looking for the differences in the gene segments and wanted to understand the corresponding functions of these segments. They didn't compare them carefully with evolution Evie's gene segments, so they didn't know. Grunt. Tony swallowed. His voice sounded inconceivable. After I discovered this different segment, I didn't pay attention to other part because I had studied Vaporeon's genes before, so I found similarities in this fragment, but after careful comparison, they were not exactly the same. At the same time, during the comparison, I also found genes similar to those of Flareon, Jolteon, and Umbreon evolution fragment, and I also found a gene fragment that I have never seen before. But according to the genes of these 4 evolution types of Eevee, it is very likely that we have not discovered the Eevee evolution body. I'm not sure about this. How many? Professor Oak and Shioji were both surprised. They didn't expect that this short gene fragment would contain so many genes similar to evolution body. Qingwei was stunned when he heard it. Although he still doesn't understand these gene fragments, he knows what Eevee's evolution body has. Fire, water, thunder, sun, moon, ice, leaf, fairy, and generally not evolution as partner Eevee. There are only 8 he knows, but the fragments contained in his Eevee body do not contain Espeon's gene fragment. The rest are unknown, and he doesn't know if it as Glaceon, Leafeon, and Sylveon. Could it be? Does Eevee have other types of evolution? What are the conditions for their evolution? According to the attributes of the existing Pokemon world, there are 18 attributes in total. If the partner Eevee is an evolution with Eevee's general attribute, then is it possible that there are still 10 Eevee with attributes that have not been discovered by humans? Then, will there be a dual attribute Eevee? Multi-attribute is still unreliable, but if it is a single attribute, isn't it really impossible? Qingwei thought, and couldn't help looking at Eevee in his arms. If this Eevee really has all the genetic fragments of the 18 evolution bodies, doesn't that mean, does she have 18 attributes in her body? Who is the Pokemon with 18 attributes? Genesis Alpaca, Arceus. But that's the Pokemon that this world stands at the apex of the apex. Could it be that his Eevee will be renamed Arzubu in the future? Suppose he can perfectly solve the problem of Eevee's physical discomfort after a temporary evolution. Is it possible to make Eevee evolve at any time in the battle into an evolution body with various attributes? If this is true, it seems that it is not an exaggeration to call it Arzubu. Professor Oak, who had been stunned for a long time, suddenly reacted and said, then doesn't it mean that this Eevee's evolution became a Flareon just by accident, and it may change into other forms? Tony nodded and confirmed, theoretically, this is the case. I guess the reason why she became Flareon may be because the radiation fluctuations of the Firestone in Evolution Mountain may be stronger, but I'm still not sure. It would be nice if I could test it. As soon as these words came out, Qingwei looked at him vigilantly. Why don't you want to solve the problem well, but you are curious about it? Something is wrong. This man is wrong. But Tony's voice just fell, and Professor Oak and Shioji's eyes were also wrong. Qingwei noticed that the enthusiasm for research was revealed in their eyes. Shit, shouldn't you enter the den of thieves? Qingwei suddenly regretted coming over. Qingwei, you see. The three looked at each other, and Professor Oak said, how about, let's test it. Oak heard it. It seemed that this Eevee could evolve into various forms, especially among them. There were still forms that had not been found so far, so he couldn't sit still. He only felt that the research soul in his body was already burning. When Qingwei heard the word, a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said helplessly, although I also want to know, but if Eevee is stimulated again, let's not talk about her own problem, even whether her genes will change. Not sure yet, in case it never recovers. Qingwei's word, like a basin of cold water poured on Professor Oak's head, calmed him down. Ah, you're right, Eevee can't take risks now. He has to find a safe way. Speaking, Oak suddenly remembered what Tony just said. By the way, Tony, didn't you just say that this Eevee doesn't have a gene segment similar to Espeon. Could it be because of this? If we make Eevee evolution into Espeon, will it make up for this defect of Eevee? Will it be able to evolve at will without damaging itself? Professor O's words made Tony Professor ponder. They don't know, but Qingwei probably understands now that if Eevee doesn't solve this problem by other means, it can only evolve into Espeon. However, once evolution, she can only keep Espeon's appearance and abilities, and other abilities will disappear. After listening to Professor O's words, Shioji kept thinking about it, but in the end he said with some uncertainty, "We can't be sure at the moment. We still have too little information. This situation or phenomenon has never happened before, and we have no reference at all, but I feel that if evolution becomes Espeon, there is indeed a certain chance to make up for its current shortcomings, but it may also be fit in Espeon." Quote, "Because you must know that although Eevee's changed form may have been stimulated by the energy of evolutionary stone, i.e. she herself has never touched or used evolutionary stone, i.e. these irritating radiant energy is completely different from the energy of evolutionary stone, i.e. so we can't be sure about the result. If only we could get the previous research data of those people now. It's not like the blind man touching the elephant now. If we can learn from and understand the data, I believe we should develop a good solution. However, if we start the research all over again, since those people can research something, there is no reason why we can't. Even if we can't test it, after a lot of simulations and learning from the research results of the Alliance, we should be able to develop a solution. It's just that, in this case, it may take a long time," Shuji said very seriously. After a pause, he suddenly laughed. "However, even if it takes a long time to study, this topic is something we have never encountered before. Once we make a breakthrough, this is a breakthrough in the world of Pokemon. As for flowers," Tony also laughed. "Ha ha ha, yes, especially the genetic direction of our research. I am more and more interested in this topic now. However, Qingwei, I want to ask you something." With that said, Tony looked at Qingwei again. Is there a problem? If we first figured out a way to excite Eevee to change form but lessen the damage to itself, could we test? Because this kind of thing that has never been preceded, if you just rely on simulation, it will take a huge amount of energy, time and resources, and there is no guarantee that the results will be 100% accurate. Is that so? Qingwei thought about it seriously. At present, it seems that Shioji and Tony are quite reliable. Whether it is their discoveries in just a few hours or their guesses about these discoveries, they are relatively reliable. Correct. Therefore, Qingwei also feels that if they are given enough time, it is really possible to find a solution. If that's the case, plus they've said it, we'll test it out when we find out what will ease the pain of Eevee's transformation. Then there is no need for Qingwei to refuse. After all, these are the top researchers in the Alliance, and his own ideas, whether it was looking for Mew's trail or sneaking into the rocket hideout in Celadon, Rainbow City, were not very reliable. Mew, now the ghost knows where it is, and the Team Rocket's base is now also a gift. It's better to let them try it. If he really reaches the last step, he can make Eevee evolution become Espeon so as to completely get rid of the current situation. And during the time they were researching, he could find a way to get information inside Team Rocket, or follow Mew's trail. Now that there are both the way forward and the way back, Qingwei will no longer refuse. If you can find a way to relieve symptoms, you can test, but if there is something wrong during the test, it must be stopped immediately. Qingwei looked at the three people opposite and said, "No problem. We don't need you to tell us that." Shuji was suddenly surprised. "Then let's study it now," Tony Professor said, ready to stand up and continue to drill into the laboratory for research. But he was stopped by Professor Oak, who was beside him. "The research is put on tomorrow. Don't look at what time it is now. Just come over today. Let's have a meal together. Speaking of which, the three of us haven't been together for a long time, right?" Quote, it is rare that Professor Oak, who usually looks like a research madman, did not follow the two to start research immediately after discovering this very attractive topic. That's right. It just so happens that we have a meal together. Qingwei, you should talk about all the experience of this Eevee carefully during the meal. This guy Shicheng, when he called us yesterday, if I hadn't seen you today, I wouldn't have known the problem was with your Pokemon. Tony looked at Professional Oak dissatisfied. Professor Oak shrugged helplessly, not because he didn't want to go into detail, but because he was afraid that something might go wrong when he relayed it. It's not a problem of poor memory. In this kind of thing, my two friends are expert, and their focus is different from my own. Moreover, since I have been doing my own research for so long, in the process of retelling, I will inevitably bring some of my own guesses and ideas with them. Therefore, he simply told the two of them that there was something wrong with an Eevee gene in him, and he was in a hurry and asked them to come and take a look. After coming here, let Qingwei describe it carefully. After all, Qingwei is the party involved and knows more comprehensively. The four of them did not go out to eat dinner, but moved a large table to the living room together with the assistance of the institute, and then ordered a lot of gourmet takeaways. Several people ate here in the living room. However, during the meal, Shioji and Tony were mostly asking questions, and Qingwei was answering. Through this dinner, the two professionals have a deeper understanding of this EV. Towel. Chapter 139 Sure enough, reality is more magical than fiction. During the period, they also asked how the EV came from. Qingwei did not answer directly, but looked at Professional Oak. EV came from Team Rockets is known only to him and Professional Oak. Professor Oak. Qingwei must be relieved, so he will tell him without hesitation. But these two, although they were classmates of Professor Oak, Qingwei had never heard their names before, so they could only ask Professor Oak whether they were credible. After obtaining the agreement of Professor Oak, Qingwei told the two of EV's origin from Team Rocket. It turned out to be from Team Rocket. Tisk tisk tisk. This Team Rockets is really amazing now. I didn't expect that a small organization back then, after so many years, not only did not destroy it, but it has grown so large. Quote, Shuji heard the words and said with emotion, yeah, not only is the force powerful, but I didn't expect that even the level of research has reached this level. Or, what kind of adventure did they get? Tony still couldn't believe it. An experiment like this was done on Eevee, let alone in the league. No one even thought about it. And the two of them can't figure it out now. What is it that can make Eevee's genes change in just such a small segment? And it contains so many evolution bodies gene segment. However, if we can successfully solve her own hidden dangers without changing Eevee's current 130 state, isn't this Eevee? Having said that, Shioji is looking forward to it. Can't it be possible to evolve into any shape at will? If it is a battle, you can even temporarily evolve into a Pokemon that restrains the opponent's attributes according to the opponent's attribute. This is simply a bug. Quote, Shioji's words are going to the heart of Qingwei. If you can really freely degenerate evolution, then it will be an exaggeration to call you Arjubu, right? Those who were greedy for this Eevee's body in the previous life, didn't they just fantasize about having such a free evolution Eevee? Now, Qingwei really has this opportunity, and of course he doesn't want to give up easily. After dinner, the two professors, Shioji and Tony, plunged into the laboratory again, ignoring the real owner, Professor Oak. However, Oak didn't care either. This was normal, and if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't be of much help with the next research, he would have gone in with them. As for Qingwei, anyway, they are so familiar. Just find a place to play by yourself and you are done. Qingwei, do you want to keep this matter a secret? Professor Oak, who had packed up the tables and chairs with Qingwei, suddenly asked. Secret? Qingwei was a little puzzled. Don't you know everything now? How can you keep it a secret? It's about Eevee. Now it's clear that the researchers at Team Rockets don't know what topic they are working on, but based on your Eevee, it may be a very dangerous topic, so I think if possible, put this notify the chairman of the matter. Quote, let the league also prepare for prevention and investigation, otherwise, if Team Rockets researches the results one day, we may be caught off guard. Also, the Alliance still doesn't know how powerful the scientific research team of Team Rockets is. They are still searching for the whereabouts of Team Rocket. If they don't notify, they may be caught off guard when they discover Team Rocket. Qingwei understood and thought about it. The Alliance doesn't know how many undercover Team Rockets there are now, but the chairman and the elites should also be aware of this. So if you tell the chairman about this important matter, as long as you don't stupid, should consciously keep it a secret. No problem, just inform the chairman or the four elites about this matter. Qingwei nodded and agreed. Then follow me. Let's get in touch now. It's best not to delay this kind of thing. Professor Oak finished speaking. He brought Qingwei to his study. This is the first time that Qingwei has entered the study room of Professional Oak. The study room is very large, and there are rows and rows of bookshelves, which are full of books. Suddenly looking at it, it is no different from a small library. In a corner of the study, there is a desk with a computer on the table. Other than that, nothing else. Oak took Qingwei directly towards the desk. When passing by the rows of bookshelves, Qingwei looked at the collection of books on it. It really has everything, from the history of the entire Pokemon world, to speculation about the origin of each Pokemon, the direction of the Pokemon evolution, the detailed study of properties, and more. There are also several bookshelves with various academic journals and magazines. There are trainers, nurturing, and even the recently popular coordinating trainer journal. Of course, the largest number of research journals, no matter what aspect, can't be found here in Professional Oak. Oak also saw Qingwei's surprised look, and said with a smile, most of these books are collected by me on weekdays, and I like to read them when I have nothing to do. I have to say that many things in the books are given the direction of my inspiration and research. Quote, it's not enough to do research alone, and you must always pay attention to the most cutting-edge research in the circle. With that said, Professor Oak picked up a book from the bookshelf next to him and handed it to Qingwei. Qingwei took a look at it. The book, On the Influence of Regions on Pokemon Growth and Evolution of the Same Species, is not thick, but the author's name on the cover, Qingwei, is very familiar. It is Shu who just had dinner with him. Hi and Tony. This book was written by Shuji and Tony shortly after graduating. They summarized and expanded the graduation topics to write this book. After its release, it caused controversy among researchers. Small shape. Although this topic is very common, I can't say all, but it can be said that almost 80% of researchers have thought about this question, and everyone has an answer for everyone from the dumb. But this book has very innovative ideas. At the time, around this, the whole circle was devoted to these two newcomers. The quarrel is endless. There are even some grumpy ones, and they do it directly. So exaggerated. Qingwei listened, startled, and looked at the title of the book. As Professor Oak said, The Influence of Geography on Pokemon Growth. It is indeed a subject that has been studied. Rotten. Qingwei also became curious about this. What kind of arguments can cause the whole circle to shake? So, he opened this thin book. The content in front was very ordinary. Basically why he wanted to study this topic, what role this topic can play, and the difference between the same Pokemon and region in the current world, enumeration, and guesswork that make these differences, etc. But everything in front was normal. When Qingwei turned to the last 2 pages, he was attracted by what was written on it. Although these contents are very professional, Qingwei still understands it. Roughly speaking, at this stage, the impact of regions on Pokemon is slightly different in hair, volume, appearance, and it also has a certain impact on Pokemon's evolution, but overall these changes have little impact. However, they speculate that this is because these regions are not far apart at this stage, such as Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh. Although they are divided into 4 regions, they are not far apart in nature. Therefore, since ancient times, the Pokemon of these regions have had this circulation between each other. Even if the region will have an influence, but it will be offset by this circulation. Ellipsis, ellipsis, ellipsis. As a result, there are some minor changes left in the end. Based on this, they guess that if a region is far enough away from them and has never communicated with the outside world, then the Pokemon living in this region, even the ones we are familiar with, may have very different appearances and shape. Big change. Even its own attributes may be different, not to mention the evolution body after evolution. Maybe, in that region, there are Charizard of different colors with real dragon attribute, Growlithe with water type, Weezing with poison and evil attribute, and so on. The latter are all their own guesses, guessing how the various Pokemons here may change after hundreds of years if they live on a nearly closed continent. Although Qingwei looked at the water-type Growlithe, the Weezing of the Vicious Duel series, he knows that there is no such thing. But although there is no Weezing of the Vicious Duel line, but poisonous lost fairy Weezing, no water-type Growlithe, but ice Ninetales, even the different colored Charizard of the dragon attribute. This is really Ekbray the black fire dragon dual type. This Qingwei looked very shocked. You must know that when Shioji and Tony made these guesses, it was only when Professor Oak and the others had just graduated from college. At that time, the Alliance had not discovered the later Alola region and Galar region. It is conceivable that at that time, such speculation would have caused such a stir. While the vast majority of these guesses are fantasy, apart from Charizard's reluctance to get his hands dirty, the rest are unreliable. However, being able to guess at these is pretty awesome, and they also explain these guesses with their own inferences. Qingwei seems to be quite reliable. After all, reality is more magical than fiction. For example, maybe Exeggutor himself doesn't know how he has the dragon attribute inexplicably, and Galar's Weezing. Maybe I don't understand why I can relate to fairies, such as Alola, Esma 4.0, Raticate, etc. with evil attribute. This can be understood a little. Diglett and Dugtrio with steel attribute can barely understand. However, the Pikachu period has not changed, and once the evolution has Raichu with Psychic, it is a bit difficult to understand. And the Geodude, which is completely made of stone, has electrical properties. Of course, Qingwei thinks that the most outrageous is not Alola's Exeggutor is none other than. Secondly, there are Galar's 3 humiliating birds. Look at the 3 birds in the Orange Island, not to mention that they have functions, but to say that the appearance of the 3 birds is worthy of their identity. Let's look at Galar's kin, who looks like a killer, especially Galar's Zapdos, which is the most outrageous. No one. Nima's good bird, with flying attribute, turned out to be a turkey. The point is, its flying ability has also degraded. Not good at flying anymore. I don't know how many years later, it won't fly at all. Do not. Meeting. Fly. Groudon has company. However, if Groudon sees the Zapdos version of Killing Mat, he may not explain it and directly send the sword of the cliff. Thinking of this, Qingwei was suddenly very curious. When the 3 birds here saw Galar region's same family of Killing Mat, what wonderful things would happen. It is estimated that the picture will be beautiful by then. Chapter 140 God knows how hard it is to live in a world where everyone is hooked. Open black lens bracket for subscription, close black lens bracket. How is it? Shock. At this time, Professor Oak's voice sounded. Ash and the others may not understand what they read, but I believe you can understand. You must know that when they made these guesses, Alola and Galar region were not discovered at all, and the fact that the fire attribute Growlithe turned into a water attribute was too bizarre for the researchers followers at the time. Although their explanations made sense, the whole circle was divided into two factions. At that time, there was an endless quarrel around this. Professor Oak said, as if caught in a memory. It seems that it is also quite nostalgic for those days. And then, did their quarrel come to an end? Qingwei asked curiously. The result? Of course there is no result. At that time, the father said that the public is reasonable and the mother is reasonable, and no one can persuade each other. But the subtle differences between Pokemon between regions do exist, and it is very reasonable if it is a completely closed environment. Yes, but I couldn't come up with any favorable evidence, so I kept arguing for a long time, and then it calmed down slowly. However, by the time the Alola region was discovered, the matter had come to an end. Ice Ninetales. Although the original fire attribute has not changed into a water attribute, but it has become an extremely similar ice attribute, which also proves the two's point of view, but it is a little embarrassing. The two guys, Shioji and Tony, guess so many Pokemons, but every one of them got the right number. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Professor Oak laughed. When Alola was first discovered, especially after people saw the Ice Ninetale, these two guys were jumping around in circles, but as the other Pokemon were discovered one by one, then people discovered these two guys. None of my guesses are right. It's just that these two people were still stubborn until Galar 19 region was discovered. As a result, none of their guesses hit the mark. At that time, everyone in the circle was very happy. However, these speculations do not affect their status. After all, such a shocking theory was put forward at the time, and it has been completely verified and correct. Only then did Qingwei know that the background of these two people is actually so big. Then why did they want to work on the Pokemon gene later on? Qingwei asked. These theories have been put forward. Why don't you want to test them? That because these two guys were extremely confident back then, convinced that their theory was correct, and it was only time to be verified. They didn't want to waste time on it, so they studied another topic they were interested in. It's a matter of gene. Professor Oak explained. These two must be hanging up. Right, absolutely, right. Qingwei has only now discovered that this Pokemon world is simply a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger, and anyone can hang on it, and there is no way to get along without it. This place, if you don't open it, you can't do well at all. Think about it. Ash is a bad match. Gary's hanging is a little weaker, but it's not bad, and the other regions have more or less hang. The professional Oak beside me is a longtime rival. Giovanni is also an old hooker. The four elites and champions of each region are basically all linked. Even Go-How, who should be executed in public, has his own hanging. Not to mention those with Psychic, with Aura, with Viridian, with Psychic. It's all open. The kind without acting. Qingwei is just fortunate now that he came to the ordinary Pokemon world, not the kind of special edition world that hangs all over the place. That world debuted Team Rockets for half a year, and became champion a year after debut, and there are two of them. But although the world is not so exaggerated, just look at the two classmates of Professor Oak who have never heard of it before. It's all on. It is conceivable that there are still many people in the Alliance. Therefore, it is precisely because of the existence of so many comparisons that even a person like Koga who only has ninja heritage can only be a leader in gym. These two people have such personality. They are very confident in their decisions and the results of their research. Of course, in the process of research, they put in much more seriousness and effort than the average person. Oak stood in front, ignoring Qingwei's expression, and still said to himself, "Great." Qingwei sighed with emotion, closed the book in his hand, put it on the bookshelf, and followed Professor Oak to the desk. Professor Oak dialed the chairman's video call through his computer. This time, it took a long time to get connected. However, what appeared on the screen was not the familiar bald one, but a big red-haired beauty. Lorelei Elite. "Hey, it's Professor Oak." "And Qingwei, are you it, Professor Oak? What the matter so late?" Lorelei said hello after seeing Oak, and then saw a man with most of his face on the side. "Qingwei, Lorelei, you are in the chairman's office. Where is the chairman?" This night, Lorelei actually picked up the video call to the chairman. I was discussing things with the chairman just now, but he went out for a while, and just happened to have a call from your side. What the matter?" Lorelei explained briefly and asked. She also knew that Professor Oak was now obsessed with research, and would not contact the chairman if there was no major event. And now that we have contacted, it means that things are definitely not small. And there is Qingwei next to her, which makes her even more curious. Could it be that this incident is related to Qingwei again? Could it be related to Qingwei again? Lorelei asked directly. Professor Oak turned his head and glanced at Qingwei. Qingwei understood what he meant and nodded lightly in agreement. Then, Professor Oak sighed and said, "It does have something to do with Qingwei. Just over 2 months ago, when Qingwei was in Celadon, Rainbow City, he rescued an injured Eevee, but later found this Eevee as an experimental body that ran out of the Team Rocket's base. But a few days ago, there was a problem with this Eevee, and then Qingwei found me. I also asked my friend, and it was verified today. Some genetic segments of this Eevee have been altered, and this was all caused by Team Rocket experiment. At that time, this Eevee Eevee was very weak, and it was already injured and could not run very far. So we guessed that Celadon, Rainbow City may have an experimental base for Team Rocket. So let me tell you, Lorelei listened calmly at first, but her face changed slightly when she heard that the Eevee was in Celadon, Rainbow City. Just now, what she discussed with the chairman was about the rocket hideout in Celadon, Rainbow City. Celadon, Rainbow City experiment base. After listening to Professor Oak's narration, Lorelei pondered. Team Rockets has an experimental base in Celadon, Rainbow City, but she has not run away. But she is not sure whether the experimental base and the base underground in the game city are the same. Professor Oak and Qingwei quietly watched Lorelei thinking on the screen. At this moment, there was a movement on the screen, and after a while, the chairman's head popped out. Shicheng and Qingwei, what the matter? The chairman, who had just returned from handling the matter, looked at the two on the screen, and then looked at Lorelei, who had a serious expression, with question marks all over his head. Team Rockets also has an experimental base in Celadon, Rainbow City, Lorelei said briefly. What the matter? The chairman asked. Then, Professor Oak repeated what he just said. However, Qingwei noticed that in Lorelei's words just now, the word also was used, and an experimental base, meaning the Alliance now knows that Team Rockets are based in Celadon, Rainbow City. Is it the result of Land's tracking in Diglett Cave? As soon as it was associated with the previous incident, Qingwei could easily understand it. It seems that their previous tracking has paid off, and they even discovered Team Rocket based in Celadon, Rainbow City. In this case, the Alliance must have to take action, right? Doesn't it mean that if he acts with the Alliance, will he have the opportunity to go in and find information? At this time, the chairman also finished listening to Professor Oak's narration. Experimental base, genetic experiment. Yes, some of Eevee's genes have been altered before it evolved into Flareon without even passing through evolutionary stone, ITE, but it degenerated again after a while. Evolution. The chairman has never heard of such a situation. Immediately he realized that this genetic experiment of Team Rockets was not easy. What he thought was that if Team Rockets really mastered this technology, then there will be a few Pokémons that can evolve freely, and what they usually show in front of outsiders is the appearance of non-evolution. Use this to hide your identity and paralyze them, and wait until the fight really starts. One by one Pokémon suddenly evolution, and they can be caught off guard. What about the result? Did they succeed? The chairman didn't dare to think about it any longer. If they really succeeded, if the Alliance didn't know about it this time, it might suffer a big loss when it takes action. Success? I don't think so. Professor Oak shook his head. He knew that the chairman did not understand this kind of thing, so he explained carefully. The experiment on Eevee failed, and Eevee is the most unstable Pokémon. I think, no matter how strong their scientific research strength is, in these short 2 months, there should not be such a big breakthrough. Professor Oak spoke carefully about the side effects after Eevee evolution, which made the chairman a little relieved. Even if it doesn't work, then this research is amazing. Fortunately, the chairman breathed a sigh of relief, but Lorelei next to him clearly thought more. Will the two previous operations of Team Rocket, one in Saffron City and one in Diglett Cave, be related to this experiment? Sylph Company and Diglett Cave have what they need. By the way, Qingwei, do you know where that experimental base is? Lorelei suddenly asked. Where did your Eevee escape from? Should you know where it is? I probably know, but I can't be sure. The time Eevee escaped was at night. She was still young at the time, and she was scared, so she didn't pay attention to the exact location when she ran out, but it was probably near a game hall. Said 133. Now that the Alliance has found out, Qingwei doesn't mind assisting, and the Provincial Alliance is worried that Celadon, Rainbow City has 2 Team Rockets bases. Moreover, his ability to communicate better with Pokémon has been shown in Diglett Cave before, and the Alliance knows it, so it's not abrupt for him to say this. Game room. Lorelei and the chairman looked at each other and nodded slightly. It seems that the base they found is not small in scale. Not only the elite level cadres of Team Rocket, but even at least one research team exists. Using the arcade as cover. That's a good choice in Celadon, Rainbow. Oak hadn't asked before, and only now did he know the approximate location of the base. Hearing that, he touched his chin and said, the game hall is a mixed bag, and there is a lot of traffic every day. Team Rockets is much more convenient if they want to hide themselves. Hearing the word, the chairman hesitated for a while, and finally said, actually, there is not only an experimental base there, but also an underground base for Team Rocket. Underground base? Oak was taken aback. Yes, the chairman said, and also looked at Qingwei. How can anything related to Team Rockets be related to this kid? Saffron City was an accident before. Diglett Cave was a coincidence, and now they have managed to track down a Team Rocket base. Result: this kid on the emotional screen knew about it months ago. This Nima, there are so many people in the Alliance. After checking for a long time, the result is not as good as that of a rookie trainer who travels everywhere. Outrageous. Could it be that this kid was sent by God to punish Team Rocket? The chairman, who never believed in these things, couldn't help help but think. Saffron City, Qingwei was equivalent to sabotaging Team Rocket. Plan in disguise. In Diglett Cave, Qingwei communicated with the Diglett leader, allowing the Alliance and Diglets to successfully cooperate, arresting a large number of Team Rocket member. Although these people's mouths are very hard, the Alliance has not asked anything until now, but this has nothing to do with Qingwei. Then, after they found Rocket hideout with all their might, and before they were ready to act, it was Qingwei who brought such an important piece of information. If it wasn't for this information, they might have suffered a big loss by then. The ghost knows what the laboratory in the base has. In case it is something of mass destruction, the casualties caused by that time will far exceed the estimate. This boy, Fuxing, I'd call you Team Rocket's nemesis.